Chapter 1. Don't come any closer. Old man, I've beaten you to the point where you have panda eyes. This time, can you let me go down the mountain? On Adnanluo Wudiantane, Anselm, with a swollen face, glared at the Adin with an air of immortality and Taoist grace, gnashing his teeth. It had been 3 years, during which he had never once gone down the mountain, being forced to study all kinds of things from morning till night, from martial arts to medicine, from music, chess, calligraphy, painting to the art of the strange and mystical. There was nothing he didn't learn. Sometimes Anselm wondered if he had broken some heavenly law or another. Otherwise, how could he have such a strict master? There's still a bit of a gap compared to what I expected, but letting you go down the mountain? The Adin with an air of immortality suddenly winced. The area around his eye sockets was bruised and purple, throbbing with pain. It might not be impossible. He sucked in a cold breath and said, Anselm instantly looked on guard. According to his understanding of the old man, the latter half of his sentence should have been, no way, so agreeing so readily seemed quite unusual. The next moment, the Adin pulled out a crumpled piece of paper from his back pocket and handed it to Anselm. Anselm's face was filled with disdain. What is this? It can't be toilet paper. This is your college acceptance letter, the Adin coughed dryly. Anselm wasn't unfamiliar with this city. 3 years ago, before he returned to the mountain to learn, he had spent time here executing tasks and training. And to facilitate gathering information, he had bought a house here using his commission. Though it had lain abandoned for several years, it finally came in handy. After grabbing a snack for dinner, Anselm prepared to return to his residence to rest. At this moment, a rustling sound came from the corner ahead. Anselm paused, straining his ears. From the chaotic sounds, he distinctly heard a weak woman's cry for help. Out of curiosity, Anselm walked over. In an alley, 3 thugs were molesting a drunk woman. The woman, although dazed, still struggled against their harassment as much as she could. Flying Lonnie, what should we do? This chick is quite fierce. One of the youths was kicked by the woman's stiletto heel and cried out in pain. Dev sneered, why the rush? Once the drug takes effect, even the wildest horse will become docile. The boss is right. Once she can't resist, she'll be at our mercy. The 3 scoundrels laughed lewdly in unison. Kirsten's face was full of despair. Although she was somewhat disoriented, her consciousness was still intact enough to know what was happening. She regretted her decision to get drunk. Being targeted by these thugs, her fate was predictable. After doing all this, Anselm walked toward Kirsten lying on the ground without any expression. As he picked Kirsten up, his eyes couldn't help but light up. Only now did Anselm get a clear look at Kirsten's appearance. This woman was overly beautiful. No wonder she caught the attention of those hooligans. However, what surprised Anselm most wasn't Kirsten's beauty but the fire poison inside her body, which was far from ordinary. Immortal drunken? Anselm was taken aback, realizing he was in trouble. The immortal drunken from Baihua sect, once triggered, would invade the heart pulse with fire poison, and apart from yin-yang intercourse, there was no other way. At this moment, Kirsten's face was flushed red, sweat dripped down her forehead, clearly showing symptoms. Not daring to delay, Anselm carried Kirsten on his shoulder and ran, intending to bring her back to his home before the fire poison took its full effect. But although he was fast, he couldn't outpace the speed of the fire poison spreading inside Kirsten's body. As Kirsten's reaction grew more intense, Anselm had no choice but to find a nearby hotel to settle her in. I don't believe one immortal drunken can stump me, an evil physician. Anselm took out some silver needles and was about to give Kirsten a few pricks when he was tackled by a graceful figure. Originally, Anselm was ready to accept the money with a smile, but after hearing her words, he immediately pulled his hand back. What do you mean? Are you denying everything after using me? Anselm asked unhappily. So, having slept together once, you won't be clingy, will you? Kirsten shot him a sidelong glance, her expression cold. Anselm didn't speak. He indeed thought so. How could a woman whom he had touched ever be with another man? Seeing Anselm's lack of response, Kirsten flared up in anger. She said coldly, don't delude yourself. We belong to different worlds, and there's no possibility between us. Don't appear in front of me ever again. After saying this, Kirsten dressed herself and stormed out. Anselm pursed his lips slightly, watching the direction where Kirsten left. He touched his nose. Anselm sighed, feeling helpless, having sacrificed his innocence to treat her with a mortal drunken, only for her not to appreciate it. As for how the 3 thugs got their hands on the immortal drunken from the Baihua sect, Anselm didn't care to find out, as there were special personnel responsible for investigating such matters. Anselm got out of bed, his upper body completely bare, revealing streamlined, solid muscles that looked like they were cast in steel, brimming with explosive power. Gia, don't you dare think of escaping my clutches. You've taken my purity, so you won't get away. A slight smile curled at the corner of Anselm's lips. Putting on his clothes, Anselm checked the time. Today was the day for new students to register, and he had to go to school to complete his enrollment procedures. Chapter 2. What's your name, honey? Jilin University, the top academic institution in Jiangnan province of Simanaxia, carrying a shoulder bag with some documents inside. When Anselm arrived there, he froze and couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. There were way too many people here. It was almost impossible to find a place to stand. Anselm lamented that he should have come later if he had known. As Anselm hesitated about whether to leave for a while and come back, a fresh fragrance wafted towards him. Then, Anselm felt something warm cling to his arm. He frowned and turned his head, his eyes lighting up instantly with amazement. It was Airly, exceptionally pretty, with peach cheeks and almond face, eyebrows like the new moon, jet black hair flowing freely, wearing a beige t-shirt on top and light blue jeans below, exuding youthful vitality. Her slender, long legs attracted the gaze of many around her. Why did this little beauty suddenly hug him? Could it be because of his irresistible charm? Anselm sighed inwardly. It really couldn't be helped. Honey, some bad guy is pestering me. Can you please drive him away? Otherwise, why would he react so furiously? Noticing the heirly's doubtful gaze, the Yonatan quickly explained, Shashi, this guy is just making things up, don't believe him. I'm absolutely not impotent. The Yonatan glanced back at Anselm with a chilling glare. Hymanzi, watch your words. Jinling University is my territory. If you want to stay here unscathed, better listen to me and take your hand off. Anton glared coldly at Anselm, fully aware that Zaida and this guy had nothing between them. He was merely using her as a shield. Senior students who witnessed this scene shook their heads with sighs, thinking Anselm was definitely in for trouble today. Anyone who had spent time at Jinling University knew that Anton came from a powerful background and was a real school bully. Except for a few individuals of higher status, no ordinary student dared to challenge Anton. This guy is doomed. Challenging Anton, he's still too young and impetuous. Zaida is Anton's goddess. No one can get away with taking advantage of her. Yes, especially since Hymanzi mentioned impotence in front of Anton's goddess, he has truly lit the fuse. People familiar with Anton chattered, pointing fingers at Anselm, their eyes filled with pity. From now on, this is my territory. If you don't want to get severely hurt, scram now. She turned and walked away immediately, not staying for another second, just like a frightened kitten. Clearly, she didn't want to be around Anselm, the one who claimed he didn't like to solve problems with violence. Darling, you're so heartless. You're leaving me after using me? Anselm complained, looking displeased. Oh right, what's your name? Where can I find you later? Anselm suddenly seemed to remember something and shouted loudly from behind her. But with each word he said, Zaida's pace quickened even more. I definitely don't want to see you again, you violent guy. Zaida rolled her eyes involuntarily. She sped up her steps and soon disappeared into the crowd. Seeing that she ignored him, Anselm didn't get discouraged. He gathered himself and headed toward the registration area. Many people who had witnessed Anselm's aggressive side earlier made way for him, afraid that if they angered him, they might end up like Anton. After finishing the registration process, Anselm didn't head to the dormitory but left the school directly. He returned to his former residence, a spacious 3-bedroom, 2-living-room apartment covering over 180 square meters. Though living alone made it feel somewhat empty and lonely, Anselm firmly believed that in the near future, many heirlies would move in here. Then he wouldn't feel lonely anymore. Regaining her senses, Tess answered it. Annabelle, I've arranged a special student in your class. Please take care of him for me. However, remember not to restrict him too much. All his courses shall be passed even if he doesn't take exams. The voice on the phone belonged to a add-in with a magnetic tone. Elder uncle, are you serious? Tess was somewhat surprised. The caller was none other than her uncle, Jeremy. Tess knew her uncle's character very well. Despite being the vice president of Jinling University, he had never abused his power to provide special favors. This call today seemed unusual, and Tess immediately sensed something peculiar. Yes, pay special attention to him. This student is called Anselm. After finishing this sentence, Jeremy hung up. He still had other matters to handle and couldn't explain more to Tess. Muttering Anselm's name, Tess slightly curled her lips. She murmured to herself, interesting, managing to get my uncle to pull strings for you. I must see what kind of big shot you are. Unbeknownst to Anselm, his homeroom teacher had already put her eyes on him before classes started. After having a meal, he lay on the bed leisurely. What a delightful day without that old man's exploitation. Anselm felt extremely happy. Lying there, after some time, his eyelids grew heavy. He slept soundly until the next day. Waking up, feeling his empty stomach, he stretched and got up. After a simple wash-up, Anselm left home, bought 2 buns by the roadside, and headed to school. Just as he walked down the stairs, a stunning woman from the opposite door appeared. Their destination was the same, Jinling University. Anselm's residence was located in the eastern suburbs of Jinling City, not far from Jinling University. He arrived quickly. Following the timetable, Anselm found the classroom for his course. When he entered, he saw that the room was packed, except for the front seats. Without much choice, Anselm found an available seat. Dude, I'm Irvin. What's your name? Next to Anselm sat a chubby boy, whose smile was infectious. He greeted Anselm warmly and openly. Anselm replied coolly. Nodding, Irvin chuckled. Leaning over secretively, Irvin said, Dude, I feel you're someone worth getting along with, so I decided to tell you a secret. What? Anselm glanced at the little fatty. This guy was babbling nonsense. Perhaps he was crazy. Irvin remained unaware that Anselm had categorized him as insane. He said proudly, according to my latest intel, our homeroom teacher is Jinling University's most famous beauty. Before Irvin finished, Anselm interrupted. Do you mean her? Anselm suddenly pointed toward the door. She smiled, and with some difficulty, said, Student, please, what is your question? Teacher Jiang, may I ask, is it wrong to abandon someone after taking advantage of them? Anselm grinned wickedly, watching Tessa's slightly embarrassed face as he spoke calmly. A flush quickly spread across Tessa's cheeks. Last night, they had been entwined in passionate embrace. But she never would have thought that by such coincidence, he would become her student today. Coughing lightly, Tess found an excuse, saying, Well, emotional issues are not within the scope of inquiry, you should handle it yourself. Okay, since Teacher Jiang says to handle it myself, then I won't hold back. Anselm blinked his eyes, obviously implying something. You? Tess blushed, but she dared not reprimand Anselm, fearing that if he was unhappy, he might expose their affair. If that happened, she would have no face left. Anselm sat upright, yet his eyes were still fixed on Tess, scrutinizing her from head to toe. His half-smiling, half-mocking look made Tess feel extremely uncomfortable. So what if she became his teacher? This woman couldn't escape from his grasp. Thinking of it, the idea was thrilling. For a moment, Anselm's smile turned wickedly evil. Do you know Teacher Jiang? Irvin asked in surprise, somewhat enviously. Glancing at Irvin, Anselm shrugged. She is my woman. Really? You're kidding me? Irvin's eyes widened. Recalling what Anselm had just said, he found it quite believable. Believe it or not. Casually dismissing him, Anselm shifted his gaze back to Tess, a devilish smile spreading across his face. Chapter 4, 2 days, 7 women. She felt an unprecedented exhaustion after the class meeting, which was truly torturous. To make matters worse, that guy sat in the front row. Every time she looked down, she could see his wicked face. Finally, when it ended, Zinnia left a message and dashed out of the classroom like a streak of smoke. Wanna run? Anselm stood up from his seat, preparing to chase her. Where are you going? We still have classes, Irvin shouted from behind him. To find my beloved wife. Anselm glanced at him strangely and said as if it were natural. Beloved wife? Irvin's eyes widened. This title seemed to imply something. Does he have a concubine too? Just as Irvin comprehended and was about to ask, Anselm had already vanished from the classroom. Rushing back to the office as if escaping from disaster, Zinnia found herself out of breath. She drank some water and sat on her office chair for quite a while before she managed to calm down her chaotic thoughts. Honey, let's go. I'll treat you to a movie, Anselm said cheerfully. He waved his hand generously. Not only did Remington freeze, but Zinnia herself also stood there, stunned. Her lips twitched, and Remington's face turned pale. Bitterly he said, Teacher Jiang, I didn't know you were already married. Zinnia glared angrily at Anselm and hurriedly explained, Teacher Holden, don't misunderstand. He's just my student, and he likes to joke. Please don't take it seriously. Don't talk nonsense. Zinnia warned again. Anselm blinked innocently. He hadn't been talking nonsense, he was stating facts. But he understood Zinnia's concerns and didn't mind too much. Upon hearing Zinnia's explanation, Remington's expression eased somewhat. He shot Anselm a cold look, saying, This student, do you know that you've taken your jokes too far? As a student, you should respect teachers. His tone was lecturing, which made Anselm uncomfortable. I'm not joking. Teacher Jiang is indeed my wife. And even if I'm wrong, someone like you has no right to criticize me. The entire office erupted into chaos, with many teachers looking over. Beetle, that term hit hard. Everyone present understood its implications immediately. Female teachers now looked at Remington with disdain and contempt. Shouts of shock echoed as all the teachers couldn't sit still anymore. It was well known that the chairs in their office were made of stainless steel. If one got hit by one, a trip to the hospital would be the least of worries. Zinnia's face also changed. She reached out to grab Anselm. Although this guy wasn't any good, he was technically her student now. As a teacher, she naturally couldn't watch him get hurt. Angry because you're ashamed? Anselm scoffed, not in the least bit afraid. At the moment the chair was about to touch him, Anselm moved quickly and caught the edge of the chair. His hand was like an iron clamp, tightly gripping the chair. No matter how hard Remington tried, he couldn't pry it away. Holden teacher, as a teacher, you shouldn't be so rough with students, Anselm said lightly. Letting go of the chair, Remington lost control instantly and fell backward crazily. Thud. Remington hit his head on the ground, rolled his eyes back, and passed out. Everyone was dumbstruck. Some male teachers, coming to their senses, rushed over to call for emergency help. A blow to the back of the head causing unconsciousness was very serious and could potentially be fatal. Damn, is this guy's head made of tofu? So fragile. Everyone saw it. This has nothing to do with me. If anything happens, don't come accusing me, Anselm said in disbelief. He glanced at Zinnia and smiled, saying, Honey, now that the annoying guy is out cold, we can go on our date? Zinnia was furious. She glared angrily at Anselm and walked past him out of the office. Hey, wait for me, honey. Anselm panicked and hurriedly chased after her. They walked quite far, nearly out of the school grounds. Finally, Zinnia couldn't hold it in any longer and glared fiercely at Anselm. What exactly are you trying to do? I have already told you clearly, it was just an accident. In today's society, who says sleeping together makes me your wife? Are you living in a dream? Simon? Anselm scratched his head, looking puzzled. Zinnia huffed. She knew very well that he was feigning ignorance. But she didn't bother to expose him, instead saying coldly, Fine, now I'm going home. Don't follow me anymore, understand? Okay. This time, Anselm was obedient. Just as Zinnia was about to leave, Anselm suddenly ran off in another direction. Allison, wait for me. Zinnia subconsciously followed Anselm's voice and saw an outstanding-looking Airly staring at Anselm in surprise. Men are indeed all scoundrels. Seeing this scene, Zinnia felt a strange bitterness arise in her heart for some reason. She glared angrily at Anselm and then turned to walk away swiftly. Judging by this attitude, it seemed this guy was even more of a scoundrel than Anton. Sir, you don't need to pretend anymore. I already know there is no emotional relationship between you and Rhoda. As long as you promise not to appear before Rhoda again, I can give you any amount of money. Feeling genuinely intimidated by Anselm, Anton added after some thought. Wife, who is this guy? Do you know him? Anselm scratched his head, sized up Anton from top to bottom, and acted as if he didn't recognize him. Christina was slightly stunned, almost torn between laughing and crying. Is he serious? He threw the guy into the trash can yesterday, and now suddenly doesn't recognize him? However, she wouldn't expose Anselm's act. Shaking her head, Christina said, I don't know him. Hearing this, Anton's face fell. Don't know? Then he's just a fly? Upon hearing Christina say she didn't know Anton, Anselm immediately changed his tone. He looked fiercely at Anton and said, Lonnie Shu Dao Wudiantain, disappear from my wife's sight right now, and never show your face before my wife again. Otherwise, I'll beat you every time I see you. Anton's face turned livid, inwardly enraged. You are indeed too arrogant. I am from the Li family in Jinling City. If you dare touch me, believe me, you won't see tomorrow's sun. Anselm put on a heartbroken look and said, Oh gosh, wife, You still don't know my name. I'm so sad. My surname is Lao, and my given name is Gong. Christina furrowed her brows. This name felt odd. Lao Gong, she murmured. The more she thought about it, the stranger it seemed. Oh, feels good. Good wife, that's right. Anselm wore a sly smile, looking relaxed as if he had just taken a bath. Rolling her eyes irritably at Anselm, Christina realized at that moment that she had been taken advantage of. She scolded coquettishly, "You bad guy. You actually tricked me. I won't pay attention to you anymore, HMPF." Pouting, Christina looked a little unhappy as she sulked and walked forward with her head held high. Anselm grinned and followed her closely. The two of them moved step by step and soon left the school grounds. Christina turned back with a somewhat pained expression and said gloomily, "What are you following me around for?" She suddenly realized something even more terrifying. This guy seemed to be more persistent than Anton. At the thought of this, Christina felt even more depressed. "Of course, I'm following you to protect you," Anselm replied without hesitation. Christina inspected Anselm from head to toe and then pouted, saying, "Right, you? With your frail body, dealing with someone like Anton is manageable. But if we encounter a truly formidable person, you wouldn't stand a chance against even their Mississippi." At that moment, about 10 people rushed out from the side and surrounded the fallen youth. Anselm smiled slightly. He wasn't surprised. He had sensed their presence long ago. Because they posed no malice, he hadn't made a fuss. Now it seemed these were her bodyguards. Touching his nose, Anselm grew curious about Christina's identity. Having so many hidden bodyguards suggested, she must have a very complicated background. Christina had just recovered from her intense fear and glanced at Anselm with a complex expression. Her shield was too effective. She thought she was going to die when the gun was pointed at her. Unexpectedly, Anselm simply flicked his fingers twice and defused the crisis. His calm demeanor and composed bearing instantly gave Christina a sense of unprecedented security. "Miss, we apologize for our negligence, causing you distress." A fearful voice startled Christina awake. These were the bodyguards responsible for her safety. They were clearly shocked by what had just happened. If anything happened to Christina, they would also lose their lives since her father would never forgive them. "I'm fine, don't worry." She glanced at Anselm, still shaken. Suddenly, she realized she still didn't know Anselm's name. "My name is Anselm," Anselm said, touching his nose. "Being able to marry the mighty Lucian, you must have smashed thousands of prayer beads in your previous life." Anselm spoke with a straight face, uttering nonsense. Unable to contain her thoughts, Beatrix gave him the middle finger. She discovered that this guy was truly a gem. "Please stop being so conceited. Let's get serious. With your skills, why not become my personal bodyguard? I'll pay you 50,000 a month. What do you think?" Beatrix asked crisply, looking hopeful. "I don't think it works," Anselm refused without hesitation. "Why?" Beatrix was taken aback. She hadn't expected that Anselm, who had been concerned about 2 cents earlier, would now turn down her offer of 50,000 a month. "You're my wife. Protecting my wife is only right. How can I take money for it? Besides, I can make money on my own. I'm not used to living off someone else," Anselm replied calmly. Standing there proudly, he exuded a unique charm that made Beatrix's heart race like a wild deer. But the next second, Anselm scratched his head and chuckled. "How do I look? Very handsome, right?" Beatrix's expression froze, nearly spitting out blood on the spot. It turns out her impression of Anselm becoming charming was just an illusion. Less than a minute later, and he revealed his true self. "Hey, are you sent by my dad to get close to me on purpose?" Beatrix twitched her cute little nose, suddenly suspicious. Startled, Beatrix quickly dodged. She emphasized sternly, "You're my bodyguard, not my husband. Miss here doesn't have a boyfriend yet." "Now you do, it's me." Anselm blinked his eyes, speaking with great conviction. This time, it was Beatrix who was extremely speechless. Could this man be any more outrageous? Seeing Beatrix's aversion to hugging her waist, Anselm understood. Patience was key. Thinking this, he stretched out his hand and held Beatrix's small hand firmly. After several failed struggles, and seeing that Anselm made no further inappropriate moves, Beatrix sighed inwardly and reluctantly allowed him to continue. However, strangely enough, apart from feeling a bit awkward at first, Beatrix did not have any aversion to Anselm holding her small hand. Unlike before, with other boys, even the slightest touch would make her feel uncomfortable for quite a while. She glanced at Anselm out of the corner of her eye. This guy seemed to be quite handsome after all. Especially that devilish smile on his face, which gave off a very rebellious and nonchalant vibe. "Darling, why are you sneaking peeks at me? Why not just look at me directly?" Anselm suddenly turned his head, grinning widely. Who's looking at you?" She rolled her eyes at Anselm, denying it outright. Her cheeks were flushed red, as if she had been caught doing something wrong. "All right, I thought you were sneaking looks at me because you fell in love with me." Anselm sighed, wearing an expression of regret. Caught off guard by Anselm's words, Beatrix retorted irritably, "Nonsense, you're not even handsome. You're not my type." Upon hearing this, Anselm felt somewhat aggrieved. He was being rejected again. And what was being rejected this time was his pride. The handsome face he prided himself on, which left him rather unable to accept it. "Not your type yet you're holding my hand. What a gold digger you are," Anselm hummed sarcastically. Beatrix almost stumbled, saying helplessly, "Didn't you initiate it?" "I forgot." Anselm chuckled mischievously, then said seriously. As they chatted and strolled, Beatrix felt rather annoyed. Accurately speaking, rather bitter. Anyone who encountered someone like Anselm, such a rogue character, would probably be driven to despair. "Anselm? I get it now, you go back first. After some time, I will personally visit Jinling City to meet him." About 100 meters away, the head bodyguard was talking on the phone with his boss. After hanging up, he looked sternly at Anselm's figure in the distance. "This kid is remarkable. He actually got the big boss to personally visit Jinling City. Francis, the seductive woman, giggled without paying attention to Beatrix's words, but instead sized Anselm up from head to toe. Her eyes lit up and she said, Sister Vita must have great taste. So handsome and muscular. I bet he's also quite skilled in bed. How about letting your sister try him out? Licking her lips, the seductive woman Francis cast a flirtatious glance at Anselm. You, slut. Beatrix's face showed anger. She obviously couldn't tolerate such blatant remarks, especially in public. But what infuriated her most wasn't those words. It was the fact that this vixen was hitting on Anselm, which made Beatrix feel extremely uncomfortable. Darling, how do you know the leader of poultry? Anselm suddenly spoke. His words left both women baffled. But Beatrix quickly understood. Leader of poultry, that would be chicken. So, Anselm was indirectly insulting someone. She secretly laughed, but her face maintained a puzzled expression. When did I tell you her profession? I don't remember that. Clearly not one to be trifled with either, she and Anselm were playing along, confusing the two women until their faces turned pale. Hooked up with 13 men yesterday, not a prostitute. What else could she be? With a disdainful glance at Francis, Anselm decisively pulled Beatrix back. If not for seeing those two rolling on the ground in pain over 10 meters away, they might have believed this nonsense. Let's go. Beatrix stuck out her rosy tongue and pulled Anselm, darting away from the scene. They ran quite a distance, all the way from the eastern side of the mall to the western side before stopping. Beatrix was somewhat panting, her bosom rising and falling noticeably, making Anselm's eyes almost pop out. Pervert. Glaring at Anselm, Beatrix's cheeks flushed red as she scolded him. Anselm chuckled, accepting it generously. Thank you for helping me deal with that guy. Beatrix finally calmed down, speaking earnestly. Anselm looked at her, then suddenly wore a solemn expression. No need to thank me. Supporting my wife is my duty. Hee hee hee. Anselm's serious face made Beatrix burst out laughing. Such an expression shouldn't even exist on someone like him. Chapter 7. Both are wives. I'm so happy. That guy has always bullied me, and today I finally got some revenge. Christina smiled with delight and waved her small fist. Clearly, she detested that woman named Francis. Do you have a grudge against her? Should I go back and teach her a lesson? Anselm frowned and suddenly asked. A chilling aura emanated from him, making Christina shiver involuntarily. That's not necessary, Christina, drenched in sweat, quickly pulled Anselm back. Why isn't it necessary? Anyone who threatens you or makes you unhappy will be eliminated by me. Anselm said seriously, his domineering demeanor evident. Christina was touched but still shook her head. She could sense that Anselm wasn't joking. If she nodded, he would immediately turn around and kill that Francis. That wasn't what Christina wanted to see. Although there had been friction between them, it obviously hadn't reached the point of mortal enmity. Christina smiled sweetly and patiently explained to Anselm. She is my brother's sister-in-law, with an arrogant and vengeful personality. Once, I stood up for my sister-in-law at home and was targeted by her. Whenever we meet now, she never misses a chance to mock me. But nothing serious happens. This time, your intervention taught her a good lesson, so she probably won't do this anymore. Well, I hope so. My wife can only be bullied by me. If anyone else dares, they'll pay the price. Anselm's eyes flickered as he spoke with unhidden dominance. Do you want to die? Who is your wife? Christina lightly tapped Anselm, but inside, she felt moved. Growing up, besides her father, this was the first time she felt such fierce protection from someone else. Let's keep shopping. Don't let insignificant people ruin our mood. Christina's cheeks flushed slightly as she took Anselm's hand and walked forward. Anselm's gaze brightened, and he smiled faintly. Though he seemed careless, he was actually very perceptive. He noticed Christina's change almost immediately. Passing by an underwear boutique, Christina's eyes lit up, and she brought Anselm inside. However, upon entering the store, she suddenly realized Anselm was there beside her. Worried that Anselm might feel awkward, she turned to look at him. To her surprise, Anselm didn't seem flustered at all. Instead, he was quite calm. He picked up a light blue bra, glanced at Christina's chest for a while, then said with a smile, "This size and color suit you perfectly. It fits your figure well." Anselm acted like a lecherous man, nearly drooling. Christina's face turned red from being stared at. She subconsciously glanced at the bra, only to find that it had lacing. As a conservative heirly, how could she possibly wear such revealing styles? Feeling a bit embarrassed, Christina wanted to pry open Anselm's head to see what strange thoughts were inside. A saleswoman noticed them and approached. She smiled and said to Christina, "Miss, your boyfriend has great taste. This lingerie is our latest design. Worn by a beauty like you, it would certainly shine brightly." "He's not my boyfriend. Please don't misinterpret." Christina blushed and argued. Anselm nodded, looking aggrieved and said, "My wife is right. I'm indeed not her boyfriend." The saleswoman was taken aback, almost laughing out loud. Christina gritted her teeth, turning to glare at Anselm. This guy really didn't know when to give in. By denying their relationship, he made things even more awkward for her. Unable to bear the saleswoman's suggestive gaze any longer, Christina turned to leave. But just as she turned, bump! Someone came from the side and bumped into her solidly. Both cried out in pain, but Anselm's eyes lit up as he rushed over. With excitement, he wrapped both colliding individuals in his arms. "Big wife, why are you here too?" "Big wife?" Was he talking to her? Christina's eyes widened. But then she saw Anselm's gaze, which wasn't on her, but focused on the woman she had collided with. "Goddess teacher?" Christina froze, blurting out. Her expression was strange as she suddenly realized something. Could it be that this guy's big wife was the famous beautiful teacher Zinnia at their school? What did that make her, then? Thinking of this, Christina couldn't help but turn pale. "Hey, little wife, why is your face so white? Are you not feeling well?" As if he had eyes in the back of his head, Anselm turned around and looked at Christina, surprised. Zinnia was speechless. She never thought she would encounter this shameless guy here. Who was the heirly beside him? Zinnia frowned slightly. Next to Zinnia stood another woman with a healthy tan, rather than very fair skin. But her sharp gaze carried hidden killing intent, clearly marking her as someone extraordinary. Everyone around was stunned too. Was this Yonatan serious? In what age were terms like big wife and little wife still used? Woody-rover, both women before their eyes were exceptionally beautiful. Ordinary men would be immensely lucky to win the affection of just one such woman. What kind of background did this Yonatan have to enjoy such bliss? Let me go. Christina looked somewhat angry as she struggled out of Anselm's embrace. Zinnia finally snapped out of it and bit her teeth, slapping away Anselm's roving hands. She felt somewhat depressed. She had originally intended to go home but got a call from her best friend inviting her shopping. Thus, she appeared here and unexpectedly ran into Anselm again. Are you and Anselm boyfriend and early friend? Christina asked. For some reason, she wasn't in a hurry to leave now. There were things she needed to figure out, or she might not be able to sleep tonight. She is my. However, the next moment, Zinnia and Christina simultaneously turned their heads and said, "Shut up." Anselm promptly closed his mouth. A wise man doesn't suffer unnecessary losses. Looking at his gloomy face, the wheat-colored skinned woman almost burst into laughter. What are you staring at? Forget it. I could never like someone with dark skin, Anselm pouted, glancing at the woman indifferently. Now it was her turn to lose composure. Dark skin. Was that how he referred to her? The wheat-colored skinned woman nearly jumped up to give Anselm a suplex. Fortunately, Zinnia held her back, signaling her not to act rashly, thus barely restraining her. But her cold gaze remained fixed on Anselm, as if ready to tear him apart any time. Anselm is talking nonsense. He's a student in my class who loves joking around. Are you Anselm's early friend? Zinnia smiled and asked. You misunderstand. I only met Anselm yesterday. We're just ordinary friends. After speaking, the two women exchanged glances, sensing that neither was telling the whole truth. Let's go. Christina waved goodbye to Zinnia with a smile, and then pulled Anselm away. Goodbye, big wife. I'll miss you. Turning back for a lingering look at Zinnia, Anselm followed Christina. Seeing this, Zinnia gritted her teeth and muttered under her breath, this hateful scoundrel. Chapter 8. Well endowed and plump. Flora, was that guy just now the same jerk you were talking about? Ayala nodded. She had already vented everything that happened during this morning's class meeting to her best friend. Of course, she didn't mention the indulgence from that night. Apart from that, her best friend with the light brown skin knew all about it. Ayala's best friend is called Pearl, a name quite imposing, matching her real personality perfectly. Pearl. Ayala laughed helplessly, looking admiringly as well. Compared to her friend's bust size, she was practically no different from a little oatmeal pastry. Bullshit. It drives me crazy who knows they would grow so big. Ah, it's better smaller. Less worries with smaller breasts. Pearl's face was full of melancholy. When the women heard her words, they gritted their teeth. They had seen people showing off, but none as much as this. If you think it's troublesome, why don't you give half of it to me? Some women yelled inwardly. Ayala was speechless for a moment, but then she understood. Her best friend was a former soldier, so having such large breasts must be cumbersome. They chose various clothes in the store, while Anselm and Sophie walked out of the mall. Why do you come out empty-handed? Anselm asked curiously. Sophie turned around, staring fixedly at Anselm. She asked angrily, what's going on between you and Teacher Jiang? Don't try to lie to me. I can sense that your relationship is unusual. Anselm paused for a moment, then said nonchalantly, what situation? Didn't I say she is my first wife? His confident demeanor instantly made Sophie laugh out of indignation. How dare he mess with her even though he had an early friend already? How despicable. With a frosty look on her beautiful face, Sophie said icily, go find your wife. Don't bother me anymore. Then, she turned and left. Hey, what do you mean? Anselm held her back. Sophie glared at him. What does it mean? You already have a wife, yet you're trying to seduce me. Do you take me for a mistress or lover? Anselm chuckled, saying matter-of-factly, I consider you my second wife. In his mind, powerful male should have many spouses. Therefore, he found nothing wrong with his words. He thought since he was strong enough, it was natural to have multiple wives. You shameless. Sophie pointed at Anselm, too angry to continue speaking. Nowadays, there are a lot of womanizers, but Anselm was the first who was so brazen about it. Anselm pouted. Wasn't what he said true? Suddenly, he smiled and showed off his white teeth proudly. See, I do have nice teeth, they're very white. Sophie was flabbergasted, her fury turning into an exasperated roll of the eyes. So thick-skinned, immune to all attacks, Sophie was completely defeated. Walking unhappily ahead, Anselm trailed behind step by step. After walking for some time, about half an hour, Anselm suddenly said, little wife, I've got things to do, I need to leave now. Before Sophie could turn around, Anselm zoomed away. Sophie was about to burst into a tantrum. How could there be such a man? He was far too irresponsible. Without Anselm's protection, she naturally didn't dare wander around on the streets anymore. The hidden bodyguard gave her no sense of security at all. Sophie quickened her pace, hurrying home without stopping for a moment. After leaving, Anselm did not walk far before he turned into an alley where no one was around. Come out. I noticed you long ago. Hey Pi, you've been sneaking after us for over 20 minutes. Did you think I wouldn't know? Anselm turned, saying with a faint smile. The next moment, a woman appeared, her eyes flashing coldly as she glared fiercely at Anselm. Hey Pi, I suggest you give up on this crazy idea. I will never be with a piece of charcoal. Anselm's smiling words were maddeningly infuriating. Pearl remained unmoved, standing in place with a mocking laugh. Go on. In a few moments, you may have to shut your mouth forever. What, are you going to kill me? Anselm pouted his lips and feigned fear. I'll beat you into an idiot, Pearl said coldly. Anselm shook his head and sighed. Oh, there's no need for such violence. Hearing this, Pearl raised an eyebrow, thinking Anselm might be scared. She scoffed and said, scared? Want to beg for mercy? Let me tell you, it won't work. Today, I must teach you a lesson. Did you misunderstand me? Anselm scratched his head, his expression slightly odd. Pearl froze, frowning as she asked, "What do you mean?" "My point is, with your skin so dark and such a terrible temper, you'd better watch out or you might end up alone and unwanted." "You damn." Hearing this, Pearl nearly exploded with rage. She stopped arguing and directly lunged at Anselm, aiming a kick at his crotch. Pearl smirked coldly, losing all reason. "Damn, you're trying to make me infertile, heartless bitch." Anselm reached out, catching her leg in one swift motion. "You." Pearl's eyes widened in disbelief. She was certain her speed was incredibly fast and her strength astonishing, surpassing many men. Even among their military unit, she was top tier. But this guy caught her high kick with ease. Realizing the man wasn't ordinary, Pearl struggled but found the hand holding her leg astonishingly strong, like a steel clamp. "What kind of being are you? Why approach Flora?" Pearl demanded angrily. Struggling was futile. The grip on her leg felt rock solid. Anselm smiled faintly, yawning. "My background is none of your concern, Blackie." Hearing this, Pearl raged uncontrollably. What ridiculous nicknames this bastard was giving her. He called her Hey Pie and now Blackie. He must be doing it intentionally. Furious, Pearl clenched her teeth and punched Anselm's head. Anselm smiled and punched back, meeting her fist with his. Boom. A powerful force erupted where they made contact, causing Pearl to scream in pain, almost tearing up. Although she was sure her bones were fine, the intense pain was hard to bear. "I'll fight you to the death." Angrier than ever, Pearl opted for close combat, slamming into Anselm. What a fierce black airly. Anselm sighed, instinctively pushing her away. However, the moment he touched her skin, he snapped back to reality. Aware of his strength, he knew if he used full force, this woman would likely die instantly. Without hesitation, he retracted all his power. But his hand still landed on a soft area. The comfortable sensation brightened Anselm's eyes, and he unconsciously squeezed a few times. Pearl stood frozen, feeling the pain from her chest, wondering if she was hallucinating. "Didn't expect you to be so well endowed." Up close, you're quite attractive. How about becoming my third wife?" Anselm's mood greatly improved. He decided he had to get this black beauty under control. Taming a wild horse feels more satisfying. "I'll kill you." Pearl screamed hysterically. She lost all rationality and somehow pulled out a gun, pointing it at Anselm and firing without hesitation. Bang! The gunshot made Pearl gradually regain her senses. Terrified, she couldn't believe she had shot at someone. "You really need to change that temper. It's too reckless," Anselm said with a frown. He released Pearl and lifted his other hand. "Holding a wolf starved to death?" Anselm looked rather frustrated. "It's all because of that despicable old man who embezzled the money I earned from my missions. Otherwise, how could I end up like this?" Feeling extremely dissatisfied with his unscrupulous master, Anselm let out a long sigh to the sky. Make money, he must make money quickly. Chapter 9. Teaching the Principal a Lesson. Anselm glanced around, his gaze finally settling on a passing young couple. His sharp eyes twinkled with mischief. An ingenious way to make money flashed through his mind. In one swift motion, Anselm stepped forward and blocked the path of the young couple. "Is there something wrong?" The husband in the couple shielded his wife behind him, eyeing Anselm warily. Anselm scratched his head and said, "Lonnie, your wife is pregnant. Give me 1,000 yuan, and I'll tell you the gender of the twins." "What nonsense are you spouting? I've been sterilized for over 2 years now. How could my wife possibly be pregnant?" The man snapped angrily. "Honey, don't listen to him. Let's go. Lonnie Holden is waiting for us to start the dinner." "Yeah, you're right. Come on, let's get out of here quickly. This guy looks like a lunatic. We'll have endless trouble if we stay," the man muttered, ushering his wife away. The couple shot Anselm a disdainful look before hurrying off, as if they feared being noticed by him. Anselm touched his nose, and then stopped another vivacious airly. "Sister Hyman, your menstrual cycle." Before he could finish his sentence, the airly retorted coldly, "You creep, scram." She glared at him icily, harumphed, and walked past him without another word. Feeling helpless, Anselm had a faint sadness in his eyes. These days, it was really hard to find someone who looked like they needed medical help. After bustling around for the entire afternoon, he didn't manage to find a single patient. With no choice, Anselm used his last 3.5 yuan to buy 2 buns. After finishing them, Anselm lay down on his bed and dreamed sweet dreams. In his dream, 2 women cuddled up to him, left and right, making him feel blissfully happy. The next morning, Anselm was awakened by renovation sounds downstairs. However, considering the time, it wasn't unreasonable. Stretching lazily, Anselm got up, washed up, and dressed neatly, a rare thing for him. Another beautiful day. Which of my lovely wives should I visit? As he walked, Anselm pondered, completely forgetting that he was still a student. Actually, he had classes that morning, not just one but several. The proper thing to do would have been to attend class. Walking into the school grounds didn't take long when Anselm stopped in his tracks because several people were moving towards him. Taking a closer look, Anselm recognized Anton, whom he had taught a lesson twice. "Everyone, attack. Teach this lawless punk a good lesson. Let him know who's the real boss here at Jinling University," Anton snarled with hatred. "You look familiar." Anselm scratched his head, feeling that this person seemed oddly familiar. Anton was livid. How could this guy not recognize him after messing with him twice? "Punk, stop pretending. Whether you recognize young Master Li or not, today we will give you a lesson." The blonde beside Anton wore a cat toy with mouse smirk, clearly not taking Anselm seriously. "That's not right. Violence solves nothing," Anselm said, trying to reason with them. "You're right, violence doesn't solve problems, but it does relieve stress," Anton sneered with more confidence thanks to the presence of others. "I already said, Jinling University is under my control. No one can act rashly here. Are you challenging my authority?" Anselm spoke emotionlessly, ignoring everyone else and staring only at Anton. The blonde and other hooligans exchanged glances, all looking at Anselm as if he were an idiot. "This punk has issues." Yeah, probably scared witless. They couldn't hold back their laughter. Do you guys want to get beaten so badly? Coldness crept into Anselm's tone as he shifted his gaze from Anton and scanned the hooligans indifferently. The blonde and others ignored Anselm, continuing to laugh among themselves. To them, Anselm dared to talk tough even with death looming. Soon he'd be crying and begging on his knees. Tiring of wasting words, Anselm darted into the crowd in a flash. At that moment, including Anton, everyone flew backward and fell to the ground, screaming in pain. You aren't ready for a fight yet, not even close. Anselm looked down on them with disdain, dusted his hands, and turned to leave. Phew, I feel much better after that. Joy truly comes from others' suffering. The ancients weren't lying, Anselm muttered to himself. He realized he had nothing to do, so decided to find Zinnia. Anton and company watched helplessly as Anselm walked away, fear flickering in their eyes. He took less than 10 seconds to bring all of them to their knees. Such skill was unheard of. This guy is most likely a legendary martial artist. Otherwise, there's no way so many of us couldn't see how he attacked. The blonde youth had a sullen look as he got up from the ground, his body aching but his mind unusually clear. Are we just going to let him go like this? Anton's eyes revealed intense reluctance. Glancing at Anton, the blonde youth's eyes flashed with a hint of ruthlessness. Don't worry, someone will deal with him sooner or later. Anton's eyes lit up and asked tentatively, you mean to ask that person for help? The blonde youth remained silent, coldly snorted, and walked away. Anselm had no idea that his restraint did not instill fear in the other party, but rather strengthened their resolve for revenge. Of course, even if he knew, he probably wouldn't care much. His hallmark was fearlessness. When Anselm strolled into the office without any decorum, he unexpectedly found Zinnia wasn't there. Simon? My wife isn't here. His brows furrowed as he turned to the teachers in the office. These teachers naturally recognized Anselm and knew that although he seemed harmless, he could be quite ruthless when it came to action. Their colleague Remington was still in the hospital due to him. Teacher Jiang went to the principal's office because of yesterday's fight, which had a very bad influence, a female teacher with glasses explained. Hearing this, Anselm immediately became unhappy. His eyebrows shot up. You mean he's lecturing my wife? The female teacher was taken aback, unsure how to respond. If Anselm impulsively caused trouble with the principal, it would drag her into the mess too. After all, she was the one who quickly blurted out the truth. I don't know. The female teacher shook her head. Even if she did know, seeing the expression on Anselm's face made her hesitant to say more. Seeing the female teacher shake her head, Anselm shrugged and didn't press her further. He left the office muttering to himself, what kind of principal is that? If I find out he's really lecturing my wife, I'll beat him until his own father wouldn't recognize him. All the teachers in the office heard Anselm's mutterings and were dumbfounded. Beating up the principal? Surely he wouldn't be so reckless, right? Chapter 10. Measuring Jonath, Width, and Depth. In the principal's office, Lynette was frowning, arguing with the Adden based on reason. The Adden was handsome and elegant. He was none other than Jeremy, the principal of Jinling University. At this moment, he wore a bitter smile, seemingly helpless in front of Lynette. Let's not talk about the brawl for now. Tell me, who is that student? Why do you defend him so vigorously? Jeremy asked, leaving other matters aside for the time being. But this point, he had to figure out. It's none of your business. Lynette pouted, looking like she wouldn't say anything no matter what. Oh, you little Airly, you're trying to give me a heart attack, aren't you? Jeremy clutched his chest, clearly quite upset. If you meddle unnecessarily and die from it, it has nothing to do with me. Lynette muttered under her breath. Upon hearing this, Jeremy finally exploded. He slapped the table and jumped up. You little Airly, you're really becoming lawless. Before he could finish his sentence, the door to the principal's office suddenly burst open with a loud sound as someone kicked it down. A Yonatan stood at the doorway, rushing in with a grim face. Cough, cough. Before Jeremy could even turn around, he felt a powerful hand choking his neck, making it hard for him to breathe. You old bastard, you dare to intimidate my wife. Do you think I won't kill you? This person was naturally Anselm. His gaze was fierce as he glared at Jeremy, giving him an icy chill. Jeremy tried to speak, but couldn't with his throat pinched, wanting to but unable to. Seeing Jeremy's face turning purplish red, Lynette let out a startled cry and immediately reacted. She yelled angrily, Bastard, let go. She shouted at Anselm, while also trying to pry his hand off Jeremy's neck. However, Anselm's hand didn't move an inch. He turned his head, looking serious. Wife, don't worry. No one can intimidate you in this world. Anyone who dares to have hostile intentions toward you will be eliminated. Bullshit. He's my uncle. Let go now. Lynette almost choked, bewildered by what was happening. What? Uncle? Anselm was momentarily dazed, but quickly released his hand and steadied the gasping Jeremy who was short of oxygen. Seeing that her uncle wasn't seriously hurt, Anselm chuckled awkwardly, tapping Jeremy on the neck and patting his back. Jeremy started coughing heavily, eyes wide, taking several deep breaths before he finally recovered. Relieved that her uncle was fine, Lynette sighed. She glared at Anselm and said, How many times do I need to tell you? I, Lynette, am not your wife. Get away from me. Lynette was genuinely angry. Anselm's impulsive actions nearly resulted in her closest relative being killed, causing her extreme agitation. After being scolded by Lynette, Anselm blinked, mumbling innocently, I did it for you, you know? Are you still talking? Lynette glared. Realizing the situation, Jeremy paused. Then seeing Anselm's appearance, he couldn't help but brighten up and smiled at Lynette, saying, All right, Shinya, don't blame Anselm. It wasn't intentional. Uncle, are you serious? This guy nearly killed you just now, Lynette protested unhappily. Jeremy laughed and said, Nearly doesn't mean it happened. I'm alive, so don't be too upset. Hearing this, Lynette didn't argue further. Since the involved party had forgiven him, it wouldn't be appropriate for her to hold a grudge. With a cold snort, Lynette turned away, ignoring both Anselm and Jeremy. Uncle, do you know me? Anselm scratched his head. He was surprised that Jeremy knew his name since they had never met before. Beside them, Lynette, who initially intended to ignore the two, was irritated when she heard Anselm calling Jeremy, Uncle. You idiot, what nonsense are you shouting? He's my uncle, not yours, Lynette snapped. Isn't your uncle my uncle too? Anselm responded smugly. What do you mean? Jeremy was confused for a moment. Anselm replied matter-of-factly, it means she's my wife, so her uncle is naturally my uncle. Fallacy and nonsense, uncle. Don't believe him. He's just a scoundrel. Lynette was furiously embarrassed, glaring at Anselm as if she wanted to eat him alive. Shinya, watch your tone. As part of the education community, we should not randomly label people based on our whims, Jeremy reprimanded her, then turned his head to appraise Anselm, nodding in satisfaction. Besides, since he is the disciple of Senior Fernan, it's normal for him to act a bit peculiar. He is certainly not a scoundrel. Anselm squinted his eyes, somewhat surprised, and asked, You know my master? Ah, spit, that old guy? Hearing how Anselm referred to his master, Jeremy was taken aback for a moment. But then he nodded and said, I had the honor of meeting the senior's elegance and received his grace, which allowed me to live until now by some lucky chance. Lynette had been listening intently to their conversation when she suddenly heard Jeremy's words. Her eyes widened instantly. She remembered that more than 10 years ago, her uncle had an incurable disease, and doctors had pronounced him dead. Suddenly, a mysterious person appeared and, with just a wave of his hand, pulled Jeremy back from the brink of death. Back then, Lynette was young and didn't fully understand what was happening, but she always kept that mysterious person in her heart, revering him like a god. Now hearing Jeremy's implication, that mysterious person was actually Anselm's master. Lynette felt her belief collapsing. She couldn't believe that such a high-level figure would teach a disciple who ended up being a scoundrel like Anselm. Anselm, however, smiled. His eldest wife's uncle was once a patient saved by the old guy, so this would be easier to handle. He gave Lynette a smiling glance and said, Uncle, since we already know each other, why don't you play matchmaker and marry Shinya off to me as a wife? She has been too stubborn lately and won't even acknowledge me as her husband. Shinya, between you and Anselm? Jeremy raised an eyebrow, asking Lynette. Seeing her uncle's facial expression, Lynette knew that the old man must have ulterior motives. She panicked and quickly replied, Uncle, don't misunderstand. Between us, it's just a normal teacher-student relationship. There's no ambiguity at all. Then what about the other night when we measured length, width, and depth? You even bit me. Anselm, annoyed by Lynette's repeated denials of their relationship, directly dropped a bombshell. Chapter 11. Solangean in vain. Whoosh. Zinnia's cheeks flushed red instantly, and she glared at Anselm in annoyance. She never thought that Anselm would actually say it out loud in front of her uncle. To measure the length, depth. How could this guy be so smart as to even think of such obscure terms? Jeremy was stunned. How could he not understand what Anselm meant? In fact, he naturally approved wholeheartedly of his beloved niece being with the disciple of the demon doctor. I didn't expect you two to have already done the deed. But Annabelle, do you remember? Your father arranged a marriage for you. He was speaking to Zinnia, but his gaze fell on Anselm. Zinnia's face turned slightly pale. She pursed her red lips and said through gritted teeth, I'd rather marry a pig than that beast. Oh? Anselm felt insulted again. He was now in a terrible mood. His senior wife actually had a betrothal, which made him feel like killing someone. To dare snatch my woman. Uncle, tell me who that guy is. Whether he's the son of heaven or the Jade Emperor, I'll go kill him right away. Anselm said fiercely. Jeremy was taken aback by Anselm's demeanor. This guy had quite the temper, openly talking about killing people. Cough, Anselm. There's no need to kill anyone. As long as you're excellent enough and gain the approval of my second brother, he will naturally change his mind and cancel the engagement. Jeremy said helplessly. Fine. Where's your second brother? If he doesn't agree, I'll take care of him too. Anselm snorted arrogantly. Zinnia overheard this and immediately became unhappy. Anselm really dared to talk about killing her father. Why didn't he just fly up to the sun and stand shoulder to shoulder with it? Thud. A slap on the forehead. Zinnia gave Anselm a disapproving glare. You unreliable jerk. Shut up. Okay. Anselm immediately covered his mouth, looking pitifully wronged like a suffering housewife. Puff. Zinnia almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. Was this guy trying to make her laugh? Jeremy also couldn't help but smile awkwardly. Anselm's personality was way too wild and lively, nothing like the serious and cold demon doctor himself. Killing my second brother is definitely not an option. Don't even think about it. How about we try this? With the medical skills of the demon doctor lineage, you should be able to see that Annabelle has some issues with her body, right? As long as you can cure Annabelle, my second brother will definitely cancel the engagement. After all, the reason he arranged the marriage was because of a precious medicinal ingredient from the other family, which could treat Annabelle's illness. Looking at Zinnia with compassion, Jeremy revealed the truth behind the engagement. My illness? What's wrong with my body? How come I don't know? Zinnia looked confused. Having lived so long and undergone more than 10 physical examinations, she had always been very healthy. Anselm glanced at Zinnia and said indifferently, Solangean in vain, an extremely rare constitution. Haven't you been having trouble sleeping lately, always dreaming of unclean things, Chanralni? Zinnia's eyes widened in surprise. How did you know? Clearly, Anselm hit the nail on the head, revealing the hidden truth. Originally, Zinnia thought her father's arranged marriage had caused her immense pressure, leading to sleepless nights and frequent nightmares. But now it seemed otherwise. The real culprit was the Solangean in vain, and her father had arranged the marriage for her treatment. What you dreamt might not be entirely fictitious. It's just that you still have time left in your life, so these matters haven't found you yet. In a while, things might not be so peaceful. Anselm remained calm, but his words sent chills down Zinnia's spine. Not so peaceful? Do you mean ghosts will really come after me? At the thought of this, Zinnia couldn't help but shiver. Are you scaring me on purpose just because I won't admit our relationship? Glaring at Anselm, Zinnia tried to suppress her fear. Scratching his nose, Anselm ignored Zinnia and instead spoke to Jeremy. Tell your second brother that in half a month, on the evening of August 15th, I will treat my senior wife. Ask him to prepare a quiet room. Oh, and that toad lusting after swan meat, let him scram as far as he can. No one in the world can cure the Solangenine vein, except for those of us in the demon doctor lineage. If some so-called precious medicine could cure it, it wouldn't be called a fatal vein. Anselm added these remarks nonchalantly. Understood. Jeremy nodded readily. With the devil doctor lineage agreeing to intervene, Zinnia's issue as his niece had a better guarantee of resolution. The two left the principal's office one after another. Anselm sauntered ahead carelessly, while Zinnia looked at his back, lost in thought. Did this guy really have such great skills? She was doubtful. Woody Rover, she found it hard to believe the conversation between Jeremy and him. Solangenine vein. Wasn't that something you only see in novels? Both were silent, walking aimlessly around the school without speaking. Many students recognized Zinnia and showed signs of gossip. The goddess teacher actually had a man closely following her. Even though they weren't talking or showing affection, the students around them could sense the smell of romance. After all, the goddess teacher had always been alone before. Are you serious? Zinnia has a guy with her? In a villa not far from Jinling University, a Yonatan slammed his hand on the table, his eyes flashing with cold light. Yes, and they seemed very intimate. I specifically found out that the guy is called Anselm, the senior wife student. In front of the youth, a student-dressed boy looked terrified. His face slightly darkened. The youth let out a heavy cold snort from his nose. Let's go to Jinling University. He stood up, leaving the place with the boy. Bored already, wife? Let's measure the length and depth again. Finally, Anselm couldn't hold back any longer. He suddenly said to Zinnia, you talk nonsense. If you're bored, go to class. I remember you have classes today. Glancing at Anselm, Zinnia said coldly. Anselm grinned and said, I don't want to go to class. I want to be with you. His possessive gaze made Zinnia shiver. Her previous indulgence came from alcohol stimulation. Now, fully conscious, she naturally wouldn't agree to such absurd things. Annabelle, I finally found you. Chapter 12, Gangster Boss. At that moment, beside them, a voice with magnetic resonance sounded. Upon hearing this voice, Kirsten's expression stiffened. For some inexplicable reason, she cast a guilty glance at Anselm, and seeing no reaction from him, she heaved a silent sigh of relief. The two continued walking forward, without stopping due to the voice. Stop right there. The voice lost its magnetism and was now tinged with anger. Two people came up from behind and blocked Anselm and Kirsten's path. The leader among them was none other than the Yonatan from the villa earlier. He was strikingly handsome, absolutely at the level of a school heartthrob. However, his dark circles were severe, caused by staying up late and excessive indulgence. Where did these stray dogs come from, daring to block my way? Anselm said coldly, giving them a sidelong glance. From this Yonatan, he sensed intense hostility and thus did not intend to be polite. F***K, clean your mouth. Do you know who my boss is? The Yonatan beside him snarled coldly. Anselm glanced at him with surprise. Oh, strange indeed. A dog can raise another dog? That's quite enlightening. Woodythurf ***Kerr. Who are you calling a dog? Facing the youth, this man displayed servility, but towards Anselm, he was immensely overbearing. Upon hearing Anselm's words, he flew into a rage and slapped at Anselm's face. You dare act out in front of me? Anselm's expression was peculiar. He grabbed the man's arm and squeezed hard. Ah! A louder cry than a pig being slaughtered rang out as tears streamed down the man's face in pain. His eyes looked at Anselm with sudden terror. Let me go. The man shouted loudly. Let you go? Fine, as you wish. A sardonic smile appeared on Anselm's lips as he flicked his hand, sending the nearly 200-pound body flying, slamming heavily onto the ground. The man didn't even groan before fainting. Seeing this scene, the youth remained standing still, showing no change in expression. Annabelle, don't be deluded. You're my fiancé. Following this pretty boy, aren't you afraid of ruining your reputation? The youth said coldly. Evander, you're meddling too much. I never agreed to the engagement. Who I choose to be with has nothing to do with you. Get lost. Just the sight of you makes me sick, Kirsten retorted without reservation. She felt no goodwill toward this Evander. He pretended to be a decent person, yet was a despicable scumbag behind closed doors. To put it simply, among those she knew, Evander had toyed with no less than 20 women. Such a gentleman-come monster only disgusted her. Is all this because of him? Evander glanced at Anselm indifferently, sneering. Kirsten tensed at his words, glaring fiercely. What are you trying to do? I warn you, don't push your luck. If you are heartless, don't blame me for being merciless. Any man who dares snatch my woman deserves death. Evander said coldly. His eyes were icily piercing, fixed on Anselm. Kirsten's face darkened, her tone turning icy as well, opposing Evander. Evander, I'm telling you again, don't you dare harm Anselm, or else you'll regret it. Wife, thanks for defending me. I'm touched. But a useless guy like him? How could he? Anselm sneered, expressing complete disdain. As the disciple of an infamous doctor, if he could be so easily killed, he wouldn't have lived this long. Kirsten left, and Anselm shrugged. It seemed there was no need for him to linger at school anymore. His stomach growled from hunger. Anselm checked the time, and realized it was already close to noon. I need to find a way to earn money, or I'll go hungry again. Anselm felt somewhat depressed. He hadn't found any patients yesterday afternoon, and had spent his last $3.5. Now he was truly penniless. Walking aimlessly for a while, Anselm looked around and suddenly his eyes lit up. He had some business. He quickly ducked into a small alley, but after entering, Anselm scratched his head, looking odd. Not far in front of him, 3 muscular men with knives were menacingly harassing a woman. I'm just passing through, Anselm said indifferently as he walked toward them. Hearing Anselm's words, the light in the woman's eyes dimmed again. Her face was bleak, filled with despair. Even though Anselm had said he was just passing through, the three men didn't believe him. The man with a tattoo on his neck glared fiercely, saying, "Botsy, get lost. This is none of your business." Get lost? Sure, but I'm afraid they won't agree. Anselm rubbed his nose, pointing behind them. Just as the tattooed man was about to curse, suddenly a dozen people rushed out from both ends of the alley. These people were bare-chested, with fierce expressions. Worst of all, they all held sharp machetes, totaling nearly 30 people. The tattooed man and the other two had never seen such a scene. They were scared so badly that they wet their pants. "Lonnie, we apologize. We failed to recognize your status." The tattooed man knelt down with a thud, now completely without any thought of resistance. "Boss, you're my father. Please spare us this time. We will never dare again." Another man was scared green in the face. Glancing at him, Anselm pursed his lips, saying, "I don't have such an ugly son." Saying this, he grinned at the woman and beckoned her over. "What are you waiting for? Come over here." The woman shook her head, clearly intimidated by Anselm. With so many thugs under his command, he must be involved in organized crime. Seeing the woman shake her head, Anselm sighed and simply reached out to pull her over. The three men watched helplessly as Anselm dragged the woman away, making no move. After all, they were just young punks in society. How could they dare oppose someone who specialized in organized crime? Chapter 13 Enlightenment of Sun Walter Kong's Reincarnation. Have to say, you're really good at showing off, aren't you? An icy Aden's voice sounded. To Anselm's right, a burly Aden stood up, a hint of sneer on his lips. Clearly, he was the leader of these people. The tattooed man couldn't help but pause when he heard the Aden's words. But he soon realized, all right, it turned out that Anselm wasn't their boss at all, but their enemy. They had been duped by him foolishly. At this thought, he and the other two knife-wielding men turned pale with fury. "You bastard, how dare you trick us?" The tattooed man was enraged. The woman was also caught between laughing and crying. This guy had not only deceived the three criminals, but had tricked her as well. However, seeing these vicious-looking gangsters in front of her, the woman still looked extremely uneasy. "You idiots, blame yourselves for being stupid," Anselm said with disdain. The three hooligans flew into a rage and immediately lunged at Anselm with their daggers without thinking. When facing real gangsters, they were meek, but against ordinary people, they were incredibly aggressive and terrifying. Yet, these three hadn't considered one thing. Facing so many thugs, Anselm didn't even show any fear. How could he possibly be afraid of them? Three munchang resounded as the three figures flew backward almost simultaneously. They crashed heavily onto the ground, passing out instantly without even a groan. "No wonder you dared to offend our young master. You do have some skills, but can you fight us all? After all, fists are no match for many hands." Though somewhat surprised by Anselm's prowess, the Aden remained confident, believing that Anselm couldn't possibly be a match for their numbers. His gaze shifted to the woman, and the Aden couldn't help but be attracted by her. "This Airly isn't bad. Once we deal with this guy, brothers, let's take her away and have some fun." Hearing the Aden's words, the henchmen were roused, filled with renewed vigor. The woman's heart sank to the bottom. She had just escaped from the wolf's claws, and now she was about to fall into the tiger's mouth. Her situation was truly tragic. As if sensing the woman's panic, Anselm glanced at her and suddenly grinned. "Always trust your man to handle any situation," Anselm smiled warmly. The woman was taken aback. "My man? Who?" Her heart, which had been calm like an ancient well, became chaotic. Blushing, she muttered softly, "Don't even know your name, and you call yourself my man? What a shameless bad guy." She spoke very quietly, barely louder than a mosquito's buzz. But just as her words faded, Anselm turned and smiled at her. "Remember this name, Anselm. From now on, he will be your husband's name." Spitting silently, the woman was somewhat startled. Even with such a soft voice, this guy could still hear? What a womanizer, still flirting with women even now. "Anselm, are you ready to die? Remember, the one who kills you is called Wesley." The Aden snapped his fingers, and the henchmen raised their machetes, shouting as they rushed toward Anselm. In the next moment, amid the woman's screams, Anselm darted forward like an arrow released from a bow. His movements were ghostly, leaving after images behind. Clang. One machete came down but was shattered by a punch from Anselm. At the same time, the wielder was kicked away, bones breaking. A scream echoed, and then there was silence. Wesley's face darkened. Seeing this, how could he not realize that Anselm was a true martial artist? But even a martial artist isn't invincible. It was impossible for one person to defeat dozens armed with real weapons. With that thought, his confidence returned, and he shouted, "Everyone, attack together and block his way." To boost morale, he led the charge, but within seconds, he was sent flying back by Anselm. Wesley's body bent like a bow, knocking several people over before he collapsed, losing consciousness. A wicked smile played on Anselm's lips, but his actions were swift and merciless. Nearly 30 people were incapacitated in less than a minute. Now, apart from Anselm, the only one standing was the woman, frozen in shock. Damn, it's like Sun Walter Kong reincarnated. The woman's eyes widened as she jumped up, clearly stunned by Anselm's skill. Anselm felt embarrassed. Did he really look that much like a monkey? That's not what I meant. What I mean is, you fight just like Sun Walter Kong. The woman blushed and hurried to explain. Anselm nodded. He naturally wouldn't bicker with her over this. His eyes twinkled, and he said with a smile, "Wait for me a moment." Under the woman's puzzled gaze, Anselm walked over to the goons. He squatted down and confiscated all their wallets, then emptied out every red bill they contained. Nearly 30 people only yielded a little over 1,000 yuan, which made Anselm speechless. These underworld fellows were far too poor, but it was more than enough to cover a meal. Rolling the money into his sleeve, Anselm felt fairly content as he walked towards the alley's exit. "Hey, why aren't you moving?" Anselm turned around and saw the woman standing still, curiosity written all over his face. The woman was somewhat embarrassed, pointing in another direction. I don't go that way. I go this way. Anselm smacked his forehead and promptly changed direction. They left the area one after the other, walking several hundred meters before the woman stopped and breathed a sigh of relief. Big Lonnie Hyman, thank you so much. My name is Kimberly. The woman extended her hand, gratitude on her face. The previous events still sent shivers down her spine. Hello, my wife. I'm surname Lau, single character Gong. Anselm shook Kimberly's hand. Compared to Ayla, Kimberly's hands were noticeably rougher, a result of neglect. Mr. Yi, you're really humorous. To be honest, I'm already married and have a daughter, so I'm not your ideal match. Kimberly couldn't help but laugh bitterly. Anselm chuckled and nodded. Not only do I know you're married, but I also know that your husband is most likely dead. Hearing this, Kimberly's expression changed slightly. She was shocked. How did he know? I am a divine doctor. Your body hasn't been nourished for 5 years, and I can tell at first glance. If I didn't eat you, such a ally, there could only be this reason. Anselm wore a self-satisfied look. Kimberly blushed, but she still didn't believe Anselm's claim. Because even top-tier traditional Chinese medicine experts absolutely couldn't do that. Chapter 14. A lone star falls from the sky. Furrowing his brows, Anselm asked, "You don't believe me?" Kimberly nodded without hesitation. Indeed, she didn't believe that Anselm could see all of this. You are so young, and deserve to find someone better. Don't waste your time on me. I have things to do and must go. She gently advised Anselm, and then turned to leave. You have a special destiny, and frequently encounter the influence of isolation and misfortune. To live out your life peacefully, you can only be my woman. Anselm followed her step by step, saying calmly, "What do you mean by that?" Kimberly was visibly moved. By frequently encountering the influence of isolation and misfortune, in simpler terms, it means you are a lone star fallen from the sky. Such a person has an extremely peculiar fate, destined to cause the death of all beloved ones around them while remaining unaffected, Anselm explained. After hearing this, Kimberly was completely stunned. She recalled what a fortune teller once told her. That old blind man said she was a lone star of ill omen who would cause the death of her family. At the time, she did not take it seriously. Now, besides her daughter, there wasn't a single beloved person left in her life. Forgot to mention, besides medicine, I also understand some chi sensing techniques and physiognomy, Anselm said proudly. The lineage of Fernandes dabbled in various fields. Mysticism, the 5 elements, medicine, martial arts, etc., all achieving extraordinary accomplishments. Anselm, as the contemporary successor of the Fernand lineage, might not match his master's expertise in these fields. But in the secular world, he was undoubtedly unmatched. Before descending the mountain, the Fernand had reminded Anselm, wherever he went, he would surely encounter countless romantic encounters. Among them, if he met women with 3 specific destinies or constitutions, he must win them over. They were the lone star of ill omen, 9 in ultimate pulse, and innate Taoist physique. The old fellow said that these 3 types of women would provide significant assistance to Anselm in the future. Therefore, he pursued Kimberly relentlessly because he had seen through her destiny from the start. Your Intang, the space between eyebrows, is dark. If I'm not mistaken, there is a beloved one in your family suffering from severe illness right now, possibly on the brink of death. Anselm stoked the fire beside her. Upon meeting Kimberly, he naturally wouldn't let go. This time, Kimberly no longer doubted. The news of her daughter's severe illness was known only to the doctors at the hospital. Even her colleagues were unaware. For this Yonatan to speak so precisely, his words were likely true. I have the means to save her life, Anselm said firmly. Kimberly's body trembled sharply. She cried out, "Are you serious? You can save her?" Anselm nodded earnestly, saying, "I never make empty promises. If you can cure my baby's leukemia, submitting to you wouldn't be too much." Kimberly bit her lips softly, uttering such words. Anselm squinted his eyes and shook his head slightly. "I don't want to take advantage of you. This isn't a transaction. I don't need your body. If you genuinely have no feelings for me, I won't pester you. You can pursue your own happiness." With that, Anselm turned and left without looking back. Kimberly stood there, dumbfounded. This man indeed had a unique charm. It wasn't until Anselm's figure nearly disappeared from her sight that she suddenly called out and ran after him. Because Anselm deliberately slowed his pace, Kimberly caught up easily. "How old are you?" Looking at Anselm's handsome profile, Kimberly couldn't help but ask, her heart pounding. Anselm scratched his head and answered honestly, "Solange 2 months and 20 days away from turning 20. Upon hearing this, Kimberly chuckled bitterly. "I'm almost 30. A nearly 10-year age gap made Kimberly somewhat hesitant. Could they be happy together? It's often said that when a woman is 3 years older, it's like holding a golden brick. Well, I get to hold 3. Anselm boasted confidently, unconcerned. Kimberly was about to retort when her phone suddenly rang. After answering, she kept nodding but soon her expression froze. "I'm coming right away." Tears welled up instantly. It seemed as if she lost her soul, completely unable to control her emotions. "Calm down. I'm here. Everything will be fine." Anselm shouted softly, comforting Kimberly. With his sharp hearing, he naturally understood everything from the phone call clearly. Kimberly looked at him blankly, tears streaming down her face. It took her a long moment to react and nod. Just then, she received a call from the attending physician at the hospital. The doctor informed her that her precious daughter's condition had suddenly worsened. The doctors were doing their best to save her, but weren't very optimistic. They urged her to come to the hospital immediately, which might be the last time she saw her daughter. They hailed a taxi on the roadside and headed straight for the hospital. Throughout the journey, Anselm kept talking, trying to distract Kimberly. But at this moment, how could Kimberly have the heart to listen to his nonsense? If it weren't for Anselm rescuing her from danger earlier and his medical knowledge, she might have already turned away. At Kimberly's insistence, the driver pushed the car to its limits, speeding through the city until they reached their destination quickly. Without bothering to pay, Kimberly jumped out of the car and rushed into the hospital building. Anselm, helpless, handed the driver a red bill and then chased after Kimberly. Your change, the driver shouted. No need. Consider the rest as payment for your daredevil driving. Anselm waved, following Kimberly to the ward where her daughter was staying. When they arrived, the doctor looked regretful, telling them they had come too late. Miss Ya, I'm truly sorry. We did our best, but we couldn't save her. My condolences. Kimberly's daughter's attending physician, a balding Aden around 50, had a look of deep regret. The door to the ward opened, and a small, airily covered in a white sheet was wheeled out. Seeing this, Kimberly's expression turned vacant. Her legs gave way, almost collapsing to the ground, only being held up by Anselm beside her. Though she didn't cry aloud, everyone could see that Kimberly was nearing collapse inside. Anselm frowned, holding Kimberly's waist to give her strength. A bunch of quacks. The child still has signs of life, and you've declared her dead. This is irresponsibility. Anselm suddenly said grimly. Hearing his words, all the medical staff were stunned. Kimberly seemed to snap back to reality, her face filled with excitement. She grabbed Anselm's hand, pleading, "You're a miraculous doctor. You can save my daughter, right?" "Yes, you said there wouldn't be any problems if you were here. Please, save her." Recalling Anselm's earlier comforting words, which she hadn't taken seriously before, now felt like a lifeline. "There's no need for such formalities between us. I do what I say. I'll return your daughter healthy," Anselm said calmly. He released his hold on Kimberly's waist and walked towards the little airly under the white sheet. Chapter 15 The Solengene Needles That Defy Heaven. "Sir, this is a hospital. We respect the deceased here and cannot tolerate your reckless behavior." The bald middle-aged doctor blocked Anselm's path, speaking coldly. In the end, it was still Anselm's harsh words that stung too sharply, making him somewhat embarrassed. "Wu dive aside for me. Whoever dares to stop me, don't blame me for turning against you and going down with you." Kimberly suddenly burst out like an enraged tiger, revealing a fierce expression. It was unclear where she got her strength from as she pushed the bald middle-aged doctor to the side and then scanned everyone present with an icy gaze. The bald middle-aged doctor was instantly frightened. Kimberly was beautiful and usually had a gentle disposition, but when she was angry, she indeed exuded a thunderous momentum, making people fear. Anselm sighed inwardly. He knew that Kimberly had always harbored a deep-seated resentment. She just hadn't had the right opportunity until now. Unleashing it was quite terrifying. Gently pressing on Kimberly's shoulder, Anselm channeled a strand of pure true chi into her body to help her calm down. "There's no need to argue with them. They are just small fries. They can't stop me," Anselm said with a faint smile. An awe-inspiring aura radiated from him, enveloping the entire hall. The medical staff shuddered, and when they looked at Anselm again, their gazes involuntarily contained a newfound reverence. Walking over to the gurney, Anselm swiftly lifted the white cloth. A little airly lay there with her eyes tightly shut, her face pale gray, obviously without a heartbeat. "It's useless. We've confirmed multiple times that she's dead." The bald middle-aged doctor frowned, unable to resist sneering. "Shut up." Seeing Kimberly getting agitated again, Anselm rebuked the bald middle-aged doctor. His voice wasn't loud but carried an incredibly intimidating force, causing the doctor's heart to pound faster. The bald middle-aged doctor stood there, not daring to utter another word. Just her breathing and heartbeat have stopped. Her vitality hasn't completely ended yet. She can still be saved. Anselm couldn't help but sigh in relief. As long as there was still a spark of life, he could bring her back without expending too much energy. If the vitality had truly ended, it would be more difficult, even for Anselm, who would have to pay a huge price. The Horus lineage possessed unparalleled medical skills. There were only those they did not wish to save, not those they could not save. This was their confidence, regardless of life or death. With a gesture, a large number of golden needles appeared in Anselm's hands. Under the curious gazes of the onlookers, he inserted all the needles into the little Airly's body. It seemed there were nearly 100 needles covering her entire body. After doing this, Anselm brushed his fingers across the tips of the needles, producing billowing white mist. Then he stretched lazily, wiped the sweat off his forehead, believing such profound acupuncture techniques existed. Even traditional Chinese medicine, which they usually doubted due to its lack of scientific basis and considered superstitious. "Director, I don't believe Chinese acupuncture is so miraculous, and moreover." The bald middle-aged doctor looked at Anselm and continued, "Even if such skills really exist, I don't believe a young guy like him can master them." He was stubborn in his thinking. Even with the director's words, he still refused to believe, filled with doubt. "Jarrett, you forget my teachings again. Existence is reasonable. Traditional Chinese medicine has existed for over 1,000 years, dating back to the ancient 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors period. Western medicine is only a few hundred years old, yet you hold it as the highest authority. Unbeknownst to you, our country's traditional Chinese medicine is truly the art of saving lives. It's a pity that in modern times, even we Chinese don't acknowledge this knowledge anymore." The Asa spoke eloquently but with a dazed expression, clearly feeling helpless and sad about the decline of traditional Chinese medicine. No need for anyone's recognition. The techniques of traditional Chinese medicine will never be lost. Those highly skilled physicians are just too lazy to compete with your so-called Western medicine for fame and profit. Anselm's tone was calm, exuding a transcendental aura. Too lazy to compete? Not likely. Jarrett sneered, about to say they simply couldn't compete when he suddenly saw a flash of gold before his eyes. Then, Jarrett found himself unable to control his body. Since you doubt traditional Chinese medicine, you obviously wouldn't believe in the acupoint sealing technique. Let me show you something. Anselm said indifferently. He glanced at Jarrett, then turned away without another word. The onlookers were stunned, watching Jarrett, who could only move his eyeballs. They wanted to laugh but couldn't. Clearly, Anselm's technique had completely amazed them. It turned out that the point striking skills shown in TV shows were real. Look, there's a golden needle in Driscoll's chest. At this moment, a sharp-eyed head nurse pointed at Jarrett's chest and shouted loudly. She walked over, intending to help remove the golden needle. Without turning his head, as if he had eyes in the back of his head, Anselm coldly said, "If you want his life, pull out that golden needle." As soon as these words were spoken, the hand of the head nurse froze mid-air. The Asa also shuddered and said, "Viviana, don't act rashly. Be careful. His blood and chi might surge wildly, causing him to die crazily." Though he had some knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine, he wasn't an expert. Upon hearing the Asa's words, everyone couldn't help but silently marvel, then looked at Anselm with a mix of awe and reverence. Chapter 16. Is the Dean so great? This Lonnie Hyman, Jarrett failed to recognize a great person when he saw one and offended you. It was his mistake. I apologize on his behalf here. Can you be magnanimous and forgive him this time? The Bogdan spoke in favor of Jarrett, with an unusually respectful attitude. He well knew that most of those TCM experts had peculiar dispositions, so he was quite courteous in his words when pleading for mercy. Let him wait. With these casual words, Anselm started moving at this moment. His hands flew like blooming lotuses as they swept over the little Airlie's body. In an instant, all the golden needles were withdrawn. Of course, this wasn't over yet. Between Anselm's palms, a misty white fog suddenly rose up. Under the stunned gaze of everyone present, Anselm continuously patted the little Airlie's entire body. That misty white fog visibly shrank, entering her body. Awaken! After over 10 minutes, Anselm stopped and shouted loudly. As his voice echoed, the little Airlie's eyelashes fluttered, and her face gradually turned rosy. Ah! Amidst Kimberly's hopeful gaze, the little Airlie finally opened her eyes. Everyone was astonished, especially the doctors and nurses who participated in rescuing the little Airlie. They had personally witnessed her heart stop beating. TCM acupuncture was indeed this miraculous, able to pull a deceased patient back from Yama's realm. Even the Bogdan looked amazed. Even though he understood the wonders of the Solangine heaven-defying needles, witnessing someone bring a dead person back to life with this needle technique left him deeply astonished. This Yonatan was a true master of TCM. He must find a way to recruit him. Lonnie, baby is hungry. Though the little Airlie awakened, her body was still weak. The lost vitality would not be restored in the short term. However, it was fortunate that Anselm had used the Solangine heaven-defying needles to completely kill the cancer cells within her. Apart from being slightly weaker than ordinary people, the little Airlie's body could now be considered very healthy. Go get some food. Hearing Anselm's words, none of the medical staff moved until the Bogdan gave the order, then they rushed out en masse. A bunch of sycophantic lackeys. Anselm sneered. These so-called doctors didn't deserve much credit for dedicating any effort to the study of medicine. The Bogdan's expression was somewhat uncomfortable. After all, they left only because he instructed them to do so. Anselm's words clearly implicated him as well. Baby. Kimberly trembled, too excited to describe. She rushed over to the little Airlie and hugged her tightly. With a flicker in his eyes, Anselm formed a hand seal and gently touched Kimberly's forehead. I have sealed your fate mark. You no longer need to worry about harming your loved ones. Seeing Kimberly's puzzled look, Anselm smiled and explained. Really? That's wonderful. But I owe you so much, I don't know how to thank you. Kimberly looked at Anselm, feeling both gratitude and some sadness. She was just a widow. What virtue or capability did she have to possess such a man? If you don't know how to thank me, then give yourself to me. Anselm laughed and joked. Woo to me, is this big brother going to be baby's new daddy? Little Denise suddenly asked, cleverly sensing the ambiguity between the two. Kimberly froze, biting her lips. For once, she didn't deny it. Seeing Kimberly's tacit consent, Denise seemed very happy. That's great. Baby is going to have a new daddy. The little Airlie cheered. Curious, Kimberly couldn't help but ask, why aren't you against this big brother being your daddy? There hadn't been a lack of men pursuing her before. But because her daughter showed strong resistance, she always let things drop. So seeing Denise's affection towards Anselm made Kimberly curious. Baby likes this big brother. And baby can feel that he's a good person who can protect mommy and make mommy happy. The little Airlie said seriously. Woo-dived by her words, Kimberly blushed. Anselm was surprised, closing his eyes to sense something carefully. Shortly, he opened his eyes and couldn't help praising. What a remarkable spiritual energy. In Denise's mind she gathered a cluster of extremely vibrant spiritual energy. This force far surpassed ordinary people, and even some martial artists could not compare. A smile of joy appeared on Anselm's face. He envied the little Airlie's talent a bit. If this Airlie embarked on the path of cultivation, it would definitely be twice the result with half the effort. With his protection, she would surely grow up to be an extraordinary person in the future. Kimberly once again expressed her sincere gratitude to Anselm, and then whispered to the little Airlie while holding her. Anselm smiled faintly, turning his head away to give the mother and daughter plenty of private space. Lonnie Hyman, I am the dean of this hospital. I want to make a deal with you. Are you interested? The Bogdan slowly walked over at this moment, speaking to Anselm. Deal? What kind of deal? Anselm glanced at him, thought for a moment, and said, if it's a common condition, then don't bother mentioning it. The Bogdan's face full of wrinkles suddenly stiffened, and he couldn't help but laugh bitterly. The temperament of these TCM masters was indeed similarly peculiar, speaking bluntly without any tact. Of course, he had no complaints, instead chuckling, Lonnie Hyman's TCM acupuncture skills are unmatched, something I've seldom seen in my life. I'd like to invite Lonnie Hyman to join our hospital as the director of the TCM department. Anselm's eyebrows flickered. He cast a glance at the seemingly kind Bogdan and said with a cold smile, are you joking? This is a Western medicine hospital. Since I arrived, I haven't smelled a hint of traditional Chinese herbs. Don't tell me your TCM department isn't here but somewhere else. Cough cough, Lonnie Hyman. Don't be hasty, hear me out. The Bogdan laughed awkwardly. I have always wanted to establish a TCM department. It's just that I couldn't find a capable TCM master who could handle everything. If Lonnie Hyman is willing to join us, this matter will fall into place. Wooderover, I assure you that once I retire in 6 months, you'll be the dean. Hearing the Bogdan's words, Kimberly showed a moved expression. To be the dean of Jinling City Hospital, which is equivalent to a provincial-level official in China, was quite a significant position. For Anselm to sit in this seat in just half a year, the temptation was undeniably immense. Ordinary people, if given such a promise, would likely nod eagerly in agreement. But Anselm remained calm, countering, "Dean? Is it so great?" Chapter 17. A Simple Happiness. At this moment, he exuded a defiant and unruly demeanor, as if the position of director at Jinling City Hospital was nothing to him. "Do you believe that if I focused on my career, I could open a small clinic and easily outperform your so-called provincial hospital?" Anselm flicked his fingernail with a half-smile. The ace aside, this position was an unattainable goal for most people. But to the successor of the reversing heaven Solange needles, it meant nothing. "It's my mistake, Lonnie Hyman. How about this? Can you leave me your contact information? If we encounter any intractable cases, I'll call you. As long as you agree to help, the hospital will pay you sufficient compensation." Clearly, the Asa admired Anselm's mysterious acupuncture skills and didn't want to miss this opportunity. "That won't work. There are countless diseases your Western medicine can't handle. If I agreed, I wouldn't have a moment's peace." Anselm pursed his lips, shaking his head like a rattling drum. "I promise I'll only disturb you 3 times a month at most," the Asa quickly assured. After some thought, Anselm nodded. "All right, I'm not greedy. For rich people, it starts from 1 million. For the poor, it depends on my mood. If they're barely alive, I need half their assets." Not greedy indeed. The Asa and Kimberly couldn't help rolling their eyes. As if reading their thoughts, Anselm calmly continued, "I forgot to mention, there's no one I can't save, even the dead. Of course, I generally don't bother saving the dead because life and death involve too much complexity. Unless the price offered is enough to make me overlook this risk, even the dead can be revived." The Ace's beard trembled, his face full of astonishment. "Of course, didn't you see just now? As long as the time of death doesn't exceed 24 hours, it can be done," Anselm said proudly, with the innate confidence instilled in the lineage of evil doctors. The Asa looked incredulous, deeply shaken by Anselm's words. Ancient divine doctors could revive the seemingly dead, but those were only in cases of apparent death or modern medical terms, just unconsciousness. Is there really such a medical technique that can revive the truly dead? Seeing Anselm's calm expression, the Asa felt he wasn't bluffing but genuinely had that capability. "Lonnie Hyman, could you give me your contact details?" Suddenly, the Asa produced a notebook and pen, looking at Anselm. Anselm recited a string of numbers, his personal mobile phone number, which few knew about. Just as the Asa joyfully recorded Anselm's phone number, a group of people returned carrying plastic bags filled with hot food. Anselm glanced through them and selected a few light dishes, discarding the heavily flavored meat dishes to the side. Kimberly took over the food, feeding the little heirly. Marissa hadn't eaten all day and devoured the meal quickly. Seeing this, Kimberly was elated. During this period, Marissa's condition had worsened, unable to eat, relying solely on nutritional fluids. Now, seeing her eating, she couldn't hide her overwhelming joy. Gratefully glancing at Anselm, Kimberly's eyes softened. Only after Marissa finished her last bite did Anselm say, "Let's go. The hospital's atmosphere is too heavy with negative energy, which is detrimental to baby's recovery." "Okay." Kimberly nodded eagerly. After what had happened, she followed Anselm's instructions without question. "If we say the hospital's energy is bad for baby's recovery, then we'll leave immediately." "Lonnie Hyman, what about Xiao Fu?" The Asa gave an awkward laugh, pointing at Jarrett, leaving the meaning unsaid. Dr. Jarrett, the balding Adden, had become a laughingstock. His appearance was disheveled, drooling onto the floor, his eyes pleading for mercy. Those around laughed, including some patients' families. Anselm shrugged nonchalantly. "Nothing serious, just pull it out." Hearing this, everyone stared in disbelief. The former head nurse angrily retorted, "You tricked us. Didn't you say pulling it would kill him?" "Did I say that?" Anselm blinked innocently. Many nodded, confirming they heard it. "What if I was just joking?" Anselm replied indifferently, without breaking a sweat. Everyone fell silent. Even the Asa couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. He personally approached and removed the golden needle from Jarrett's chest. With a loud bang, Jarrett's body fell forward like an upturned iron barrel, his face smashing into the ground, terrifying everyone present. "My face." "Ah." Jarrett let out a heart-wrenching scream. Anselm threw his head back in laughter, and with Kimberly and Marissa, he left the place straight away. "Where do you live?" Anselm asked. Once they were out of the hospital, he took Marissa from Kimberly's arms. The little heirly was very well behaved, not at all shy, holding onto Anselm's neck with a contented smile on her small face. After telling him their address, Kimberly watched this scene, somewhat dazed, but feeling warmth fill her heart. Anselm flagged down a car, and they headed to the address together. "Kaiyun Complex, you live here?" Stepping out of the car, Anselm couldn't help but frown. The houses here were not only visibly old but also extremely cramped, with poor living conditions. Kimberly's home was on the first floor, right next to the complex's garbage station. There was a pile of garbage emitting a foul stench, making it almost unbearable. "Yes, I apologize for the shabby condition." Kimberly's face showed some embarrassment. "Don't worry about it." Anselm waved his hand dismissively. He frowned and suggested, "Why don't you both move to my place? I have some spare rooms there, and the environment is much more comfortable, suitable for baby's recovery." As he spoke, the three entered the home. The apartment was small, about 40 square meters, with 2 bedrooms and a living room. The bathroom connected to the shower, and there was a separate kitchen. The furniture inside was quite old, clearly dating back many years. However, despite its dilapidated state, every corner that Anselm could see was spotlessly clean, exceptionally tidy. Anselm nodded inwardly. This showed that Kimberly was a very diligent woman. Though it was just a shabby little house, the moment the mother and daughter returned, their faces instantly relaxed. This made Anselm think of an old saying, "No matter how luxurious, nothing compares to one's own humble abode." A smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. The happiness of the mother and daughter was something that no amount of money could buy. Chapter 18. Aubrey. No need. We're already used to living here. Wooderover, as widowed mothers and orphans, it's inappropriate for us to move in with you. Upon hearing Anselm's words, Kimberly shook her head repeatedly. Anselm touched his nose, not forcing the issue any further. After all, Kimberly was right. They had only known each other for less than a day. Wu diving in together immediately would appear too frivolous and strange. Anselm nodded slightly, looking serious as he said, "Since you've made this decision, I won't insist. But I'll come over every day to reinforce the seal, so your baby isn't affected." Hearing these words, Kimberly obviously hesitated. Reinforcing it daily seemed too energy-consuming, but for the sake of the baby's health, she could only accept it reluctantly. "Once you truly become my wife, you won't have to go through all this trouble anymore," Anselm suddenly said. Kimberly paused for a moment, then a trace of anger appeared on her face. "Are you using the baby's health to pressure me?" Seeing her upset expression, Anselm knew she had misunderstood him. Smiling faintly, he shook his head and leaned closer to whisper something into Kimberly's ear. Kimberly let out a startled exclamation, her face flushing red. She looked at Anselm doubtfully, but seeing the earnestness on Anselm's face, Kimberly bit her lip shyly. "Woo to me. What did the big brother whisper to you?" Marissa pouted, her large black eyes filled with intense curiosity. "Nothing, baby. Say goodbye to the big brother." Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Kimberly hurriedly spoke. Marissa obediently nodded, waving her small hand as she said in a cute manner, "Goodbye, big brother. Goodbye, baby." Anselm responded. He left a stack of red bills before turning to leave. As the old saying goes, everything should be done in moderation. Anselm knew there was no point in staying any longer, and might as well give Kimberly some time to think. "Woo to me, that big brother is so rich. Is baby going to have a new daddy?" Walking down the unit building, Anselm heard Marissa's words from downstairs. He secretly rejoiced. The little heirly was already leaning towards him. How difficult would it be to get Kimberly to accept him? Anselm hailed a taxi and left Kaiyu neighborhood. "Draper, take me to the largest traditional Chinese medicine store." Just then, he had enough money in his pocket to buy some herbs from the pharmacy. The driver was quite chatty. Hearing Anselm's request, he instantly took on an air of being just the person to ask. "Lonnie Hyman, you're lucky. Among the city's taxi drivers, I'm the most knowledgeable about these matters." The driver kept boasting, making Anselm somewhat annoyed. "Enough, be quiet." With a stern look, Anselm finally couldn't hold back any longer. Seeing that Anselm seemed impatient, the driver chuckled awkwardly and shut up. Before he closed his mouth, he shouted loudly, "Old driver starting off, Lonnie Hyman, please fasten your seatbelt." Saying this, he stepped on the gas, speeding toward what he considered the largest herbal medicine store. In less than half an hour, the car stopped in front of an herbal medicine store. At the sight of the store's name, Anselm was momentarily taken aback. "Do I have to be this lucky?" He smiled bitterly, shaking his head. Aubrey, also known as Bushitang, was renowned throughout China. Anselm hadn't expected its headquarters to be right here in Jinling City. Aubrey's medical skills were highly skilled, possibly second only to their sect of evil physicians. The reason why Anselm smiled bitterly was that there was someone inside Aubrey who even stumped him. Scratching his head, Anselm walked inside. Due to the high quality of the herbs sold here, many people came to pick up their medicine. Glancing around, Anselm chose a young apprentice and said, "I need some medicine." "Prescription," the person replied indifferently without even lifting his head. "I don't have a prescription. Just follow what I say." Anselm touched his nose. He didn't need anyone to write him a prescription. Those effective formulas were imprinted in his mind. That won't do. Prescribing medicine isn't a trivial matter in traditional Chinese medicine. "Without a prescription, I won't prescribe for you." The person refused straightforwardly, glancing up at Anselm. "That's fine. I study traditional Chinese medicine," Anselm said with a frown. The young apprentice who was grabbing the herbs shook his head with a smile. "Lonnie Hyman, if you study TCM, you should understand the rigor required in prescribing medicines. A slight difference can result in vastly different outcomes. You'd better find a more professional person to write a prescription first." "I am the professional," Anselm felt frustrated. "Then show me your student ID," the young apprentice fetching the herbs said with a chuckle. Anselm was speechless. It had only been a few days since school started. How could he possibly have a student ID? Of course, Anselm did not blame the other party. Compared to those unscrupulous pharmacies that would sell you all the stock from their warehouse, the people at Aubrey were quite conscientious. They would never make you spend one extra cent unnecessarily. The young apprentice's refusal, after all, was for Anselm's own good. Just as Anselm was at his wit's end, there came a rustling sound from the entrance. Immediately afterward, everyone saw an elderly man with a haggard complexion being carried in. Max's eyes were tightly shut, his body convulsing. He seemed to be on his last breath. "Doctor, where's the doctor?" Carrying the elderly man were 4 burly men. The one in front had a menacing face. His roar frightened everyone into silence. "Sorry, the doctors on duty today all went out on errands. They won't be back for at least an hour or two," the young apprentice who refused to dispense medicine to Anselm said with a frown and a helpless look. "What did you say?" The 4 burly men instantly flew into a rage. "Call them immediately and make them come back. If anything happens to my master," immediately flared up upon hearing Anselm's words and glared at him furiously. If an ordinary person were stared at by these 4 pairs of cold eyes, they would undoubtedly tremble all over. But Anselm seemed as if a gentle breeze had brushed against him, remaining calm and composed. 20, 19, 18. Anselm quietly counted numbers aloud while looking at the old man who appeared as pale as paper. The burly men became tense instantly. They all sensed something ominous. "Shut up. Don't count anymore," the leading burly man shouted, his face alternating between anger and worry. Primarily, Anselm's countdown was terrifying. If anything happened to the old man on the stretcher, they would all be buried alive. Anselm didn't even glance at them and continued counting down. 5, 4. I told you to shut up. Didn't you hear me? The leading burly man roared, smashing a fist towards Anselm's head. The Yonatan who was grabbing medicine was shocked and tried to pull Anselm aside, but it was too late. The speed of the punch far exceeded an ordinary person's reaction time. However, Anselm remained unperturbed. He just slightly turned his head and dodged the ferocious blow. With a backward push, he sent the burly man retreating more than 10 steps, almost landing on the old man's face. After a horrified look at Anselm, the burly man didn't dare to lay a hand on him again. Instead, he stared nervously at the old man on the stretcher. 1. As Anselm's countdown ended, nothing out of the ordinary happened as everyone imagined. Not only did the old man not die, but his face suddenly flashed with an eerie blush. He abruptly opened his eyes. Everyone was startled. Had the old man not let out a low moan after opening his eyes, they would have thought it was a revenant. The 4 burly men showed looks of extreme joy. Just as they were about to step forward, they heard Anselm's voice once again, tinged with regret. Hang on to these last few minutes and get your affairs in order. It's a deathbed rally. You won't last more than 5 minutes. Upon hearing Anselm's words, their hearts, which had soared with joy, sank back into the depths of despair. Hyman Z, if you keep spouting nonsense, don't blame us for being rude to you. One burly man shouted, his murderous intent palpable, enveloping Anselm. What good does shouting at me do? If I'm spouting nonsense, ask the old man himself. He knows his condition best. Anselm shrugged without getting angry. The burly men hurriedly gathered around the old man, gazing at him with tense faces. You should be nicer to this Lonnie Hyman and others. Everything he said is true. I can feel my life slipping away. I can't hold on much longer, the old man said, his voice surprisingly strong. This was the peculiarity of a deathbed rally. It could momentarily restore vitality to someone near death, but it wouldn't last long. Once this period passed, it signified that all hope of survival was lost. The burly men turned pale and exclaimed, No, there must be a way. Sir, you can't leave us. They spoke to comfort the old man, but also to console themselves. If words could save lives, no one would die in this world, Anselm said mildly, his gaze still fixed on the old man, clearly intrigued. Old man, how about we make a deal? Anselm suddenly proposed. Young sir, you seem extraordinary, able to see through my condition at such a young age. Meeting a wise person before passing on is indeed a blessing. Please speak, I shall listen. The old man smiled faintly, seemingly indifferent to death, exuding a detached demeanor that moved everyone. 3 million, flat. I'll give you 3 more years. What do you say? Anselm held up 3 fingers, seizing this opportunity to make money. Really? You can really give me 3 more years? Max shuddered. To him, 3 million was no different from 300 in an ordinary person's eyes. If just this amount could buy him 3 more years, it was certainly a great deal. I never joke or exaggerate about this, Anselm said coolly. Fine. If you can give me 3 more years, forget 3 million, even 30 million, I will pay. Without any hesitation, even the old man who had been calm in the face of death could not give up on the chance to continue living. Since you're so straightforward, let me be straightforward too. 30 million, and I'll give you 10 more years to live. Anselm grinned. A large sum was about to be credited. Fine, it's a deal. After speaking, the old man's complexion darkened, clearly indicating that his last moments were coming to an end. Amadeo, go fetch the 500-year-old ginseng from your store. Don't tell me you don't have it. This line might fool others, but I know that every branch of Aubrey has such a miraculous drug to extend life. Glancing at the Yonatan fetching the medicine, Anselm became unusually serious for once. The Yonatan fetching the medicine looked troubled. The burly men were burning with impatience. This was no time to procrastinate. Just get it, and whatever the price, we'll pay double, one of the burly men said, barely restraining his anger. Had the old man not instructed them earlier to be polite, they would have probably erupted by now. The Yonatan fetching the medicine nodded without further hesitation and turned to enter the inner chamber. After all, the other party had promised to pay double, and if something went wrong, their boss would handle it, not him. Don't worry, as long as I'm here, even if the ghost messengers come to take you, they will need to ask my opinion. Anselm spoke with overbearing confidence. In less than a minute, the Yonatan came out from the inner chamber, holding a brocade box which he handed to Anselm. Solengeously done, that's exactly what we need. With a faint smile, Anselm didn't hesitate at all and directly took out the life-sustaining ginseng. At this moment, the old man was already halfway into the realm of the dead, breathing in but not out. Holding the ginseng in his hand, white steam rose from between Anselm's palms. As the ginseng was continuously kneaded, a nearly 30-centimeter-long ginseng king was compressed into a pitch-black pill. Bring some water. Anselm did not look up. The burly men hurriedly brought water and passed it over. Without delay, Anselm inserted the makeshift pill into the old man's mouth. After giving him some water, Anselm pressed a point on his throat's Lianchuan acupoint. The throat muscles relaxed, and the pill smoothly slid down into his stomach. Chapter 20 The Tyrannical Young Miss. Are you done? A burly man couldn't help but ask. Anselm gave him a speechless look and replied, Do you think I'm the immortal Malik who can refine elixirs that bring the dead back to life with one pill? Even more furious. Why don't you speak? Are you guilty? The voice grew closer, moving toward the inner room. Anselm blinked, facing away from the door, deep in thought, wondering how he could sneak away quietly. Young miss, saving lives is urgent, the old man. Seeing the arrival, the Yonatan fetching medicine hurriedly said, This has nothing to do with you. With a cold glance, the young miss of Jishur Hall indifferently spoke, walking in from the doorway. Everyone revealed expressions of astonishment, seemingly entranced by the beauty of this young miss. She had bright eyes and pearly teeth, her brows lightly arched, appearing no older than 20. Her slender figure looked to be around 1.68 meters tall. Her skin was fair, like a sculpture made of white marble, without any blemish. What was most mesmerizing wasn't her appearance or figure but her facial expressions. A perfectly exquisite face, charming between scowls and smiles, exuding mischief. This was almost too celestial, resembling a fairy who had fallen into the mortal world. The Yonatan fetching medicine decided to keep quiet. No matter what, his job was the most important. After sniffing, the young Mrs. expression turned sour. How bold, daring to treat patients by hand in my Jisher hall, and even daring to use my hall's treasures at will. Who took them out? Min thought inwardly. Feeling the pressure against his chest, Anselm felt distracted, and his little brother couldn't hold back, protesting against the situation. Haley frowned, asking curiously, Lonnie Anselm, why do you put your phone there? It feels so uncomfortable. Anselm broke into a sweat. It wasn't a phone but his dear, little brother. Noticing the disdainful looks from everyone, even Anselm, with his thick skin, blushed. Reciting the clear mind spell in his mind, he calmed his restless, younger brother, and pushed Haley away. It's about time. I'll remove the needles from this old man. By the way, it was me who asked Ryan to take out the ginseng, so please don't blame him. Anselm touched his nose and spoke on behalf of Ryan. Ryan looked at Anselm gratefully, feeling relieved. After all, the young miss was so close with him. She would surely listen to what he said. That won't do. We have rules in our Jisher hall. Haley shook her head, but a cunning gleam flashed in her eyes. Hearing this, Ryan's heart plummeted into the abyss. He laughed bitterly and sighed. Young miss is right. Rules cannot be broken. As he spoke, he turned around to leave. Hold it. Anselm called out. Then he looked at Haley with a helpless expression. State your conditions. What will it take for him to stay? He knew Haley too well. They grew up together, only separated for a few years, but her mischievous nature had never changed. As for the rules of Jisher hall, they were just Haley's excuses to get Anselm to agree to her demands. Hee Lonnie Anselm, you're so kind. My request is simple. Be my boyfriend. Haley giggled, looking extremely pleased with herself. But her words stirred envy and jealousy in all the men present. Why couldn't they encounter such an adorable and mischievous beauty? Let's change it. I can't bear that. Anselm quickly shook his head. Others might not know, but he understood her too well. This Airlie was nothing but a troublemaking little devil. If he really took her as his Airlie friend, there would be no peace for him afterward. Lonnie Anselm doesn't like me anymore. Haley immediately put on a devastated and tearful expression, making many hearts ache. The crowd glared at Anselm, thinking that causing such a lovely and playful beauty to cry was an unforgivable sin. Anselm remained unmoved, instead slapping Haley's firm and round little bottom. Smack, a crisp sound echoed. Haley yelped in surprise, her cheeks blushing red as she instinctively covered her buttocks. Chapter 21. A little gift upon meeting again. Alright, no more playing around. We need to get down to business. Anselm naturally knew that Heather was putting on an act, a scatterbrained little demoness like her. If she were so easily discouraged, the earth might as well explode. Simon, so love can fade, right? Heather puffed out her cheeks and stood to one side, looking completely disheartened. This appearance of hers was at complete odds with the domineering manner she had shown when she first arrived. Everyone present was somewhat confused, momentarily unable to tell which one was the real her. Anselm's expression turned serious. When it came to serious matters, he certainly wouldn't joke around. With just a wave of his hands over the old man's body, all the gold needles vanished. The crowd erupted in astonishment. If not for the fact that the elderly man had awoken, they would have thought that the incredible scene they had just witnessed was merely a dream. Just as everyone was discussing what had happened, Anselm suddenly slapped out his hand, striking the elder's back. Spit. Max convulsed, coughing up a mouthful of blood, nearly scaring the souls out of the several burly men. Stop. What are you doing? The four men roared in unison, charging toward Anselm. None of them had expected that Anselm would suddenly turn violent and hurt someone. Looking at the force of that palm strike, even they doubted they could withstand it. Don't make a fuss over nothing. Anselm sneered, waving his sleeve and instantly sending the four muscular men flying. Overconfident fools. Heather giggled, propping her chin up with her hands as she stared at Anselm's actions with adoration. Among all the people there, perhaps only she knew how terrifying Anselm's strength was. Not just for such men, even 100 times more, her brother Anselm could handle effortlessly. Because Anselm had pulled his punches, those few burly men hadn't been injured, though they fell haphazardly, wailing loudly. They got up angrily and charged at Anselm again with loud shouts. Frowning, Anselm was inwardly displeased. He had already held back, yet these fellows continued to press aggressively. Did they really think he had a good temper? Just as Anselm was about to act and teach these arrogant fellows a lesson, the old man on the stretcher suddenly woke up and shouted at the four big men. Stop right there. His voice rang out full of vitality and authority. Instantly, the four men froze, as if hit by a spell. After a few seconds, they abandoned Anselm and ran towards the old man in delight. Sir, are you cured? All four looked profoundly excited. Yes, I feel filled with vigor. It feels better than when I was young. Max nodded slightly, his face showing barely contained excitement. He even felt as if he could punch down a wild boar if it appeared in front of him now. Old man, that's just your illusion. You aren't as strong now as you were in your youth. Anselm smirked indifferently. The four burly men beside the old man showed expressions of dissatisfaction. One of them rebuked Anselm. Hyman Z, you're too audacious. Just because you cured our sir doesn't mean you can be disrespectful. Do you know who he is? Anselm didn't respond, but Heather, standing next to him, was unhappy. These blind fools dared to shout at her Anselm brother so loudly. There was a limit to everything. Heather gave the burly man who rebuked Anselm a swift kick without another word. That man never expected such a cute-looking Heather to be so violent. By the time he realized what was happening and tried to move away, it was too late. A petite foot found its target precisely, kicking him in the most vulnerable spot between his legs. The burly man groaned and beads of sweat immediately broke out on his forehead. He twitched all over, bending down slowly like a cooked shrimp. Every male present shuddered involuntarily at this sight. It was as if they could empathize and instinctively clutched their crotches. Sorry, couldn't control the strength. Heather offered a sheepish smile, but then she resumed her fierce demeanor, saying coldly, "You deserve it." Shouting at my brother Anselm? This is retribution. Upon hearing Heather's words, the man with damaged jewels rolled his eyes wide open and fainted dead away. Not from pain, but from being thoroughly enraged by Heather. Anselm's eyes twitched slightly. This heirly truly lived up to her reputation as a little demoness. She could infuriate a grown man to faint with just a few words. She was practically a werewolf, more ruthless than a tough guy. You damned heirly, you dare to harm our boss. The remaining 3 burly men jumped forward, glaring at Heather. Step back. Max slammed his hand on the table and shouted. The 3 burly men were shaken, glaring hatefully at Heather and Anselm before respectfully retreating to their original positions. I'm truly sorry. My bodyguards are all rough people. They don't know manners. Please forgive them. Max smiled, appearing very kind, which was in stark contrast to his 4 bodyguards. Others might not know, but Anselm was clear. Compared to those impulsive and irascible individuals, such a deep-minded person was the most dangerous. Sure, they aren't unreasonable either. I'm a lady, so I'll forgive them. Heather giggled, sweeping her eyes over the 4 large men. Lady? Everyone's lips twitched. If they hadn't witnessed Heather's fierce kick just now, they might have believed it. Apart from the unconscious Hulk, the other 3 were gnashing their teeth, clearly infuriated by Heather. Obviously, they were the victims, yet they ended up having to ask for forgiveness from others. You've cured the illness, now let's settle the fee. 30 million. And that ginseng is quite valuable. Salanjunction, you tell him the price. Heather tilted her head, thinking for a moment, then extended one delicate finger and said, 10 million. 10 million? Have you gone crazy with money? A large man roared angrily. Anselm's 30 million fee was understandable since it was agreed upon from the start. But demanding 10 million for a ginseng root, was this not an exorbitant demand? Heather glared, her tone turning icy cold. What? You want to default? The large man wanted to argue, but the old man stopped him. Max turned his head towards Heather and said smilingly, Miss Chen's price is reasonable. 10 million, I agree. Regardless of whether the ginseng actually had an effect or not. Just based on the relationship between Anselm and Heather, he wouldn't hesitate to spend this meager 10 million. Clear about favors and grudges, returning kindness with kindness. This was the old man's style. Max signaled to one of the burly men behind him, who nodded and walked out. Shortly, he returned with a checkbook. Max tore off a page, wrote a series of numbers on it, and handed it to Anselm. 40 million. Many envious eyes turned red. But Anselm didn't care. He glanced indifferently and tossed it directly to Heather. Salanjunction, here's the money. As a little gift for our meeting after years apart. Chapter 22. Audacious Temptation. Everyone was speechless. 40 million? Just given away like that? And he even called it a small gift. Was this man the owner of a bank? Even the elder was slightly stunned, secretly admiring him. Had he been in his shoes, he couldn't have casually given away 40 million either. Lonnie Anselm, you're so nice, he. Heather giggled and locked the check in the safe right away. This amount of money wasn't much for their benevolence hall, but it represented Lonnie Anselm's sincerity, making her naturally very happy. What an extraordinary person, the elder couldn't help but sigh. At this moment, some women in the store were looking at Anselm with stars in their eyes. Who wouldn't want such a generous and handsome golden turtle son-in-law? Even some married women kept sending flirtatious glances to Anselm, longing to be associated with him. Anselm pouted, not even giving these women a glance. He looked at the elder and slowly said, the deal is done. You should be able to feel the quality yourself. 10 years of lifespan, absolutely not a year less. Speaking of which, Anselm continued, my name is Anselm. I'm studying at Jinling University. If you have any sick friends, you can contact me. Woodine paid, illness cured. The elder showed a smile, nodded, and suddenly had the idea of trying to win Anselm over. After all, if one had such a highly skilled doctor as a personal physician, there would be no worry about future health. Lonnie Anselm, are you free today? Can you accompany me out? Heather shook Anselm's hand slightly, pleading, is there anything fun to do? Anselm touched his nose, asking nonchalantly. A blush crept up Heather's cheeks, making her look somewhat shy. She gazed at Anselm with watery eyes, speaking in a soft tone, whatever you find fun, I will accompany you. This sentence was too ambiguous. Wooda's people present, being old hands, instantly thought of some scenes not suitable for children. Pondering Heather while pinching his chin, Anselm was suddenly smitten. However, when he recalled some of Heather's stories, a chill ran down his spine, and he hurriedly shook his head. I'm not free today, maybe another day. Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes simultaneously turned toward Anselm. Their expressions were peculiar. Could this guy really be impotent at such a young age? That was almost an open invitation, yet he remained unmoved. Why not now? Choose a date or pick today, Heather laughed, holding onto Anselm's hand openly. Her full chest pressed against Anselm's arm, nearly deforming under the pressure. The male audience cast envious looks, wishing they could kick Anselm aside and experience that amazing touch themselves. Anselm was speechless. This heirly just kept pushing. Divine Dr. Yi, I have some matters to handle at home, so I'll take my leave, said the elder. No need to see me off, Anselm said without lifting his head. The elder was taken aback, nodded, and got up to leave. However, the 4 bodyguards next to him looked unhappy, glaring at Anselm, feeling that Anselm was too disrespectful to their master. Even with the favor of saving his life, this sort of attitude was unacceptable. Noticing their expressions, Heather sneered and kicked her long legs. Instantly, the robust men felt a cold sensation in their groins. If this fierce heirly gave each of them a kick, they would be in tears. Following the elder, the bodyguards quickly left the place. Anselm stood with his hands behind his back, never once glancing in their direction. Lonnie Anselm, did you miss me so much that you came especially to our benevolence hall to see me? Heather's bright eyes shone. Sure enough, her Lonnie Anselm was a good man. Even if he was in the enemy camp, he still thought of her. You're thinking too much. I came to buy medicine. Anselm rolled his eyes and frankly replied. Then he turned to Ryan, saying, according to my prescription, prepare a few doses of medicine for me. Anselm took out paper and pen and wrote down a prescription. No problem. Ryan gave an okay gesture. He didn't question Anselm's prescription anymore. He had personally witnessed Anselm's medical skills, even better than their young mistress. He was indeed an authority, not boasting before. While Anselm and Heather were chatting, some people suddenly had an idea and approached Anselm for treatment. Having seen Anselm's astonishing medical skills, getting treated by him would be much better than going to a hospital or buying medicine here. I don't treat, Anselm said without raising his eyelids. Why not? Poor people's lives matter too. You can't refuse us just because we are poor. The man who spoke was middle-aged, dressed in a perfectly pressed suit with a gold necklace around his neck, yet he claimed to be poor. If I am to treat, it must be someone on the brink of death or someone I fancy. Otherwise, no treatment. Woody Rover, the benevolence hall has a rule. Fellow medical practitioners are not allowed to treat here. You should find someone else more suitable. Anselm's lips curled into a faint smile. Although he was replying to the Adden, he was also speaking to everyone present. Unable to help but frown slightly, the Adden turned to Heather and said, can't this rule of benevolence hall be changed? I'm the director of the office at Jinling Inspection Bureau. My name is Hamlin. I hope Miss Chin considers my suggestion seriously. Though his words were polite, his tone left no room for negotiation. Heather merely glanced at him, giving him the cold shoulder. Instead, she affectionately hugged Anselm's arm and giggled coquettishly, saying, Lonnie Anselm, let's go to the back room. I have something to show you. Miss Chin, I'm talking to you. Your lack of respect suggests you don't want Benevolence Hall to continue operating, Hamlin replied darkly, his voice icy. Both paused and simultaneously turned around. Anselm couldn't help but sigh. Fools like this existed everywhere. Anyone daring to provoke the Benevolence Hall, especially an office director of some inspection bureau, was clearly done for. Try that again. Heather's smile vanished instantly. Her face turned cold, her beautiful eyes filled with indifference as she stared at Hamlin. Hamlin was taken aback, but, having held office for long, had developed a sense of superiority, so he wasn't easily intimidated by Heather. I said your Benevolence Hall won't last if you keep this up, Hamlin sneered. He felt this Miss Chin was just putting on a front. Hearing this, Heather suddenly smiled, captivating everyone present. Even Hamlin was moved. Only then did he realize how stunningly beautiful this Airlie was. Frightened? If you want to beg for mercy, that's fine too. 2 conditions. If you meet both, I will be merciful and forget everything. Chapter 23 Provoking Troubles. Staring at Heather's beautiful face and perfect figure, Hamlin couldn't help but develop wicked thoughts in his mind. He had been with many women, but he had never encountered such an elfin and adorable Airlie. In comparison, his mistresses could only be described as misshapen and worthless. What are your demands? Heather smiled faintly. Hamlin pointed at Anselm and said, First, have him treat me. And the second? Heather asked indifferently. The second is that tonight you and I go out for dinner. We'll discuss the quality and safety issues of Aubrey properly. Hamlin was smug. This was the advantage of being an official with power. He wasn't afraid that the other party wouldn't agree. People in the store glanced sympathetically at Heather. Being targeted by such a despicable person, her fate wouldn't be good. None of them considered protesting on Heather's behalf. After all, in China, the concept of official's authority was deeply rooted in people's minds. No one wanted to get into a conflict with a powerful official just for a stranger. Heather smiled slightly, her expression bewitching. Hamlin was captivated by her smile, staring fixedly at her flawless face, almost drooling. Despite feeling sickened, Heather maintained a neutral expression on her face. She kicked out abruptly. Bang! With a sound like something breaking, Hamlin's expression froze. Clutching his crotch, he knelt down. He let out a heart-wrenching scream, writhing in pain. Pervert, with your measly 2-inch pecker, you dare to have ideas about me? Go straight to the palace to be a eunuch. Sniffing coldly, Heather curled her lip in disdain. Everyone was dumbfounded, including Anselm. He looked at the director, shaking his head slightly. The testicles broken, he would be useless for the rest of his life. Come here, throw him out, Heather said casually. Ryan led the way. A few people went up, hoisted Hamlin without a word, and threw him out. All were shocked, thinking, this Aubrey really knows no bounds, daring to throw out an office director from the inspection bureau so easily. They didn't know that as the young miss of Aubrey, Heather even joked with some provincial-level officials, let alone a mere director from the inspection bureau. If she took him seriously, it would be truly strange. The farce ended temporarily. Anselm chatted with Heather and then mentioned her father. Is your old man still around? Staff members of Aubrey were speechless at this peculiar way of asking. She gave Anselm a playful smack and pouted, saying indignantly, Can't you speak politely? After all, he's going to be your father-in-law. Oh, I'll try my best, Anselm replied with feigned difficulty, making Heather grit her teeth. After Ryan helped him finish collecting the medicine and packed it up, Anselm held the bag and was about to leave. But at this moment, a group of uniformed officers burst in. Who is the owner of this shop? I am. What can I do for you? Heather frowned. She had just thrown out the director, and now the police had arrived. To say there was no connection between these events, she wouldn't believe it. You violated Article 292 of the criminal law, suspected of intentional injury. Please come with us, the leading officer said sternly. His gaze was piercing, looking at Heather with unyielding authority. Heather pursed her lips and pulled out her phone, calling the mayor of Jinling City. Aston, someone is bullying me and has sent officers to cause trouble for Aubrey, Heather complained plaintively. On the other end of the line, after hearing Heather's words, there was silence, followed by a loud roar. Who dares bully my niece? Give me the phone. I will talk to him. The lady, you intentionally harmed someone, violating the law. No one can help you, the leading officer said firmly, taking the phone from Heather. I'm Paco from the Jinling City Police Station. Paco, right? I'm Isaiah. I've already spoken to your chief. Return to duty immediately. As for my niece, she is not a criminal. Don't wrongfully accuse a good person, Isaiah said coldly. Isaiah? Paco was taken aback. Wasn't this the mayor of Jinling City? He was a well-respected official with years of service and a very good reputation among the people. If he said so, it proved that the heirly in front of him was innocent. Isaiah continued, Paco, I know about you. Isn't it true that your father has been seriously ill for many years? Let me give you some advice. Instead of running around everywhere trying to solve the problem, why don't you ask my niece for help? If she were to intervene, there would be hope for your father's recovery. Initially, Paco was still considering his options, but after hearing Isaiah's words, he decisively abandoned the idea of taking them in. Though he was straightforward, he wasn't foolish. He knew better than anyone what kind of person Hamlin was. He only came because Hamlin had once done him a favor. Both of you, please forgive me for my rudeness. I acted without discernment. I apologize. Paco gave an awkward smile and bowed toward Anselm and Heather. Tell me, what do you require? Heather puffed out her cheeks. She was too clever not to see through everything. Paco was taken aback, not expecting Heather to be so straightforward. He cautiously asked, My father has been suffering from a long-term illness, which has caused me much distress. Could you possibly treat him? What does your father have? Heather inquired. It's late-stage gastric cancer, Paco replied. If it could alleviate his father's pain, he would try any method no matter how difficult. No problem, but you need to agree to one condition of mine. Heather nodded, agreeing so readily that Paco wondered if he was dreaming. Name it. As long as it doesn't go against my conscience or the law, I will do my best to fulfill it. Even with a request made, Paco remained true to his principles. Teach him a lesson. Unfortunately, Hamlin's power deterred him from taking any action. Of course, everyone is equal before the law. As for Hamlin, we both know all too well how many illegal things he has done. This is a win-win opportunity, why not seize it? Paco replied with a light smile. The young patrol officer was speechless. All these words were essentially because this person could cure his father. Otherwise, would their bald-headed Captain Lou be so easygoing? Obviously not. Hamlin lay in his hospital bed, completely unaware that his well-laid plans had utterly failed. Worse yet, Paco was now determined to imprison him for several days. At Jinling City Hospital, Hamlin was roaring in anger. He hadn't expected Paco to bring people and charge him with hooliganism. I am the director of the Office of the Supervision Bureau. Paco, you're just a squad leader of the Criminal Investigation Division. You have no right to arrest me. Hamlin yelled hysterically. Heartbreak can lead one to despair, which can drive one nearly mad. When the doctor informed him that his injury wouldn't heal, he had already lost his mind. Now, Paco wasn't coming to help him seek revenge. Instead, he came to push him further into trouble. This made Hamlin hate him more intensely than ever. You can argue that in the bureau. Now, take him away. Paco ordered. The patrol officers pulled aside Hamlin's family members who were blocking the way and escorted him out. Only his third master would either could subdue him. No matter how rebellious Anselm was, her voice alone would turn him into a good boy instantly. And his third master would either doted on Heather the most, perhaps because they shared some similar traits of mischief. They became very close after just one meeting. If Heather complained to his third master would either, hiding even in Jinling University wouldn't save him from getting a scolding. Don't get it wrong. Truly, there's nothing to get wrong. Our sweet Salanjunction, loved by all and admired by flowers, how could I not like you? I was just deep in thought about a philosophical question. Anselm smiled brightly, staring into Heather's eyes with utmost sincerity. What kind of philosophical question? Heather's curiosity was piqued. Pushing up his non-existent glasses on the bridge of his nose, Anselm sighed wisely. Tell me, someone as capable as me, why do I also happen to be so handsome? Isn't that unfair to other men? Heather. Lonnie Anselm, Heather suddenly called in a soft voice. Still in a contemplative mood, Anselm frowned, appearing quite troubled. You sure have thick skin, Heather giggled. Anselm was momentarily taken aback. Then he said unhappily, What way is that for a little early to talk? Are you questioning my handsome appearance? Heather hurriedly shook her head. She held Anselm's arm, her full bosom brushed clueless hoodlums. Who on earth hired these idiots? Anselm shook his head in disbelief. Chapter 25 Declining Taste. Heather smiled coyly. She glanced in the direction those people had left and said in surprise, Lonnie Anselm, they're back. So many of them. I'm so scared. Don't be afraid. With me here, nothing unexpected will happen, Anselm said with a raised eyebrow, sounding rather cold. Hee, Lonnie Anselm is so handsome. You must protect me well. Heather put on a love-struck face, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Anselm. Fuck, Hymanzi, you've got some guts to even lie to me. Initially, I only intended to cripple your hands, but now I've changed my mind. I'll beat you until you can't move half your body. The leader's gaze was chilling. He had realized soon after chasing out that his target was supposed to be a university student around 20 years old. The man who stole the batteries was nearly 40. It couldn't have been the one he was looking for. Clearly, this Yonatan matched the characteristics of the person he was searching for much better. It's your own fault. Why are you blaming others? Anselm shrugged, feigning helplessness. Hearing Anselm's words, the thugs were furious. Not just the leader mistook their target earlier, they all did. One sentence from Anselm was undoubtedly insulting all of them. Damn it, brothers, attack. We'll cripple Hymanzi, and that woman, wow, she looks quite nice. Let's take her back and enjoy ourselves later. Not interested, not my type. Heather pouted, looking utterly uninterested. Glancing at Heather in surprise, Anselm couldn't help but praise, Little Airly, your medical skills have improved quickly. You can even tell these guys suffer from impotence and kidney deficiencies. Impressive. You have some talent. Just some talent? Heather bit her finger, seemingly unsatisfied. To her, she had worked hard enough to treat most cancers. Yet Lonnie Anselm said she had just a bit of skill, which upset her greatly. Compared to me, you're just a little talented. Compared to others, you're a miracle doctor, Anselm stated seriously, without any modesty. My medical skills certainly can't match Lonnie Anselm. So, Lonnie Anselm, teach me more often. Heather flirted without caring about the others, rubbing against Anselm like a koala hugging a tree. Very cute. All right, we'll talk when I have time, Anselm agreed casually. Their teasing immediately infuriated the leader. Impotence had always been his inner pain. Now exposed publicly, he became uncontrollably angry, losing rationality. Lonnie's go. Beat him to death. The leader roared angrily, abandoned Anselm and rushed directly towards Heather. The remaining gangsters, startled, soon understood their boss's plan. They followed, rushing towards Heather. Obviously, they intended to hold Heather hostage to control Anselm. You really don't know how to play. Must you force me to settle you all at once? Seeing the thugs rushing toward Heather, Anselm frowned, showing displeasure. With one swift leap, he reached Heather. Amidst the audience's exclamations, Anselm delivered a sweeping kick. These 7 or 8 thugs, including the leader, were all sent flying by the kick. Their outcome was slightly better than the previous car-smashing thugs, but not much. They landed stiffly on the ground, screaming in pain. Many people looked around, watching Anselm's graceful and decisive move. They thought it was movie filming and turned their heads to search for cameras. Lonnie Anselm is so handsome, my idol. Heather cheered, her face flushed with excitement. Anselm was speechless. This Airly was also a martial artist. Seeing a sweeping kick shouldn't make her this surprised. No fun. I'm out of here. After shouting to Heather, Anselm walked away. With a giggle, Heather clung to Anselm's back and left the scene together with him. Passing a street, Anselm glanced towards a certain direction, his gaze holding a trace of sarcasm. Over there, an elegant figure appeared. Pearl looked stunned. Despite the distance, Anselm had noticed her presence. Was it due to her carelessness or Anselm's overly heightened alertness? Lonnie Anselm, Heather suddenly called out. Anselm raised an eyebrow. What is it? Who's that dark-skinned woman over there? She seems to have been following us all the way. Heather pointed towards a direction, the same one Anselm had just glanced at. Anselm was surprised. He didn't expect Heather to notice too. After a few years apart, it seemed this little Airly had indeed made significant progress. Don't know her well, but that doesn't stop me from taking her as a wife. Anselm rubbed his nose, replying casually. Unbeknownst to Pearl, her prided tracking skills were utterly insignificant in the eyes of Anselm and Heather. Rolling her eyes at Anselm, Heather clearly wasn't pleased. Are you serious? Lonnie Anselm, how can your taste be so bad now? I might not like you anymore. Chapter 26 I live next door. Do you mean it? In that case, that's great. Anselm clapped his hands and instantly showed a delighted expression. However, very soon, his smile froze, because a hand had reached around to his waist, pinching the most precious part of him. A chill ran down his spine. Anselm cleared his throat and assumed a self-abased look. He sighed, saying, there's a kind of love called letting go. I'm too ordinary, while you're too outstanding. I can't be so selfish as to make you suffer and be burdened because of me. As he finished speaking, Anselm finally felt the hand on his waist loosen slightly. Sighing inwardly with relief, Anselm couldn't help feeling smug. Thankfully for his wit, he could protect his vital area. Heather looked at Anselm adoringly and said, Lonnie Anselm, you are overthinking this. No matter how ordinary you are, Solon Junction loves only you. Isn't there an old saying, flowers watered by cow dung will bloom more beautifully? Anselm's face darkened, almost making him jump up. To compare his handsome, debonair face to cow dung, this Airly must be deliberately insulting him. Simonry up and cook when we get home. He snorted in dissatisfaction. He knew Heather hated cooking the most, thus used this method to tease her. What Anselm hadn't expected was that Heather actually agreed. Suspicious happenings must have peculiar causes. Alarm bells started ringing loudly in Anselm's mind. Cooking is fine, but Lonnie Anselm has to eat everything. Heather blinked her bright big eyes, smiling. Anselm's expression stiffened, suddenly remembering the last experience. The last time he accidentally ate food made by this Airly, he suffered 2 whole days and nights of cramps, nearly dehydrated his robust body into exhaustion. Never mind. I'll do it myself to be self-sufficient. Anselm shivered and quickly spoke. In this round of sparring with Heather, he was utterly defeated. Proudly raising her head, Heather seemed like a victorious general, full of pride. Walking quickly, it took them less than half an hour to arrive downstairs from Anselm's residence. They went upstairs, just about to open the door when Anselm noticed a familiar back view. Hey, big wife. His eyes lit up instantly, revealing a surprised expression. Zinnia was deeply troubled, not knowing how to handle the conflict between Haidao and Anselm. She was worried Anselm would be harmed by Haidao. She was deep in thought all the way, and just arrived at the front door when she heard a familiar voice. Instinctively turning around, Zinnia saw Anselm looking at her with delight. He held a package in his right hand, while on his left side, a mischievous Airly was clinging onto his arm. They were standing very close, intimately together. Zinnia wasn't dumb. She could tell that their relationship was far from simple at first glance. This flirt, eating out of one bowl but staring at another pot, truly despicable. Giving Anselm a cold glance, Zinnia turned away, took out the key from her bag, and prepared to open the door. Is she your woman too, Lonnie Anselm? She looks so beautiful. Heather pouted slightly, sounding a bit jealous. Her Lonnie Anselm apparently had a new lover after they hadn't seen each other for years. That position of big wife should originally belong to her. Upon hearing this, Zinnia, who was just about to put the key in, abruptly turned around. With utmost seriousness, she told Heather, Little Airly, I believe you've misunderstood. I am Anselm's university teacher, not his Airly friend or wife. After saying that, she glanced at Anselm again with icy eyes and continued, also, Anselm is quite promiscuous and is not suitable as a partner. I advise you not to fall too deeply in love to avoid being hurt. Heavens, this is too romantic. Teacher-student romance, wow. My Lonnie Anselm, you're amazing. Now I'm even more determined to follow you. Unexpectedly, after listening to her, Heather expressed nothing but admiration. Almost tripping at the entrance due to shock, Zinnia thought this heirly might have escaped from a mental hospital. What a bizarre train of thought. She felt completely speechless. Be humble, be humble. Anselm waved his hands modestly. At this moment, Zinnia had just entered the house, yet she hadn't closed the door yet. Hearing Anselm's response, she couldn't help shouting angrily, do you still have any shame, Anselm? I do. Anselm nodded seriously. Zinnia choked for a moment, then angrily said, then do you know you're shameless? I'm not toothless. I have teeth. Anselm laughed, baring his white teeth, as if proving to Zinnia he indeed had teeth. Seeing it even if beaten by Gerhard. What I think is not beautiful at all. Anselm grinned, his satisfaction clearly visible. Just seeing his expression made Zinnia angry. She snorted coldly, turning to go back inside, but suddenly stumbled, tripped by the threshold. Her body lost balance and fell forward. Finished. I'm going to be disfigured. Screaming in alarm, Zinnia closed her eyes in despair. In her current position, she was bound to land face first, scraping and disfiguring herself. There was no doubt about it. Chapter 27 The Overbearing Tyrant. Despite the many troubles and annoyances her beauty had brought her, Zinnia would rather bear these fondal all day long than disfigure herself. All this was Anselm's fault. If it weren't for the fact that he infuriated her so much, how could she have possibly tripped over the threshold? Such thoughts swirled in Zinnia's mind. But soon, she came to terms with it. At this moment, the outcome was already decided. Pursuing who was at fault had lost its meaning. Just as Zinnia was about to kiss the ground, a warm and strong arm caught her soft waist, pulling her up. Someone saved her. Who was this person? Zinnia opened her eyes, only to meet Anselm's gaze directly. She suddenly shivered, as if electrocuted. First wife, I'm not saying this to boast, but we still have a long way to go. Is there any need for you to be so agitated? Luckily, I reacted quickly. Otherwise, your pretty face would have been ruined. Anselm looked genuinely startled. Agitated? You're the one who needs to be agitated, thought Zinnia, criticizing him inwardly. Thank you, Anselm. Please let me go. Zinnia said this with a detached expression. TSK, first wife, I just saved you, yet you turn ungrateful so quickly. I'm heartbroken, feeling sad and blue, Anselm said with a sad look on his face, though Zinnia noticed his lips curving upward slightly, as if he were stifling a laugh. Was he mocking her? Zinnia clenched her teeth. Let go of your hand. Her tone grew even colder. Rubbing his nose, Anselm finally decided to fully respect Zinnia's choice and released her. Ouch. The moment Zinnia left Anselm's embrace and tried to stand on her own, a sharp pain shot up from her foot into her brain. She cried out in surprise and started to fall sideways again. Clearly, the stumble had twisted her ankle. With quick reflexes, Anselm reached out once more and embraced Zinnia's slender and graceful body. First wife, why do you insist on showing off? Anselm clicked his tongue, looking self-satisfied, frustrated. Zinnia huffed and pushed Anselm away stubbornly, saying, Get out of my way. Anselm merely smiled faintly, ignoring her request, and instead slapped her bottom playfully. Why are you being so stubborn? Be good, or I'll deal with you right here and now, Anselm said with a mischievous grin. Zinnia blushed deeply and glared at Anselm fiercely, but she had no choice but to let him have his way. Seeing her grinding her teeth but staying silent, Anselm assumed she had consented, and picked her up princess style, walking towards her home. Given her slender and elegant figure, Zinnia was naturally light in weight. Holding her in his arms, Anselm felt no pressure at all. Heather followed closely behind them, pouting with extreme dissatisfaction. Her beloved brother Anselm had never carried her like this before. Leaning against Anselm, Zinnia inexplicably felt a sense of satisfaction. This man seemed quite handsome, not to mention very strong. Inhaling Anselm's masculine scent, Zinnia began to indulge in some inappropriate fantasies. Thinking about that wild night made her shiver involuntarily. Are you alright? Anselm asked, looking down at her with concern. Brilliant as he was, he couldn't possibly know what inappropriate scene Zinnia was thinking of at that moment. You twisted your ankle badly. It must be treated. After placing Zinnia on the sofa, Anselm examined her swollen ankle with a frown. I'm fine. Just leave now. Zinnia shook her head vigorously, clearly not wanting Anselm to stay. Sister, your joint is already swollen. If you don't treat it, you won't be able to walk for half a month, Heather kindly reminded her. Both she and Anselm were prodigies in traditional Chinese medicine and could easily assess the severity of Zinnia's injury with just their eyes. If untreated, Zinnia might end up limping for a month at the least. How should we treat it? Zinnia asked warily. Her vigilance towards Anselm was no less than that towards Gerhard. At least he didn't know where she lived, but Anselm was actually her neighbor. Thus, she needed to keep a distance, lest he take advantage of her. Simple, just massage it, Anselm replied with a smile. Massage? I can do it myself. No need to trouble you, Zinnia said firmly, determination clear on her face. This, as you wish. Shrugging, Anselm knew that Zinnia wouldn't yield until she had tasted some hardship. Therefore, he didn't want to waste words on persuading her any further. He needed to get his main task done first and foremost. With this in mind, Anselm turned around and left Zinnia's house. He was going to refine medicinal pills for Denise Bao with Heather's company. Having her as a free assistant made him more confident of success. Simon, irresponsible guy. Zinnia coldly snorted in dissatisfaction, then looked down at her heel, which was swollen badly. She gritted her teeth, carefully touching it with her fingertips, nearly shedding tears from the pain. Leaving Zinnia's house, Anselm opened the door to his own home and pulled Heather inside. Hey, Anselm brother, I didn't expect you to be quite tidy. I thought your place would be. Glancing around, Heather was somewhat surprised. But when she met Anselm's gaze, she swallowed her following words. What's wrong with this place? Finish your sentence. Anselm frowned and asked. I thought it would be a garbage heap. Heather chuckled and, under Anselm's insistence, blurted out the rest of her sentence. You're the one living in a garbage heap. You naughty Airly, if you don't get disciplined every 3 days, you'd start causing trouble. Today you'll taste my wrath. Anselm charged forward fiercely. Daring to indirectly call him trash was simply unforgivable. Help! Someone is forcing themselves upon me. Heather screamed and turned to run. Anselm was sweating profusely. This Airly was truly unrestrained when she went wild. Showing an expression of defeat, Anselm calmed his playful mood. Becoming serious, he picked up the herbs from the bag and started refining the pill. Seeing Anselm not joining in on her antics, Heather pouted unhappily and stood beside Anselm. When she saw Anselm laying all the herbs on the table, she was shocked and couldn't help asking. This prescription is rather strange. It's for treating negative energy. Could it be for someone who is a heavenly isolated star? My goodness, are there really people like that? Heather looked stunned. Becoming serious, she could identify the effects of these herbal combinations at a glance. Don't look so disdainful, okay? The person is also very pitiful. Chapter 28 insistent on confrontation. Anselm gave Heather a dirty look, signaling her to be careful with her words. Female? Heather blinked, instantly catching on. Her woman's intuition told her that the person Anselm was talking about was not only a woman, but definitely a very beautiful one. Nodding, Anselm kept his composure and continued working on what he had in hand. Lonnie Anselm, you're so naughty. Heather pouted, staring at Anselm with resentment. Oh, then what? Anselm didn't even glance at her. You're so bad, I like it so much. Heather broke into a radiant smile, like flowers blooming in spring. She not only wasn't jealous, but also looked up to Anselm reverently. Speechless, Anselm knew this Airly would act up, as expected. He kept working diligently. Not long after, Heather received a call and left in a hurry. Shrugging, Anselm wasn't surprised at all. Anselm scratched his head, looking completely innocent. Alicia was speechless, almost falling over. With a strange expression, she said, Have you ever been a thief? Hearing this, Anselm immediately became indignant. This woman dared to malign him. Comparing him to those low-life thieves was beneath him. Grinding his teeth, Anselm wanted to knock some sense into her head. Didn't I say I'd come by later to massage and treat you? Anselm said coolly, but his eyes were fixated on Alicia's long, shapely legs. She hadn't changed, still in her light blue dress paired with black stockings, enough to drive 99% of men wild. Feeling Anselm's fiery gaze, Alicia couldn't help but shiver. At this moment, she didn't care how he opened her door. She looked at Anselm vigilantly and said seriously, Thank you for your offer, but I've already called the hospital. A doctor will be here soon. Imagine letting Anselm massage her. That would be like sending a lamb to slaughter. She wasn't that foolish. Are you kidding me? Hospital doctors don't do house calls. Do you think they're delivery boys? Anselm sneered. This woman's excuse for rejection was laughable. Woody Rover, even if there were doctors who could come, he wouldn't trust them, because he knew that competent doctors were always swamped. Woodist likely, only those mediocre, idle doctors would have the time. Letting such a doctor treat Alicia, Anselm wouldn't agree to it. Thinking of this, Anselm slowly approached Alicia. Startled, Alicia shouted, What? What are you going to do? Don't come any closer. Her other uninjured foot kicked frantically, trying to stop Anselm from getting close. However, it was futile. Anselm smiled slightly, crouching down and grabbing her foot in his palm. Ah, pervert, don't touch me. Swearing and furious, Alicia stared at Anselm as if she wished to kick him away. You don't let me touch, but I will touch. Anselm grinned wickedly. Get lost, or else I'll call for help. Alicia roared. However, even as she shouted, she knew her threat was useless. It could only provide some comfort to herself. Sure enough, not only did Anselm show no concern when he heard her words, but his face was also full of excitement. He even urged her directly, Shout quickly. It's best if you call out all the neighbors, so they can know you're my main wife. Wahaha, then no one will pester you anymore. Alicia felt bitter. Facing a guy with a face as thick as a nuclear bomb shelter, she couldn't find the right words to scold him properly. As her thoughts flew, Anselm gently put down her delicate foot. He carefully picked up her other injured foot. The heel was dark purple and swollen terribly, clearly indicating damage to the tendons. What do you want to do? Alicia snapped back to reality, looking at Anselm in terror. Though her uncle said this guy was the descendant of an eccentric doctor, she didn't quite believe it. After all, a man who called any alley wife couldn't possibly be a skilled physician. She feared that instead of treating her sprain, he might cripple her foot. Then who would she turn to for justice? Now I don't want to. I'll think about it after your foot is healed, Anselm said with a serious expression. He stared at Alicia's heel without raising his eyelids, extremely focused. Alicia? She didn't understand what Anselm meant by those words. What did he mean by not thinking now? Furrowing her brow, Alicia thought over it repeatedly and finally understood. You. She was indignant. This guy never missed a chance to take advantage. Don't move. At this moment, Anselm suddenly barked lowly. A wave of authority emanated from him, enveloping Alicia. It made her body shiver, and she truly dared not move recklessly anymore. Chapter 29 Affection, through beating and scolding. She had never felt such authority from her father or uncle. This seemingly careless and frivolous playboy appeared to be far more than what she saw on the surface. Anselm gently tapped Alicia's legs like a skimming dragonfly. Then, under her shocked gaze, Anselm moved and grabbed her heel, squeezing it hard. Alicia couldn't help but scream. However, after shouting, she was stunned, because she found that there was no pain in her heel at all. This didn't make any sense. Alicia's eyes bulged. Instead of relaxation, her face showed tension, cold sweat trickling down her forehead. Damn it, her feet lost sensation. The worst outcome she had anticipated came true again. Imagine a scenario where she would be traveling in a wheelchair in the future, and Anselm pushing her from behind with a dejected look. Alicia almost cried out of anxiety. Hold on, why would it be Anselm? No way I'd let him push me. Alicia spat at herself, unable to resist. Her mind wandered aimlessly while her gaze fell on Anselm. Did you mess up my legs? I don't feel anything at all. Alicia asked with a bitter face. At this point, she felt no hatred towards Anselm. Everything happened as if by fate. It's supposed to feel like that, Anselm answered coolly. Without looking up, his hands continued kneading Alicia's foot. What? Alicia was confused. This guy had messed up her leg, yet he looked so justified. I pressed a few acupoints on your leg to cut off your pain nerve. I was afraid you couldn't endure the severe pain during the treatment. Once cured, I will help you restore it, Anselm explained patiently. Alicia was dumbfounded upon hearing this. Was traditional Chinese medicine really that powerful? Just a few taps could sever pain nerves. This effect would probably surpass the strongest anesthetics. After living for over 20 years, Alicia realized for the first time how amazing her country's traditional Chinese medicine was. What she did not know was that while traditional Chinese medicine was indeed mysterious, many were just seeking fame and fortune. Only because Anselm was the successor of the notorious physician could he use acupuncture skills to cut off pain sensations. Otherwise, even Kathy would have needed golden needles to achieve the same effect. In less than 10 minutes, the swelling on Alicia's heel was completely gone. At this moment, however, Anselm froze, staring blankly at something. Following his gaze, Alicia shrieked immediately. All her springtime scenery under the skirt had been seen by Anselm. Pervert. Alicia instinctively kicked out. This time, Anselm didn't react fast enough and got kicked in the face. Letting out a groan, Anselm covered his handsome face and stepped back. His expression was full of grievances. This airly sure could kick. Fortunately, his skin was tough. Otherwise, his appearance would have been ruined. Big wife, your legs are so beautiful. Can I touch them? Anselm suddenly said, scratching his head. No way. Alicia hesitated and firmly refused. Okay, I won't force you then. Remember to go to the hospital tomorrow, Anselm said with a pained expression. Alicia was puzzled, asking, my sprain is already healed. Why should I go to the hospital? To amputate. If my acupressure points method isn't undone within an hour, it can affect blood flow, eventually leading to muscle death and leg necrosis. Sighing, Anselm felt a bit sad. Then, he looked at Alicia resolutely and said emotionally, wife, don't worry. Even if you lose a leg, I wouldn't abandon you. A one-legged you is still beautiful. Anselm's words made Alicia shudder. Her face turned black, glaring at Anselm angrily. She ordered, come here. No way. Respecting my wife's wishes makes me a good husband. Anselm shook his head like a rattle drum, being totally serious about not going over. Alicia became furious. How could he be so unserious at this moment? To suggest amputation. Oh God, dying right here would be less painful. Cracking her knuckles, Alicia heard Anselm say, since you don't welcome me, I'll go back now. I'll come to pick you up early tomorrow for the hospital. Turning around, he was about to leave. Wait, Alicia called out. Internally cursing Anselm, she managed a bright smile on her face. Is there something else? Anselm turned back, scratching his head, puzzled. Don't go yet, Alicia said hurriedly. Why shouldn't I? I'm exhausted after a busy day. I need to go back and rest. Anselm stretched lazily and said languidly. Seeing his demeanor, Alicia gritted her teeth inwardly. She forced out a smile that was more painful than crying, and said to Anselm, come over and touch my leg. Wouldn't that be inappropriate? To her surprise, Anselm showed a troubled look, which nearly made Alicia choke with depression. When did this guy become so shy? Clearly a lecher. He acted like an innocent boy, which was truly infuriating. What's inappropriate about it? Simonry up, touch me. Alicia was really fuming. She found that when talking to someone like Anselm, politeness would only get her hurt. Just then, the door of Alicia's room suddenly opened. In walked a dashing woman, Pearl. Pearl had been full of confusion, but hearing Alicia's loud command, she was instantly bewildered. When did her best friend become so uninhibited? Did I interrupt something? Maybe you should continue? Pearl chuckled awkwardly, feeling she came back too early. Interrupting Alicia's good moment, she felt extremely guilty. No, Exine, you misunderstood. Alicia reacted quickly, feeling utterly embarrassed inside. The perfect image of her goddess-like friend had just crumbled. The great wife is right. You must have misheard. She definitely didn't ask me to touch her. Anselm also explained enthusiastically, unknowingly making things worse. Misunderstanding or not doesn't matter. You two carry on. I'll leave first. Pearl cast an ambiguous glance at Alicia and gave a mischievous smile. Carry on indeed. Alicia felt mad. She turned and glared furiously at Anselm, ordering, you, march out of here. Go as far as the sun is. Okay, great wife. Before I go, let me tell you a secret. I just numbed the pain nerves in your legs. It will recover in about an hour. No amputation needed. Anselm laughed and immediately dashed out after speaking. Chapter 30. Not a simple background. Almost at the same moment, where he stood, there was a crack as a cup smashed to the ground. You bastard, you actually dared to lie to me. Kirsten shouted angrily over and over. This scoundrel was truly detestable. Clearly, there had been no issue. Yet he had deceived her by saying it was very serious, making her extremely anxious, almost scared out of her wits. Beating shows affection, scolding is love, and when that's not enough, you kick. Come on, darling, tell me. When did you two confirm your relationship? Pearl walked into the living room, plopping down next to Kirsten with a wicked chuckle. Confirm what kind of relationship? That rogue, I wish I could kill him right now. Kirsten pursed her lips. Thinking of Anselm made her gnash her teeth in hatred. TSK, You say there's no relationship, but haven't you heard the saying, the deeper the love, the fiercer the hate? Pearl smiled faintly, with an expression as if she had long seen through everything. Kirsten felt like crying but couldn't. No matter how she explained, Pearl simply didn't believe her. What could she do? She was also desperate. Frankly speaking, have you and that Anselm really confirmed your relationship? Pearl's expression suddenly became serious. Joking aside, she understood her best friend's personality well. If they weren't really involved, it would be impossible for him to be alone in Kirsten's home. What Pearl didn't know was that Anselm had entered without Kirsten's permission, having forced his way in. Of course not. Kirsten denied outright. She wasn't lying. Although they had already measured each other in more ways than one, they indeed hadn't officially established a relationship. At least up until now, Kirsten still had no feelings for Anselm, and even found him somewhat annoying. Really? Pearl looked at Kirsten suspiciously. Of course it's real. That guy Anselm is just shamelessly sticking to my face. Kirsten's gaze wandered, reluctant to meet Pearl's eyes directly. Her best friend had served out thinking. I'm talking about his skills, which have nothing to do with a strong body, Pearl said lightly. But then she stared at Kirsten curiously, asking, wait, how do you know his body is very strong? Have you seen it? Kirsten was taken aback. Only now did she realize she had let slip too much. She hurriedly shook her head and said, No, I definitely haven't seen it. Earlier, I twisted my ankle badly and couldn't walk. He carried me in here. It seemed effortless for him, so I said his body was strong. How did you determine he was strong from that? Even someone under 100 pounds like you, I could carry with one hand. Pearl grinned, showing indifference. Well, Kirsten was instantly at a loss for words, forgetting her best friend wasn't just anyone but a retired female soldier with genuine skills. Seeing Kirsten struggling to respond, Pearl secretly laughed, but her face remained composed. Changing the subject, she said, hey, come to think of it, this guy really has some ability. Your sprained ankle is completely healed. Pearl's face showed surprise as she looked at Kirsten's foot. Kirsten followed her gaze and looked at her own heel. Her thigh had already regained sensation. However, the pain around her heel had mysteriously disappeared, and the originally purplish-blue bruising had completely faded away. The skin there was now, Chapter 31, pointing to a woody use and claiming it was a duck. Nonsense, this is clearly a mouse head. How could it possibly be a duck neck? While Anselm was enjoying his meal in a fast food restaurant, a sudden argument outside the store caught his attention. Driven by curiosity, Anselm glanced towards the source of the sound. There were two women there. One dressed like a college student, and the other, who appeared older, seemed to be the owner of the neighboring duck next door. As Anselm moved closer and listened to their argument, he finally understood what was going on. Apparently, this college student had a craving and bought a pound of duck necks from the store, only to find a suspicious object that looked like a mouse head inside. When she came back for an explanation, the shop owner refused to acknowledge her claim, insisting that the object was indeed a duck neck. Anselm shivered, feeling a bit nauseous. Even from 10 meters away, he could see the fine fur and sharp teeth on the object. What kind of duck neck has sharp teeth? This is obviously a mouse head. Some unscrupulous merchants have no bottom line at all, Anselm thought inwardly. The female student and the female owner argued endlessly, attracting quite a crowd. After learning about the situation, many people joined in to condemn the female owner. It's definitely a duck neck. If you don't believe me, I'll call someone from the inspection bureau to verify. Seeing the situation spiraling out of control, the female owner immediately suggested bringing in government enforcement officers. Fine, let's do as you say. The college student nodded in agreement, unaware that she had already fallen into the trap set by the other party. Before long, a scene that left everyone speechless unfolded. Uniformed officers arrived, first stopping the ongoing dispute between the two parties. They then picked up the suspicious object and examined it closely. Sir, please inspect it carefully. Don't wrong anyone innocent, the female owner said with a look of waged grievance, completely different from her previous aggressive demeanor. The lead officer remained silent, examining the object thoroughly before declaring authoritatively, the inspection results are clear. This is indeed a duck neck, not a mouse head. What? Everyone was astonished, none of them expecting the officers to come to such a hasty conclusion. With their own eyes, they saw that the object looked more like a mouse head than a duck neck. The burnt fur and the sharp white teeth certainly didn't resemble a duck neck. People couldn't help but doubt the professionalism of these so-called enforcement officers. Claiming a mouse is a duck? Blatant lies, you're really shameless. Anselm, his face cold, approached. He now understood that the supposed officers were in cahoots with the female owner. No wonder she acted. Didn't argue further. He directly called Heather and asked her to contact the city's mayor. Sure, Lonnie Anselm, wait a moment. Hearing the seriousness in Anselm's voice, Heather sensed the severity of the situation and stopped playing around. After ending the call, Anselm looked leisurely and said to the Bonita, don't worry, wait here for a moment. I will get justice for you today. Thank you. The Bonita nodded in gratitude. Everyone waited for over half an hour with mixed thoughts. During this time, the enforcement officers attempted to leave, but were halted by Anselm's authoritative command. Stay put. Anselm's expression was stern as he glanced at them. Another 10 minutes passed, and finally, a group of men in suits with leadership hairstyles walked in. The one leading them was unfamiliar to Anselm, but the airlie beside him was mischievous. It could only be Heather. Lonnie Anselm. Seeing Anselm's attention on her, Heather stuck out her tongue and called out softly, Director Gong, Solengegel. The enforcement officers were all dumbfounded. They never expected that this Yonatan was actually a hidden bigwig who not only summoned their director but even the mayor. They had truly met their match. Everyone exchanged uneasy glances, feeling bitter and sour inside. You came pretty quickly. Anselm smiled and pinched Heather's little nose. How could I not rush when Lonnie Anselm asks? Heather giggled, brushing off Anselm's hand from her nose. Director Gong, can you take a look? Is this object a mouse head or a duck neck? Anselm turned to Director Gong and pointed at the discarded object on the ground. Earlier, during the waiting period, the enforcement officers and the female owner tried multiple times to dispose of this object but were stopped by him each time. Trying to destroy evidence right before his eyes? Impossible. Basil bent down, showing no impatience or irritation. Even Heather, the young mistress of Geisher Hall, was so intimate with this Yonatan, indicating his terrifying background. Chapter 32. I am her cousin. This thing is either a duck neck or a mouse head. After staring at the foreign object for a while, Basil furrowed his brows and gave a definite conclusion. After staring at the foreign object for a while, Basil furrowed his brows and gave a definite conclusion. Is that so? But your subordinates were very certain it was a duck neck. Anselm sneered coldly, speaking with an odd tone. Is there such a thing? Basil's expression changed slightly. He turned to look at the several law enforcement officers, radiating an imposing demeanor even without anger. You few, whose team leader are you under? Didn't he teach you to enforce the law impartially? The few law enforcement officers were completely dumbfounded, standing stiffly in place, none of them opening their mouths. A cold gleam flashed in Basil's eyes, but when he looked at Anselm, he wore a gentle smile once again. I'm sorry, Lonnie Hyman. These are temporary workers in our bureau who don't understand the rules. Basil apologized sincerely with a bow. Anselm gave him a deep look, a half smile playing on his lips as he shook his head. You shouldn't be apologizing to me. This mouse head didn't come from my meal. Basil was taken aback for a moment before turning to apologize to the Bonita. The Bonita waved her hands quickly, appearing somewhat flustered. She was just an ordinary citizen and couldn't accept an apology from the director of the Supervision Bureau. Solengegel, do you think this way of handling it is appropriate? Basil asked respectfully. If Isaiah wasn't satisfied, his position as director might become unstable. Isaiah didn't even raise his eyelids, saying indifferently, it's fine. Also, thoroughly investigate the illegal activities in this duck neck shop. You must win back the lost credibility. Understood. Basil nodded. With a wave of his hand, the several law enforcement officers behind him rushed forward and sealed the duck neck shop's door with a sticker. Seeing this scene, the female boss felt icy cold all over. She sat down on the ground as if she had just lost a loved one. She knew everything was over. Once her illegal actions were exposed, she would likely face a 10-year sentence. The Heavenly State has always been extremely strict about food safety management. Anyone who dared to cross this line would inevitably face severe punishment. Earlier, both the law enforcement officers and the female boss were rewarded with silver bracelets and taken back to the police station for investigation. Isaiah, Basil, and other government officials also left by car. Lonnie Anselm, I'm leaving now. There are quite a few patients in the shop today, and I can't be away for too long, Heather said pouting, unwilling to part. Then, she left, returning to Aubrey. Thus ended this farce. High-ranking officials came hurriedly and left hastily. The crowd around was stunned into silence for a long time. The Bonita wanted to thank Anselm properly and get his contact information. But when she finally came to her senses, she realized that Anselm had already left some time. Back home, it was already past 8 in the evening. Anselm took a quick shower and then fell asleep on the bed immediately. This was the living habit he had developed in Adnanlua Wudiantane. Early to bed, early to rise. Even after coming down the mountain to Jinling City, a bustling metropolis, he did not change this habit. A crescent moon hung on a sparse phoenix tree. The night watch was broken as people began to quiet down. Approaching midnight, a figure descended from the balcony. This person carefully pulled open the balcony door and entered Anselm's home. She held her breath, tiptoeing around inside for a while, then left empty-handed through the kitchen window. Just after this figure disappeared, Anselm, lying in bed, suddenly opened his eyes, a mocking smile creeping onto the corners of his mouth. This figure was no other than Pearl, the woman he had secretly chosen as his wife. However, he was puzzled by her sneaking into his house late at night when she should have been sleeping. He hadn't lived here for years, and all the appliances were newly replaced. What could she possibly want? Taking a deep breath, Anselm decided not to dwell on it. Closing his eyes, he soon fell back asleep. Did you find any clues? When Pearl returned, Lynette couldn't help but ask. With a rare sense of defeat on her face, Pearl replied speechlessly, no clues at all. His place only has appliances and walls. Nothing useful. Thinking for a moment, Pearl asked, right, didn't you say he was some kind of successor? I forgot. All I remember is that my uncle said their lineage's medical skills were exceptional. Lynette felt somewhat depressed, having hoped her best friend could uncover Anselm's background. But looking at how things turned out, it seemed unlikely. He was too cunning and left no trace. Is his medical skill very powerful? What a joke. Under the sky, apart from my elder brother, the Amir, who dares to claim they have great medical skills. Pearl pouted her lips, showing some disdain. After thinking for a moment, she said, wait until tomorrow. I'll test him. How are you going to test him? Lynette suddenly became interested. With a chuckle, Pearl said mysteriously, don't ask. I have a plan of my own. Just wait and see the show tomorrow. Pfft, who cares? Lynette rolled her eyes and ignored her. The next morning, Anselm got up before 7 o'clock. After washing up and dressing himself, it was not yet 7:30. Anselm stepped out of his door and knocked on Lynette's door. There was no response for a long time. After putting his ear to the door, he murmured, so early. How did my wife and black wife go out? Lynette's house was eerily quiet, clearly indicating they were not at home. Scratching his head for a while, Anselm finally decided to find Kimberly first to thoroughly solve Marissa's health problem. However, when Anselm came to Kimberly's house as usual, nobody was there either. Feeling a bit annoyed, Anselm pulled at his hair. Hey, Yonatan, you look unfamiliar. You don't live in this neighborhood, do you? An old gentleman sitting by the door basking in the sun saw the gloomy-faced Anselm and could not help but laughingly ask. Yes, sir. I'm looking for Kimberly. Do you know where she went? Anselm smiled, acting quite honest. Amadeo, what's your relationship with Kimberly? The old gentleman asked instead, his eyes full of caution, which made Anselm feel somewhat surprised. Anselm puckered his mouth, pretending to be sad, and said, I am her cousin, Xiachen. I used to live in the mountains, and today is my first time coming to a big city. I just wanted to meet my cousin. I didn't expect to hit a closed door. It's really tough. Amadeo, just tell me the truth. What do you want with Kimberly? The old gentleman's tone grew firmer, clearly disbelieving Anselm's words. Startled, Anselm still firmly said, Sir, I'm telling the truth. Do you take this old man for a fool? How could Kimberly's cousin have the same surname as her? Don't tell me, both your parents are surnamed Xia. The old gentleman tapped his cane, his face full of displeasure. Anselm scratched his head, his expression suddenly becoming awkward. This time, he had indeed been too clever for his own good. Chapter 33. A patriarch is ultimately still a patriarch. Anselm stammered for a long time, but could not find an appropriate response to evade the elderly man. Strangely enough, he who commanded respect in the supernatural world actually felt somewhat guilty before this elderly man. The elderly man stared at Anselm for a while, and then suddenly chuckled. You young lad, you must be Kimberly's boyfriend. You're quite handsome. That's good. Max was stunned and asked curiously, aren't you going to look for Kimberly? There's no rush. She's still working anyway. I noticed from your complexion that your lungs are having a serious issue. We need to treat it urgently. Anselm spoke seriously. Max was surprised. You know medicine? Of course, the second best divine doctor in the world. Let me give you a few needles. I promise it will heal instantly. Anselm smiled confidently, showing great self-assurance. He offered help because he saw the old man as kind-hearted. He wouldn't have bothered with others. It seems our Kimberly really picked a treasure. Go ahead. Max glanced deeply at Anselm and lay down with a smile. Just a few acupuncture needles, whether effective or not, it wouldn't hurt. Besides, this Yonatan could identify his lung issues at first glance, indicating some genuine skill. Anselm walked over and used the Solangine heavenly needles to treat the old man's lung disease. In just a short time, the old man's eyes became brighter. Little one, no, divine doctor, you're amazing. I was diagnosed with emphysema just 2 months ago. After just a few needles, I already feel much better, even better than getting drips at the hospital. Max sprang up from the recliner, his face filled with excitement. Jameson, don't get too excited. Keep calm, and you can live to 100. Anselm smiled and returned to her desk. Under the circumstances, she had no choice but to lower her head and continue revising her proposal. What happened? Rejected again? A golden-haired beauty sitting next to her said without surprise. It seemed as if the rejection of Kimberly's proposal was something she had anticipated. Kimberly glanced at her and nodded helplessly. Adnamp, I worked all night yesterday, and today when I submitted it to him, he found fault with everything. That old lecher is just trying to force you into submission. He has his eyes on your beauty. The curly-haired beauty sneered in disdain. As an old employee here, she knew their fat leader all too well. If not for her connections within the company, she might very well be one of those being harassed. Winley, I understand what you're saying, but what can I do? He's the general manager, and I'm just a regular employee. If we clash, I'll be the one to suffer. Kimberly smiled bitterly. Why don't you just give in to him? Stella winked jokingly. Rolling her eyes, Kimberly pouted. What are you thinking? Even if I were attracted to a pig, I wouldn't be interested in him. Does he think he's so great just because he has some money? As soon as she finished speaking, an angry voice sounded from the end of the hallway nearby. What did you mean by that, Kimberly? Do you still want to work here? Kimberly and Stella stiffened, turning to look in the direction of the voice. They realized that the barrel-shaped general manager had somehow come out, though they hadn't noticed when. He usually didn't leave his office until it was time for lunch. Kimberly couldn't help but wear a helpless expression. Chapter 34 delivered to receive a beating. Don't worry, I'm here. Stella cast Kimberly an assuring glance, signaling her to be at ease. Then she shot a glance at the fat General Jerome, with a heavy dose of ridicule rising on her pretty face. Wow, what a rare guest. Which wind blew General Jerome Joe out of his pigsty? Though this fat General Jerome was nominally her superior as well, Stella wasn't in the least bit afraid of him. This was because Stella's uncle was the second in command of this media company. Stella, please mind your words. I am your direct superior, Jerome Joe said, suppressing his anger. While he could lose his temper with Kimberly, he still felt quite wary when it came to Stella. After all these years as General Jerome, he had some understanding of Stella's background, knowing that she was related to one of the company's shareholders and shouldn't be offended easily. Straight leadership my foot, if you upset me, I'll speak my mind regardless. Stella retorted coldly, giving no face to Jerome Joe at all. You? Very well, aren't you afraid I will report you to President Holden? Jerome Joe's voice deepened as he stared coldly at Stella. He dared to confront Stella because he also had a backer. Holden High, the largest shareholder of the company, was his backing. Fat swine, how dare you threaten me? Stella glared fiercely at Jerome Joe with her phoenix eyes. Stella, you've gone too far. Is there any sense of hierarchy left in you? Jerome Joe asked angrily, clearly agitated by Stella's words. At this moment, Kimberly stood up, standing side by side with Stella, her icy gaze fixed on Jerome Joe. Kimberly, do you want to rebel like her? Don't you fear being fired, leaving you and your daughter starving? Jerome Joe's tone was chilling. You. Kimberly's complexion changed slightly, just as she was about to speak. A familiar, lazy voice sounded beside her. A dead fatty like you, short and stout, nothing but buttocks and waist, dares to threaten my wife? Upon hearing these words, all present employees were momentarily stunned before bursting into laughter. Stella, who had been glaring at Jerome Joe sternly, couldn't help laughing uncontrollably. Kimberly scratched her earlobe, finding this voice strangely familiar. When she turned around, she couldn't help but widen her eyes. Anselm, why is he here? Infuriated by the laughter, Cooper glared at the newcomer. Seeing that the person was merely a Yonatan fresh out of school, he couldn't help feeling contemptuous. Boy, watch your mouth. If you're not part of our company and yet so arrogant, don't you fear I'll have you arrested? Cooper looked darkly at Anselm, especially enraged that the youth called Kimberly his wife. The woman he had his eye on had already been taken by this Yonatan. How could anyone bear it? How did you find me here? Kimberly couldn't help but ask Anselm curiously. She distinctly remembered never having told Anselm where she worked. Your elderly neighbor told me. I went to your place but didn't find you, so I came here. By the way, who is this idiot? Should I give him a lesson for threatening you? Pointing at Cooper, Anselm spoke lazily. Hearing this, Kimberly's eyes brightened. Frankly speaking, she was somewhat tempted. To have her proposals rejected 7 times in a row, it wasn't as if she didn't harbor any resentment. But thinking about needing this job to support her family, Kimberly ultimately resisted the urge. Shaking her head, she declined Anselm's offer. However, Cooper really knew how to dig his own grave. Initially, Anselm didn't plan to act, but Cooper approached him, pushing Anselm's chest while cursing loudly. Where did you come from, bastard? Get lost. Seeing this, Kimberly couldn't help but cry out, stop. Everyone, including Stella, thought she was stopping Cooper. Only she knew she was trying to stop Anselm. She had seen Anselm. We were best friends, but you didn't even tell me about having such a handsome boyfriend. How disappointing. It's not what you think. He's not my boyfriend. Kimberly felt embarrassed in front of so many colleagues and quickly denied it. Sure, I believe you. Stella rolled her eyes and smirked, turning her gaze to Anselm. Little cutie, what do you say? My wife is right. I'm not her boyfriend. Anselm said solemnly. Hearing Anselm's words, everyone couldn't help but laugh. His wordplay was amusing. Kimberly's cheeks turned red as she glared fiercely at Anselm. Because of his words, she felt uncomfortable under everyone's stares. Planning department employee Kimberly, you were fired. Take your belongings and get out of the company, now. Immediately. Chapter 35, Nominal Couple. After regaining some composure, Cooper immediately couldn't help but roar at Kimberly. The colleagues nearby all showed looks of regret. This fat leader wasn't a good person, yet the company's benefits were extremely good, which was also why many young heirlies in the company chose to endure the harassment. Sometimes, one could only hold their breath and stay silent when surviving in society. No problem, but before I leave, I want to settle accounts with you first. At this moment, Kimberly relaxed instead. Expressionless, she walked toward Cooper. Seeing her come closer, Cooper thought she was here to beg for mercy and couldn't help but show a smug look. Now you know how to soften up? Sorry, it's too late. Pack up your things and get out. Cooper gave a cold laugh. He was extremely angry, casting aside any thoughts of taking advantage of Kimberly, thinking only of venting his anger. Softening up? You don't deserve it? Hearing this, Kimberly couldn't help but sneer. With Anselm as her backing, she was fearless now. What are you going to do? Cooper's expression changed slightly. Though he didn't know what Kimberly intended to do, from her expression, it definitely wasn't something good. What am I going to do? I want to. Before she finished her sentence, she kicked directly towards the space between Cooper's legs. Even if Cooper had some preparation, it was completely useless. Kimberly's kick was so fast, it was simply indefensible. Cooper's face instantly turned the color of a liver, and his obese body fell to the ground, twitching non-stop. Clearly, a certain part of him had been severely hit. Even if it wasn't completely ruined, it was probably not far off. Everyone around did not expect that the mild-mannered Kimberly would actually do such a thing. They all stared in shock, as if they had never truly known her before. Anselm was also taken aback, but then he clapped his hands and laughed. Amazing, just like my wife. Your style is so similar to mine. Shut up, you're always talking. Kimberly rolled her eyes at Anselm. This guy spoke without a filter. It was really troublesome. However, his appearance helped her make up her mind to resign. She quickly packed up her belongings, and then invited Anselm to leave together. Hey, wait for me. Stella snapped back to reality. Seeing Kimberly leaving through the company's gate, she hurriedly followed. Hearing the noise behind them, both couldn't help but glance back. Anselm was somewhat annoyed. Why did this woman follow? Didn't he plan on shopping with Kimberly? Admittedly, this woman indeed had a fiery figure, even more perfect than Kimberly in some places. Anselm's eyes lit up, almost sticking to Stella's chest. Everyone was speechless. Was this guy being too shameless? Who looked at people like that? Stella's slim body trembled lightly. Anselm's gaze was like a bone-scraping knife, making her skin feel hot and numb. What are you looking at? If you keep looking, I'll gouge your eyeballs out. Stella glared at Anselm with embarrassment and annoyance, quickly covering her chest. 3060, just wondering how it feels. Anselm said regretfully. Hearing Anselm's muttering, Stella nearly stumbled. This man was too perverted, saying such things in front of so many people. Kimberly, is this guy your husband? He's such a rogue. Stella pouted, speaking somewhat displeased. If it weren't for Kimberly's sake, she would have slapped him long ago. I'm not sure either, but for now, we aren't officially, Kimberly said with a bitter smile. Although Anselm kept calling her wife, there wasn't any substantial relationship between them. On the contrary, she owed Anselm an enormous favor. At least to Kimberly, it was too early to call each other husband and wife. What do you mean not officially? Stella was somewhat bewildered. It means we haven't slept together yet. We can only be considered a nominal couple without the actual relationship of a married couple. Anselm explained with a grin, simultaneously hugging Kimberly's slender waist. Hearing Anselm's words, both women were stunned. But soon, Kimberly showed an angry look and scolded, "You idiot! What nonsense are you spouting? Are you embarrassed or not?" Stella giggled and winked at Kimberly. So, it means you aren't officially a couple yet. My apologies, I'm inexperienced. Hee. Kimberly blushed and glared at Stella, feigning anger. If you keep teasing me, I'm leaving. Stella chuckled, then finally took on a serious expression. After laughing and chatting for a while, Kimberly suddenly showed a troubled look. Well, to tell the truth, I really don't want to leave this company. The salary and benefits here are probably top-notch in the entire Jiangling city. Maybe I can ask my uncle to intervene? Stella said hurriedly. In fact, she also didn't want Kimberly to leave. As adults in the workplace, it's rare to make close friends. To Stella, Kimberly was such a person. and she certainly didn't wish for her good friend to leave. Forget it, I was just saying casually. Your uncle is influential, but there are people behind that fat pig too. Don't get into trouble because of me. Kimberly shook her head and declined Stella's offer. Stella understood this point naturally, and she looked somewhat displeased. Come on, don't be so gloomy. Believe this. If one place doesn't keep you, another will. You won't starve to death, right? At this moment, Anselm interjected, startling both of them. Kimberly laughed bitterly and said, but it's really hard to find a job now, let alone a suitable one. If jobs are hard to find, then start a company and become someone who provides jobs instead. Scratching his head, Anselm said with an innocent look. Glancing at Anselm, before Kimberly could speak, Stella couldn't help but sneer. Starting a company isn't that easy. Let alone whether Kimberly has enough startup capital. Even if she had money, getting all the necessary permits and licenses wouldn't be easy. Yes, I have thought about it. But where do I get the startup capital? Kimberly looked depressed. I'll provide it. How much do you need? Anselm's eyes twinkled. Wasn't it just startup capital? No matter how much it was, could it be more than yesterday's 40 million? He didn't care about follow me. Anselm wore an unconcerned expression as he walked toward the exit. Where are we going? The two women asked in unison. Jinling City Hospital. Hurry up. Seeing the two women remain rooted to the spot, Anselm turned around and dragged them forward. Kimberly's heart jolted. When Anselm mentioned their destination, she immediately understood. Stella had no chance of winning this bet. She had personally witnessed how formidable Anselm's medical skills were, bringing the dead back to life, almost defying nature itself. Using his skills to make money, a mere 1 million would be easy. Why would I go to the hospital if I'm not sick? Stella shook off Anselm's hand, slightly annoyed. To make money, 1 million, Anselm said nonchalantly. Ah. Stella froze, about to press further, but Anselm ignored her and continued walking ahead. This made Stella feel a bit depressed. Why wasn't this guy following the script? The three hailed a DD car by the roadside and headed to Jinling City Hospital. Noticing Anselm fell silent on the ride, staring straight out the window, Stella seized the opportunity to tease him. Why aren't you talking now? Are you afraid you'll expose yourself and lose face in front of little Solanjang? Winley, stop it. Anselm remained silent, while Kimberly gave Stella a worried look. Don't worry, Kimberly. With me around, I'll protect you. Stella smiled, showing her genuine concern for her friend. Seeing Stella ignoring her hints, Kimberly could only turn to Anselm. Anselm, Winley is my best friend. When you win the bet, please don't be too hard on her, okay? Sure, for your sake, I'll go easy on her. At most, she'll just have to dance a pole dance. Rubbing his nose, Anselm feigned being at a great loss. What did you say? Pole dance? Why don't you just die? Stella nearly fainted with anger. She wouldn't debase herself by dancing such vulgar dances. After grinding her teeth at Anselm, Stella complained to Kimberly, looking miserable. Did you hear that? He's a lecher, wanting me to dance like that. It's too much. You two, enough? Be quiet, or you'll make the driver laugh. Kimberly massaged her temples, headache already setting in. Since meeting these two, they hadn't exchanged a single peaceful word, always clashing. Even as an observer, she was exhausted. Simon, huh? You big pig hoof. You found new love and forgotten old ones, haven't you? I can't live. Stella looked dramatically heartbroken. Spare me. Your acting is terrible. Kimberly shook her head, exasperated. She knew exactly what her colleague and good friend was like. If someone like Stella could be so easily hurt, she wouldn't have publicly confronted her boss before. Hearing Kimberly's words, that she might still be dreaming. Where could there possibly be a doctor who doesn't practice medicine unless it's for 10 million yuan? These people wouldn't be acting just to show off to her, would they? Such thoughts flashed through Stella's mind. Since that's settled, lead the way then. Anselm smiled faintly and then turned to give Kimberly a meaningful glance, signaling her to follow later. As Anselm stepped toward the main building of the hospital, a bodyguard suddenly appeared in front of him, coldly saying, "We agree to pay the consultation fee, but if you fail to treat our young master, not only will you not get the 10 million, you'll also have to leave your treating hand behind." Are you threatening me? Anselm's eyebrows rose. The bodyguard sneered, giving Anselm a disdainful look. His tone was full of arrogance as he said, "Not a threat, just a reminder. Make sure to use all your skills, or else you understand." Anselm nodded and smiled faintly. He turned to the old dean and said, "I'm not feeling too good right now. I want to stop the consultation." The old dean's expression changed, and he hurriedly replied, "Divine Dr. Yi, that's probably not a good idea, as we've already made an agreement. But my mood is really bad right now. If you want me to treat him, it'll be 20 million, no credit allowed." Chapter 37 2 Simon million. Hymanzi, are you provoking us? A glint of malice flashed in the bodyguard's eyes. Anselm's defiance filled him with overwhelming anger. 40 million. Anselm didn't even lift his eyelids. Everyone present, including Kimberly and Stella, were stunned. Wasn't Anselm being too unyielding, showing no regard for the other party's status? Are you courting death? The bodyguard's eyes turned extremely cold. 80 million. Transfer the money first. I'll start the treatment after confirming the receipt. Anselm continued to raise the price, his face devoid of any unusual expression. The bodyguard became furious, but before he could say anything, Anselm added, "If you continue to speak insolently, I'll leave right now." The bodyguard bit back his words, staring at Anselm coldly. The Bogdan was somewhat troubled. He hadn't anticipated that such a conflict would arise even before they met. He sighed inwardly. The Alvis family's actions were overly domineering. Even their bodyguards were impulsive. Someone like Anselm, who possessed unparalleled medical skills, wouldn't tolerate criticism from subordinates over his expertise. 80 million is quite an exorbitant price. The Bogdan said helplessly. To prevent the situation from escalating, he tried to mediate. "My rules are my rules. Not a cent less." Anselm said calmly. "You respect me an inch, I return it a yard. But if you insult me, don't blame me for not letting you off easily." Wow, so cool. Stella's eyes sparkled. Indeed, Anselm looked very manly when he was tough, much more charming than most men she had seen. Fine, 80 million then. A calm voice suddenly sounded. The bodyguards trembled upon hearing this voice and respectfully lowered their heads, saying, "Head of the family." Seeing this person appear, even the Bogdan's face changed. It was Voorhees, the head of the Alvis family in Jinling City, who actually came down personally. This was the leader of one of the two most powerful families in all of Jinling City. His influence could make the whole city shake. The Bogdan gave him a wary glance, then silently moved aside. He had already called Anselm. What happened next wasn't within his control. "You have guts, you're someone." Anselm laughed heartily. Hearing this, the bodyguards instantly became angry, glaring fiercely at Anselm. Voorhees was like a deity in their hearts. What kind of person was this Hyman Z to dare speak so disrespectfully to him? Unquestionably, Anselm's attitude infuriated them. Voorhees' eyes also grew cold, but as a deep strategist, he maintained a smile despite his displeasure. He took out a checkbook from his pocket, wrote a number on it, tore it out, and handed it over. Just as Anselm was about to take the check, Voorhees loosened his grip, causing the check to fall to the ground. "Oops, my hand slipped." While apologizing verbally, Voorhees wore a mocking smile. The Bogdan was dumbfounded, sensing impending trouble. Anyone could see that this was intentional on Voorhees' part, a deliberate humiliation. The question was, given Anselm's temperament, would he willingly accept this humiliation? Clearly not. The Bogdan was mentally preparing for the worst. If a violent conflict erupted, he would ensure Anselm's safety no matter what. Such a talented physician couldn't be allowed to die here. Anselm crossed his arms, stared at Voorhees calmly, and suddenly smiled, saying, "I thought you were someone special. Looks like I was wrong. Haha, pick up the check and follow me." Voorhees' expression was indifferent, his tone leaving no room for negotiation. After all, what did a young upstart with some medical knowledge have to flaunt in front of him? 80 million? Consider it charity to a beggar. Kimberly and Stella stood behind Anselm, holding their breath, feeling the tension like needles pricking their backs. Deep down, neither wanted Anselm to stoop to picking up the money. Just when everyone thought Anselm would bend down to pick up the check, he did something astonishing. He chuckled and then stomped on the check with his foot. Clank. The explosive force of his foot not only crushed the check, but also left a clear footprint on the solid concrete floor. 200 million. Anselm's face was expressionless as he stared at Voorhees. Everyone was dumbfounded, especially the bodyguard who had previously clashed with Anselm. Cold sweat trickled down his back. Such terrifying strength. If this foot had landed on him, would he even be alive? "Do you really want to oppose me?" Voorhees' expression turned cold, and he locked eyes with Anselm. The sharp gaze made the few bodyguards beside him feel uneasy. They all knew their master was truly enraged. Faced with Voorhees' questioning, Anselm remained calm as if a breeze blew past. He said indifferently, "If you delay any longer, your precious only child will die for sure. Resuscitating the dead isn't worth 200 million. It'll take half your fortune." With Anselm's medical skills, reviving someone who just died was still quite feasible. But unless absolutely necessary, he wouldn't treat a dead person. Life and death were predestined, with their own cause and effect. If one forcibly interferes, they risk divine retribution. Anselm wasn't willing to bear such karma for a stranger. "Lord Alvis, don't hesitate. Curing young Master Alvis's illness is the top priority," the Bogdan hurriedly said. He really didn't want to see greater conflict arise between them, which would benefit no one. Voorhees took a deep breath, gradually suppressing his anger. He took out a checkbook, wrote a new check, and handed it to Anselm. 200 million for his son's life. It wasn't a bad deal after all. After all, merely 200 million was trivial for the Alvis family in Jinling City. "Looking at how your people behave, that guy is probably not a good person. I'm almost reluctant to help." Anselm smirked, speaking whatever came to his mind without considering the Alvis family's face at all. Upon hearing his words, Voorhees immediately flew into a rage, with murderous intent flashing in his eyes. "But there's no choice. Since I've already taken your money, I have to do the job. So lead the way." Anselm grinned, as if completely unaware of Voorhees' fury. "I hope your medical skills won't disappoint me, or else, I'll make you regret it," Voorhees said coldly. Today, he suffered more humiliation here than in the past 10 years combined, and his dissatisfaction had reached a breaking point. Chapter 38. No need to put on a show. Kimberly and Stella exchanged glances. As natives of Jinling City, they had naturally heard of the Alvis family's formidable reputation. Anselm actually got into a conflict with them, which made both of them feel somewhat anxious. "Follow me," Anselm said casually. Gathering their courage, Kimberly and Stella followed Anselm inside, though their expressions were still somewhat worried. Under the guidance of Voorhees, they entered a luxurious private ward. The moment Anselm walked in, he saw the Yonatan on the bed looking ashen, his lips an eerie purple red. He felt a pang of intuition, knowing this person was almost at death's door. "Really, where is the miracle doctor? Who would likely suffer the consequences. I'll say it again, I don't like people getting in my way." Wu dive aside immediately. Anselm's voice was calm. Even facing a group of intimidating men, he showed no fear. Seeing the bodyguards didn't move, Anselm sneered, "Fine, let's wait. This guy has 5 minutes left to live. Once those 5 minutes are up, he'll be dead." Simone had intended to retaliate, but hearing Anselm's words, she deflated immediately. She looked at the Yonatan on the bed, her face softening with maternal love. "Everyone, stand down," Simone hurriedly shouted. The Yonatan's condition worsened, appearing as if he could die at any moment. The bodyguards exchanged glances, then collectively looked at Voorhees. Simone was their mistress, but Voorhees' orders took precedence here. "Stand down," Voorhees said sternly. The elderly president's heart ached. He regretted inviting Anselm. If not for Anselm, he wouldn't have offended the Alvis family. The bodyguards stepped back, clearing a path for Anselm. "A bunch of lackeys," Anselm said disdainfully, then approached the Yonatan on the bed. The bodyguards were furious, but didn't dare act rashly without Voorhees' command. They just glared hatefully at Anselm's back, seething inwardly. Anselm stroked his chin, studied the Yonatan for a moment, and pressed a few spots on his chest. Done. Don't thank me. Anselm stretched lazily, grinning broadly. What? It's that simple? Everyone was stunned. Are you mocking me? Fouys erupted in anger. Anselm's actions weren't just provoking him personally, but insulting everyone's intelligence. Anselm pouted and said disdainfully, is there any point? Then he explained, this guy wasn't sick. He was cursed by black magic. That's why the hospital was helpless. Now that I've lifted the curse, he'll be fine. 2 weeks of rest, and he'll be good as new. Black magic? Everyone's expressions turned incredulous. They didn't believe Anselm's explanation, except for the old president, who looked thoughtful. To get involved with a powerful black magician for 2 billion yuan, sigh, life is hard. Anselm sighed dramatically, acting as if he had lost everything. Really? Seeing Anselm like this, everyone began to doubt whether there really was such a strange and bizarre thing in the world. At this moment, the Bogdan suddenly furrowed his brows and spoke up. Indeed, if there are truly sorcerers like that, they are most wary of others breaking their black magic spells, for it would be seen as a provocation. They won't stop until one side dies. How do you know? Fouys frowned. If what the Bogdan said was true, he would have to change his plans. The Bogdan stroked his gray beard and chuckled dryly. I've been following a novel recently, and it explains things like this. Hearing the Bogdan's words, Fouys became furious immediately. Could something from a novel be taken seriously? Was he being treated like a fool? He was about to speak when he suddenly heard a familiar voice from beside. I'm wrong. Please, don't put black magic on me. I will never dare again. Indeed, the Yonatan on the bed sat up suddenly, his eyes closed, repeating these words incessantly. Everyone stared in shock. Was this a zombie coming back to life? But soon, they all regained their senses. Especially the words from Enos's mouth. They heard them clearly, and all were terrified. It turned out that black magic actually existed in this world. Now do you believe me? Wu dive aside. A good dog doesn't block the way. Anselm cast a blank look at the guards blocking him. Fouys waved his hand, and the guards immediately stepped back. He then put on a smile and said, please forgive us, divine Dr. Yi. Can we have your contact information just in case? Since black magic did exist, what the Bogdan had said might also be true. Fouys needed Anselm to help ward off calamities for the Alvis family, so he was very polite. There's no need to put on a show. If you don't trust me, I can return this black magic spell to its original owner right now. Anselm said indifferently. You. Chapter 39. Unremarkable. Fouys was taken aback. He hadn't encountered such an arrogant younger generation like Anselm in many years. His expression fluctuated for a moment, and ultimately Fouys let out a cold snort, saying, I naturally believe in the great physician Yi. Watch your step, please go slowly. Master Alvis, those who do too much wrong will eventually be destroyed by their own actions. I take my leave. Anselm gave a meaningful smile, then turned and left without looking back. Kimberly and Stella hurriedly followed. They did not want to stay in that room for even another minute, as the atmosphere inside was too strange, making them feel anxious and uneasy. Really, this man is too arrogant. I can't swallow this anger. I'm going to find someone to deal with him. Watching Anselm's departing figure, Simone's eyes revealed murderous intent. Since marrying into the Alvis family, no one had ever dared to slap her. But to everyone's surprise, Fouys, who usually doted on Simone, suddenly roared in anger, No, I won't allow you to cause him trouble. This roar was thunderous, startling not only Simone but also making the eldest son of the Alvis family, Enos, who was on the sickbed, tremble and nearly fall back down. If you want your precious son to be safe, you must never provoke Anselm. Fouys said in a chilling tone. Simone, was there any trouble in the world that could overshadow the brilliance of making 200 million? Just 200 million. But I've offended a powerful master of black magic. This loss is too great, Anselm complained. Kimberly and Stella exchanged glances, sighing. They simply couldn't understand how Anselm felt right now. After sighing for a while, Anselm suddenly pulled out the check and stuffed it into Kimberly's pocket. Wife, this is your dowry. Hearing Anselm's words, Stella shivered, nearly fainting on the spot. 200 million in dowry. Was she still dreaming? Pinching herself hard, Stella realized everything was real. Beside her, Kimberly was struggling with Anselm. This is too much, 200 million. I can't accept this, Kimberly said solemnly. If it were 2 or 300,000, perhaps she would have gritted her teeth and accepted it. But 200 million. Anywhere, it was an astronomical amount. As an ordinary woman, how could she dare to accept so much money? Without a word, Anselm held the check Kimberly returned and silently walked to the nearby trash can. If you don't want it, I'll throw it in the garbage. Anselm remained unfazed, as if these 200 million were just a pile of waste to him. Seeing Anselm's expression, Kimberly was startled and quickly ran over. She had a premonition. If she truly refused, he wouldn't hesitate. Isn't much to look at. Asshole, what did you say? This lady has a top-notch figure. At this remark, Stella immediately flew off the handle. Women, especially beautiful women, were most sensitive to being called old or told their figures were unappealing. Anselm had squarely hit Stella's sore spot, making her erupt in fury. Ha! Anselm let out a cold laugh. He glanced over at Kimberly, who after much internal struggle, finally decided to accept the check. Anselm felt a surge of joy and handed the check over without hesitation. I'm just holding on to it for you. You can come get the money anytime you need it. Kimberly pursed her lips as she spoke. Anselm smiled faintly, saying nothing in response. With Kimberly accepting the money, his mood significantly improved. He turned to smile at Stella and said, All right, let's get down to business. Since you won't dance, then agree to do something else for me instead. What is it? Stella felt wary. This guy better not have some even weirder request in mind. Recalling how Anselm had first spoken to her when they met, Stella found this highly possible. For a moment, her face was filled with worry, which made Anselm somewhat puzzled. Chapter 40. Eccentric Old Man. What's wrong with you? Anselm scratched his head. After some thought, Stella said with a serious face, I can agree to one thing, but it must not be unreasonable. No matter what Anselm might request, she had to declare this beforehand to prevent him from getting any funny ideas. Pouting, Anselm couldn't help but sneer, saying, Don't worry, I'm not interested in you. What I want is for you to immediately resign now. Simon? Stella couldn't help but be stunned. Make her resign? This was quite an unreasonable request, but she wasn't entirely unwilling to accept it. After all, Kimberly now had 200 million, which was enough to start her own company. And she didn't have capable subordinates. If she chose to resign and start a business together with Kimberly, their prospects would surely be bright. Kimberly smiled slightly and said, Exactly, Winley, quit your job and come help me. Together, we sisters can achieve great things. Only now did Stella come back to her senses. She looked at Anselm with shock. The first time she felt this man before her was incredibly frightening. From the moment they met, making bets and money, each step seemed to be under this man's control. Fortunately, Anselm didn't have mind-reading abilities. Otherwise, knowing Stella's thoughts, he would definitely snarl again, You're overthinking this. Seeing that Stella wasn't answering, Kimberly couldn't help but get anxious. Winley, speak up, will you agree or not? This was one of her few close friends. Indeed, Stella's answer would affect Kimberly's morale. Of course I'll agree. We're good sisters after all, sharing in both good times and bad. Don't forget about me. Her gaze shifted from Anselm to Kimberly, and Stella said with a laugh. But, suddenly, Stella's expression changed, appearing somewhat troubled. But what? Kimberly, who had already relaxed, immediately became tense again. But I want to borrow your man for a few days. What? Kimberly was taken aback, her face filled with confusion. She knew it was impossible for Stella to have fallen for Anselm at first sight, as they were still bickering just minutes ago. But if it wasn't that, what could Stella mean? Kimberly was thoroughly puzzled. Just then, Anselm suddenly spoke up beside them, shaking his head directly. Absolutely not. What's not okay? I'm not afraid. So why should you be embarrassed as a big guy? Stella couldn't help but pout. Looking at Stella seriously, Anselm slowly said two words, too ugly. Surnamed ye. What did you say? Hearing the word ugly, Stella jumped up again. First, questioning her figure, and now questioning her looks. She wanted to bite Anselm until she drew blood. With her beautiful large eyes glaring furiously at Anselm, Stella gritted her teeth. Rest assured, I won't take advantage of you. I just want you to pretend to be my boyfriend to appease my parents. That's even more out of the question. What if your parents decide they like handsome me as their son-in-law? Anselm couldn't help but sigh, shaking his head vehemently like a windmill, refusing without hesitation. Stella was enraged to the point where smoke was almost coming out of her ears. Did this guy have any shame left? Forget it. Don't think I need to find you no matter what. Grinding her little fangs, Stella fiercely said to Anselm. Though her words were harsh, her heart was still a bit uncomfortable. Kimberly couldn't help but sigh beside her, knowing her friend must have been hit by 10,000 points of shock. To have her proud beauty doubted was unprecedented. Just as well it's not only me. You nearly scared me to death. Anselm patted his chest, looking like someone who narrowly escaped a disaster, infuriating everyone around him. Stella grew increasingly angry, glaring at Anselm until her eyes turned red. Was she really that unappealing? Just as she was about to argue with Anselm, he took no notice and instead pulled out a medicine bottle from his pocket, handing it to Kimberly. This bottle has two types of medicine. One type is a red circular pill for you to take, and the other type is green square pills prepared for the baby. Take one per day, with a treatment course of half a month. If anything comes up, feel free to call me. Anselm gave Kimberly a light smile, then turned to leave. Hey, you dare not run away. Old woman wants to fight you one-on-one. Stella shouted loudly, watching Anselm's rapidly disappearing back with anger bubbling up inside her. She turned to Kimberly, grinding her teeth. Capri, do you know where this guy lives? I want to beat him up at his place. This guy is too infuriating. Stella's ample chest rose and fell continuously, clearly greatly angered by Anselm. Kimberly gave a bitter smile, not knowing what to say. After a moment of silence, she suddenly grabbed Stella's hand and walked towards the street. Hey, what are you doing? Seeing her best friend Kimberly not comforting her at all, Stella pouted, looking quite unhappy. Take out the 2 billion. It's safest when the money is in our own pocket, Kimberly explained. Stella was stunned, then nodded solemnly and said, You're right. That Foyce doesn't look like a good person. If we delay, this money might not be ours anymore. Come on, there's a bank nearby. Without further ado, they agreed unanimously and hurried to the bank to handle the transactions. After Anselm left, he turned into a small alley. This place was extremely secluded with no sign of people. Come out, or do I need to invite you? Anselm said indifferently, his gaze calm as he looked in one direction. Amadeo impressive. You could sense an old man's following. Not bad skills. A short old man crawled out from the shadows, hunched over with a cane in hand, his eyes cold like a snake, staring intently at Anselm. Anselm was speechless. This old man must have some issues with his head. Although it was September, the temperature was still over 30 degrees. Wearing a military coat, isn't he afraid of heat stroke? You're quite peculiar, aren't you? Everyone else wears short sleeves and shorts, but you wrap yourself in a military coat, as if you're afraid you'll be left behind. Aren't you scared you'll lag behind others? Anselm curled his lips, his face full of mockery. The elder was taken aback upon hearing this, his expression turning somewhat angry. The military coat was essentially his calling card. Seeing this attire, anyone from the organization would recognize him even if they had never met him. Why did it taste different here? Amadeo, remember, calamity springs from the mouth. Today, I didn't plan to see bloodshed, but your rash words insulted me. So, I'll educate you properly, making you realize that there's always someone better, always a higher sky. The elder spoke with overwhelming murderous intent, his gaze cold and filled with anger and resentment. Chapter 41. The World of Wooturtles. Do you want to kill me? Anselm asked in a feigned, terrified voice. Indeed, I want your life. The old man sneered. Anselm's face was full of terror as he hurriedly said, "Please don't kill me." Seeing Anselm's miserable appearance, the old man felt a surge of satisfaction. He laughed loudly. "The one who is going to kill you is called Harvey. Accept your fate." Max approached Anselm, exuding a powerful aura. He slowly stretched out his left hand toward Anselm's neck, just like catching a chick. "I will fight you to the death if you try to kill me." Anselm gritted his teeth, appearing determined to risk everything, and reached for Harvey's neck. In Harvey's unbelieving eyes, his hand stopped 3 inches away from Anselm's neck and could not move any closer. Meanwhile, Anselm's hand had already grabbed him by the throat. With just a little effort, a crack would mean goodbye to his head. "You crazy old man, calling yourself something like half immortal. Pa." Anselm spat fiercely. You were pretending all this time." Harvey's face turned pale. If he still couldn't realize that Anselm's fear was an act at this point, he would be too stupid. "You're wrong. What kind of tiger are you? At most, you're only a rat," Anselm sneered with disdain, shooting 2 cold rays from his eyes. "Don't kill me. I can tell you who wants to take action against you," Harvey quickly said. His eyes were full of panic. Previously when he killed others, he didn't feel it. But now he realized that waiting for death to come was such a torment. "Not interested." Anselm smirked and squeezed harder, snapping Harvey's neck. "Stop." At this moment, a worried voice suddenly came from beside, but it was too late. By the time the sound reached Anselm's ears, Harvey's pupils had already lost their luster. "Apollon, this isn't my fault. You were too slow in shouting." Anselm turned around and showed an innocent smile, as if it wasn't him who had just strangled Harvey to death, but someone else. Pearl slowly walked in from the alley entrance. She glanced at Harvey's corpse and then stared coldly at Anselm. "Why did you hurt an old man so badly?" "Because he wanted to kill me," Anselm replied calmly. Pearl's eyes were icy cold as she retorted. "He wanted to kill you, so you have to kill him?" "Of course, people do not offend me unless I offend them first. If someone tries to kill me, I naturally can retaliate. What's wrong with that?" Anselm said matter-of-factly, feeling no discomfort. Pearl raised her eyebrows in anger. "Nowadays is a law-based society. How can you take private revenge? Killing someone casually? Do you want to rot in prison?" "Apollon, are you concerned about me?" Anselm suddenly smiled, showing his teeth. Pearl blushed with a mix of embarrassment and annoyance, scolding, "Who cares about you? Stop talking nonsense." "I never talk nonsense. Hey, Apollon, do you know who this person is?" Anselm pointed at the lifeless body of Harvey on the ground. "Who?" Pearl briefly asked. "The world of Wootertles, Harvey," Anselm said coolly. "What?" Pearl had been glaring at Anselm angrily, but when she heard these 6 words, her expression changed dramatically. The world of Wootertles. She knew this name well. It was a notorious hitman organization in the world. Despite its elegant name, its members were extremists, all committing heinous crimes. From the President of the United States to ordinary citizens, no one was beyond their reach. Several high-ranking officials in China had been targeted before, but they ultimately drove them back. The team Pearl used to belong to was an archenemy of the world of Wootertles. There had been over 60 major and minor clashes between both sides, but more casualties happened on Pearl's side. She had many friends there in the past, but they all died in battle, killed by the assassins from the world of Wootertles. It's easy to imagine how much Pearl hated this assassin organization. "You actually killed Harvey?" Pearl was somewhat surprised. Harvey was one of the 8 great overlords of the world of Wootertles and extremely powerful. Even the captain of their team wouldn't dare say for sure that he could win a stable victory, yet unexpectedly here, Harvey was instantly killed by Anselm without any resistance. Yeah, this brain-damaged old man thought he had the upper hand, so he introduced himself before acting. But he never expected that I am actually stronger than him. Saying this, Anselm looked proudly confident. Pearl was speechless, but soon her eyes lit up with an excellent idea. She wanted to trick Anselm into joining. Recruiting him into their team. With Anselm's strength, he could absolutely enhance their team's combat capability by several levels. "Anselm, no matter what, you have killed someone. If this gets exposed, you will definitely go to jail. I suddenly have an idea that can save you from this disaster. Would you like to hear it?" Pearl said in a solemn and earnest tone, as if she was genuinely considering his welfare. She knew that Anselm responded better to gentle persuasion than harsh orders. If she directly revealed her intention, there was a high chance he would refuse, so she intentionally chose a different approach. At least in her view, this was how Anselm would definitely agree. "I don't want to listen. I don't want to listen." Anselm pouted and covered his ears. "Just looking at your face tells me it's not a good idea. You're going to trick me again, aren't you?" Pearl almost spat blood. What did he mean by again? When had she ever tricked Anselm? But for the sake of her plan, she took a deep breath and told herself to stay calm, not to lose her temper. "Who tricks you? I'm truly thinking for you. Regardless of the reason, killing is still killing. If you were an ordinary person, you would be held accountable. If you want a peaceful and quiet life in the future, you must join a place where you have the right to kill without being punished." Pearl said calmly. "Do you want me to join your team?" Anselm asked with a half smile. Pearl was taken aback, not expecting Anselm to be so straightforward. She quickly nodded and said, "Yes, I want to invite you to join my team. You've killed one of the 8 overlords of the world of Wootertles, Harvey. They won't let you off easily. Only by joining my team can you ensure your maximum safety. If they won't let me off, let them come. As for joining your team, it's not impossible. The choice is yours." Anselm stared at Pearl's curvaceous figure and suddenly smiled wickedly. "The choice is mine?" Pearl frowned. "What do you mean?" "It means when you agree to be my wife, I'll agree to join your team," Anselm explained nonchalantly. "You?" Pearl was speechless, angry and said, "If you don't join us, sooner or later, you'll be targeted by the world of Wootertles assassins. They won't stop until you're dead. That's a small issue. Just some killers from the world of Wootertles. I'm not afraid of them at all." Anselm laughed proudly. Forget just ordinary killers from the world of Wootertles. Even if their leader came, Anselm wouldn't give him the time of day. Pearl tried to use the threat from the world of Wootertles to persuade him to join their team, but she was barking up the wrong tree. Chapter 42, Not jealous of the talented. All talk. You know nothing about the terror of the human world. Pearl sneered. Anselm laughed heartily and couldn't help but shake his head. Regarding the human world, I understand. Though knowing Anselm wasn't up to anything good, Pearl couldn't resist her curiosity about his origins. Anselm glanced at Pearl and grinned wickedly. Marry me, and I'll naturally tell you all about my background. You. Just as Pearl opened her mouth, a sudden idea flashed in her mind. She put on an embarrassed expression and coyly replied, Master shows such deep affection, this humble maiden would certainly comply. Stop, stop, stop. Anselm shuddered, unable to bear it. Pearl was undoubtedly beautiful, but she had a wild beauty. Forcing herself to act demure and coquettish made Anselm almost lose it on the spot. On seeing your sincerity, I'll reveal a little secret. Leaning closer. Anselm's expression suddenly turned serious. Pearl noticed this and felt an immediate chill down her spine. It seemed Anselm's identity was genuinely mysterious and special. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so solemn. Thinking this, Pearl moved closer without hesitation. Unbeknownst to Pearl, a mischievous smile spread across Anselm's lips just as her ear neared him. In the next moment, Anselm extended his tongue and licked Pearl's earlobe. Pearl jolted as if electric currents coursed through her body. Sensitive indeed. Having successfully teased her, Anselm threw back his head and laughed loudly, then leaped away. By the time Pearl realized what happened, Anselm had vanished. Scoundrel, how dare you trick me? Fury burned within her, nearly bursting her lungs. After all her efforts, even resorting to something as repulsive as pretending to be coy, Anselm hadn't revealed a word and instead took advantage of her secretly. Just wait until I see you again. Pearl gritted her teeth. Glancing at Ernesto's dead body on the ground, she couldn't help but frown. Pulling out her phone, she snapped a photo of Ernesto's face and logged into a website, submitting the picture for facial recognition. Soon, the site returned the verification result, causing Pearl's expression to turn serious immediately. She dialed a number and explained what happened here. A shocked voice came from the other end of the phone. Are you kidding? You're sure the person killed was Ernesto from the human world? This unremarkable Yonatan was stunned after listening to Pearl's report, his first reaction being disbelief. Baird, I'm not joking. I've uploaded Ernesto's facial photo for system comparison, with a match rate of 98%. Pearl's tone was very serious as she explained. There was silence on the phone, but then Baird burst into laughter. Solange's job, Xiao Zhou. Your strength has improved so quickly. It's only been a few months, and now even Ernesto isn't a match for you. Amazing. Baird was delighted. Although Pearl was semi-retired, her personal records were still on file, and she was technically still part of Zhang Dao. Her ability to eliminate a top figure from the human world was undoubtedly great news. Ernesto wasn't killed by me. Someone else did it. A student at Jinling University, Pearl said truthfully, feeling somewhat helpless. No way. A student that tough? What's his name? Baird suddenly became interested. A student capable of killing Ernesto could be a significant addition to their team if recruited. His name is Anselm. His background is mysterious, but his skills are terrifying. Likely on par with you, Captain. You should come to Jinling City. If this guy can join Zhang Dao, it would be a tremendous boost for us. Although she hated Anselm, Pearl had to admit his strength was formidable. He was as strong as Baird, if not stronger, and hiding in Jinling University seemed like a waste of talent. What's his name again? The voice on the other end of the phone rose an octave. Anselm, what's wrong? Pearl was a bit annoyed. Why was Baird overreacting? Cough, cough. Baird cleared his throat, lowering his tone. Your idea earlier was good, but let's not mention it again. Pearl asked in confusion, why not? There's no reason. It's an order. Just follow it unconditionally, Baird said sternly. As he was about to hang up, Pearl suddenly spoke, frowning, wait, Baird. And it only took one move, the blonde youth said, his tone full of shock. Had he not seen the surveillance video with his own eyes, he would never have believed that Ernesto, one of the 8 great lords, could be killed like that. It's impossible, absolutely impossible. The Adin couldn't help but stand up from the sofa. He was also one of the 8 great lords, codenamed Keegan, ranked 3rd among the 8 great lords, 4 places higher than Ernesto. Are you trying to fool me? Cold light flashed in Keegan's eyes. If someone could kill Ernesto, he naturally would believe it. But if that person was just a student who killed Ernesto in one move, it sounded too unbelievable. Sir Keegan, how could I dare to lie to you? What I say is true. There is video proof. The blonde youth quickly replied, looking panicked. If Keegan believed he was making things up, he might never leave this room alive. Video? Where is it? Let me see it. Keegan said calmly. Without hesitation, the blonde youth took out his phone and played the surveillance footage. It's really true. Who is this guy? After watching the video, Keegan gasped. In the footage, from the moment Ernesto appeared until he was eliminated, it only took several dozen seconds. The battle scene lasted only 2 or 3 seconds, confirming that he was indeed killed with a single blow. Simon, re up and investigate this person's identity and report back to me quickly. Sharp rays of light shot from Keegan's eyes. He knew for certain that anyone who could kill Ernesto with one strike could not be an ordinary college student. Understood. The blonde youth nodded hastily and left. Watching the blonde youth leave, Keegan narrowed his eyes slightly. He had a premonition that this trip to Jinling would likely not be peaceful. Back at Zinnia's place, Pearl directly hugged Zinnia, who was sitting on the sofa watching a soap opera. You haven't taken a shower yet. Stay away from me, Zinnia said, feigning disgust after giving her a glance. Of course, Pearl knew Zinnia was saying that on purpose. She pretended to be heartbroken and said, fine. So our relationship has cooled down, huh? Then I'll leave? With those words, she loosened her embrace and made a show of walking outside. I was just joking, Zinnia exclaimed in surprise and quickly explained. But didn't you go out to take care of something? Why are you back now? Upon hearing this, Pearl stopped playing around. She wore a serious expression and said, Shwanya. We've been friends for so many years, and I've never asked anything of you. But today, I want to ask you to do something for me. What is it? So mysterious. Tell me, and as long as I can do it, I will. Zinnia looked puzzled. Honestly, she rarely saw Pearl so serious in front of her. You can definitely do it. I want you to seduce Anselm and get his true identity from him. Pearl pleaded with her eyes. Though this method might put her best friend in an awkward position, it was the best idea she could think of. Seduce that guy? No way, absolutely not. Hearing what Pearl wanted, Zinnia's face changed, and she shook her head in refusal. Others might not know Anselm well, but she did. Once she tried to seduce Anselm, whether she could get information out of him was unknown, but there was a high chance that Anselm would take advantage of her. That guy wasn't a gentleman, and moral shame had no effect on him. If she offered herself to him, he'd have no reason to refuse. Although they had measured each other's depths before, it happened when both were unconscious. Asking her to do it again while fully conscious was something Zinnia couldn't accept. But I really want to know Anselm's identity. Pearl didn't realize that, after being influenced by Anselm, she instinctively started to act coy with Zinnia. That doesn't mean I have to seduce him, right? Aren't you afraid I'll be taken advantage of? Zinnia rolled her eyes. This so-called sisterhood was really superficial. Pearl was taken aback, then realized what she had implied. She gave a dry laugh and hurried to explain, "That's not what I meant. I just want you to deliberately get close to Anselm. You only need to help me find out his background." Well, Zinnia was still hesitant. After some thought, she said, "After you mentioned it last time, I asked my uncle about him. He told me that Anselm is the heir of Infernon, but I don't know if that's the answer you're looking for." Infernon? Pearl froze for a moment. This title sounded eerily familiar. Her expression changed quickly. Pearl suddenly jumped up from the sofa, her eyes wide open in disbelief. She murmured in shock, "Oh my god, it's actually him." "Who? Do you know this Fernon?" Zinnia was quite surprised. From her friend's reaction, she seemed to be very familiar with this Fernon. With an incredulous look on her face, Pearl nodded vigorously and said, "China has 4 supreme masters known as the 4 heavenly kings. Heaven's Fernon, Earth's killing saint, Mystery lawless one, and Yellow sword obsessor. The Fernon you mentioned should be none other than the top of the 4 heavenly kings, Heaven's Fernon." Now Pearl understood why Baird had spoken those words earlier. She had originally thought that Baird was jealous, but now it seemed he wasn't. It was because their saber shrine was too small to hold such a grand presence. Pearl stood there, lost in thought. No wonder Anselm was so skilled and fearless. He turned out to be the successor of Heaven's Fernon. If he weren't powerful, that would be strange. 4 heavenly kings? Xiao Xian, are you talking nonsense? Have you been reading too many martial arts novels? Hearing Pearl's words, Zinnia's expression became strange. She couldn't help reaching out to touch Pearl's forehead. "That's odd. No fever. Why are you talking gibberish?" Zinnia muttered under her breath. Pearl snapped back to reality. She smiled and waved her hand to reassure Zinnia that she was fine. Chapter 44. There really is a martial world. Are you sure? Tess asked doubtfully. Nodding, Pearl's expression suddenly turned serious. "Annabelle, there's something I think it's necessary to tell you." "I'm listening." Tess smiled faintly. Pearl picked up her cup of water, took a sip, and then said solemnly, "Annabelle, to be honest with you, there really are supernatural things in this world. For instance, the martial world you mentioned from martial arts novels actually exists. In our country, China, there are many martial artists. Of course, they are called warriors in modern times." "Ah." Tess was stunned. She didn't even notice the snack falling from her hand to the ground. Pearl's words were too astonishing, almost overturning her worldview. The 4 heavenly kings are the topmost experts in this circle. They are similar to ancient figures like Arlen and Zhang Sanfeng, true Taoist masters whom others can hardly comprehend their great powers. Speaking of the 4 heavenly kings, Pearl couldn't help but show a look of intense admiration on her face. Those people were only known by name to her. She had never had the fortune to meet them. Since the 4 heavenly kings are so powerful, how powerful is Anselm as a disciple of the evil physician? Tess couldn't help but ask. Tilting her head to think for a moment, Pearl replied uncertainly, "Based on the strength division in Chinese martial arts, I should belong to the category of second-class warrior. As for that Anselm, he must be at least an absolute peak warrior. Because today, he killed an internationally famous assassin leader right in front of me. That assassin leader just happened to be an absolute peak warrior." This was still Pearl's conservative estimate. She felt that Anselm's strength might go far beyond this. In the realm of the supernatural, the hierarchy of strength is very specific and clear. Taking the Chinese martial world as an example, from low to high, the levels are third-class warrior, second-class warrior, first-class warrior, peak warrior, absolute peak warrior, world-renowned warrior, king, and ultimately, land-bound immortal. Anselm could kill Ernesto, who was at the absolute peak level, with one strike. His own strength would not be lower than that of an absolute peak warrior, and possibly even higher. Thinking of this, Pearl couldn't help but get excited because she knew Anselm was most likely a world-renowned warrior. There are countless supernaturally powerful individuals in the world, and those who reach the absolute peak level are already very formidable beings. As for the world-renowned level, such as China's world-renowned warriors, they are the stabilizing figures of each sect or martial clan, holding extremely prestigious positions. Kings are even more venerable figures. In ancient times, they would be equivalent to the leaders of martial alliances, capable of commanding all martial artists under heaven, with no one daring to disobey. The 4 heavenly kings, however, are all true land-bound immortals, possessing the power to alter the heavens and earth with a mere gesture. Of course, there is also a rumor that the 4 heavenly kings have surpassed the level of land-bound immortals and become true immortals. However, Pearl wasn't sure about the authenticity of this claim. Being just a second-class warrior, she naturally couldn't access such secrets. "Hearing so much from you, it seems Anselm isn't that impressive after all," Tess said, stroking her smooth chin. Hearing this, Pearl couldn't help but laugh wryly. "Not impressive? In our country, absolute peak warriors are crucial talents, and world-renowned warriors are even rarer. Due to their scarcity, if a world-renowned warrior agrees to join official forces, they will immediately be summoned by certain high-ranking officials. When carrying out missions, they have the authority to act first and report later, enjoying multiple privileges. Of course, they wouldn't lay hands on unarmed civilians. Nevertheless, this is still astonishing. You know, China is a country governed by law, where even the most heinous criminals must be brought back for trial in court. Private punishments are not allowed. However, these rules don't apply to world-renowned warriors. Don't you think? Usual state. She was still immersed in deep shock. Nothing happened that night. The next morning, Pearl left early. Taking advantage of Pearl's absence, Tess went into the kitchen herself and made breakfast. After finishing, she hesitated for a moment, but still knocked on Anselm's door. Soon, the door creaked open. Seeing Anselm standing at the door wearing only flower-patterned shorts, Tess got a big fright. Big wife, so early to find me, is there something? Anselm said with sleepy eyes, rubbing them. You are too indecent. Put your clothes on first before talking. Tess turned her head away, refusing to look at him. Hearing Tess's words, Anselm couldn't help scratching his head, saying oddly, isn't what I'm wearing considered clothes? Shorts are considered clothes? Tess turned back and glared at him. But when she saw the bulge below Anselm, she screamed again and turned her head away. Don't count. Anselm was confused. Why shouldn't shorts be considered clothes? This was blatant discrimination. Of course not. Put your proper clothes on, then we can talk. Tess's voice trembled a little. Anselm was helpless. He had planned to go back to sleep after listening to what she wanted. However, Tess insisted he dress properly. This way, his plan to return to bed was likely ruined. Really troublesome. It's not the first time my brother has seen me like this. Why be so formal? Muttering quietly, Anselm turned and walked towards the bedroom. Chapter 45, Solving the Problem with My Father. Zinnia blushed in embarrassment. After Anselm spoke, a shameful scene instantly appeared in her mind. Oh no, how wicked. Zinnia couldn't help shuddering all over and almost gave up on the idea of calling Anselm for breakfast. But for the sake of her big plan, she took a deep breath and finally endured it. About 5 minutes later, Anselm returned to the doorway. He wore a light yellow t-shirt on top and a pair of white jogging pants on the bottom, looking fashionable yet casual. Zinnia couldn't help but feel impressed. She didn't expect this guy to have quite good taste in clothes. Come over for breakfast. Zinnia finally said. Oh, sure. Anselm was taken aback for a moment, and then followed Zinnia back to her house. When Anselm sat down, Zinnia came out of the kitchen with 2 slices of bread and a fried egg that she had made. I specially made this breakfast for you. As she handed the breakfast over, Zinnia's heart began to race for no reason. Anselm was speechless. 2 slices of bread and 1 egg. This wasn't enough to fill just his tooth gaps. Woody Rover. The bread being handed over was so black it seemed burnt. Seeing Anselm not taking it after so long, Zinnia thought he disdained her ordinary breakfast, thus scolded angrily, eat if you want to, otherwise forget it. Growing up, it was the first time she cooked breakfast for a man, and now she was actually despised for it, making Zinnia feel like going mad, wishing she could kick Anselm out of her home right away. Fine, I'm eating. I'll eat immediately. Anselm hurriedly smiled and received the dark slices of bread. He swallowed hard, thinking, would eating this cause food poisoning? Despite his remarkable physique, even he felt apprehensive, recalling the food Kathy once cooked, which was somewhat similar to this. To hell with it. Anselm gritted his teeth, closed his eyes, and stuffed all the food into his mouth at once. He kept coughing, his face turning red, clearly choked. Anselm hadn't expected the bread to be so dry. Fortunately, there was water nearby, sparing him from being choked to death. Finally finished, let's go get some soup buns. Anselm sighed in relief, looking as if a heavy burden had been lifted. You bastard. Zinnia was furious and kicked out with her foot. Anselm's expression was truly infuriating. It would have been better if he hadn't eaten at all. My dear wife, why are you so violent? Anselm pouted. He directly grabbed Zinnia's delicate feet and pulled her soft body over to him. Sitting on the sofa, Anselm held her tightly. His hands were mischievous, covering certain high grounds. Embarrassed and angry, Zinnia wanted to beat off Anselm's hand, but she found herself weak all over, unable to muster any strength. She felt very helpless. Don't take advantage of me, Zinnia gasped. Her voice startled even herself. This feverish sound was really coming from her? Don't think I don't know, women always say one thing but mean another. Saying no actually means yes. Anselm grinned with an understanding look. Not only did he not move his hand from Zinnia's high ground, but he also gently pinched it a few times, making Zinnia's body limp and her gaze become dazed. Let me go, Zinnia said weakly. She knew in her heart that if this continued, she might be overpowered by Anselm today. Once a man lost control, stopping him with words was nearly impossible. However, much to Zinnia's surprise, this time Anselm listened and actually let her go. My dear wife, tell me, what is it? I can't believe you called me just for breakfast. Anselm was smart enough to read the situation. He could sense that although Zinnia lay limp in his arms, she still resisted internally. Flirting a little was fine, but forcing himself on her would leave a very bad impression, a costly mistake. Therefore, he immediately put on a righteous demeanor, exuding an extraordinary air. Seeing that Anselm was indeed following the rules, Zinnia sighed in relief. Once her mood calmed down completely, she gritted her teeth and said, you know, my father arranged a marriage for me. And the other party is that Gerhard you've met before. He's absolutely unbearable. Thinking about Gerhard's pseudo-scholar and beast-like appearance, Zinnia couldn't help feeling nauseous. It had to be admitted, there weren't many people in this world whom she detested so deeply. You mean that bastard? I remember. Didn't he threaten me before? Is he still Juchanyu? Tell me where his family lives, and I'll go deal with him right away. A cold light flashed in Anselm's eyes. Killing was nothing to him. Zinnia glanced at him and realized Anselm wasn't joking. He really had thoughts of killing. Startled, Zinnia waved her hands urgently. That's not acceptable. Murder is a crime. It's not worth sacrificing yourself for a scum like him. Besides, there are so many people chasing after me. You can't possibly get rid of all of them. Why not? Anybody who approaches my wife with ill intentions deserves much worse than just losing their limbs, Anselm said coldly, raising an eyebrow. Zinnia was speechless at Anselm's words. She slapped her smooth white forehead. You're getting more unreal. She was still at home. Even if she had wings, she probably couldn't make it to school on time. Chapter 46 E1. Honey, I know you're in a hurry, but please calm down because haste makes waste. Anselm chuckled, adopting an earnest look. Turning her head to glare at him, Lynette gritted her teeth and said, if this hot tofu must be eaten, then let's do it together. Let's go. Anselm shrugged. He had planned to go to school anyway, so it was convenient to accompany Lynette. I remember you have 3 classes today. Behave yourself and don't skip, Lynette suddenly said coldly, her tone carrying a warning. Clearly, she did not believe Anselm would behave and willingly attend classes with her. Well, attending classes might not be necessary. Anselm gave a dry laugh, quickly thinking up several excuses in his mind. No matter what, going to school was fine, but boring classes were absolutely unacceptable for him. In that time, he could find more pretty airlies to chat with instead. Sitting in the classroom all day was just wasting time in life. Lynette sneered. She could easily see through Anselm's ulterior motives. Having been a class teacher for years, she could read students like Anselm, who clearly didn't want to attend classes, at first glance. Dream on, now get to class, Lynette said as she grabbed Anselm's arm and continued walking. Arriving on the main road, they hailed a taxi and headed to Jinling University. Cough, honey, we're already in the car. Can you let me go? I won't run away. Anselm was quite helpless, still in the same position where Lynette held his arm even after getting into the car. Glancing sideways at him, Lynette did not speak, but released his arm. The car sped down the road, missing the morning peak hours. The driver took only 15 minutes instead of the usual 20. Handing over a red note, Lynette hurriedly got out of the car. Honey, there's no need to rush. We're already late. There's no difference between being 5 minutes or 30 minutes late, Anselm grinned. Hearing this, Lynette flared up immediately. If not for his dilly-dallying at home, she wouldn't be late. Thinking of this, Lynette walked angrily toward Anselm, intending to drag him to the classroom. But the next moment, Anselm flashed a devilish smile and hooked her slender waist. You. Lynette wanted to scold but couldn't speak because something warm blocked her lips. Walter Wu. Lynette's eyes widened in shock. Was this guy crazy? They were right at the school gate with so many teachers and students passing by. Did he not care about appearances? Struggling fiercely, Lynette found it futile. Only when she almost fainted did Anselm mercifully release her. So soft, Anselm laughed. You bastard. Lynette glared at Anselm in fury. This kiss would likely make her the subject of gossip at Jinling University. Those who liked stirring up trouble would definitely ridicule her for being a cougar in a teacher-student romance. Not everyone could handle the pressure of such a relationship. Hee hee, men are bastards and wait for you in the classroom. If you dare to skip my class, just prepare for failing. The threatening words came from ahead. Anselm shrugged indifferently. With Jeremy as his trump card, what did he have to fear about failing? Besides, would someone like Anselm really care about those few credits? Stretching lazily, Anselm walked into the school, but not towards the teaching building. Feeling bored, Anselm wandered around aimlessly on campus. Just as he arrived at Jing Lake Small Island, a bone-chilling voice came from behind him. Are you Anselm? Without turning his head, as if he hadn't heard the voice, Anselm continued walking, admiring the scenery along the way. Simon, just as Forrest said, you're indeed arrogant. Seeing that Anselm ignored him, the man leaped in front of Anselm, blocking his path. So, who are you? Anselm sneered, looking disdainfully at the person before him. This person was about 35 years old, with a square face and a 5-centimeter-long scar on his right cheek, slanting towards the corner of his mouth. His eyes were fierce, his body muscular, exuding an overwhelming presence. My name is Iwan. I've come today to challenge you. You injured my brother. You need to give me an explanation. Iwan's aura was intimidating. The killing intent radiating from him made the surrounding temperature seem to drop to freezing point. Anselm was somewhat surprised. This Iwan was interesting. Even though he hadn't killed anyone, he could still emit such a powerful killing aura, truly unique. What kind of explanation do you want? Anselm smiled faintly. He had already gauged Iwan's strength, top-tier martial artist peak level, certainly not an easy opponent. But facing him, such strength was obviously not enough. Since we are both martial artists, let's settle it through physical combat. My brother lost face, and I want to get it back for him, Iwan said coldly. Chapter 47. My Lonnie is here. You're making no sense. I don't even know which of your brothers you're talking about. Anselm couldn't help rolling his eyes. Though he had only been off the mountain for a few days, he didn't know how many people's faces he had slapped already. As for this brother of Iwan, he really had no impression at all. Iwan's eyes turned cold. In his view, Anselm's words were indeed somewhat insulting. However, right at this moment, another voice actually sounded from the side. This made Anselm somewhat surprised. After all, on this little island, there were rarely people around on a normal day. Finally, I've caught you. Following this voice, over a dozen people rushed over, surrounding Anselm and Iwan. A handsome man, yet somewhat pale, walked out from among them. He stared coldly at Anselm, full of disdain and mockery. Hymanzi, you sure know how to hide. I've been looking for you for several days. This person was none other than Gerhard, Lynette's nominal fiancé. Of course, apart from himself, probably no one else would admit this fact. And you are? Anselm wore a look of confusion. Seeing Anselm pretending not to recognize him, Gerhard was seething with anger. He said with a sneer, Gerhard, Shinya's fiancé. As long as you promise to stay away from her, I won't make things difficult for both of you today. Saying that, Gerhard glanced at Iwan on the side. Clearly, he took Iwan for Anselm's friend. Iwan remained expressionless, but inwardly scoffed. It seemed that this guy he was supposed to teach a lesson wasn't a good person at all. To go so far as to try and snatch someone else's fiancée. How crazy was that? If he acted now, wouldn't he be serving justice on behalf of heaven? No deal. Anselm shook his head. Not accepting it? If you don't accept it, then I'll beat you until you do. Lonnie's, get him. Dispose of Hyman Z, and I will reward you handsomely. Gerhard roared angrily. He had given face, but since the other party did not want it, he could not be blamed for being ruthless. Glancing at Iwan, the corner of Anselm's mouth curled up into a mischievous smile. A bunch of fools, still dare to act violently in front of my brother? You really underestimate him, don't you? Anselm's disdainful expression made Iwan involuntarily pause, but soon, he understood what Anselm meant. He wanted to divert the trouble. Gerhard gave Iwan a scornful glance and sneered, "Is it this muscle-bound guy? He looks pretty strong, but can he possibly take on all of us?" As Gerhard spoke, the dozen or so thugs under him clenched their fists tightly and glared menacingly at Iwan. "Get lost." Iwan shouted loudly. Anyone would be unhappy if a few ants came running and challenged them crazily, especially someone like Iwan who mixed in the underworld. His temper was especially explosive. Angered by these people's clamor, he was furious instantly, regardless of whether he was being used as a pawn by Anselm. After all, they were just ordinary people. Taking them down wouldn't cost him much effort. Oh, quite a temper, huh? Let's teach this guy a lesson today. Living on the streets means more than just building muscles. A Yonatan with a punk hairstyle taunted, and then threw a punch straight at Iwan's head. Anselm's eyes widened. He had to admire this Yonatan's courage. It was unprecedented for an ordinary person to swing a fist at a top martial artist. Bang. The youth did not hit Iwan's head but was instead struck in the chest by Iwan's punch. He flew out like a cannonball, twitching on the ground twice before lying still. Anselm saw clearly. Although Iwan's punch didn't kill him, it broke at least 3 of his bones. This punk-haired youth would likely be hospitalized for half a year. TSK, TSK, TSK. Anselm clicked his tongue, watching indifferently. Though he had ways to heal this youth instantly, he would not do so, for Anselm didn't want to play the role of a savior. Some others originally surrounded Anselm, but seeing their companion beaten, they immediately left Anselm alone and pounced on Iwan. Anselm rubbed his nose, finding it hard to watch. Top martial artists facing ordinary people were almost overwhelmingly dominant. No matter how many there were, numbers could not make up for the gap in quality. Without surprise, everyone was felled by Iwan. They lay on the ground moaning in agony with broken limbs. Gerhard was dumbfounded, stepping back instinctively. This brother of Anselm was perhaps too powerful. Even the most formidable figures in their family weren't any stronger than this. Don't hang around or die. For simple words were filled with lethal killing intent. Gerhard had no doubt that if he lingered, this terrifying man would eliminate him on the spot. No longer hesitating, Gerhard led the way in leaving. However, before leaving, he cast a venomous glance at Anselm, his meaning all too clear. Anselm's brow furrowed, feeling an urge to kill Gerhard on the spot, but he ultimately restrained himself. After all, this was a school. Killing someone would bring him considerable trouble as well, and for just a mere rich brat, he couldn't be bothered. If Gerhard wanted to play, Anselm could indulge him more. The annoying fly is gone. Should we settle our accounts now? Iwan said coldly, staring at Anselm. What accounts do we have between us? Anselm asked with a curious look. You hurt my brother and used me as a pawn. Do you think I, Iwan, am a spineless clay figure? Iwan roared in anger. He walked toward Anselm, his pace slow but every step bringing heavier killing intent. By the time he was 5 meters away from Anselm, the overwhelming killing intent had completely enveloped Anselm. If anyone else were here, even a top-tier martial artist, they might collapse under such pressure. But Anselm merely smiled gently, like a breeze brushing past. Quite the blusterer. With you around, there's no need for a fan. Anselm said lazily. Seeing that Anselm didn't take him seriously, Iwan immediately flew into a rage. I'm going to kill you. Iwan roared. Beautiful thought, but with my brother here, it's not happening. Anselm smirked, gesturing to his left side. Iwan paused, then instinctively glanced to his left. Who are you? Iwan was startled, his gaze sharp, locking onto the newcomer. With his strength, he hadn't sensed the arrival of this person at all, indicating the newcomer was incredibly strong, perhaps even superior to him. The newcomer was a Yonatan in a windbreaker and sunglasses. Upon seeing it was really Anselm, he immediately removed his sunglasses, revealing an overjoyed expression. Iwan's eyes flashed with cold light. The newcomer ignored him, yet Iwan didn't dare react because he felt this person was at least a supreme martial artist, likely beyond his match. Chapter 48. The Mysterious Doctor. Ah Chow, how did you find your way here? Anselm was full of surprise. If Pearl were present, she would surely recognize that this Yonatan whom Anselm calls Ah Chow is none other than Leo, their Warblade team leader. At this moment, Leo didn't have the iron-faced coldness he displayed at the training base. Instead, he was excited as if he had met his own idol when he saw Anselm. Heard from my subordinates that there's a young expert in Nanjing City who killed the 7th Simian man King Ernesto. I wondered who could have such capability. Turns out it's you, the Mysterious Doctor. The alias, Mysterious Doctor, made Anselm somewhat nostalgic. It had been a long time since anyone called him that. Now that you're here, help me drive away that hulking fellow, and then we'll party until we drop. Anselm laughed heartily, feeling incredibly pleased to see an old comrade in arms. Skipping the drinking part, I'm on abstinence now. Leo scratched his head and chuckled. As for getting rid of that guy, no problem at all. He glanced at Iwan, couldn't help but sneer. I've seen plenty of people not knowing their limits these days, but such arrogance is rare. A top martial artist actually dares to challenge you. Mysterious Doctor, I must say, I admire your bravery. You're as chatty as ever. Anselm shot him a glare. Hee hee, Mysterious Doctor. Do they know you came down from the mountain? Leo suddenly asked. Startled, Anselm shook his head. Of course not. I still want a few years of peace. If those brutes knew I descended, they'd pester me to death. So, do you mind if I report back that you're down? Leo looked eagerly forward. If so, it would count as redeeming himself and allow him to return to that organization. Anselm cast a cold glance at Leo. Friendship was fragile, especially under threat. He said menacingly, if you dare to speak up, I'll make sure you shut up forever. Leo. Not even just reporting that you're down? Leo persisted. Don't even think about it. With their ability, they'll know I'm here the second you say I descended. Anselm said with a cold smile. Well, okay. Leo nodded reluctantly, but in an instant, his eyes twinkled with a mischievous idea. Anselm was quick to catch the subtle movement and snorted. Don't get any funny ideas. Once they know, it's you I'll blame, and I'll go straight to Warblade to settle scores. Leo. Good grief. His plan hadn't even started and already fell apart. After years of separation, the mysterious doctor had become much sharper. The two engaged in banter, completely ignoring Iwan. Even realizing he might not be a match for this trench-coated man, Iwan could barely contain his rage. Rising from the very bottom of society, every brother on the street called him Lonnie Darien respectfully now. Such blatant disregard was something Iwan couldn't tolerate. It only intensified his fury and aggression. Shut up. Eyes glowing with ferocity, Iwan roared and charged directly towards them. Irksome fellow. Anselm stayed still, while Leo moved swiftly like a dragon. Instantly appearing before Iwan, he threw a punch. Iwan's expression stiffened, not daring to slack off. He countered with a punch aimed at Leo's fist. A muffled thud. The collision generated visible waves of air spreading outwards. Iwan was forced back, stopping only when he reached the lake's edge. Peak Supreme Martial Artist. Iwan was horrified. Ordinary Supreme Martial Artists, he still dared to fight, not without a chance of victory. But against a Peak Supreme Martial Artist, there was no contest. With his current strength, he was no match at all. Such an existence was half a step into the extraordinary realm, unfathomably powerful. Can't even handle me and you dare challenge the mysterious doctor? You must be sick of living. 5 years ago, I couldn't withstand his 3 moves. 3 years ago, he knocked me down in 1 move. Now, I can't even gauge his limit. Ridiculous for a top martial artist like you to jump around in front of him. You're lucky his temper has improved, or you'd be dead already. Leo spoke icily, his gaze filled with disdain and contempt for Iwan. Just a top martial artist, yet dared to act tough in front of them. Not to mention they surpassed Iwan in level. Even at the same level, disposing of him would be effortless. Their strength wasn't achieved by secluded cultivation, but through actual battles that brushed with death. If combat power were to be discussed, they were virtually invincible at their level. I concede. I admit I'm no match for you. Can you tell me your name and background? Iwan took a deep breath and said somewhat dejectedly. About the same age as him, yet he had been defeated in just 1 move. This was hard for Iwan to accept. Leo, as for my background, it's inconvenient to say, Leo replied coolly. Although the confidentiality of Warblade wasn't as stringent as the organization he previously belonged to, not everyone qualified to know its existence. Clearly, this person from the underworld didn't have the privilege. Leave. Tell your brother whatever his name is, never to come bother me again. If he happens to anger me, even the Emperor can't save him, Anselm said expressionlessly. That's right. There's no one under the sky that the mysterious doctor wouldn't dare kill, Leo added from the side. Hearing these words, Iwan felt a shock and hurriedly nodded. I understand. Rest assured, I will make sure they don't bother you. You don't need to hold them back if you don't want to, but I can't guarantee their lives then. Anselm's voice was indifferent, devoid of emotion. He lightly flicked his finger, sending a gust of air from his fingertip toward an old locust tree nearby. With a snap, the old locust tree instantly shattered into pieces, falling to the ground, stirring up dust everywhere. Seeing this scene, Iwan froze like a wooden statue. His entire body stiffened. It must have been that he let too much water get into his head last night while showering. So today he dared to challenge such a terrifying individual. External release of true chi, powerful like a steel cannon. To reach this level, one would at least be a peerless martial artist. A peerless martial artist in his early 20s, disregarding his background for now. Just his sheer strength alone was enough to make most martial artists submit. In an instant, the way Iwan looked at Anselm changed. His initial disdain and mockery transformed into respect and fear. Leo smiled faintly, completely unsurprised by Anselm's display of power. He had already been a peerless martial artist 3 years ago, and his current realm could only be higher, if not a king, certainly not far off. The two left arm in arm, leaving Iwan standing there dumbfounded. Only after their figures vanished completely did Iwan snap out of it. He was shocked to find his back drenched in cold sweat. Composing himself and controlling his turbulent emotions, Iwan pretended nothing happened and left the school directly. Chapter 49 Protection of the Little Wife. In a small tavern, Anselm and Leo were drinking together. As for Leo's promise to quit drinking, it was long forgotten by now. Who are you talking about? Christina? When he heard Leo's reason for coming to Jinling City, Anselm couldn't help but feel somewhat surprised. Do you know this Airly? Leo raised an eyebrow, sensing Anselm's emotional fluctuation acutely. Anselm nodded, took a mouthful of food, and said with a smile, of course, I've already chosen her as my little wife. What the heck, you're serious? Leo stared at Anselm with wide eyes. Anselm glanced at him and replied calmly, you know me. I always keep my word. Bull. 3 years ago you said you'd teach me a few moves, but you never did. You liar. Recalling this, Leo looked resentful. If he had received Anselm's guidance back then, he would likely have become a top expert by now. That was an accident. Anselm laughed awkwardly. He quickly changed the subject, asking, by the way, why did your superiors send you here to protect Christina? Leo's expression turned serious, and he got down to business. Her father has a project cooperation with the government department, which the Japanese have coveted for a long time. The leaders are worried that the Japanese might lose their minds and harm Mr. Lin's daughter, Christina, so they assigned me to protect her for a while. So it seems my little wife isn't just anyone. Anselm chuckled, then looked at Leo curiously and asked, don't they have anyone else available? Naturally, Leo knew who they referred to. He shook his head. I haven't been back in over 2 years. Not sure about the others. Right. But I'm not quite reassured leaving my little wife in your hands. Anselm grinned mischievously. Sly Doctor, what do you mean by that? Do you think I'm too weak? Leo immediately looked dissatisfied. If so, I'll contact Jan soon to have her protect Christina. You dare. Anselm glared at Leo threateningly. Leo remained unperturbed, shrugging indifferently. You said I'm too weak. Jan is stronger than me. Wouldn't she be perfect for the job? Hearing this, sight of Sky Sword Sly Doctor losing his temper was truly rare. Sly Doctor, seriously speaking, since Christina is your little wife, wouldn't it make more sense for you to protect her? Leo grinned, clearly trying to pass the task to Anselm. As the captain of the Saber team, Leo was indeed very busy. To fulfill the assigned mission, he had sacrificed a lot and declined many other assignments. But if Anselm agreed to take over, Leo could finally resume his plans. Fine, I'll take over this task. Anselm answered without hesitation. Protecting his little wife should logically be his responsibility. Great. Leo was delighted. While he was genuinely busy, he mostly disliked the idea of being a bodyguard. Such tasks were boring and offered no challenge for someone like him. You owe me a favor. Anselm said coolly. Bullshit. Leo was speechless. After not seeing each other for years, he wasn't sure about the growth of Sly Doctor's strength. But in terms of shrewdness, he had definitely leveled up significantly. Taking care of his own wife yet asking him for a favor. It was quite something. However, Leo didn't object. After all, this was originally his mission. Now that Anselm took over, owing him a favor seemed reasonable. The two talked for a while, and then Leo left with a clear conscience. With Anselm around, he was completely unworried about protecting Christina. At Schwammer Bar, Iwan walked in with a cold expression. Seeing Iwan return, a yellow-haired thug hurriedly came forward. Beside him stood Anton, the rich young master who had been Juchan, harassing Christina multiple times. Lonnie Darien, how did it go? Did you beat that Hymanzi so badly that he cried out? The yellow-haired thug looked triumphant, not noticing anything wrong with Iwan's expression. Glancing at him, Iwan spoke coldly, Hyatt, we've known each other for 8 or 9 years, right? It's been 8 years and 6 months, Lonnie Darien, Hyatt grinned. Iwan nodded, that's indeed a long time. Lonnie Darien, what's wrong? What happened? Hyatt paused, sensing something was off with Iwan. Taking a deep breath, Iwan said icily, the Hymanzi you offended is very strong. I'm no match for him. What? Even you, Lonnie Darien? Hearing this, both Hyatt and Anton beside him were visibly startled. Iwan was a well-known expert in Jinling's underground world, undefeated for 11 years. He couldn't believe he had been defeated by an unknown Hymanzi today. Listen to me. If you don't want to die, never provoke him again. If you really anger him, no one can save your lives. Iwan warned coldly. Saying that, he ignored Hyatt and Anton, leaving calmly on his own. Clenched her teeth. Rhoda, come out quickly. Young Master Luo is looking for you. A female classmate stood at the door of the study room, shouting to Christina. Instantly, everyone looked up and towards Christina. Regaining her senses, Christina frowned when she heard what the heirly said, feeling a headache coming on. Here it came again. An annoying pest comparable to Anton, the son of Jinling University's vice president, Frisco. After 2 days of quiet, here he was again. Christina left the classroom, fearing that the lawless young master would barge in and disrupt others studying. Rhoda, I love you. Please go out with me. From now on, every day, I will love you more than the day before. A Yonatan with a mohawk, dressed formally in a suit, appeared, holding flowers. He approached Christina. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he knelt down on one knee and looked at Christina with deep affection. Oh no, Christina covered her head. Her head felt like it was splitting open. Frisco, how many times have I told you? I don't like you. Can't you just leave me alone? Christina said helplessly. She couldn't bear Frisco's antics anymore. No matter how despicable Anton was, he at least seemed normal compared to Frisco. But Frisco wasn't normal. At first glance, he seemed like nothing more than a flashy nouveau riche. Christina had absolutely no feelings for him, let alone consider becoming his heirly friend. Rhoda, my heart belongs to you. Won't you give me a chance? Frisco wouldn't give up. He looked up at Christina, his expression inexplicable, indescribable. Standing still, Christina remained unmoved. No, I already have a boyfriend. To completely cut off Frisco's hopes, Christina once again used Anselm as a shield. What? Impossible. Who is it? Is it Anton? Hearing Christina's words, Frisco immediately stood up. He threw away the flowers, grabbed Christina's shoulders, and showed a nasty face. Clearly, rejection turned to hatred. Christina winced from the pain and couldn't help crying out. Trying to escape Frisco's grip, she took a step back. But Frisco wouldn't let her get away. Since the truth was out, he figured he needn't pretend to be a gentleman anymore. Just a woman, he thought. Could she really escape him? Just as Frisco triumphantly lunged at Christina, a figure dropped into the scene, appearing in front of her. Wanna harass my little wife? Let me see if I can cripple you. An icy voice rang out, causing Christina to tremble involuntarily. Immediately, thud. With a heavy thump, Frisco was kicked flying and rolled several times on the ground before stopping. The students around them stared in shock, never expecting such a sweet confession to turn into this. Seeing where the kick landed, could Frisco even stand up again? The male classmates doubted it. Anselm. No matter how much she inwardly cursed him, seeing Anselm again made Christina truly happy. Kicking Frisco aside, Anselm ignored him and instead came smiling to Christina. What do you want? You. Without waiting for Christina to finish her sentence, Anselm directly spread his arms wide and gave her a big hug. Little wife, after 6 years of separation, I've missed you so much. Anselm looked like he hadn't seen her in ages and was extremely nostalgic. Let go of me. Christina's cheeks turned slightly red as she hurriedly pushed Anselm away. She said angrily, "Who is your little wife? And what's this about 6 years of separation? What nonsense are you spouting?" Anselm chuckled and answered earnestly, "A day without seeing you feels like 3 seasons. We haven't seen each other for 2 days, which just happens to be 6 years, doesn't it? And who could possibly be my little wife except for the youthful and beautiful you?" Hearing Anselm praise her beauty, Christina felt secretly delighted, but her expression remained cold. "Don't joke around. You already have teacher Jiang. Why do you still provoke me?" Christina said indifferently. Little wife, are you jealous?" Anselm gave her an astonished look before asserting solemnly, "I want teacher Jiang, and I also want you. You are both my wives. There's no conflict." "You." Christina was infuriated and glared at Anselm with malice. "This dim-witted straight male, does he even know how to cheer me up? Woody Rover, saying such things in front of so many people makes it seem like I'm some kind of mistress. How am I supposed to face anyone in this school now? Rhoda, this guy is a playboy. Don't get deceived by him." At that moment, Frisco, who had been kicked away by Anselm, finally got back on his feet. He staggered over, his eyes filled with anger and fear, staring at Anselm. "Our marital spat has nothing to do with you," Anselm retorted bluntly. Frisco was speechless, taking a deep breath, his eyes flashing with hatred. "Lonnie, since you already have another woman, why not let Christina be mine? My family has plenty of money. It won't make you lose out." "Not losing out? How much can you offer?" Anselm's eyes lit up, unexpectedly encountering such a good opportunity while chatting with his little wife. Seeing Anselm agree so readily, Frisco was taken aback for a moment, but he quickly recovered, his face breaking into a broad smile. 500,000. Frisco held up 5 fingers, inwardly scorning and looking down on Anselm. Chapter 51 Return after leaving. 50,000? Are you fobbing me off? Is Rhoda only worth this much? Anselm curled his lips, staring at Frisco with a look that seemed to see through a poor man. Hearing his words, the students around who were watching the show immediately started mocking him, casting contemptuous glances at Anselm. This guy really had no shame. He actually spoke such heart-wounding words in front of Tyra. "So according to you, what price do you prepare to ask for?" Instead of getting angry, Frisco felt somewhat pleased. He stared coldly at Anselm. Meal fees, accommodation fees, growth fees, air-breathing fees, floor wear and tear fees. Plus, Rhoda herself is priceless. At some point, Anselm borrowed a notebook and started calculating. In no time, he raised 2 fingers, saying seriously, "The total comes up to 2.56 million, but seeing your poverty-stricken look, I'll give you a discount, a final offer of 2.5 million. Everyone had peculiar looks on their faces. This quotation was definitely an insult. Frisco was so angry that his lungs almost burst. In all his years as a rich second generation, it was the first time someone described him as a poor wretch. However, when he thought about soon being able to be inseparable from Christina, Frisco took a deep breath, suppressed his inner rage, and wore a proud smile again. Pulling out a gilded card from his pocket, Frisco threw it arrogantly over. He said indifferently, "There are 3 million in this card. The password is the first 6 digits of pi. Take it and get lost from my sight." Anselm laughed softly, took the gilded card, turned around, and left without even glancing at Christina. "Hey you." Christina's face instantly turned purplish red purely out of anger. How could this guy be so damned? For a little money, he just abandoned her like this? After dismissing Anselm, Frisco smiled and returned to his gentlemanlike demeanor. He picked up the flowers on the ground and walked towards Christina, saying tenderly, "Rhoda, I am sorry. I acted improperly just now, and I apologize to you. I love you too much. Please forgive my impoliteness." Seeing Christina unaffected, Frisco continued, "Rhoda, you saw just now, that man doesn't love you at all. Today I spent millions making him leave you. Tomorrow if he meets a richer beauty, he would kick you away too. Only I am truly in love with you and never change. Rhoda, be my early friend. I will make you happy forever." His face was still hanging that gentle smile, his voice soft, like a passionate prince proposing to his beloved princess. With his sincere appearance, quite a number of people on the scene who loved romance were moved. Except him. Bright red color peeking out of the opening made everyone's eyes widen. "Why did you come back? As a man, do you want to break your word?" Frisco squinted his eyes. His irritability and fury had reached a critical point. Seeing Anselm return, there was really a tendency for him to erupt. The corners of Anselm's mouth twitched upwards as he waved his hand. "I haven't broken my word. You told me to leave, and I did leave. You didn't say I can't come back." They looked at Frisco with pitying eyes. Encountering such a ruffian, the 3 million he spent would likely be in vain. "An opportunity was given to you, but if you couldn't handle it, you can't blame me." Anselm continued, his tone infuriatingly smug. "You." Frisco choked with anger. His originally delicate features now twisted out of shape. At this moment, no matter how foolish he was, he knew Anselm had fooled him. From beginning to end, Anselm never intended to break up with Christina. He had merely misunderstood the situation and became the fool. "Go, beat him up for me." Frisco couldn't maintain his good image in front of Christina any longer. In his rage, all he wanted was to teach Anselm a lesson. Following Frisco's words, several student-dressed youths emerged from the crowd. Each of them was robust and tall, immediately surrounding Anselm upon appearance. "Anselm?" Christina couldn't help but feel worried. "Don't worry, little wife. These are just a bunch of earthbound chickens and broken dogs. They can't hurt me." Anselm scanned them lazily. Hearing such arrogant words, every youth burst into fury. They roared in unison, charging at Anselm. "You dared to look down on us, you must pay a price," one of them said coldly. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Anselm zeroed in on him. Anselm slapped him hard, sending him sprawling. The youth failed to dodge, resulting in a miserable cry. He spat out 2 bloody teeth and half his face swelled up like a pig's head. Just now, you were the loudest cheerleader, daring to pair my little wife with such scum. You deserve to be beaten, Anselm said icily. The youth was furious, but dared not speak up, holding his swollen cheek. He was under Frisco's command, having disguised himself as a student to infiltrate the school to assist Frisco. Cheering was necessary, yet he never expected to get beaten because of that. Chapter 52. Knowing how to gauge the situation. Seeing that Anselm's martial arts were actually so formidable, those young men all stood dumbfounded and shrank back. What are you standing there for? Attack him. Frisco roared angrily. Why were these people he called over so unreliable? 7 or 8 people were intimidated by just one person. I'll see who dares. Just as the atmosphere became somewhat tense, an angry voice came from the side. He got kicked in the stomach and then slapped hard several times. Within a few minutes, he was crying out pitifully under Anton's assault. Are you all dead? Attack him. Frisco, while being beaten and covering his head like a fleeing rat, still didn't forget to yell at the stupefied young men. These young men finally snapped out of their stupor. They exchanged glances, abandoned Anselm, and surrounded Anton. Anton turned his head, glared at them and roared, You bunch of garbage! You dare meddle in my affairs with him? Stand there quietly. No one moves without my permission. The young men were taken aback. They all knew Anton's background and were intimidated by his imposing demeanor, so they really froze on the spot, not daring to move. A bunch of good-for-nothings. Anton glanced at them disdainfully, then focused on chasing Frisco again. Not far away, Anton pounced on Frisco, holding him down and beat him up thoroughly. It wasn't until Frisco passed out that Anton let him go. After brushing off the dust from his body, Anton walked forward. He smiled and approached Anselm. Boss, this guy didn't know better and dared to bully sister-in-law. I've already taken action for you and taught him a good lesson, Anton said as if claiming credit. Hearing Anton's address, many people revealed enlightened expressions. No wonder he used such harsh measures. It must have touched a line he wouldn't cross. Don't bully the boss's wife. This was an unspoken rule among those who mixed in society. Of course, this applied to school life as well. Beatrix stood aside, with a big question mark floating above her head. Only she knew how deep the conflict between the two was. Anton, who had been beaten 3 times by Anselm, now shamelessly called him boss. What was going on? Her beautiful eyes moved back and forth between Anselm and Anton, as if trying to uncover their secrets. When did I say you could be my follower? How do I not know? Anselm asked in surprise. Upon hearing Anselm's words, Anton instinctively lowered his head, but soon, he lifted his head, his eyes filled with determination, and stared at Anselm. You're quite smart, knowing how to gauge the situation. Anselm's lips curled slightly. He was astute and had seen through everything the moment Anton took action. I just don't want to drag my family into this, Anton said with a bitter smile. Anselm, what's really going on here? Beatrix couldn't help but ask curiously. No respect at all. Call me husband, and I'll tell you. Anselm's eyes twinkled as he stared at Beatrix with a smile. Beatrix's cheeks turned slightly red as she scolded. Bad guy, you're taking advantage of me again. Tell me or don't. Pouting, Beatrix turned her head away, hoping to use her little mood to get past this. Anselm C1 I encountered an hour ago should have some connection with you. You must have thought that sending a top martial artist could defeat me and give me a lesson. But you never expected that the pride behind you would not be my match. In this case, to avoid involving your family, you can only come over personally to apologize to me. After all, if I get angry, your Lee family will face endless calamities. Am I right? Anselm cast an inquiring look. Anton laughed bitterly and nodded. Leader Yi is truly insightful. I admire you. That's not hard to figure out, because after coming down the mountain, I haven't offended anyone. Anselm shrugged indifferently. At this moment, Beatrix tilted her head and suddenly interjected. Are you really that strong? This question was directed at Anselm, of course. It wasn't doubting his skills, but rather expressing curiosity. What means did he have to make a powerful family like the Li family face endless calamities? Although the Li family might not be a top-tier family in Nanjing City, their economic strength was not weak, with assets worth at least several billion. To move against such a family, even the most powerful Alvis family in Nanjing City would have to go through considerable trouble. And yet Anselm spoke so casually, clearly not taking the Li family seriously. Such behavior greatly surprised Beatrix. Could this seemingly laid-back guy really be some hidden super-rich second-generation tycoon? Chapter 53. Lani Yi. Of course. Do you know who your husband is? The second best in the world. Anselm proudly lifted his head. Why are you number 2? Ren blinked her eyes, asking with an innocent look. Cough cough. Hearing Ren's words, Anselm almost choked on his own saliva. Number 2. Was she really not talking about a certain part of a man's body? Not number 2, but the second best in the world. Anselm corrected her seriously. Is there any difference? Ren tilted her head and asked. Seeing Ren's innocent look, Anselm couldn't help but be stunned. Did he misunderstand something? This heirly really doesn't know the hidden meaning of number 2. Thinking of this, he could only dryly coughed and said, no difference. Then why are you number 2? Ren continued to ask. Anselm felt so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. He really wanted to tell Ren what exactly number 2 meant, but he was afraid of leading this innocent heirly astray, so he could only silently endure everything. Although it's a bit embarrassing, I have to admit, my master is an old guy who has attained the realm of creation, and he's stronger than me in every aspect. I can't match him for now, Anselm explained with a pained expression. Oh, Ren nodded her head as if she understood something. They were chatting here without caring about others, while Anton was watching beside them, making no sound at all. The burning passion in his eyes when he looked at Ren was gone now, replaced by a calm face. Anton knew clearly, since he chose to recognize Anselm as his senior brother, he shouldn't have any illusions about Ren anymore. Otherwise, if the newly recognized tough senior brother got the wrong idea, things would be very troublesome. Anselm noticed Anton's change in demeanor from the corner of his eye. He was somewhat surprised. This kid seems not as bad as he thought. Anton, bastard, attacking someone without aiming at their face. I won't let you go. Frisco suddenly woke up, feeling intense pain on his face, and let out a hysterical scream. With such swelling, his proud, handsome face was probably disfigured. Anton didn't even raise an eyebrow. He walked towards Frisco again. In Frisco's terrified gaze, Anton kicked towards his head. Bang! Frisco's brain buzzed, pointing at Anton but unable to utter a word, then fainted again. Acting decisively and casually, interesting, I like it. Anselm smiled faintly. Please accept me, senior brother. Hearing Anselm's words, Anton was delighted. He quickly turned around and prostrated himself to Anselm. Anselm didn't say anything, staring at him for a while before breaking into a smile. Get up. From now on, you're my little brother. Thank you, senior brother. Anton said joyfully. Anselm smiled and continued, don't rush to thank me yet. I still have some words to say. What? Anton was stunned. There are 3 rules to abide by as my little brother. First, don't bully men or women. Second, don't bully the weak. Third, don't belittle others. Outside these 3 rules, if anyone dares to bully you, tell me, and I will exterminate their clan. Anselm spoke calmly, but the onlookers felt an unprecedented chill. Exterminating 9 clans, isn't that the right and means of ancient emperors? Anton couldn't help being startled. Who exactly was this big brother he had just recognized? His tone was so grand. Woodist importantly, seeing Anselm's confident and solid manner, he was obviously not joking, but really had such power and means. I understand, senior brother. I will definitely follow these 3 rules, Anton replied solemnly. Anselm glanced at him and said lightly, you don't need to be so formal. Just get along normally with me. And remember, don't call me senior brother in the future. I'm not in the gang. Then what should I call you? Anton asked. Thinking for a moment, Anselm said seriously, I prefer people calling me Yi. Anton was taken aback, involuntarily calling out. But then he couldn't hold back a laugh because the title sounded strange, giving a super elder feel. Anselm hadn't expected his surname paired with Yi to be so impactful. He shook his head and said, forget it. Just call me Lonnie Yi. That title feels uncomfortable. Okay, Lonnie Yi. Anton quickly changed his tone. Meanwhile, he secretly mocked himself. Calling him Yi was Anselm's idea. Why did Anselm find it uncomfortable? Either way, it seemed he was the one who suffered. Give me your phone. If this guy wakes up and causes trouble, tell me directly, and I'll talk to his father, Anselm said. Anselm said offhandedly, not taking Frisco and his vice principal father seriously at all. Anton recited his phone number, and then Anselm dialed it. Alright, problem solved. Anselm stretched lazily. He looked at Ren and said, little wife, got some free time? How about accompanying me for a stroll? Ren's eyes lit up immediately. She found Anselm's suggestion extremely appealing. After all, due to that young assassin earlier, she hadn't stepped outside the school gate in a long time. Her life of shuttling between her dormitory and classrooms was making her feel like she was getting moldy. Now with Anselm around, she didn't need to worry about her safety at all and could indulge herself. However, plans never keep up with changes. Just as the two were about to leave, Ren's phone rang. Who? Anselm frowned. My dad. Ren made a gesture for silence, then answered the call. A 2-minute call. After hanging up, Ren stuck out her tongue, showing a hint of apology to Anselm. Just as I thought. My dad asked me to go back home, so you'll have to take a stroll by yourself. Saying this, she dashed away, afraid that Anselm might catch up. Anselm felt somewhat depressed but did not chase after her again. Those hidden bodyguards, though lacking in strength, were good at quickly alerting others. If Ren encountered danger, Anselm believed those bodyguards would contact him immediately. Ren went home, and Anselm touched his nose, also leaving here. He wandered around the campus for a while, finding it utterly boring, so he tilted his head and thought, deciding to walk towards the teaching building. Instead of wandering aimlessly alone, it would be better to find his first wife, Kirsten. Checking the schedule on his phone, Anselm's eyes brightened. Well, it seemed to be Kirsten's class right now. With a clear goal, Anselm quickened his pace, heading straight for the classroom. Chapter 54, Just a Legend. In the classroom, Tess was giving a lesson. Anselm walked in without even knocking or asking for permission, swaggering in boldly. Tess's eyes twitched slightly, her face darkening as anger rose within her. This guy, if he wanted to skip class, fine, but what did he mean by coming back now, and acting so arrogant? The students exchanged glances, all secretly admiring Anselm's boldness. He was certainly the first one who dared to return after skipping class openly. Classmate Anselm, do you have any respect for me as your teacher? You couldn't even say report before entering the classroom? Tess said, barely restraining her anger. I can. Anselm scratched his head foolishly. Then he walked out of the classroom and stood up straight outside, shouting loudly, report. Wife number 1, can I come in now? Seeing that Tess wasn't responding, Anselm asked timidly. Boom. The entire class was shocked. Everyone was stunned, their eyes wide open like bells. They weren't just amazed at Anselm's audacity. It was the term, wife number 1, that left everyone speechless. How could a slacker student like him be related to their revered goddess-like teacher? They must all be hearing things. In a corner at the lower right of the classroom, Irvin leaned on his desk, chin resting on his chubby hands, eyeing Tess on the podium and Anselm at the door with a look that seemed to say, I knew it. Earlier, Anselm had told him that Tess was his woman, and at the time, Irvin hadn't believed it. Now, it seemed highly plausible. Tess's face turned beet red. She gritted her teeth, her bright eyes glaring fiercely at Anselm, wishing she could eat him alive. That guy really had no sense. Shouting, wife number 1. Here must be to embarrass her intentionally. Anselm scratched his head, looking puzzled. This can't be real. So teacher Jiang already has a boyfriend. How sad. Sniff, sniff. Some boys cried in the classroom, declaring their heartbreak on the spot. This world is so unfair. A beautiful flower like teacher Jiang should not end up with a pile of pig manure. Why not me, a cow manure pile? A thin boy with acne sobbed. Everyone burst out laughing, having heard his remark. Calling himself cow manure and Anselm pig manure. What a brilliant analogy. Anselm, with a grimace, pointed angrily at the speaking boy. He gritted his teeth, saying, "Who are you calling pig manure? Your whole family is pig manure. Get up here. I challenge you." "Really? Which part do you prefer?" The thin boy suddenly looked excited, but then he blushed and stammered. "But there are too many people here. I feel shy." The classroom fell silent. Everyone stared with open mouths, shifting their gaze between Anselm and him. After a moment of silence, laughter erupted thunderously throughout the room. Anselm nearly face-planted on the podium. To reveal a gay student with his first words, who could handle that? He picked up the shoe insole at his feet, ready to rush over and give the boy a few smacks, but in the end, he held back. "Darling, I knew you couldn't bear to hit me," said the boy with a look of deep emotion. Staggering from his position, Anselm was speechless, but seeing that Anselm then walked off the podium, she said nothing more. As long as this guy didn't cause more trouble, it was fine. Scanning the room, Anselm found he barely knew any of the students here. Having no choice, he sat next to Irvin. At least this chubby lad seemed decent enough. "Boss, you're amazing, a model for us all," Irvin whispered admiringly. Anselm responded coolly, "Don't fall for me. I'm just a legend." Chapter 55. Traditions must not be lost. Legendary. "Take me as your disciple and teach me how to attract heirlies," the chubby Irvin said with envy. Clearly, he admired Anselm's skills in courting women wholeheartedly. Anselm turned his head to look at him, his gaze deep. Suddenly, he sighed and shook his head, saying, "I may not be able to teach you." "Why can't you teach me, boss? Just a trick or two will do." "I'm not greedy," Irvin hurriedly replied. Anselm gazed out the window, his eyes becoming even deeper. He sighed softly, "Because you don't have my stunning good looks. No matter how much I teach you, it won't work. Unless you go to Coconut Country, no wait, go to Gangnam, and then come back thinner. Then I could teach you a foolproof courting secret." "What?" Irvin was curious. Anselm shook his head, somewhat regretfully saying, "It's an exclusive secret. Your current appearance isn't worthy of knowing it." "Oh, damn." Irvin directly gave an international gesture, clearly understanding that Anselm was deliberately teasing him. Taking out his phone, Irvin opened the Jinling University Confessions wall account, ready for some gossip. "Simon?" Irvin paused, seeing a highly popular post pinned at the top of the wall. This post immediately caught Anselm's attention, sparking his curiosity. Irvin clicked into it, and the headline came into view. "School president son beaten, longtime bully acknowledges elder Lonnie. Mysterious youth takes action, wins school Marcy's heart." Scrolling down, numerous pictures and detailed text appeared under the title, explaining the cause, process, and result of the event. "Boss, this guy looks just like you." Irvin pointed to a photo on the screen, zooming in to compare it with Anselm. Anselm suddenly said angrily, "Is there a possibility that this is me?" "Nanny?" The chubby one looked shocked. After comparing several times, he finally believed Anselm. He exclaimed, "Boss, you're really something. Having a goddess teacher and being so close to Zaida." Anselm lowered his head, ignoring him, but his expression was grim. Sensing this, Irvin instantly understood Anselm's worry. With such high views on the confessions wall, this post exposed his relationship with Christina. If Zinnia saw it, the consequences were unimaginable. These bastards, taking blurry pictures with their low-pixel phones, trying to act like paparazzi. How are people supposed to see my handsome face? If someone starts rumors that I'm a big dinosaur, wouldn't that be a huge injustice? The more Anselm thought about it, the angrier he got, letting out a thunderous roar. All classmates were startled and looked over at Anselm. "Student Anselm, please remain quiet in my class." Zinnia tapped on the podium, sounding irritated. This guy couldn't stay quiet for more than a few minutes. Now with this incident, how could she continue her lesson? Anselm laughed awkwardly and quickly put on a smile. He sat up straight, turning into the perfect model student. Irvin was speechless, amazed at how fast Anselm changed his attitude. Woody Rover, Anselm's words nearly short-circuited Irvin's brain. Anyone else would be worried about their fiancé seeing this post and getting upset. But Anselm actually complained about the blurry photos hiding his handsome face. This peculiar logic left Irvin unsure who had a problem. "Boss, aren't you at all worried that your wife might see this post?" Irvin couldn't help but whisper. "What to worry about? Afraid she sees me being close to my secondary wife?" Anselm looked puzzled and retorted. "A capable man should have multiple wives. Isn't that tradition? Following me. Do you want to treat me to a meal?" Anselm smiled faintly. Irvin was momentarily stunned, then nodded frantically. "Yes, boss, I want to treat you to a meal. Unprovoked kindness usually means something fishy. What do you want?" Irvin chuckled. "Boss, that foolproof courting secret. Let's talk about it later. Let's go eat first. I'm hungry," Anselm said indifferently. Irvin was somewhat disappointed, but still nodded. The two walked one after the other, heading for the cafeteria. "Simon? What's happening over there? Why are there so many people gathered?" Seeing the crowd on the side of the road, Irvin couldn't help but ask curiously. Anselm originally didn't want to bother with such trivial matters, but then he heard a familiar voice. This made him stop and turn his head to look. "Boss, what's going on?" Irvin shivered because Anselm's expression suddenly turned cold. Anselm didn't speak, but stepped forward toward the crowd. At this moment, there were many people gathered, layer upon layer. It would have been impossible for an ordinary person to get through. However, Anselm simply pushed aside those who were blocking the way, and they all automatically parted to the sides as if an invisible saw had forcibly cut a path through them. Anselm strode into the center, while Irvin, although puzzled, still closely followed him. "Daring to hit me, huh? You really think you're something, don't you? You little bastard. I've been wanting to teach you a lesson for a long time." A cold, vengeful voice rang out, accompanied by the sounds of punches hitting flesh. Anselm's face darkened. After just one class, his newly recognized little brother was publicly beaten. Wasn't this a direct slap in his face? Chapter 56. Rather die than surrender. Anton covered his head with both hands, letting the other person punch and kick him at will. The reason he didn't fight back was that he knew very well those few people who were beating him were all very skilled, not inferior to him. If he counterattacked recklessly, he wouldn't be able to take down the opponents, but would instead expose his vital points. Luo Feng, you bribed my men at a high price just to vent your anger on me? Don't forget, I am the young master of the Li family. If anything happens to me, neither you nor your father will have an easy time. Anton gritted his teeth and spoke. Despite the pain spreading through his body, he refused to give in. What's the Li family? Just a third-rate family in Jinling City. Who do you think you are? Frisco laughed arrogantly, looking down on him. Let me tell you, I have young Master Alvis backing me. Today it's you. Tomorrow I'll go after Anselm for treating me like this. You must pay the price. With your cowardly self, using only dirty tricks, how dare you provoke Lani Yi? It seems you're searching for death. Anton sneered, thinking Frisco was once a rival he respected, now turning into a joke. So what if I provoked Anselm? He's just a crazy lunatic. With young Master Alvis supporting me, why should I fear him? Frisco looked disdainful. Clearly, that young Master Alvis had given him great confidence. Young Master Alvis? Are you talking about Enos, the son of the Alvis family in Jinling City? Anton suddenly felt a chill. That's right. Besides him, who else dares to call themselves young Master Alvis in Jinling City? Frisco kept sneering. Anton drew a cold breath, knowing he was in trouble. While their Li family was not weak, the Alvis family was at the top of the pyramid in Jinling City. Not even 10 Li families combined could match the Alvis family. Seeing Anton's fearful expression, Frisco laughed arrogantly. He had paid a heavy price to join young Master Alvis. Seeing the effect now, he was quite satisfied. Really impressive. Anselm couldn't help but sigh from the side. Of course, young Master Alvis of Jinling City, naturally very impressive. Frisco's face showed satisfaction as he subconsciously responded. But soon, he noticed something odd. This voice sounded eerily familiar. It's you. Turning toward the source of the voice, Frisco instantly changed color. In the next second, a size 42 foot kicked precisely at his stomach, curling him up again. A bully relying on someone powerful. I really don't see what you're so proud of. I'm so happy serving others. You might be a masochist. Anselm pursed his lips, looking disdainfully at him. Everyone wore shocked expressions. Frisco was still the son of the vice principal, not to mention having brought up his protector, young Master Alvis from the Alvis family in Jinling City. Why would anyone dare to attack him? All eyes focused on Anselm. Lani Yi. Anton was overjoyed. Those who had beaten Anton recognized Anselm too. They looked terrified and instinctively stopped attacking. They were originally Anton's followers, but Frisco had recently bought them out, and they had witnessed Anselm's prowess before, suffering badly and developing a psychological shadow. Why are you so miserable? Even your own followers rebel against you? Anselm looked speechless and disappointed with Anton. Someone who can't even control his own followers. It's hard to expect such a person to shoulder big responsibilities. Hearing Anselm's words, Anton couldn't help but smile bitterly. He was just an ordinary person who gathered some followers with money, inevitably attracting mixed elements. People served him for profit, and could also betray him for greater profits. Anselm, how daring you are to hit me. Do you know who stands behind me? At this moment, Frisco regained his strength, his eyes blazing, glaring fiercely at Anselm. You said it yourself. What was it? Young Master Alvis. What? Joining young Master Alvis made you golden all over, so I can't touch you anymore? Anselm smiled mockingly. You. Frisco pointed at Anselm, trembling with rage. You hit me. Aren't you afraid of young Master Alvis taking revenge? I'm so scared. Anselm pretended to be afraid. Frisco was so depressed he wanted to spit blood, because he realized this guy was immune to threats. Even young Master Alvis couldn't intimidate him. What else could he do? He was utterly helpless. Go away. At this moment, Anselm's face turned cold. He glanced calmly at Anton's former followers. Those few henchmen shuddered and quickly stepped back, distancing themselves far away, for fear of being caught in the crossfire. Everyone stared in shock, their gazes filled with intense curiosity towards Anselm. Who was this person? So impressive that just a word from him could make Frisco's expensive hirelings scamper off obediently. Anton staggered to his feet and stood beside Anselm. However, he positioned himself slightly behind Anselm, clearly taking on a younger brother's demeanor. You betrayed my juniors first, and then beat them. Kneel down, kowtow, and apologize to him. Then treat this young Master Luo the same way you treated him. Anselm said calmly. Go off even if they wanted to. They had no choice but to comply obediently. Otherwise, they would be the ones to suffer. Sorry, Luo Xiao, better a dead friend than a poor monk. Chapter 57. Rat's Tail Juice. While they apologized verbally, their hands did not hesitate for a moment. Each of them was almost as skilled as Anton, and together, Frisco could neither appeal to heaven nor earth for help. He couldn't even threaten them. His mouth was only used for screaming in pain. A one-sided treatment lasted for half an hour, leaving everyone's eyes bulging. Lonnie's, do you think it's enough now? A Yonatan with a buzz cut moved aside, revealing Frisco who was surrounded by them. Frisco was now black and blue all over his face, half of which was unrecognizable. He was covered in blood, twitching on the ground, and intermittently begging for mercy. Everyone was shocked. They couldn't have killed him, right? It would be too horrifying if someone died from what was supposed to be entertainment. Some kind-hearted onlookers quickly dialed the emergency number with their phones. There are still 4 punches and 2 kicks needed. No one can leave until it's done, Anselm said calmly. The Yonatan with a buzz cut showed a troubled expression and said, but this guy seems to be fading. A few more hits, and I'm afraid he will die. Anselm gave a cold glance at the buzz cut youth, which made him shudder. It was a look of extreme indifference and disdain, as if Anselm didn't care about Frisco's life at all. The buzzcut youth felt a huge shock but didn't dare say anything more. Reluctantly, he followed Anselm's order, delivering 4 more punches and 2 kicks. However, as he kicked Frisco's back one last time, Frisco suddenly convulsed and spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. The blood was bright red, indicating severe internal injuries. Even those who were not medical students could tell how serious the situation was. Lonnie, stop now. Mercy is better than revenge. If you continue, it might become manslaughter. Yes, this is a school. If word gets out that someone died here due to fighting, it would tarnish our school's reputation. Handsome guy, let him go. Many people pleaded with Anselm and Anton. Yi. Anton looked at Anselm. Honestly, by this point, his anger had subsided quite a bit. He just didn't want to say anything for Anselm's sake. Now that others were speaking up, he could express his true thoughts. Do you also want me to let him go? Anselm turned to Anton, a faint smile on his lips. Yes, Yi. Anton nodded slightly. Though he ambushed me and beat me up, my anger is gone now. He doesn't deserve to die. I didn't want him dead. I just wanted these guys to repay you in kind. If he can't handle it, whose fault is it? You're still alive after being beaten, aren't you? Anselm flicked his fingernail casually and said indifferently. This? Anton fell silent. But, I am a peaceful person and don't like solving problems with violence. Anselm smiled faintly. Since he's half dead already, let's put an end to this. Luogongzi, how do you feel? Anselm asked Frisco with a smile. Frisco didn't respond, and the onlookers were speechless. After spitting out blood, Frisco had fallen into unconsciousness. If he could answer Anselm, it would be truly bizarre. Anselm clapped his hands and laughed. Everyone saw that no response means consent. Since Luogongzi has no objections, don't blame us for future issues. People were stunned, including Anton and little Fat Irvin. Was this possible? Treating unconsciousness as consent, they admitted learning something new. Just as Anselm was about to leave, a group of patrol officers and medics rushed in. After providing temporary first aid to Frisco, the medics carried him onto an ambulance and rushed him to the hospital. The patrol officers, however, surrounded Anselm and Anton as if they were terrorists. Wu dive aside. Anselm didn't even raise his eyes. The lead officer sneered. You're indeed thugs who injured people. Facing the police, you're still so arrogant. Handcuff them all and take them back for investigation. Yes, sir. A group of young patrol officers jumped off the car. Each one handcuffed the young men who participated in the beating. Who dares? Anton stepped in front of Anselm. If it weren't for protecting himself, Anselm wouldn't have gotten involved in this mess. A brother who stood up for justice deserved respect. As a younger brother, Anton couldn't betray him. Anton silently vowed to prevent Anselm from being taken away today, no matter what. Anselm rubbed his nose, turned back and pushed Anton behind him, saying, Stay back there. This is none of your business. After speaking, he looked intently at the middle-aged patrol officer who was in charge. Sir Patrol Officer, you want to take us away for questioning? Anselm asked in a calm tone. The middle-aged patrol officer snorted coldly. Naturally, someone reported that you were involved in a brawl here, so you all have to come with me for investigation. If you cooperate, you can avoid physical pain. If not, don't blame us for being impolite. Oh, how will you be impolite? Anselm's eyes grew colder. Originally, he had been quite polite to these patrollers, but their chilly words immediately put Anselm off. To make a statement and suffer physical pain, these guys must have done plenty of bad things. The middle-aged patrol officer sneered without answering Anselm's question. Two young patrol officers nearby were walking towards them with silver handcuffs, which made Anselm frown and kick both of them away with 1 foot each. You dare to assault a patrol officer? The middle-aged patrol officer's face changed, scolding angrily. If you haven't even investigated the situation, then put handcuffs on us. Do you think I'm stupid? These are used for criminal suspects. Pouting, Anselm spoke disdainfully. The middle-aged patrol officer narrowed his eyes, secretly surprised that Anselm knew this point. I advise you to rat's tail juice. Don't show off in front of me, otherwise, you'll regret it. Anselm said coldly. Hearing what Anselm said, the middle-aged patrol officer was startled inside but soon laughed coldly. Make me regret? Ridiculous. I've been a patrol officer for almost 20 years. Would I be afraid of threats from a thug like you? I'd like to see how you make me regret. You won't shed tears until you see the coffin. Anselm shook his head slightly, took out his phone, and dialed Leo directly. The middle-aged patrol officer did not stop him, staring at Anselm with a serious face. It has to be said, seeing Anselm looking fearlessly, he was really a bit timid. Hey Chow, are you still in Jinling City? Anselm asked. Yes, I'll go back tomorrow morning. What happened? Are you inviting me for a drink? Leo laughed loudly. Anselm's expression was very calm. No, someone wants to take me back to the patrol station. I'm at Jinling University, come over immediately. Hearing this, Leo's laughter stopped abruptly. After a moment of silence, deafening roaring came from the other end of the phone. Since Anselm had it on speaker, everyone could hear it clearly. There's such a thing? Give me 10 minutes, I'll be there immediately. Damn, these blind idiots, wait till I get there. I'll pop their little birds one by one. Chapter 58, Chief Instructor of War Saber. Anselm hung up the phone, and for a moment, everyone present had colorful expressions on their faces. The phrase, exploding little sparrow, is normally very crude, but when it came from the person on the other end of the phone, it was nothing but overbearing. The middle-aged patrolman felt a chill run down his spine, knowing that the person on the other end must be someone of no ordinary status. Otherwise, there would be no way they could say such a thing without even asking who Anselm was going to deal with. This arrogance made them all tremble in fear. The middle-aged patrolman had a premonition. They had probably kicked a steel plate today. Within 10 minutes, an Audi screeched to a halt. When the car stopped, a distinguished-looking Yonatan got out of the back seat. He was dressed in a neat suit, not handsome. Yet his presence made many airlies on the scene brighten up. His lips curled slightly as he scanned the crowd. Upon seeing Anselm, he couldn't help but break into a smile, walking over with a grin. Dr. Shadow, what's the deal with these patrolmen? Leo gave one kick to each of the two young patrolmen surrounding Anselm, sending them flying away. Naturally, they couldn't dodge in time. Leo kicked them on their behinds, almost making them fall face first on the ground. They turned around, glaring angrily at Leo. Leo ignored them, only looking at Anselm with his eyes. They said I'm a thug and wanted to put handcuffs on me to take me back to the station for questioning, Anselm said indifferently. What? Without evidence? They want to handcuff you? Lawless. Leo turned to look at the middle-aged patrolman and said, has your chief Keenan never told you that forceful enforcement is forbidden in Simanaxia? The middle-aged patrolman didn't speak, but the two young patrolmen who were kicked couldn't hold back and shouted, who the hell are you, to dare lay a hand on us? Do you want a rebellion? After saying this, the two young patrolmen took out 2 electric batons from the patrol car. Seems like they're really used to being unruly, even carrying electric batons in the car. Leo sneered. Seeing the cold smiles of the 2 young patrolmen as they approached, Leo frowned and suddenly shouted, ridiculous! Are you trying to betray the country? Everyone was taken aback. They knew that the talk of rebellion by the young patrolman was just a scare tactic. However, when the newly arrived youth mentioned treachery, it sent shivers down their spines. The middle-aged patrolman was also stunned. Treason. It was a charge terrifying enough to kill a person. A bunch of idiots, Leo cursed. Then he took out a small notebook from his pocket and threw it to the middle-aged patrolman. Unconsciously catching it, the middle-aged patrolman glanced down, only to widen his eyes and start trembling uncontrollably. Good heavens, this Yonatan is actually part of War Saber, and he's even a squadron leader of War Saber. As experienced patrolmen, they naturally knew the reputation of Simanaxia's War Saber. It was a mysterious yet powerful organization, composed entirely of top-notch elites of Simanaxia. Jaime, the captain of War Saber, just thinking about how formidable this Yonatan might be made the old patrolman tremble with a mere twitch of his toes. And what was most terrifying was that it was rumored the members of War Saber enjoyed special privileges, executing first and reporting later, authorized by the leadership. Attacking them was equivalent to betraying the country. Thinking of this, the middle-aged patrolman deflated immediately, losing all the previous dignity. Leo came forward and controlled all the patrolmen before speaking calmly. Let's go. Back to the station. I need to have a serious talk with your chief. The middle-aged patrolman nodded, sighed, appearing dejected as he led the way back to the patrol car. The young patrolmen exchanged glances and, seeing their captain acting so obediently, dared not act rashly either, returning to their cars. Dr. Shadow, I'll be off now. I'll notify their chief due to educate these short-sighted guys properly. Leo climbed into the backseat of the Audi. Then, he threw another small notebook identical to the War Saber credential he had shown out of the rear window. This is for you, Leo chuckled. Saying this, he urged the driver to leave, seemingly afraid that Anselm might explode upon seeing the information on the document and detain him for punishment. Meanwhile, the patrolman drove away as well. Anselm dispersed the onlookers and then walked directly to the cafeteria with Anton and Irvin. On the way, Anton was very excited. He knew he had made the right choice. This young boss was indeed formidable, to be so acquainted with the squadron leader of War Saber. Simanaxia War Saber, which he had heard about from his grandparents before, was known as an exceptional unit directly under the leadership of those big leaders in the capital, enjoying various privileges, invincible and untouchable. Anselm casually opened the document. Seeing the information inside, his face darkened instantly. Chief Instructor of War Saber. Anselm finally understood why Leo had run faster than a rabbit just now. It turned out he was afraid that upon seeing the content, Anselm would go on a rampage and detain him for punishment. Annoying guy. Anselm gritted his teeth inwardly. He knew that Leo must have reported his news in Jinling City to the higher-ups. Otherwise, how could he have gotten himself a position as the chief instructor of War Saber in such a short time? Anton and Irvin were completely confused. They exchanged glances, all looking at Anselm with puzzled eyes, unable to understand why he was angry. Fortunately, Anselm wasn't really mad. After venting a couple of complaints, he refocused his attention on Anton. Starting tomorrow, I'll teach you some kung fu. Your skills are too poor. You couldn't even handle those few people earlier. You're really making me lose face. Anselm pursed his lips, saying this with evident disdain. He didn't want to end up with an incompetent follower, so he decided to teach Anton real martial arts to give him some ability to protect himself. His departure from the mountain was already leaked, and his peaceful life wouldn't last long. His old friends and rivals would eventually find out about his whereabouts in Jinling City. As his first follower, Anton would inevitably interact with these people in the future. If his strength was too low, it would be easy for him to be bullied. Of course, as for whether Anton was truly loyal to him, Anselm didn't know and didn't care. He believed that treating others sincerely would earn genuine loyalty, far more reliable than mere interests. Irvin listened enviously on the side. All boys dreamed of being martial heroes, and he was no exception. But he also realized that they had only known each other for a few days. Despite their good relationship, he had no certainty that Anselm would teach him such extraordinary skills. You too. Anselm glanced at Irvin. Irvin's heart skipped a beat, instantly revealing a look of wild joy. He asked incredulously, really? You're going to teach me martial arts too? Fake. Anselm rolled his eyes. Hee hee. Irvin laughed awkwardly. He wasn't stupid. He understood that Anselm's fake was actually a true statement. Otherwise, why would he roll his eyes? Beside him, Anton looked at Irvin, who was beaming with joy, secretly envying the little fat boy's luck. Ordinary yet fortunate enough to gain Anselm's favor. What incredible luck. Chapter 59 Father-in-law's Summon. The two were immersed in their joy, completely unaware of the difficulties of learning martial arts, which would be even more challenging than they imagined. The trio headed to the cafeteria and booked a private room. Both junior brothers came from fairly well-off families, so Anselm naturally wasn't worried about them eating him out of house and home. Anselm picked up the menu and ordered a few dishes. Anton then started chatting with Irvin. As for why Anton didn't choose to chat with Anselm, it was purely due to his inner fear. He had been beaten by Anselm several times. Even though he was now Anselm's little brother, he couldn't help but have a lingering psychological shadow. The school cafeteria served food very quickly. Before the two could chat for 5 minutes, all the dishes arrived. Anselm immediately dug into his meal heartily. Boss, save some for me. Seeing the speed at which Anselm devoured the food was like a whirlwind. Little fatty Irvin panicked. He hastily left Anton and joined the Hangliadongjol. Wait any longer, and these delicacies would all be finished by Anselm alone. Why are you eating the dishes I ordered? Anselm wore an unpleasant expression as he glared at the two. Anton and Irvin both froze momentarily. Irvin's chopsticks paused midair, and he replied somewhat speechlessly, Boss, do you really need to protect your food like that? How can this be called protecting food? Anselm said coldly, I ordered these dishes, so I should eat them. If you want to eat, why didn't you order for yourselves just now? Seeing you were only chatting, I thought you weren't hungry. Well, it was their fault after all. Anton and Irvin both looked helpless, but since the boss had spoken, they didn't dare disobey. They had no choice but to order a few more dishes while pinching their noses. I'll go first. Contact me if you're free tomorrow, and I'll teach you martial arts. Before Irvin's additional dishes were served, Anselm had already finished his meal. He drank a glass of water, burped, and then left right away. Just as he stepped out of the cafeteria, a strange phone call came in. Hello, may I ask if this is Mr. Yi? A magnetic Aden's voice came from the phone. Anselm was slightly stunned. Upon realizing it was a male voice, he lost interest. However, he was somewhat surprised that the caller knew his surname. With some caution, he asked, Who are you? Lawson. The voice on the other side answered, seemingly with a hint of a smile. Don't know him. Anselm spoke frankly. He indeed hadn't heard of this name before. Detecting Anselm's impatience, the person on the phone explained, I am Christina's father. Oh, it's my father-in-law. Sorry, please forgive my rudeness. Anselm hurriedly put on a smiling face. Feeling the change in Anselm's attitude, Lawson couldn't help but chuckle. After a brief silence to adjust his emotions, he continued sternly, Anselm, I don't care about your relationship with Rhoda, but there's one thing you must promise. Never let her suffer. That goes without saying, Anselm promised confidently. Satisfied, Lawson nodded and continued, If you're free now, come straight to Golden Dragon Manor, Villa number 13. I have something to tell you. Something to tell me? Anselm was puzzled. Considering they hadn't met, what could he possibly have to tell him? Despite being confused by Lawson's words, Anselm still went without hesitation, walking fast without a single complaint. After all, who could resist the command of a future father-in-law? Even a cunning doctor wouldn't dare disobey. I'm free. Golden Dragon Manor, right? Give me half an hour, and I'll head over immediately. Dad, what do you mean? I've explained multiple times that we're only friends for now. In Villa number 13 of Golden Dragon Manor, Christina pouted, quite unhappy. Her explanation seemed useless as Lawson insisted on calling Anselm over, which was unacceptable. I know, I didn't call him over just because of your situation, Lawson said mysteriously. Pfft. Christina gave her father a sidelong glance. She didn't believe a word of his explanation. Seeing his daughter disbelieve him, Lawson sighed inwardly but didn't elaborate further. About 10 minutes later, a pleasantly surprised voice rang out from outside the door. My little wife, you're here too. Excellent. Hearing this voice, Christina couldn't help but widen her eyes and look towards the door. There stood a relaxed figure. It could only be Anselm. You? How did you get in? Christina asked in surprise. She remembered very clearly that Frederick and his team were at the door, with at least 30 to 40 people on guard. With such a formidable lineup, let alone a living person, not even a bird could possibly get in. How could Anselm have appeared silently at their living room door? On the other side, seeing Anselm suddenly appear, Lawson didn't find it particularly strange. Instead, he had an air of righteousness. Haiming the son of that divine person, and having been coached by Erek, the leader of the 4 heavenly kings, for so many years, Lawson had a pretty good idea of how powerful Anselm was. I just walked in. Anselm blinked his eyes, looking puzzled. He wasn't a ghost or a zombie, so he couldn't float in or jump in, could he? No, what I mean is, did Frederick and the others at the door not notice you? Christina rolled her eyes at him. Sometimes this guy's comprehension was truly bizarre. You mean those guys at the door? Of course, they noticed me. Anselm touched his nose and then said somewhat proudly, They tried to stop me from coming in, but when father-in-law summoned me, of course, I needed to arrive promptly. So I took them all down and then walked in boldly. What? Christina and Lawson were both shocked at the same time. Just then, hurried footsteps sounded at the living room door. Boss, miss, are you all right? An anxious and worried voice asked. Then, a group of bruised and battered bodyguards appeared at the living room door. Leading the group was a Aden, none other than Frederick, whom Christina had mentioned. But now, Frederick's eyes were somewhat swollen, more panda-like than the national treasure. Christina's lips twitched. She wanted to laugh but couldn't, which made her shoulders shake uncontrollably. We're fine, you can stand down. He's one of us, Lawson said calmly. Yes, boss. Seeing that Lawson didn't seem to be kidnapped, Frederick nodded and led the group of bodyguards back to the courtyard. But with the lesson they just had, they clearly dared not be careless anymore. Chapter 60. Father-in-law has many problems. After the bodyguards left, Anselm's gaze returned to Lawson and his daughter. I wonder why my esteemed father-in-law has summoned me here. Could it be that you're thinking of betrothing Rhoda to me? Anselm said with a grin, his eyes shining as they focused on Christina. Christina felt uneasy under his gaze. She glared at Anselm fiercely, grinding her teeth, and angrily shouted, Don't talk nonsense in front of my father. Little wife, your words hurt. You were the one who held my arm and called me husband earlier, Anselm replied, feigning hurt like a wronged housewife, filled with resentment. Upon hearing this, Christina nearly choked on her own breath. If you can't speak properly, then shut up. Christina was visibly annoyed. Anselm's words made it sound as if she were desperate. It might have been fine privately, but her father was still there. How would he view her after hearing this? This was utterly absurd. Anselm chuckled, no longer provoking Christina, turning his eyes toward Lawson. This was an elegant Aden whose mere presence exuded a refreshing aura. Anselm felt moved inside. He realized Lawson was not an ordinary person. It wasn't hard to understand, considering someone who had projects with the government could hardly be just an ordinary businessman. Timing extraordinary was normal for him. Rhoda, don't be impolite. Lawson mildly rebuked her, then turned his gaze to Anselm. The reason I've asked you here is related to this matter, but not solely because of it. Both Anselm and Christina were taken aback, but soon their expressions changed noticeably in different ways. Christina was furious. Her own father actually rebuked her for Anselm's sake, who was truly his child. Meanwhile, Anselm showed a look of pleasant surprise. Sure enough, father-in-law was indeed a good man. Father-in-law is straightforward. Since so, I'll treat your ailments as part of the dowry. Anselm grinned. Don't call him your father-in-law. He's my father. Christina glared at Anselm. Anselm glanced back at her and smiled. Sooner or later, calling him father-in-law won't harm. Christina almost went crazy and looked at her father. Dad? But her father didn't respond, only staring intently at Anselm. After a while, Lawson asked doubtfully, what have you noticed? Anselm nodded and said directly, kidney deficiency, erectile dysfunction, prostatitis, arrhythmia, coldness. Your conditions are quite numerous. Noun. His prescription would definitely be astonishing. Anselm wrote down a prescription on paper and handed it to Lawson. Then he laughed and said, looking forward to your resurgence in 3 months, father-in-law. Good son-in-law, thank you. Lawson was overjoyed. The more they talked, the more harmonious they became, calling each other father-in-law and son-in-law more naturally. Christina was really furious. She picked up a doll from the sofa and threw it at both of them, shouting angrily, can't you consider my feelings when you talk? I'm still here. Lawson put down the doll he had caught and gave a dry laugh, only then realizing his daughter was still present. Their conversation indeed veered into somewhat improper territory just now, but Anselm did not seem to mind. He scratched his head and sat back down on the sofa. Cough, cough. Well, Anselm, let's get down to business. We digressed a bit. Lawson cleared his throat and suddenly became serious. Father-in-law, please go ahead. Anselm also became serious. Firstly, I want to thank you for saving Rhoda earlier. Without you, she might have been harmed, Lawson said solemnly. Anselm smiled and waved his hand indifferently. Protecting my wife is a duty. There's no need for thanks, father-in-law. Lawson gave an appreciative look at Anselm and continued. Secondly, I want you to settle matters with Rhoda as soon as possible. I don't ask that she be your only wife, but you absolutely cannot abandon her. As soon as these words were spoken, Christina's anger exploded. She could hardly believe her ears. Did she just hear her father say such shocking things? This is a common occurrence, Lawson declared conclusively with a grand gesture, which made Christina stomp her feet in frustration. What on earth had gotten into her father that he insisted she be with Anselm? She didn't know that her father did all this out of consideration for her well-being. Due to the Lin family's special status in China, many ill-intentioned people would eventually take notice. If Christina were to be with Anselm, while happiness couldn't be guaranteed, at least safety wouldn't be a concern. As the disciple of the heavenly Horus and the son of someone significant, almost nobody could harm Christina as long as he was around. Unfortunately, Christina didn't know this, and Lawson couldn't bring himself to explain. After glaring angrily at both men for a moment, she suddenly turned and stormed back upstairs. With the sound of a door closing, Anselm and Lawson exchanged knowing smiles. Father-in-law must have one final and most important point left, otherwise, you wouldn't have found a way to send Rhoda away. Anselm stretched lazily, looking utterly carefree. Lawson's eyes quickly flashed with approval, and his gaze grew distant, as if reminiscing about something beautiful. Indeed, worthy of being his son, incredibly astute, he sighed admiringly. Upon hearing Lawson's words, Anselm involuntarily shuddered and couldn't maintain his careless demeanor any longer. Anselm's expression changed significantly, and he stared intently at Lawson with piercing eyes. Father-in-law, do you know who my biological parents are? This was his deepest grievance, and the very reason his cultivation had hit a roadblock. The heavenly Horus let him descend from the mountain for 2 reasons, to experience the mundane world and to find this answer. As Anselm's master, the heavenly Horus naturally hoped that he could reunite his family by his own efforts. Lawson nodded subtly. I indeed know. Who are they? Where are they now? Why did they abandon me? Anselm asked in quick succession, his throat choked up, nearly in a trance-like state. Do you feel all right? Concern filled Lawson upon seeing Anselm's condition. Taking a deep breath, Anselm calmed himself down and asked again, Father-in-law, please rest assured I'm fine. Could you please tell me who my parents are? Your father's name is Jim, my sworn elder brother. As for your mother, we only know her name is Emily, but her background remains unknown, Lawson said truthfully, though his voice was heavy. This revelation made Anselm feel uneasy, sensing there was more unspoken. What happened to them? Anselm asked subconsciously. Lawson sighed. They disappeared, and their fate is unknown. Though he expected it, hearing these words still caused Anselm to stiffen momentarily before regaining composure. After a brief silence, Anselm turned to Lawson, pleading, Uncle Lin, could you tell me what kind of people my parents were? Your mother Emily was incomparably beautiful, even the capital's #1 beauty paled in comparison to her, but her origins remain a mystery. Apart from your father, perhaps no one else knows her true identity, Lawson explained. And my father? Anselm asked. The greatest expert in China. No, the entire earth, Lawson corrected himself, unable to suppress the pride in his tone when speaking of his sworn elder brother. Anselm shook his head, disagreeing. That's impossible. My master's prowess is unmatched, ranking top among the 4 heavenly kings. He is the strongest on earth. Hearing Anselm's rebuttal, Lawson wasn't angry but smiled gently and shook his head. Elder Lani Imran was indeed remarkable, overshadowing an era, reaching the peak of martial arts and cultivation in China and beyond. However, he did lose once. Lawson took on a nostalgic expression. It was 30 years ago, on the night of the Mid-Autumn Festival at Tindu Peak. Your father, Jim, engaged in a secret duel with the heavenly Horus. The duel lasted for 7 days and 7 nights. Despite using all his tactics, the heavenly Horus ultimately lost to your father. Anselm was stunned. If it weren't for Lawson's serious demeanor, he would have thought this was just a legendary tale. Because Anselm knew that even 30 years ago, the heavenly Horus had already been the leader of the 4 heavenly kings. And at that time, his father was probably just over 20 years old. To defeat the top of the 4 heavenly kings at just over 20, his father was really something extraordinary. He was almost 20 now, but in terms of strength, he was far from his master. It didn't take much imagination to figure out the gap between him and his father. If my father was the best fighter on Blue Star, then who could have killed him? How did he disappear? Anselm's face was filled with confusion. Don't ask me. I don't know either. Lawson rubbed his nose, somewhat depressed. My sworn elder brother has always been elusive. However, he once said that no one in the world could kill him, not even if the 4 heavenly kings worked together. Not long after the battle with your master, your parents both vanished, and no one knows where they went. Your mother's strength should not be weaker than your father's, Lawson added, though he didn't sound very sure. 2 experts who could suppress the 4 heavenly kings suddenly disappeared under mysterious circumstances. Even someone without a brain could sense how deep the waters were. No wonder his master repeatedly warned him that only when his cultivation was complete would he have a chance to find his parents. Now, he finally understood the true meaning behind those words. Anselm exhaled deeply and smiled. Thank you, Uncle Lin, for telling me about my background. I will work hard to find them. They are so strong. They must still be alive. Yes, I think there must be some unknown reason behind their disappearance. I believe in you. One day, you will find them and reunite the family, Lawson smiled. Anselm nodded. I certainly will. Then he changed the subject with an evil grin. What about Vita and me? Get lost. Taking advantage of me like this. If I say no, would you let her go? Lawson replied irritably. Anselm chuckled. Of course not. So, that's settled. I have only one request. That we shouldn't let her down, right? Anselm rolled his eyes. Father-in-law, you've said that many times. I'm getting tired of hearing it. Oh, you? Lawson couldn't help laughing and pretended to raise his hand to hit Anselm lightly. Anselm laughed loudly, quickly dodging away. He flashed out of the living room. Goodbye, father-in-law. Anselm waved from the doorway, whistling as he left. Chapter 62. Sudden heat stroke. Anselm was strolling down the street with a blade of dogtail grass in his mouth. Just as he was thinking about what to eat for dinner, an old man selling roasted sweet potatoes suddenly clutched his chest and fell to the ground. Jameson, what's wrong? Don't scare me. A Airly by the old man's side cried out. The Airly had a sweet appearance and was tall, though her face still held a youthful innocence, looking like she was only around 13 for the little Airly. Little sister, don't worry. Heat stroke won't be fatal. I've already called for an ambulance. The doctors are on their way. Everyone, please move aside. This old man needs fresh air. I'll get my son umbrella from my car. People were showing their kindness, making the little Airly tear up again. Of course, there were those who warned Anselm not to act recklessly, choosing to remain uninvolved. Lonnie Hyman, don't take unnecessary risks. Be careful if he recovers and tries to extort you, said Aden, smiling but with unknown intentions. Right? There are plenty these days who pretend to be ill to extort others. Someone chimed in agreement. Anselm gave a faint smile, understanding their thoughts. In recent years, cases of malicious elderly people taking advantage of others' kindness for financial gain have emerged in various places. Over time, this has tarnished the reputation of all elderly, causing most people to stay far away when they see an old person fall, fearing being blamed or extorted. No one dares to take the risk. Once extorted, one might lose everything. Thank you for your advice, friends. I understand. As a healer, seeing patients suffer and walking away without helping is cowardice. If he accuses me after I save him, that is his problem. My conscience will be clear. Well said, Lonnie Hyman. We support you. Everyone looked at Anselm with admiration. They thought that if all doctors had the benevolent heart of this Yonatan, there would be no medical disputes. Big Lonnie, believe me, my grandpa and I are good people. The Airly's gaze was firm. Anselm smiled. I believe you. Saying this, he untied the old man's shirt and took out several silver needles from a brocade box, swiftly inserting them into points on the old man's chest and forehead. The crowd stared in shock, realizing this Yonatan was not a conventional doctor but a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. Lonnie Hyman, you? Someone wanted to question, as many did not believe in the effectiveness of traditional Chinese medicine. Before he finished speaking, Anselm stopped him. Shoo. Anselm signaled for silence with a serious look. He continued massaging and patting the old man's body. Not until the sound of an ambulance siren approached did Anselm stop. With a swift motion, he collected all the needles. Big Lonnie, is my grandpa better now? The Airly asked pitifully. Anselm nodded and said confidently, he's fine. He will wake up soon. Heat stroke occurs when the body's temperature regulation system becomes disordered under prolonged high temperatures. Anselm used silver needles to regulate the elderly man's body, enhancing the vitality of his internal organs. With this, it was only a matter of time before the old man's internal temperature regulation system returned to normal. The ambulance parked by the roadside, and a 50-year-old bald male doctor, along with a group of young medical staff, walked over. They took out portable instruments and gave the elderly man an initial examination. To their surprise, they concluded that the elderly man had no issues at all. He was merely asleep. Can't you tell if someone is sick or not? Calling an ambulance for nothing can result in legal liability, the Egon said discontentedly. He had been enjoying his air-conditioned office and watching shows when the call disrupted his day. Woodist infuriatingly, upon arriving, he found out it wasn't even a patient, but someone who had fallen asleep. The person who dialed the emergency number had made a mistake, causing them to make a wasted trip. It's impossible. I saw this old man suddenly faint on the street myself. A Benita stood up and said. She had been the one who called the ambulance. Yeah, I saw it too. And earlier, Lonnie Hyman even said he was a doctor and diagnosed that the old man had heat stroke. The Egon narrowed his eyes slightly and replied in a hostile tone, Lonnie Hyman? Which Lonnie Hyman? I am the director of the emergency department at Jinling City Hospital. Is he more authoritative than me? Seeing his snobbish attitude, everyone felt somewhat unhappy. They turned around and started looking for Anselm, hoping he would come forward to verify that what they had said was true. But Anselm was nowhere to be found. Taking advantage of the moment when everyone's attention was on the ambulance doctor, he did not hesitate and slipped away without any hesitation. At this moment, Anselm was sneaking through a sparsely populated alley. Not far from him, a curvaceous figure was also stealthily trailing two young men further ahead. Chapter 63, Tracking the Devils. Anselm touched his nose and followed closely behind the woman. Originally, he didn't intend to reveal himself, but only wanted to secretly observe from the shadows. However, he suddenly realized that they seemed to be passing through a road they had taken earlier. Anselm's heart stirred as he instantly figured out that the two guys at the front must have already noticed the woman's tracking and were playing around with her. Hey, what are you tracking anyway? A deep voice rang in Pearl's ear, startling her into jumping. Without turning her head, she instinctively threw a punch backward. Anselm reached out, grabbing her fist, and said somewhat speechlessly, Black wife, is this how you welcome your husband? Upon seeing it was Anselm, Pearl sighed in relief, redirecting her gaze back to the two men ahead. I'm on a mission now, no time to chat. Pearl spoke rapidly. Are you tracking those two guys? Anselm pointed at the backs of the two men ahead. Pearl showed a hint of surprise. How did you know? I've been following you for quite some time. You've been chasing after these two all along. If not tracking them, what else could you be doing? Anselm chuckled. Hearing this, Pearl was startled but then relaxed. Given Anselm's abilities, it made perfect sense she hadn't detected him following her. Black wife, do you need help? Just one small favor would suffice. Anselm rolled his eyes and suddenly asked. Initially hearing the first part, Pearl was about to nod, but firmly rejected when she heard Anselm asking for a favor. Based on Anselm's character, she knew exactly what he was up to without much thought. That's too bad. I'm afraid you won't complete this mission, Anselm sighed. What do you mean? Pearl frowned slightly. Anselm pointed at the two men ahead and said somewhat helplessly, this area isn't large. You've been going in circles for almost an hour. Haven't you noticed anything odd yet? What are you implying? After Anselm mentioned this, Pearl couldn't help but start doubting. Your clumsy tracking skills were noticed long ago. They've been leading you around like a monkey, Anselm remarked casually. Pearl's face darkened. Even though she knew Anselm was right, being compared to a monkey was hard to take. What should we do? Pearl felt depressed, never imagining her supposedly skilled tracking techniques were so laughable to others. It was bad enough to be exposed before Anselm, but now even these two little devils had noticed her. She felt like hanging herself with a noodle. If you give me a favor, I'll help you complete the task, Anselm declared boldly. Pearl glared at him irritably. These two are Japanese devils, scheming something unknown in Jinling City. As a Chinese man with such prowess, shouldn't helping be a matter of course? Why ask for a reward? Clearly, Pearl wanted Anselm's assistance without offering anything, resorting to moral high ground. Anselm smirked. Woodirol coercion? Not happening. He wasn't buying it. No favors, no deal, Anselm muttered, unbothered by the situation. Pearl was helpless. Seeing the two figures circling back, she gritted her teeth and asked, what kind of favor do you want? As long as it's reasonable, I'll agree. Understand? Pearl added quickly, fearing Anselm might take advantage. Upon hearing Pearl agree, Anselm's lips curled into a mischievous smile. His gaze fixated on Pearl's sensuous lips, he said fervently, after the mission is completed, give me a smooch. No way, change your request. That's non-negotiable, Pearl shuddered, refusing outright. Seeing her resolve, Anselm felt a bit sad. Clearly, taming Black wife wouldn't be easy. Even a kiss was denied, making this challenge exceptionally difficult. How about this? If I complete the mission perfectly, you give me a peck, Anselm scratched his head. Pearl couldn't help but laugh. Isn't that the same thing? Not at all. One is voluntary, the other involuntary, Anselm chuckled. He shifted his gaze to the two young Japanese men nearby, lazily saying, decide quickly. By the way, those two are both stronger than you. In a one-on-one fight, you're no match for either. Without my help, if they turn on you, you won't stand a chance to escape. What's their strength level? Pearl's expression turned serious. One is first class, the other is top-notch, but both are weaklings. Anselm dug in his ear, looking very relaxed. He didn't notice that after he spoke, Pearl's face had turned as dark as a pot bottom. A first class and a top-notch supernatural powerhouse. Such a combination being called weaklings. What did that make her? A second-rate martial artist? An ant? You need to decide quickly. It looks like they're losing interest in playing with you. Anselm's voice was playful. Pearl snapped back to reality and indeed saw the two guys quicken their pace. She turned to Anselm and said, all right, I agree. Help me track these two little devils. Deal made, let's go. Anselm was pleased, grabbing Pearl's arm, and they openly set off chasing. Hey, aren't you mistaken? Walking out like this isn't just telling others we're tracking them. Pearl was startled. She hadn't expected Anselm to be so direct, not even seeking cover. Black wife, do you underestimate me too much? With these two weaklings, if they can detect my tracking, I'll go back to square one. Anselm pursed his lips. Pearl was reassured, thinking that someone who could kill Harvey wouldn't possibly be detected by two useless Japanese. They walked openly while keeping quiet, following the two young Japanese men. Strangely, although Pearl had been hiding behind obstacles earlier, the two men had already noticed her. But now, with Anselm leading her out in broad daylight, those two Japanese youths showed no signs of suspicion. They left the area of low-rise houses and entered a desolate wilderness. With trees for cover, it became even more impossible for these two Japanese youths to spot them. Pearl felt puzzled and somewhat worried. Why did these two little devils run into the mountain? What were they doing there? Chapter 64, Trading for Benefits. It had to be said, the two young men from the east were very cautious. Even though they did not know they were being followed, they still circled around in the woods several times. Anselm yawned, showing no concern as he followed closely behind with Pearl. After a while of circling back and forth, the two youths finally arrived in front of an old dilapidated temple. They pushed the door open and entered. It was obvious that someone was already waiting inside. Anselm swiftly pulled Pearl up onto the nearest tree branch to the temple. A peculiar gleam flashed in his eyes when Anselm recognized the person meeting with the East Japanese youth. It was none other than Fories, the head of the Alvis family from Jinling City. Anselm perked up his ears and eavesdropped on their conversation. After all, sneaking into the wild mountain just to meet with the Japanese wasn't something ordinary at all. Pearl was frustrated. With the voices deliberately kept low, she could not hear what was being said. After the East Japanese and Alvis's people left, Anselm led Pearl down from the tree, landing smoothly on the ground. Chill flashed across Anselm's face. He truly hadn't expected that this Alvis family head would be such a traitor, making shady deals with the East Japanese secretly, which was utterly unforgivable. These little devils are so evil. Suppressing their voices like that, Pearl clenched her teeth in anger. Her expression was angry as she tightened her fists, watching those people leave. At this moment, Anselm suddenly turned around, lightly touched Pearl's lips with a swift kiss like a dragonfly skimming water. What are you doing? Pearl subconsciously wiped her mouth with her sleeve and glared fiercely at Anselm. She was extremely upset, having lost her first kiss without any defense. And let the chicken smooch you. Pearl placed her hands on her hips, scolding Anselm like a tigress, pointing at his nose. Mainly, she felt that Anselm's actions were too outrageous. He was always trying to take advantage of her even before finishing the task. Anselm scratched his head, naturally indifferent to such curses. In Adnanluo Wudiantane, the old man's curses were far worse. Sometimes, he would even hit kids, beating them ruthlessly. One thing at a time. The kiss earlier was your promise for helping you follow those little devils. If you want to know insider information, don't you have to offer something else in return? Anselm said seriously, wearing an expression of not to be fooled easily. Bastard. Pearl was instantly furious. Thanks for the compliment, Anselm grinned. Pearl continued cursing, shameless. This is my honor. Anselm slightly raised an eyebrow, completely unmoved. Pearl nearly choked in frustration, encountering such a thick-skinned guy. She felt utterly defeated and totally manipulated by him. Anselm stretched lazily, standing still, looking at Pearl with a smile on his face, unconcerned about her flipping out. With her chest heaving, Pearl struggled to suppress her anger and spat hatefully. Then close your eyes. She had no choice. Seeing Anselm's unbothered attitude, Pearl knew that if she did not agree to his condition, she would never know this information. Wooderover, since her first kiss was already gone, it didn't matter much to give him another one. Anselm stood there and closed his eyes as Pearl requested. Pearl's face was cold as she approached Anselm, but the closer she got to him, the faster her heart pounded, giving her an uneasy feeling. Was she starting to have feelings for him? As she was lost in thought, Anselm suddenly opened his eyes, grabbed her head, and kissed her passionately on the lips. Mmm. Pearl came back to her senses and tried to push Anselm away, but how could her strength compare to his? After a while, not only did Anselm remain unmoved, but he kissed her even harder. Gradually, Pearl stopped resisting. A tingling sensation spread throughout her body, making her mind go blank. Only when she couldn't breathe did Anselm finally let her go, stepping aside with a smirk. I'm going to kill you. Pearl roared in anger. At this moment, all she wanted was to pummel Anselm until she felt better, forgetting about the inside information. However, when she looked back at where Anselm had been standing, he was nowhere to be seen. There wasn't even a mosquito there. This damn thing. Pearl was furious, knowing that Anselm had slipped away while she was catching her breath. Given his skills, it was too easy for him to leave without her noticing. Looking around the area, Pearl composed herself and prepared to leave. This place was eerie even in broad daylight, evoking a strong sense of danger within her. In short, without Anselm accompanying her, she dared not stay here any longer. Pearl quickly walked toward the direction of Jinling City, completely unaware that at the very moment she left, Anselm appeared on a nearby pine tree with a sinister smile. He would never leave Pearl alone here, not only because those people might come back, but also due to the complex environment. Without his covert assistance, whether Pearl could find her way out of this dense forest was uncertain. Chapter 65 Gathering at 5. Under Anselm's secret guidance, Pearl finally managed to return smoothly to the neighborhood after several rounds. Upon returning to Tessa's place, she did not rest on the sofa but instead went straight to Anselm's door and kicked it. With a loud bang, the door shook violently, and dust fell from the ceiling. Hearing no response from inside for a long time, Pearl snorted coldly and turned to enter Tessa's apartment. What happened just now? Why was there such a big noise? Tess walked out of her bedroom. She had no classes that afternoon and had returned home to take a nap. Unexpectedly, just as she lay down, she heard a loud noise at the door. This commotion was clearly not trivial, and Tess could not help but be curious. She got up from bed immediately to see what had happened. Then, Tess saw Pearl storm in angrily. She instantly understood that the sound just now stopped Pearl from entering. Knowing her germophobic friend well, Pearl had never expected it to be this bad. Touching her nose, Pearl respected her friend's habits. She grabbed a clean set of clothes and entered the bathroom for a quick rinse. When Pearl came out, Tess nodded in satisfaction and stepped aside. Come on, darling. Pearl picked up Tess and tossed her onto the bed. Watch it. You're crazy, Tess exclaimed. Meanwhile, Anselm didn't go home immediately after seeing Pearl return but stayed outside for a while. It turned out to be a wise decision. Only when everything calmed down in Tess's apartment did Anselm quietly open the door with his key. Entering the living room, Anselm sat on the sofa and then dialed Leo's number. Dr. Deceit, is what you said true? Leo's voice on the other end was astonished. Of course, I heard it with my own ears. How could it be false? Anselm replied calmly. Taking a deep breath, Leo nodded and said, I understand. I will try to inform those above. After hanging up, Anselm returned to his bedroom. The reason he took advantage of Pearl without telling her the intelligence wasn't because he broke his promise. Anselm knew this matter was beyond her capability to solve. Even Warblade might struggle with it, involving too many complicated issues. Handling it would be very troublesome. By calling Leo, Anselm hoped that he could arrange for someone to handle it, especially their former team. Dealing with it would be quite easy. But Anselm was currently inconvenient to act openly, so he entrusted Leo to contact the necessary people. After doing all this, Anselm felt relieved. He lay on the bed and dozed off. However, he hadn't expected to sleep straight through until dawn the next day. Anselm stretched and yawned. Having slept for so long, he looked refreshed and invigorated. Instinctively checking his phone for the time, Anselm was startled and quickly jumped out of bed. Yesterday noon, he had agreed with Anton and Irvin to meet at 5 o'clock this morning at the school playground. It was already 4:50, leaving only 10 minutes until their agreed time. And he had just woken up, which made Anselm somewhat embarrassed. He set the time, yet he was the first one not to abide by it. Did he still want to maintain his leader's dignity? Without hesitation, Anselm quickly freshened up, then went downstairs to buy some delicious breakfast. He hailed a taxi and rushed to Jinling University. When Anselm arrived at the playground, Anton and Irvin were already waiting there. They spotted Anselm right away, both looking excited. However, besides excitement, there was also an inexplicable anxiety on Anton's face. Anselm glanced at him curiously and asked, "What's wrong? Worried that martial arts practice will be too tough?" "No." Anton shook his head, his look of concern deepening. "Lani, there's something I need to tell you." After much consideration, Anton decided to speak up. "What is it?" Anselm asked lazily. Though Anton's expression was very serious, Anselm didn't take it seriously at all, because no matter what it was, for him, it wasn't an issue, so there was no need for worry. "Lani, you'd better keep a low profile these days. The Master Alvis from behind Frisco has spoken. You injured his subordinates, which is like slapping him in the face. He wants to have someone teach you a lesson," said Anton, his face full of worry. Seeing Anselm's unconcerned demeanor, Anton secretly became anxious and continued, "Lani, I know you have support, but the Alvis family in Jinling City is really powerful. They can even find very formidable martial artists. You are alone. You mustn't be careless." "No problem, it's just the Alvis family in Jinling City. Simon, if they don't come after me, I'll go after them in a while," Anselm replied with a meaningful smile. Seeing Anselm still maintaining his confident attitude, Anton laughed bitterly and did not say any more. Chapter 66 White-Eyed Wolf. The cultivation method Anselm taught the two was called war martial art. It wasn't particularly powerful, but it was undoubtedly the most suitable for them at this stage. Not only was it easy to pick up, but it was also relatively easy to master. Woodist crucially, Anselm had improved this cultivation method, making it an essential condensed version. Start now. Recite this cultivation method while running laps. You're not allowed to run fewer than 50 laps each day. Within a week, you must develop a sense of chi for me. Anselm fully displayed the responsibilities of a strict teacher. Since he had decided to guide them into this world, Anselm would not treat them differently due to personal circumstances. His goal was to treat everyone equally and bring Anton and Irvin into the world of martial artists in the shortest time possible. Anton nodded. He already had some background in martial arts. Now that he had this cultivation method, developing a sense of chi within a week was not a difficult task for him. However, for Irvin, the small and clueless one, it was a bit too much to ask. The best time to start practicing martial arts was when bones were still developing, generally 13 years old for boys and 11 for earlies. Clearly, Irvin's age meant he had missed the best time for this. Now, starting from scratch would be exceptionally challenging. Yet, Anselm did not relax his demands on him because of this. In the world of martial artists, talent determined the upper limit, while effort set the lower limit. If Irvin couldn't cultivate a sense of chi in a week, it would only mean he wasn't putting in enough effort. In that case, Anselm wouldn't have any hope left for him. He wouldn't be qualified to enter this magical world either. Go ahead with your practice. I'll leave now. See you at the usual time and place in a week. He slacked off for a few days since no one was supervising him. Getting up early today, Anselm decided to make up for those slack days. This way, his conscience would be eased a bit. "You're Anselm?" But before Anselm could practice for long, a group suddenly appeared. Turning around, Anselm couldn't help but laugh. He realized that the leading youth was none other than Enos, the eldest son of the Alvis family, whom he had met at Jinling City Hospital. After treatment, this guy had recovered. Now, he had brought people to corner Anselm, likely encouraged by Frisco. "It's you." At this moment, one of Enos's bodyguards beside him suddenly changed his expression. Enos immediately turned to look at him, saying unhappily, "What? You know this guy?" The bodyguard gave Anselm a serious look and nodded. "Master, he is the divine doctor who cured you in Jinling City Hospital a few days ago. The bastard who extorted 2 billion from my family?" Enos blurted out. Clearly, he had no good feelings toward this so-called divine doctor who had removed the curse. Just a petty practitioner daring to blackmail his parents for so much money, truly living tiredly and seeking death. But since he encountered him today, it was perfect. Not only could he vent some anger on behalf of his subordinates, but he could also reclaim the 2 billion. Earlier, the bodyguards hadn't engaged Anselm in a fight, unsure of his abilities. Now hearing their master's order, they rushed towards Anselm without hesitation. Indeed, one house can't produce two kinds of people. Both father and son are white-eyed wolves. Anselm shook his head and sighed lightly. He stomped his foot gently, causing all the small pebbles on the ground to bounce up. Then, with a wave of his right hand, those pebbles flew out accurately hitting each bodyguard's chest, just like hidden weapons from the Tang sect. Woodier than 10 bodyguards fell to the ground without even touching the hem of Anselm's clothes. They clutched their chests and groaned incessantly. A martial artist? Enos's expression stiffened, finally understanding why Anselm had been so calm all along. It turned out that he wasn't just an eccentric doctor studying obscure methods, but also a very powerful martial artist. In front of a martial artist, these dozen ordinary bodyguards were obviously no match for him. Chapter 67. Pearl in Danger. With this thought, Enos turned around and was about to leave. But the next moment, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. Right in front of him, a dogwood grass stood straight up from the ground before him. The hard cement floor actually cracked extensively due to this blade of dogwood grass. Enos couldn't help but widen his eyes. After all, this was a cement floor. Let alone dogwood grass, even a steel needle would be utterly destroyed. I was having a peaceful morning exercise session here, yet you came to trouble me, ruining my whole day's good mood. I want compensation for emotional distress and loss of work. Otherwise, none of you can leave. Anselm spoke bluntly. In this school, he naturally wouldn't do anything serious to Enos, but since the other party had come to him like this, not taking advantage of it would indeed go against his conscience a bit. However, upon hearing Anselm's blatant extortion, Enos secretly sighed in relief. Thank goodness, the other party didn't care about what happened earlier, they just wanted some money. How much do you want for the emotional distress and loss of work? Enos asked solemnly. Anselm thought for a moment, and then held up one finger. 1 million, right? Enos took out a gold-plated card from his pocket and handed it over, as if fearing Anselm would change his mind. There is exactly 1 million in this card. Take it, and as agreed, let us leave safely. Anselm was slightly taken aback, but soon raised the corners of his mouth. Originally, he only intended to extort 1 million yuan, but never thought Enos misunderstood him, handing over 10 million. He could only reluctantly accept it. Since the money is in place, I will show mercy and forgive you this time. However, if I meet you next time, it won't be as simple as just 10 million to settle things. Anselm waved his hand impatiently, as if shooing away a bunch of flies. This gesture infuriated Enos inwardly. He glared at Anselm resentfully and then turned to leave, ignoring even his bodyguards. Anselm stretched lazily. His mood was ruined by Enos, so he lost interest in continuing his morning exercises. Checking the time, it was not even 7 o'clock yet. Anselm walked out of the school with slow steps. Sir, are you serious? You really want to find trouble with this guy? On a small path somewhere in Jinling University, the group of bodyguards quickly caught up with Enos. Upon knowing Enos's decision, their expressions were all terrified and felt uneasy. As ordinary people, provoking a powerful martial artist repeatedly was no less absurd than dancing on a grave. But Enos ignored their advice and insisted on finding trouble with Anselm. So what if he is a martial artist? They aren't invincible either, Enos said through gritted teeth, feeling angrier the more he thought about it. I don't believe that in this age where firearms reign supreme, he can withstand the bombardment of firearms. But the bodyguard who spoke earlier didn't have time to say more before being slapped by Enos. Enos's eyes flashed dangerously as he coldly said, No buts, I am the eldest son of the Alvis family, you all have to listen to me. Go, find a few people from the streets who have guns, eliminate that bastard, and bring back my card. The bodyguard had no choice but to nod in agreement, although he looked somewhat contemptuous. These martial artists, even if they can't block bullets, it would likely be quite easy for them to dodge bullets. But since Enos had spoken, they as subordinates naturally couldn't disobey his orders. At that moment, they hurriedly left. Anselm also left the school, planning to find Heather at Aubrey. There was no way out. This Airlie had already found out where he was. If he ignored her for too long, Anselm was truly afraid she might report him to his third stepmother. However, just as he was about to head there, a phone call came in. Blackie? Anselm paused, seeing the caller ID showing none other than Pearl. What could this woman want from him? Could she be looking for trouble? Anselm curled his lip, not really caring. Just a small woman. Even if she wanted to confront him, he wasn't afraid. With this thought in mind, Anselm lazily answered the call. Hey, Blackie, what's up? Missing me? Expecting Pearl's furious response, but instead, there was silence on the other end of the line. This made Anselm curious. Remaining silent after such teasing wasn't like Pearl's style. Just as Anselm was about to continue, a weak voice came through the phone. Abandoned factory at number 89 Longan Road. Save me? With these words, Pearl's phone lost signal. Anselm's face darkened. He had already considered Pearl as one of his wives. Now someone dared to chase her down, which was challenging his limits. A cold light flashed in Anselm's eyes. Gone was his earlier joviality, replaced by a cold and murderous demeanor. Without hesitation, he rushed toward the location provided by Pearl. Inside the abandoned factory, Pearl was hiding on a beam, watching from above as 7 men searched for her below. Apart from 3 Japanese people, the other 4 were genuine Chinese, martial artists serving the Alvis family of Jinling City. This made Pearl grit her teeth in anger. Her own countrymen collaborated with the Japanese to hunt her down, a stark irony indeed. Among these 7 people, the weakest was at the second-class level, matching hers. The strongest one was a Japanese woman from the Enalvisk sect. Pearl couldn't gauge her strength, but conservatively estimating, this woman should be at the late stage of the top-class realm. Chapter 68 Critical Woodiment. Such strength, besides her team leader Leo, probably only Anselm could match in this Jinling City. So she didn't hesitate and immediately called Anselm for help on her phone. At this moment, the 7 people, having found no results, regathered. Nothing here. Neither did I find anything. This woman is like an eel, too good at running. Damn it, we must catch her. Otherwise, the Alvis family will fall into an irreversible disaster. This was a member of the Alvis family, around 40 years old, looking quite handsome, but his eyes were now filled with coldness, resembling a venomous snake ready to strike. The strongest Japanese woman lifted her head and glanced around. A fierce light flashed in her eyes. With a flip of her wrist, several 6-pointed star darts coated with deadly poison shot out towards the rafters on the top of the factory. Pearl was greatly alarmed. She had dealt with these Japanese before and knew very well that these darts were coated with lethal poison. One touch of blood, and it would be instant death. If even a bit of skin was broken, she wouldn't survive 10 minutes. But now the problem was, if she moved slightly to dodge those 2 darts, the 7 would surely lock onto her position. Once they surrounded her, with her strength, even if she had wings, it would be hard to escape. As Pearl hesitated, 2 darts flew toward her side. A metallic clank sounded as the steel rafter was pierced. The sharp tips coated with poison passed through, luckily missing Pearl's hiding spot by inches, skimming past her hair and exiting through the ceiling. A tuft of hair was cut off. Pearl felt a chill down her spine. Just a centimeter less, and she'd be facing the underworld king. That lady earlier. Where are you? Come out and let's talk. A member of the Alvis family called out with a smile. Pearl curled her lips. This guy thought she was stupid. She had overheard nearly all their secrets. How could she still be alive after coming out? The Alvis family member shouted for a while, but seeing Pearl never responded, he stiffened his face in anger, saying, You won't come out, huh? Once we find you, we'll make sure you wish you were dead. Hearing him, a nearby Japanese youth couldn't help but get excited. What Adnan said is right. That woman's skin may not be great, but her figure is top-notch. If we catch her soon, how about we? Saying this, the Japanese youth chuckled perversely. The other men nodded in agreement. Good idea. We should hurry up and find this woman. I don't believe a second-rate martial artist can grow wings and fly away. Wounded evaded by this, they all worked harder, determined not to stop until they found Pearl. Pearl was anxious inside. At this rate, being found was inevitable. These people showed no humanity whatsoever. If caught, the consequences would be unimaginable. Anselm, hurry up. Yesterday you acted so swiftly when taking advantage of me. Now that I'm in danger, why aren't you coming? Pearl screamed inwardly. After joining the War Blade for so many years, she had never felt so powerless. She couldn't fight or run, and it was driving her crazy. I see her. She's here. Accompanied by a low roar, Pearl came back to her senses. Turning her head, she indeed saw a Japanese youth crouching on a rafter nearby. Pearl was horrified. Her location was exposed, but Anselm still hadn't arrived. Finally found you. The Japanese woman giggled, flashing instantly to a rafter in front of Pearl. Pearl gritted her teeth. As a member of the Warblade, she naturally refused to give up easily. Even if she died, she would never allow herself to be captured and tortured. However, she overestimated her own strength and underestimated these people. Before Pearl could leap towards a window to escape, she was already entangled by a rope from an Alvis family member around her right leg. With a sneer, the man yanked the rope, throwing Pearl off balance, causing her to fall to the ground. Watching the lecherous Japanese youth lunge at her, Pearl's eyes were full of despair. Was her innocence going to be lost to these beasts today? No, absolutely not. Pearl thought of Anselm. She didn't know why she thought of him at this moment. Instinctively waving to resist, she was slapped away by the Japanese youth, losing all strength. The youth approached with a lecherous smile, reaching for Pearl's chest. But at this critical moment, a cold, icy voice rang out from outside the abandoned factory. Daring to bully my woman, you're courting death. Hearing this voice, Pearl's whole body trembled as if she had suddenly come back to life. Of course, she recognized it. It was Anselm's voice. Heaven rewards those who persevere. After waiting for so long, she finally waited for her savior. Trouble, someone's coming, Miss Aoba. What should we do? The 6 men all looked at the Japanese woman. Why be afraid? We have 7 people here. As long as we don't encounter a top-notch expert, everyone else is just cannon fodder. The Japanese woman said indifferently, not panicking even when she heard that someone was approaching. However, for safety, let's hide quickly and can ambush him when necessary. Cynthia's words immediately drew unanimous praise from the others. Miss Jingya is right. As they say, caution is better than regret. Let's hide. Several retainers of the Alvis family couldn't help but laugh. The Japanese youth then glanced hatefully at Pearl, dragging her along to hide with them. Pearl wanted to shout and struggle, but the rope was too tight, and they had stuffed a rag into her mouth to prevent her from making any noise. Despite struggling for a while and expending a lot of energy, there was no effect. Anselm walked into the factory confidently. Despite seeing no one inside, he wasn't surprised at all. You little brats from Alvis sect and you dog traders from the Alvis family, come out. Daring to cause trouble in Jinling City and hurting my woman, none of you will get away today, Anselm said coldly, walking towards the center of the yard with his hands behind his back. What? Still pretending to be offline? Come out, I found you long ago. Seeing no response after speaking, Anselm sneered. Whoosh. Suddenly, a flash of yellow light appeared behind Anselm. This light rapidly condensed in the air and transformed into a blade aura, slashing towards Anselm's neck. A petty trick like this, and you dare to show off? Chapter 69. Easy Rescue. Anselm turned around and punched backward. There were no fancy moves, just sheer force overwhelming everything. The yellowish blade aura instantly crumbled like paper under Anselm's punch. Then, the gust of wind from his punch continued its momentum, directly rushing toward a spot 20 meters to the left behind Anselm. Bang! A muffled sound echoed. A figure rolled down from the roof beam, revealing one of the 2 people Anselm and Pearl had been tracking earlier. So it's you bastards, Anselm sneered coldly. He wasn't quite sure who was chasing Pearl before, but seeing this person now made everything clear. His guess was indeed correct. He reached out to grab the Japanese youth, intending to force out Pearl's whereabouts from him. Whoosh! 2 faint sounds broke the air. Anselm moved his head to the side as he heard them. In the next moment, 2 poisonous darts flew past him and embedded into the wall behind Anselm. The Japanese youth took the opportunity to retreat, escaping Anselm's grasp. Anselm was somewhat annoyed and looked back in the direction the darts came from. A rather alley suddenly landed from the roof beam, wearing a white kimono with a faint smile on her lips. A female onmyoji from the Haguro family? Anselm's eyes grew cold. Just by looking at her attire, he knew exactly who she was. Yes, Haguro family Xena, Xena said coldly. She held a white fan in her right hand and several 6-pointed star darts in her left. Let your companions show themselves. It's time to settle this, Anselm said calmly. At that moment, several figures jumped down from different beams. One of those figures was none other than Pearl. However, she was in a very poor state. Not only was her face deathly pale, but her mouth was gagged with a piece of cloth, and she was bound tightly with thick ropes. This appearance was clearly due to being coerced by the nearby Japanese youth. She barely had any ability to move. Seeing Pearl like this, Anselm's anger surged to its peak. 1, 2, 3, 7 people in total. I'll kill all of you to avenge my wife. Anselm exuded an intimidating killing aura. Although he wore a smile, his expression was chilling, like a devil risen from the deepest levels of hell, instilling fear in others. Arrogantly alone. However, reality did not match their hopes. Just as their blades were about to strike, both dogs stiffened suddenly, their eyes losing their luster. Under Zena's shocked gaze, they collapsed straight onto the ground. The tips of their swords were merely 2 inches away from Anselm. What's going on? The Alvis family patriarchs were stunned. The deaths of the 2 Japanese youths were too bizarre. They hadn't even touched him, yet they lost their lives. Of course, if they had the courage to examine the bodies, they would understand. Purple lips, blackened faces. These 2 Japanese youths had clearly died from poisoning. Not only does the lineage of Fernandes possess unparalleled medical skills, but their expertise in poison techniques and witchcraft is equally remarkable. As the sole heir of the Fernand lineage, Anselm surpassed his master in poison techniques, showing a level of proficiency that exceeded even that of his teacher. Therefore, when he poisoned these 2 Japanese youths, none of the less than absolute experts noticed a thing. And you traitors from the Alvis family. Anselm's gaze turned to the 4 retainers from the Alvis family, filled with disdain and contempt. While hating the Japanese had its reasons, Anselm detested those who betrayed their own people even more, which gnawed at his very soul. Feeling Anselm's eyes on them, the 4 Alvis family retainers felt chills down their spines. The mysterious deaths of the 2 youths left them too terrified to consider fighting Anselm again. Split up and run. They made this decision immediately. If even one of them could escape, they could return to inform the family head of what happened here, allowing him to make preparations. You actually think you can run from me? Who do you think you're dealing with? Anselm sneered, his figure flashing with blinding speed, almost leaving after images. Plop, 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 plop. For almost simultaneous sounds echoed as Anselm snapped the necks of the 4 Alvis family retainers. Their eyes bulged in disbelief and desperation, struggling for a moment before falling still. Dispatching 6 people with just a wave of his hand, Anselm showed no pride. He turned to look where Zena had been, finding her long gone. So you think you can outrun me? Anselm scoffed. Yet a hint of an enigmatic smile crept onto his lips. He had a premonition that he would meet this female Onmyoji from the Haguro family again someday. Just then, Pearl let out muffled cries, pulling Anselm back to the present. Anselm smacked his forehead. He had almost forgotten why he was here in the first place. Seeing Anselm react, Pearl's face lit up with relief, hoping he would come over and untie her quickly. The ropes were too tight, causing pain on her skin. Anselm walked towards Pearl with a mischievous smile, not immediately untying her, but instead staring at her chest with a lecherous grin. That kind of gaze, filled with aggression, made Pearl tremble inside. What are you going to do? Pearl's expression was uneasy. In the abandoned factory, alone with a man, she feared Anselm might do something inappropriate. Bound tightly, she had no strength to resist. Actually, Pearl overlooked one fact. If Anselm truly intended to do something inappropriate, even if she could resist, the disparity in their abilities was too vast. Chapter 70. Big chest, no brain. Hee hee. Anselm let out a wicked laugh as he reached out and grabbed Pearl's chest, then smelled his hand near his nose. So soft, so fragrant. Completely ignoring Pearl's death stare, Anselm showed an intoxicated expression. Pearl was seething with anger in her heart, but had to swallow it because she needed Anselm's help. She stared at Anselm with her eyes and made some muffled sounds. Anselm reacted and chuckled before stepping forward to untie Pearl. Bastard, I'm going to kill you. No sooner had she regained her freedom than Pearl glared fiercely at Anselm. This guy had too much guts. Yesterday he took her first kiss, and today he boldly assaulted her chest. At this rate, within a month, she might end up entirely under his control. Involuntarily, an inappropriate image flashed through her mind, of her and Anselm together. Pearl couldn't help but shiver. How disgusting. Hey you, how can you repay me with enmity? I saved your life, and this is how you treat your savior. Anselm laughed loudly and quickly dodged. Upon hearing that, Pearl was slightly stunned and calmed down a bit. She looked at Anselm, her eyes filled with complex emotions. Although the man was a bastard, she had to admit that his words and demeanor just now were somewhat handsome. What do you know? Pearl couldn't help but ask. Judging by the earlier situation, Anselm seemed very familiar with those few Japanese guys, especially the woman, who definitely had an extraordinary background. I know what I should and what I shouldn't. Anselm smiled faintly, then asked in return, what about you? Why did they target you? Hearing this, Pearl appeared somewhat embarrassed and remained silent. Seeing her reaction, Anselm already had a pretty good idea. With an air of knowing all along, he said, I guess you didn't believe the danger and kept secretly following them, only to be detected by them, right? Pearl nodded awkwardly. How can you not understand my intention? Since I already knew their inside information but didn't tell you, doesn't it mean I broke my promise on purpose to trick your kiss? Anselm's face changed instantly. The smile vanished as he turned into a glaring statue. Isn't it? Pearl pouted. If this guy had told her the intelligence, she wouldn't have taken such a huge risk to track the 2 Japanese again. Though she managed to eavesdrop on their core secrets, she was also detected by their experts and nearly lost her life. Anselm was speechless for a moment and retorted irritably, Am I really so unreliable in your eyes? Yes, Pearl continued nodding. Damn. Anselm gave an international gesture, clearly pissed off. He glared at Pearl and said, Actually, after overhearing their conversation yesterday, I knew this matter was far beyond your capacity. Even the people behind you couldn't handle it properly. So, telling you would have been pointless and only added to your worries. So, you didn't even mention it, Pearl gritted her teeth. Don't you know women are naturally curious creatures? Anselm smirked and glanced at Pearl's chest, saying, I don't know about curiosity, but big chest, no brain, seems quite accurate. Mr. Yi, what did you say? Pearl raised her eyebrows and leaped up, as if ready to take him down. I said you're big-chested but brainless. Anselm glared back without yielding. Himing a second-rate expert, you dared to provoke the Enalvis path followers. You're looking for trouble, like carrying a lantern to search for something in the toilet. Pearl fell silent, though her face remained dark. Indeed, she had underestimated the situation. She never expected that these two Japanese had a more formidable woman backing them. Plus, coincidentally, the Alvis family's elders were there too. Their strength wasn't weak, and they colluded with the Japanese to hunt her down. She barely escaped. Thankfully, she hid in this abandoned factory, buying herself time until Anselm came to her rescue. Let's go back. Anselm picked Pearl up in a princess carry. What are you doing? Pearl widened her eyes and struggled frantically. Glancing down at her, Anselm calmly said, keep struggling if you don't mind scars on your body. That remark immediately quieted Pearl down. All Airlies care about beauty, and none were exceptions. If she caused wounds on her body to remain unhealed due to her own stubbornness, it would be tragic. Holding her 120-pound body in his arms, as if she were weightless, Anselm used his unparalleled lightness kung fu and headed back home. In Jinling City, at the Alvis family villa, Fouise sat on the sofa in the living room, looking exceptionally grim. Dad, we can't just let that Hymanzi off. This guy is really overbearing. First, he extorted 200 million from you, and then asked me for 10 million in mental distress compensation. If this gets out, where would our Alvis family's face be? Enos stood before Fouise, speaking with a chest full of anger. Upon hearing this, Simone's expression changed. She was about to give Enos a meaningful look when Fouise suddenly stood up and slapped Enos across the face. Enos was instantly stunned. He had not expected that his father would slap him because of an outsider. Wasn't what he said right? Anselm had blackmailed them for so much money. Without punishment, how could their Alvis family retain any dignity? With a cold face, Fouise roared angrily, Idiot! Who told you to go after Anselm? Don't you know he saved your life? I know, but I couldn't swallow my anger. He extorted 200 million from us, not just 2 million. Enos held his cheek, feeling aggrieved. How did he make a mistake when thinking for the family? Seeing Enos's pitifully innocent look, Fouise sighed inwardly, softening his tone slightly. Forget about this matter. I'll handle it. Fouise gave his son a sidelong glance and spoke calmly. Though he knew his son's character, it was likely not solely due to the 200 million that he antagonized Anselm, but there was nothing more to say now. Indeed, as Enos said, being extorted for so much money, their Alvis family needed to regain some dignity. Enos was somewhat unwilling but still nodded. Since father had his plan, he should behave and not ruin his arrangements. Go, call them all back. The ordinary youth who now exuded grace and composure. Regardless, the secrets surrounding Anselm were certainly extraordinary. His background might be even more significant than she imagined. Don't worry about this matter anymore. I've already told Leo to find someone who can handle it. As Anselm applied medicine to Pearl's calf, he spoke. Can't Baird and you resolve this? Pearl asked curiously, though her voice trembled slightly. Held by Anselm, even knowing he was treating her injuries, she felt immensely shy. She tried to distract herself by talking, easing the unusual sensations. Anselm smiled faintly and shook his head. Chao could have handled it before, but now he can't. As for me, I'm no longer involved in official matters, so I prefer a quiet life. Hearing this, Pearl became upset. Always strong on justice, Anselm's words sounded selfish, not to her liking. The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. With your strength, will you just stand by while those devils wreak havoc in Jinling, harming our people? Pearl sat up abruptly, her eyes fixed on Anselm. There are many capable people in this world. Let those in power take care of their duties. Interfering unnecessarily could invite disaster. Rest assured, this matter will be resolved, Anselm said calmly. But, suddenly, Anselm's expression turned cold, his voice filled with menace. Those devils and the Alvis family dared to lay hands on you. Family had under-the-table dealings with the Japanese. If this became public, the Alvis family would be annihilated in an instant. They would go from prestigious nobles to despised pariahs overnight. It was a message from Miss Isa of the Kamo family. The killer is a Yonatan named Anselm, the man respectfully replied. Hearing this name, Simone couldn't help but exclaim in shock. It's him. Obviously, this name left a deep and profound impression on her. Fouise glanced at her briefly. Despite the storm of emotions raging inside him, his face remained unperturbed, revealing no hint of joy or sorrow. However, Fouise understood that if Ace and the others had indeed been killed by Anselm, then their Alvis family's dealings with the Japanese must have been exposed to the other party. I know, you may go. Fouise waved his hand dismissively, frost covering his face. In that case, he had to take the initiative first. Anselm, TCH, just a man who knows some minor tricks. Does he really think the Alvis family fears him? After a trip to the market, Anselm returned with some groceries and plunged straight into the kitchen. Having been busy for most of the day, it was now close to noon, and his stomach had long been growling. Without Pearl, he would have just grabbed something downstairs. But with Pearl around, Anselm wanted to show off his cooking skills. Sheen, I'll agree to any condition. Alicia looked very serious. Anselm rubbed his nose. Alicia's prompt agreement instead made him feel a little unaccustomed. Pretending to ponder deeply, Anselm asked again uncertainly, any condition? Except for those kinds of things, everything else is fine. Seeing Anselm smiling rather ambiguously, Alicia's heart tightened, and she hurriedly added. Though she now harbored a slight fondness for Anselm, The thought of being intimate with him still made her uncomfortable. Anselm was naturally aware of this. He nodded, suddenly swallowing, staring at Alicia's cherry red lips. Not that kind of thing. But if I help you find your best friend, can I kiss you? Is that all? Alicia was momentarily stunned, looking at Anselm in disbelief, seemingly not expecting such a simple condition from him. Anselm nodded seriously. Just one kiss? I agree. Alicia didn't even blush as she immediately agreed. To her, this was no pressure at all. It wasn't the first time she'd done something like this. I'll find her in a moment. You wait on the sofa for a while. Anselm chuckled, settling Alicia in the living room before returning to the kitchen. Watching him enter the kitchen, Alicia felt somewhat bewildered but obediently sat down. However, less than 2.5 minutes later, she sensed something amiss. The snoring coming from the bedroom. Whose was it? Unable to suppress her curiosity, Alicia stood up from the sofa and walked towards the bedroom. Seeing Pearl sprawled out on the bed, sound asleep, Alicia's face darkened instantly. She realized she had been tricked by Anselm. Mr. Yi, you've gone too far. Shinshin was clearly. Turning around, Alicia rushed into the kitchen, intending to reprimand Anselm, but she was struck by an indescribable aroma from the dishes. She couldn't help but swallow, quickly holding back her scolding. Watching Anselm intently stir-fry and toss the pan, she widened her eyes in shock and asked, "You can cook?" Anselm did not respond until he finished the last dish. Only then did he turn to look at Alicia and smile faintly. "Of course. The meal is ready. Go wake your best friend, and we'll eat together." "Oh, okay." Alicia nodded, but immediately reacted as soon as she turned around. Forking her waist, she approached Anselm with an angry expression. "You're so unreasonable. Explain why Shinshin is in your bedroom. Did you do something inappropriate to her?" Her anger grew as her eyes seemed to blaze with fury. Finding her best friend in Anselm's bed was certainly not normal. Alicia felt extremely distressed, as if she had been betrayed. This woman overestimated herself. Without much ability, she dared to confront the Japanese gang and the Alvis family alone, only to be caught on the spot. "If I hadn't arrived in time, you might never have seen her again. After rescuing her, I brought her straight back here, treated her injuries, and applied medicine. She was exhausted and fell asleep right away. That's pretty much what happened," Anselm explained calmly, though Alicia was shocked. No wonder Pearl's legs were black and bruised earlier. It turned out she was injured, and Anselm had applied ointment to her. Is she badly hurt? Does she need a hospital? Alicia looked worried, forgetting entirely that Anselm himself was a renowned doctor. In her subconscious, when someone was sick or injured, the first choice was always to go to the hospital. Anselm rubbed his nose, understanding her concern for her friend. "Don't worry, everything is fine. With my skills, I can handle anything twice as effectively. Her wound bled a lot, which might leave a scar, but I used a secret medicinal ointment. In a week, there won't even be a scar," Anselm said confidently, his face filled with self-assurance. Alicia nodded, feeling reassured. She glanced at Anselm and said, "I'll wake her up then." "Not yet." Anselm grinned wickedly, flashing in front of the door to block Alicia's exit. "What are you planning?" Alicia looked a bit panicked. "I don't want to, but since you agreed to my condition, shouldn't you honor it?" Anselm shook his head, staring at Alicia, with a mischievous smile still on his face. Alicia blinked, clearly starting to act dumb. What condition? Since the person had already been found and Anselm had deceived her first, was it wrong? Alicia stiffened slightly, resisting symbolically for a moment before getting lost in the kiss. The two embraced, kissing for a long time until Alicia began to breathe heavily. Only then did Anselm let her go. Alicia felt numb all over, leaning partly into Anselm's arms, barely able to stand. "You rogue." Alicia bit her lip, her eyes like water, chiding Anselm softly. "If men don't love, women don't love. Besides, you agreed to this." Anselm grinned, hugging Alicia's waist, looking extremely pleased. Smooth talker. Alicia couldn't help but roll her eyes at Anselm. She felt helpless, thinking she had won, only to be taken advantage of again by Anselm. Even Alicia herself hadn't expected that she wouldn't mind Anselm's dominant behavior at all. If it were anyone else, they would have surely been slapped away long ago. Chapter 73 Master Chef. Anselm put his arms around her waist and whispered into her ear, "Comfortable?" A puff of warm air exhaled from his nostrils hit Alicia's earlobe, making her shiver all over. "If you keep this up, I won't talk to you anymore," Alicia said with a flush on her face. She didn't realize that the expression on her face was exactly like a airily coquettishly scolding her lover. Anselm chuckled but didn't say anything more. At this moment, Alicia took a deep breath and suppressed the excitement in her heart. "I'll go wake up London." Having successfully wriggled out of Anselm's embrace, Alicia turned around without looking back and darted away. Anselm revealed a hint of a smug smile. Lynette was genuinely concerned about her. She lowered her head guiltily. Seeing Pearl's repentant appearance, Lynette couldn't bear to continue reprimanding her. Instead, she changed the subject. "Let's go eat. Anselm cooked quite a few dishes, and he's actually quite good at it." "He can cook?" Pearl exclaimed in surprise. "Looks can be deceiving. Everything seems very colorful and aromatic, but I'm not sure how it tastes," Lynette shrugged. "As long as it doesn't poison us, it should be fine," Pearl said seriously. Laughing and joking, they left the bedroom. When they returned to the living room, Anselm had already served all the dishes. The scent of the food made Pearl's eyes light up. The food looked really great. The three sat down and started eating. At first, Lynette maintained a ladle-like demeanor, but after tasting the delicious food, she lost her facade and became a real food fanatic, even picking up the dishes with her hands when there was no sauce. On the other side, Pearl was even more exaggerated, never knowing what it meant to be a lady. Savoring such delicious food was a rare treat, and several times she almost bit her own tongue. "Hey, watch your manners. There's still one person here," Anselm called out loudly. He was frustrated. These two women were so protective of their food that they dragged all the dishes to themselves. Looking at his bare table, only a bowl of plain rice remained. Anselm was speechless. What a joke. The chef has nothing to eat. But what could he do? These women were his, and he had to pamper them. Besides, from another perspective, if they loved his cooking so much, it was not necessarily a bad thing. Soon, all the plates were swept clean, not even a drop of soup left. 4 dishes, and you two ate them all? Not even leaving any soup? Anselm was astonished. He intentionally ate slowly, hoping to wait until the 2 women were full, and then he could lick the plates and enjoy the leftovers. To his amazement, these 2 women were such big eaters that they didn't leave him a single leaf of vegetables. Hearing Anselm's aggrieved cry, both women exchanged glances, looking innocent. This is too hard, Anselm lamented. Sticking out her tongue, Lynette said apologetically, it's hard to resist such delicious food, and I ended up eating a bit more. Then, she glanced at Anselm with a grievous look and added, it's all your fault. Making the food so good. I ate so much, I'm going to get fat. Anselm. At that moment, Pearl also chimed in, that's right. If we gain weight, it's all your fault. Great, now it was his fault. Anselm's face was filled with frustration as if the words, deeply aggrieved, were etched on his forehead. Not only had he not gotten a bite of the food, but he also got complaints from the 2 women. How wronged he felt. Thinking about it, Anselm nodded and said, all right, it's all my fault. Then I won't cook anymore in the future. But upon hearing this, Alicia and Pearl immediately frowned, saying in unison, no way. Why not? If I don't cook, you won't eat so much. If you don't eat so much, you won't gain weight. Anselm crossed his arms, smiling ambiguously. Alicia didn't speak, but Pearl laughed and said, your cooking skills are so good. It would be a waste not to cook. Gain weight. So what? Besides, aren't you skilled in medicine? Isn't it easy for you to give us some medicine to maintain our figures? Hearing Pearl's words, Alicia's eyes lit up instantly. That's right. Anselm was an heir to some eccentric doctor and a medical master. Surely, he must have a way to maintain one's figure. I practice medicine, not magic. Anselm's face darkened. This woman was really hopeless. Wanting to eat without gaining weight. Where did such things exist? Pearl didn't care much. She tapped her nails and glanced at Anselm indifferently. Just say if you can do it or not. Well, I can indeed, but... Anselm's mind flashed through hundreds of prescriptions in an instant. Since you can, then it's settled. You'll cook for us in the future, and our figure management is entrusted to you, Pearl said boldly. I protest, Anselm said with dissatisfaction. Protest overruled, the 2 women said simultaneously, laughing at Anselm with the confidence that he would agree eventually. Anselm looked frustrated. So, just because he impulsively cooked a meal today, he was going to become the head chef from now on? No, absolutely not. If you want me to manage your figures, does that mean I can check your bodies anytime? Anselm suddenly grinned mischievously. If this condition could be met, then being the head chef wouldn't be a problem for him. He had no complaints about that. Chapter 74 Unplanned. However, there is often a gap between ideals and reality. Anselm's words, unsurprisingly, were once again ignored by the 2 women. I still have to go to school this afternoon. I'll leave first then. Tess belched, chuckled hee-hee, and left without any hesitation. Pearl also spoke up with a twinkle in her eyes. I just remembered something important. I haven't been home for a long time. I want to visit my parents. Without waiting for Anselm's reply, she also left. Watching the 2 of them leaving one after another, Anselm touched his nose but didn't say anything more. But when he lowered his head and saw the messy table, his blood pressure couldn't help rising. Shit, didn't get to eat much, but now I have to wash the dishes myself? Anselm felt somewhat embarrassed. He sighed, quickly finished the white rice in his bowl, and started cleaning up. By the time Anselm was done, it was almost 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Since Tess and Pearl both had things to do, Anselm decided to look for Heather. But after making the call, Anselm became depressed. Because Heather wasn't free either that afternoon. There were many patients at G-Shire Clinic, and she was busy running the place along with another person. She couldn't spare the time to go shopping with Anselm. With no other choice, Anselm turned his attention to his little wife, Evelyn. Who is it? Don't you know I'm taking a nap? Call back after 3. Upon connecting, Evelyn's voice came through the phone, clearly displeased, showing some emotions. Anselm was speechless. It was already past 1 o'clock, and Evelyn was still taking a nap. This really went too far. Just as he was about to speak, Evelyn hung up directly. Anselm's face darkened. Without saying another word, he hailed a taxi and rushed to Jinling University. Evelyn was a well-known campus beauty at Jinling University, so it was very easy to find out her dormitory number. After getting the address from someone, Anselm ran all the way to her dorm building. Little wife, it's sunny outside. Get up and go shopping with me. Anselm cupped his hands around his mouth and shouted upstairs loudly. This odd action and shout immediately attracted a crowd. Anselm didn't care at all. Seeing no response from Evelyn, he continued to shout. Get up, let's have fun. Evelyn lived on the 3rd floor. Her sleep was sweet until the shouting downstairs woke her up completely. Who's yelling like a lunatic? Evelyn gritted her teeth. She walked to the balcony and looked down, almost dropping her eyes in shock. How can it be this rascal? Evelyn gritted her teeth, now realizing why the voice sounded familiar. Given Anselm's thick-skinned personality, if she didn't appear, he would probably keep shouting, drawing the whole school's attention. Thinking of this, Evelyn angrily yelled down at Anselm from the dormitory building. I'll be down right away. Shut your mouth. Anselm scratched his head, acting like a good boy who listened obediently. After looking around for a while, he found a stone bench and sat down. Since it was the time for afternoon classes, although many people passed by, few stopped to watch. When Anselm calmed down, no one paid him any more attention. Shisha, do you know the guy yelling downstairs? Inside Evelyn's dorm, another heirly who was napping had obviously been woken up by Anselm's loud voice. I don't know. I'll go down and chase him away, Evelyn said calmly without blushing. The heirly nodded without saying anything more, turned over, and changed into a comfortable position to continue her nap. After washing up simply, Evelyn applied lip gloss and put on a casual shirt before going downstairs. Seeing Evelyn's youthful and energetic figure downstairs, Anselm's eyes lit up and he quickly approached her. What do you want? Don't you know I was sleeping soundly? Evelyn pouted, looking somewhat unhappy. Clearly, she was quite annoyed at Anselm disturbing her good dream. You have no classes this afternoon, right? Can you accompany me for a date? Anselm grinned and asked. Glancing sideways at him, Evelyn neither agreed nor refused outright. She raised her little head, stroked her chin, and said in an arrogant manner, let me think about it. As a well-known campus beauty at Jinling University with countless admirers, if she agreed to Anselm's invitation right away, wouldn't it be too ungraceful? She had to keep Anselm guessing. With this thought in mind, Evelyn deliberately made things difficult for Anselm. She put on an apologetic look and said, sorry, I have an appointment this afternoon. However, to her surprise, upon hearing these words, Anselm acted as if nothing had happened and showed no reaction at all. This made Evelyn frustrated because she noticed that Anselm's gaze was not on her but looking elsewhere. Hey, I'm talking to you. Evelyn gritted her teeth. Anselm suddenly came back to his senses with a glanced at Evelyn, and then quickly moved his eyes to that direction again. If you have an appointment, never mind then. See you next time. I have something else to do, so I'll go first. Without waiting for Evelyn's response, Anselm ran off directly. Staring blankly at Anselm's retreating figure for a while, Evelyn felt somewhat dazed. Clearly, Anselm had come to find her, yet he ended up running away instead. Only when Anselm's figure completely disappeared from her sight did Evelyn snap out of it. She angrily stomped her small feet. Bastard, I hate you. Evelyn's cheeks were flushed, feeling extremely embarrassed. To meet Anselm, she had specifically worn her favorite casual outfit. But in the end, Anselm only came over to talk to her briefly before making up an excuse to leave. This left her speechless and furious. Not to mention anything else. If the other Airlies in the dormitory found out about this incident today, they would definitely mock her throughout her college years. Evelyn stormed back upstairs in a huff. However, she didn't know that Anselm left not because he was intentionally teasing her, but because he saw a special person. And the main reason he came to find Evelyn was also due to this. Yesterday's incident involving Pearl had taught Anselm a significant lesson. Some unstable factors should be eliminated in a timely manner. One never knows when they might explode and harm those close to him. Therefore, Anselm planned to take action and get rid of all the rest of elements in Jinling City, starting with Rangian. Chapter 75. Locating Keegan. Although Ernesto had been killed by him, it didn't mean that there were no other members of the Simian Man world in Jinling City. Only by wiping them out could he bring peace to Pearl and Beatrix. As soon as Anselm arrived near Beatrix's dormitory, he immediately spotted a suspicious individual. Anselm followed the youth arrogantly. The youth was dressed like a student with a handsome appearance and slender figure. At first glance, he seemed harmless. But Anselm knew all this was an illusion to deceive people. The youth had heavy karma. Anselm estimated he had at least 10 kills under his belt. The youth naturally sensed Anselm following him. A cold smile appeared on his lips before he led Anselm into an abandoned alleyway. When Anselm walked into the alley, the youth vanished without a trace. A slight curve appeared at the corner of Anselm's mouth as he knew his plan had succeeded. He intentionally revealed his presence, precisely to let the other party notice the tracking. Thus, due to the youth killer's suspicion, he would cleverly lead himself into this uninhabited place. Now, Anselm could take advantage of the situation to silently capture this youth and directly interrogate the locations of other Simian Man world killers. May I ask what business you have, following me? A cold voice sounded from behind Anselm. Nothing much, just wanted to inquire how many of your Simian Man world are stationed in Jinling City and where they are hiding. Anselm turned around, his face wearing an evil smile which made the youth shudder, almost wetting his pants. This youth was none other than the one who cowered before Keegan while reviewing surveillance footage. Through special methods, they had already identified Anselm's face clearly. It's you. The youth lost all traces of earlier arrogance, understanding fully that someone who killed Ernesto was far beyond his capability. Do you know me? Anselm was somewhat surprised. Then, he realized lazily, looks like I've become quite famous among you. Well, considering I crushed that good-for-nothing Ernesto, you little bastards must be scared stiff. Hearing this, the youth turned green with fear. If there was any doubt before, now he was certain. Can you spare me? The youth asked bitterly. His luck was truly awful. On his very first day for monitoring Beatrix, he became targeted by such a nemesis. Given the other party's strength, escape was impossible. Answer my question. Anselm stared coldly at the youth. The youth said mournfully, if I tell you, will you let me go? I can leave the Simian Man world and live a virtuous life. Anselm ignored him. Such a person, stained with blood, expecting redemption was akin to believing a sow could climb trees. Silence means death now. Anselm spoke coldly, danger lurking in his gaze. Though the youth looked grim, for that slim chance of survival, he divulged everything to Anselm including Keegan's residence, leaving nothing out. Keegan, huh? Anselm sneered, looking at the youth, his lips curling. In recognition of your cooperation, I'll give you a quick end. Saying so, a sharp light flashed in Anselm's eyes as he reached for the youth's neck. You're not trustworthy. I told you everything. Why won't you let me go? The youth screamed, retreating frantically, fear and panic visible in his expression. However fast he was, he couldn't outrun Anselm. With horror-struck eyes, the youth watched as Anselm grabbed his neck and lifted him up effortlessly like a chicken. Spare me. As Anselm tightened his grip, the youth's pleading voice grew weaker. Before long, the struggling limbs of the youth fell limp, completely silent. Placing the youth's body down, Anselm took out a bottle wide at the bottom and narrow at the top from his coat. He poured some liquid onto the youth's corpse. With bubbling sounds, the last traces of the youth disappeared. After completing this, Anselm walked away. He hailed a taxi on the busy street and got inside. Giving the location provided by the youth to the driver, Anselm headed straight for Keegan's residence. Golden Sunlight Lakeview Villa number 24. Upon arriving at his destination, Anselm couldn't help but sigh. These desperados sure have deep pockets. Real estate in Jinling City was extremely valuable, especially in the large villa complexes, which were even more terrifying. The villas in the Lakeside Villa complex where Anselm was now located were priced at over 6 figures per unit. To acquire one would cost a small fortune. Even Anton's family, one of his underlings, would find it hard to afford such sky-high prices. According to the information provided by the youth, this lakeside villa was only 1/10 of the assets that the Simian Man world had in Jinling City. Checking the house number, Anselm found Keegan's residence. However, when he pushed the door open, he found several people waiting for him in the courtyard. At their head was Adin dressed in black clothes and pants with a black cloak draped over his shoulders. Clearly, he was Keegan. The August secretly sent me a signal, saying he was being followed. Looks like this person is you, isn't it? Keegan wore an expression as if playing with a mouse like a cat. Even though he knew Anselm had killed Ernesto, he was unafraid. First, Ernesto was already elderly and naturally wouldn't be as agile as a young person. Secondly, Keegan's ranking among the 8 great kings of the Simian Man world was higher than Ernesto's, so his realm and strength naturally surpassed Ernesto's. These two factors gave Keegan immense confidence. He was already at the peak of the supreme realm, just one step away from entering the unparalleled realm. Chapter 76 Survival Instincts at Full Alert. Hearing this, Anselm couldn't help but burst out laughing. His exaggerated expression and shrill laughter instantly enraged Ron. Hyman Z. For one so young to have such formidable strength is truly remarkable. I advise you to be sensible and don't refuse my offer only to invite punishment. Ron said with a chilling tone. He did have a heart for talents, but that was only if the other party knew their place. If Anselm did not know his limits, Ron would not hesitate to slay him immediately. That was the way of the world. If someone couldn't be used, they were an enemy. But I liked drinking the punishment wine. Anselm smiled mischievously, completely ignoring Ron's warning. Ron's anger simmered inside him. His gaze turned icy as he stared at Anselm. I will give you one last chance, will you submit? He genuinely admired Anselm's strength, knowing that a prodigy with such potential, if controlled by him, could bring him much advantage. Therefore, he earnestly asked Anselm once more. Otherwise, if it were anyone else, they would have been killed countless times by now. A sneer spread across Anselm's lips as he coldly replied, Little Ron, do you deserve to? You should ask your Murphy if he dares to talk to me like this. Upon hearing these words, Ron and the few young men beside him gasped in shock. They were stunned by Anselm's statement. There were 8 great kings in the Simian Man world, yet none of them were the strongest beings in existence. The most powerful force in the Simian Man world was its sole creator, followed by the 2 Murphys mentioned by Anselm. These 2 Murphys were immensely powerful, both at the ultimate realm, terrifying existences renowned worldwide. Yet, from Anselm's tone, it was clear he held utter disdain and disregard for the 2 Murphys. Who are you? Ron narrowed his eyes, sensing something was amiss. Ordinary rich kids might know of the Simian Man world's existence, but would never know that the 8 great kings were under the command of the 2 Murphys. In the Chinese martial arts world, there were only a handful of forces or organizations that understood the Simian Man world this well. Ron's gaze sharpened, staring at Anselm as if trying to see through his origins. Besides my current name, I have another title that I haven't used for many years. I believe you've heard of it. Anselm said with a faint smile. What title? Ron subconsciously asked, a feeling of foreboding rising within him. Anselm wore an enigmatic smile as he gazed at Ron, saying just 2 words, Cameron. What? Ron was shocked beyond belief, almost doubting his own ears. This handsome Yonatan in front of him was actually Tianjian Cameron, who had disappeared from the world for 3 years. Ron felt bitterly foolish. Even their Murphy dared not provoke the Cameron, and yet he had foolishly wanted to make Anselm his subordinate. How laughably overconfident of him. Attack! Kill this arrogant Hyman Z. Ron roared. With his order, the young assassins all charged towards Anselm. They had no idea who the Cameron was. Otherwise, they would never dare lay a hand on Anselm. Ron did not join in the attack against Anselm but fled instead. He knew very well that while his men were numerous, they stood no chance against the Cameron. Even 6 of them working together probably couldn't hold off Anselm for even a minute. Ron valued his life greatly and was also decisive. Taking advantage of the brief moment his men were holding Anselm back, he rushed madly toward the exit. 4 years ago, the Fabio of the Simian Man world came to China on a mission to assassinate a Chinese scientist but was caught red-handed by the Cameron. The ensuing battle saw the Fabio using all his trump cards but still being driven to flee embarrassingly. The chase covered over 10,000 kilometers, from Asia all the way to Europe before the Fabio barely managed to escape. Since then, the Fabio had nightmares about China. Until today, he hadn't dared set foot in China again. After that battle, the mid to high-ranking members of the Simian Man world learned of the mysterious ancient East, having a prodigious anomaly known as the Cameron, who had scared even the stronger of the 2 Murphys. Ron's men grinned wickedly as they rushed over, unaware of Anselm's true power. Their minds were set on killing Anselm to earn Ron's praise. However, Anselm wasn't focused on them. His lips curled upward as he watched Ron fleeing. Just as he was about to pursue, he noticed his men sticking to him like Gaoyao Go Pi. Wanna die? Then I'll grant your wish. Anselm sneered coldly. For these ruthless individuals, he had never been merciful. With one hand, he slashed down, sharper than any steel blade, striking the neck of one person. With a puff, that person's head was severed from his body, split into 2 pieces. Almost simultaneously, Anselm flicked his sleeve, and with a snap, a gust of wind burst forth, slicing horizontally across the waists of 3 young assassins in front of him. The expressions of the 3 froze instantly. They groaned and all collapsed on the ground. Clearly, their spines had been snapped by Anselm's gust of wind. Even if they survived, they would never stand again. The last young assassin showed a look of terror. He finally realized that this man before him was not someone they could defeat. Without hesitation, he turned and bolted for the exit. Anselm sneered, tapping his foot lightly to send a small stone from the ground flying straight toward the escape. Despite being a peak-level Supreme Realm powerhouse who offered allegiance, Anselm would still crush him without any regard. Dumping Keegan's corpse in the yard, Anselm dialed Pearl's number directly. If there is something, speak up. If not, then stand down, Pearl said lazily, her voice indicating she was in high spirits. Come over to Golden Sunshine Lakeside Villa number 24. I have a surprise for you, Anselm stated casually. What kind of surprise? Pearl asked, though she was inwardly wary. According to her understanding of Anselm, this guy was bound to stir up trouble again. Anselm smiled mysteriously. You'll know when you get here, and I promise you will love this surprise. A moment of silence came from the other end before Pearl spoke again. All right, Golden Sunshine, right? I'm coming immediately. After thoughtful deliberation, Pearl decided to visit the lakeside villa and see what kind of surprise Anselm had in store for her. Seeing Pearl about to leave once again, her mother Tamika hurried out of her room, her expression filled with reluctance. Exine, you just came back, and now you're leaving again? Tamika's tone carried a touch of melancholy. Over these past 2 years, they had barely seen each other. Pearl rarely returned home, and this time she was leaving almost as soon as she got back, which left Tamika feeling quite dejected. Pearl turned around, her face showing a hint of apology. She explained, Woodham, I'm sorry. I have something urgent to handle now, but I'll come back once I finish. All right, but please take care of yourself, Tamika replied worriedly, nodding slightly. Pearl smiled gently, don't worry Woodham, I'll be back soon. With that, she turned and left. Pearl had chosen to go to Golden Sunshine not because she trusted Anselm, but because her sixth sense told her this address was unusual. As for Anselm, he didn't spare a glance at the corpses of the killers. He simply walked back into the villa. Indeed, these bloodthirsty killers knew how to enjoy life. Opening the fridge, he found it stocked with premium ingredients and fresh fruits. He picked some top-tier fruits, washed them, and sat back down to watch TV, enjoying his leisure time. About half an hour later, Pearl arrived. Upon seeing the dead bodies sprawled everywhere inside the villa, she almost thought she had come to the wrong place. So many deaths within a villa were certainly far from normal. With a grave expression, Pearl stepped inside. Black wife, you've finally arrived. I've been waiting for you, Anselm greeted with a smile, getting up from the sofa and walking toward her. Pearl frowned and asked, what are you doing here? Did you kill all those people outside? Of course, who else could it be? Anselm replied arrogantly, completely missing the seriousness on Pearl's face. In the next second, Pearl drew her service pistol from her waist and pointed it at Anselm, saying coldly, you are suspected of multiple counts of intentional homicide. Hands up. Anselm's smug smile froze. Looking at Pearl incredulously, he asked helplessly, are you serious, black wife? Certainly. Even if we have connections, I cannot let you off easily after so many murders, Pearl said sternly, her expression resolute. Anselm scratched his head awkwardly and pointed at the corpses. But these are the surprise I wanted to give you. What do you mean? Pearl paused momentarily, then realized what he meant. You're saying these guys are assassins of the Simian Man World Organization, Anselm answered. Pearl gasped in shock. No wonder she felt something odd about this place. It was the Simian Man World Organization's base in Jinling City. So, how do you like this surprise? Anselm asked with an air of pride. However, to his surprise, Pearl still pointed the gun at him and said coldly, I don't like it. These are all human lives. Even if they are internationally notorious assassins, they should be handed over to the law for trial, not for you to take private revenge and kill them. You silly Airly, you're so rigid. Anselm was caught between laughter and tears, walking toward her against the black gun barrel. Then he flicked her forehead in an ill temper. Pearl gasped in shock, covering her forehead and said angrily, you this bastard, don't you know a gentleman argues but does not fight? But I'm not a gentleman, so what if I do? Anselm curled his lips, showing complete disregard for Pearl's remark. Pearl was at a loss. She rolled her eyes at Anselm and then put away her gun. Can't keep up the act anymore? Anselm chuckled. Shut up, do you think I'm really that rigid? You clearly have ties with Warblade. If I arrest you, Baird would skin me alive. Pearl pouted. So that's why you didn't say anything when I got rid of those little devils and the Alvis family's elder this morning, Anselm smiled faintly. Hearing Anselm's words, Pearl shook her head, sneering, it wasn't because I was afraid of Baird's blame, but because I felt those dogs deserved to die. Nodding, Anselm quite agreed with Pearl's view. No matter the era, Japanese invaders and traitors were always deserving of death by everyone. Which character from the Simian Man World Organization is this guy? Pearl asked, pointing to Keegan's corpse. One of the 8 great kings, ranked 3rd Keegan, Anselm said casually. He's Keegan? Pearl was astonished. Compared to Ernesto, Warblade had more encounters with Keegan and suffered heavier losses. Even their deputy captain almost died at Keegan's hands before Leo arrived in time to save him. Therefore, when Pearl learned that Anselm had killed Keegan, she was even more shocked than when Anselm killed Ernesto. App's team are not fools. Without evidence, they wouldn't rashly question you. After all, there might be an unparalleled expert behind you who can kill Keegans, Anselm said calmly. Seeing Pearl still hesitant, Anselm turned serious. He stared into her eyes and spoke earnestly. I am not a member of Combat Blade, so I don't have the privilege of immunity for killing. If you disagree with what I've proposed, endless troubles will find me. And since your leader lives next door, it could affect her. Even if not for me, consider her. And if the upper echelons of Combat Blade learn that Keegan was killed by me, they would certainly send people to persuade me to join them. I don't want that to happen, Anselm added with a smirk. Of course, this was pure nonsense. Ignoring everything else, just the Combat Blade credentials in his possession were not something ordinary people could obtain. The position of chief instructor of Combat Blade was far more prestigious than Leo's role as captain. Pearl didn't know this, so when she heard Anselm's words, she responded rather bumandasordal. Jaru Jandal Zamala? Nandani Haibu Yanyi. Forgive my lifelong penchant for freedom. Joining Combat Blade means I'd have to abide by its rules, which I definitely don't want. If If you're not afraid of conflicts between me and Combat Blade, you can certainly tell the truth to your superiors. Anselm's tone was unusually solemn, shocking Pearl. She didn't want to see such a scenario unfold. Anselm's strength was formidable. Even their Captain Leo might not be a match for him. If conflict were to arise, Combat Blade would definitely be at a disadvantage. Since you say so, I'll have to reluctantly accept it. Pearl sighed, looking extremely unwilling. Anselm inwardly shook his head. This woman really was something. She had the audacity to pretend to be reluctant after gaining such a benefit. I finally meet someone thicker-skinned than me. Anselm sighed dramatically. Pearl's face darkened. How dare he say her skin was thick? She glared fiercely at him and kicked out directly. Anselm laughed loudly, slightly sidestepping to avoid her kick. Black wife, now this matter is yours. I'm off. With a flicker, Anselm vanished from the spot. You scoundrel. Pearl felt suffocated. This guy really lacked any sense of responsibility, leaving her alone here. Taking a deep breath, Pearl calmed herself and began handling the situation. Keegan is dead? You killed him? Leo's voice came over the phone, full of disbelief. Yes, I've already uploaded the facial data. Please verify if it's Keegan. Pearl's voice sounded odd. It was her first time lying, and she wasn't used to it. We verified it. It's indeed Keegan, Leo said seriously. With a facial match rate of 99%, there was no doubt about it. But was the person who killed Keegan really Pearl? That was questionable. I will report this to higher-ups. Rest assured, you will receive the due commendation, Leo smiled faintly. He had guessed the general outline. If his guess was correct, it must have been Jace who secretly helped Pearl kill Keegan. Looking around Jinling City, probably only Jace possessed the strength to sneak into Keegan's stronghold and eliminate him unnoticed. Figuring this out, Leo no longer cared who deserved the credit, as long as Jace's whereabouts were not revealed. Hanging up the phone, Leo put down the file in his hand with a helpless expression. Jace had really given him a tough problem to deal with. After all, the leaders were not fools. The huge gap in strength between Pearl and Keegan made it absurd to think she could take him down on her own. Forget it, let's just go with that. Leo thought for a while, and finally came up with an explanation to make Keegan's death sound plausible. As for Anselm, he was completely unaware of Leo's predicament. He had already returned to school and was back at Christina's dormitory building. This time, however, he shouted for a long time downstairs, but Christina did not respond at all. Could she not be in the dorm? Anselm wondered. Checking his phone, it was clearly after class hours. Thinking of this, Anselm shouted again at the top of his lungs. Yet there was still no response. You clown downstairs, what are you yelling for? At this moment, several airlies poked their heads out from the balconies above, glaring angrily at him. Anselm rubbed his nose and shut his mouth obediently to avoid angering more people. Sighing, he left with a gloomy face. On the third floor in a certain dorm room, Christina was stealthily hiding by the balcony, looking down at Anselm below. Seeing Anselm finally leave, she breathed a huge sigh of relief. That hateful guy is finally gone. After making me lose so much face earlier, he wants me to forgive him? Not that easy. Christina grumbled inwardly as she sat back at her desk. The airlie from bed number 2 couldn't help but ask curiously, Rhoda, your boyfriend was looking for you. Why didn't you go down? He's not my boyfriend. That guy is so annoying. Christina gritted her teeth. Hearing her words, the other two airlies exchanged glances and laughed. The airlie from bed number 3 teased with a smile, Rhoda, don't pretend. Your feelings are written all over your face. Simon? Christina blushed furiously, feeling her cheeks burning hot. Chapter 79. Ripping Anselm off big time. After leaving Aviana Xia's dormitory building, with nothing else to do, Anselm made his way to Kirsten's office. Upon seeing Kirsten there, Anselm's eyes lit up, and he grinned as he walked over directly. He sat down brusquely at the desk in front of Kirsten, and then spun the chair a full 180 degrees so that he was facing her. Darling wife number 1, are you free? How about we go out for dinner together? Anselm gazed at the busy Kirsten who had her head down, inviting her with a smile. The teachers nearby heard his voice and turned their heads toward them, displaying expressions like they were watching a show. Not going. Kirsten didn't even look up, as if she hadn't noticed Anselm's arrival. I'll treat, Anselm said, feeling a bit reluctant but determined. To get his darling wife to agree to his invitation, he was willing to go all out. But unexpectedly, Kirsten still didn't raise her head and said indifferently, not going. This left Anselm a little depressed. He pouted and feigned a look of distress, saying, alas, misfortune in the family. My wife doesn't care for her husband and won't even have dinner with him. Alas, it's too hard for me. Hearing Anselm's grumbling, Kirsten's face darkened. She glanced around at her colleagues and saw that they were smiling at the scene. We're leaving. Kirsten stood up and dragged Anselm away. Knowing Anselm, if she ignored him any longer, who knew what crazy things he might do next? She certainly didn't want to be ridiculed by her colleagues. The two left the office and walked toward the exit of the school. What do you actually need from me? I really am busy. No lying, Kirsten said with a hint of frustration. Anselm chuckled and took Kirsten's small hand, saying, didn't I say already? Just wanted to have dinner with you. Hearing this, Kirsten paused and checked the time, immediately exclaiming, no way. It's already past 6? Darling wife, aren't you too engrossed in work? Anselm looked oddly at her. Glaring at Anselm, Kirsten retorted sarcastically, nonsense. Do you think I'm like you, loafing around all day, doing nothing? School has started for a week now. Tell me honestly, how many classes have you attended? With a dry laugh, Anselm remained silent. As a student, he did feel somewhat irresponsible. Since the start of the term, he had only attended 1 class. Cough, let's not talk about this. Darling wife, where should we eat? Anselm quickly changed the subject. Kirsten sneered, well aware that Anselm was deliberately dodging the question. However, she didn't dwell on it. After all, it would be unrealistic to force Anselm to attend classes. Besides, considering their ambiguous relationship, if Anselm agreed to attend classes, Kirsten herself wouldn't feel comfortable either. Do you leave it to me? Kirsten shot a glance at Anselm and suddenly thought of a way to punish him. Of course, Anselm replied without order. Anselm glanced at the prices of the dishes and immediately drew in a cold breath. His lips twitched slightly. This meal was going to cost an astronomical amount. Anselm inwardly congratulated himself on his foresight. Thankfully, he had been smart enough to demand a large sum as mental compensation from Enos early that morning. Otherwise, he would be embarrassed if he couldn't pay the bill later. Let's start with a bottle of 1990 Romani Conti, Kirsten said indifferently. Hearing this, Anselm nearly blacked out. He knew this red wine was several times more expensive than the 1982 Lafite. This woman really had the nerve to ask for it. Dear wife, you're overdoing it. This red wine costs several million per bottle, Anselm whined. Kirsten was somewhat surprised. You actually know? Rolling his eyes, Anselm replied irritably. Are you kidding me? Do you think I'm a bumpkin? It seems I misunderstood you. Kirsten poked her tongue out and then turned to the waiter and said, then let's have a bottle of 1982 Lafite. Since Anselm seemed quite knowledgeable about high-end items, Kirsten didn't want to take him too far. Otherwise, she'd most likely get her revenge on him when they got back. At this thought, Kirsten blushed and privately wondered, did I just dig my own hole again? Hearing that Kirsten switched to the 1982 Lafite, Anselm nodded and felt relieved. He had money now, but he wasn't foolish enough to spend hundreds of thousands on a bottle of red wine. The 1982 Lafite was at least reasonably priced, something he could accept. The waiter beside them was somewhat disappointed. Changing from Romani Conti to Lafite cut his commission by at least half. But as a professional five-star hotel waiter, he quickly concealed his emotions. Sure, please wait a moment. The waiter quickly composed himself, flashing a radiant smile before turning away. Kirsten took out her phone, scanned the code, ordered some dishes, and directly clicked to settle the bill. All right, that's all we need, Kirsten said with a smile. Wait, I haven't ordered yet. Why are you clicking to settle so fast? Anselm felt depressed. It looked like Kirsten had taken away his right to choose. Kirsten smiled faintly and said in a serious tone, I've already ordered 5 dishes, which should be enough for 2 of us. If you order more, we probably won't finish them. Wasting food is shameful. Chapter 80 Hard to accomplish great things. Anselm was helpless. He really wanted to say that 5 dishes were not even enough for him to clean his teeth. However, since Alicia had already spoken, he was too lazy to argue and just needed to show her with actual actions that this judgment was wrong. It didn't take long for the red wine and dishes to be served. The waiter left and closed the door of the private room. Anselm opened the 1982 Lafite and directly poured a large glass full. He tasted it gently, then smacked his lips as if savoring the taste of the red wine. This thing doesn't taste good. It's all about its reputation. Anselm frowned and then gave his opinion on the wine. Alicia couldn't help but laugh. Seeing Anselm tasting the wine, she thought he would come up with some elegant words. She didn't expect that after much contemplation, Anselm only gave an unfavorable evaluation. Rolling her eyes at Anselm, Alicia stepped forward and snatched the bottle of red wine. An ox chewing peonies, you big boar. Don't ruin this red wine anymore. Alicia said painfully. Anselm pouted. After trying it, he wouldn't want it even if it was given to him for free. It was better that Alicia took it as a treasure, so there would be no waste at all. Anselm seemed indifferent and shifted his attention to the dishes. Admittedly, the dishes from a 5-star hotel looked very pleasing to the eye, with perfect color and aroma. Anselm estimated that the head chef of this hotel must have at least 2.5 years of experience. There was no need to pretend in front of Alicia. Having only eaten a bowl of white rice at noon, Anselm was already extremely hungry. He started eating right away, behaving far more rudely than when Alicia and Pearl ate at noon. But when Alicia saw how Anselm ate, she didn't seem to mind at all. Instead, she smiled approvingly at Anselm's casualness, stared angrily at Anselm and asked, Asshole, what did you see? Anselm pursed his lips and said, Nothing much, you're wearing black tights anyway. Besides, we're an old married couple, so what if I really saw everything? You got a point. Alicia chuckled foolishly and continued to drink. Anselm was dumbfounded. Did this woman plan to finish this whole bottle of wine? By the time he realized and tried to stop her, the bottle of red wine was already empty. Simon? Anselm, why are you splitting? 2 heads, 4 hands. Alicia suddenly raised her head, looking at Anselm in surprise with her big, blinking eyes, giggling nonstop. Well? Anselm was speechless. This woman was already drunk, but apparently hadn't realized it herself. Thinking of this, Anselm walked towards her, planning to support her to pay the bill and leave. At this point, it was impossible to continue the meal calmly. Get lost. Don't touch me. I want a drink. Alicia pouted and glared at Anselm, acting as if nobody should bother her. No way, you're already like this and still want a drink. Behave yourself. Anselm said unhappily, slapping Alicia's plump and round buttocks. Alicia shuddered and let out a heart-stirring moan, making Anselm feel tingles all over, almost losing control and pouncing on her. Before drinking, this woman had been graceful and elegant, exuding the aura of a well-bred lady in every move. But when she was drunk, it was as if she became a completely different person, almost enchanting even Anselm. After settling the bill, Anselm supported Alicia out of the hotel. Just as he was about to hail a taxi to leave, a group of rowdy young men approached. Wow, brother, you sure have great luck with women, a blonde-haired youth said with a mischievous smile. Anselm gave this group of hoodlums a cold glance. With his status, getting entangled with these street hooligans was beneath him. Get lost. Anselm said icily, spitting out the word with brevity. The blonde-haired youth didn't get angry but laughed instead. He waved his hand, and his lackeys quickly surrounded Anselm. I'm not leaving. What are you going to do? He wore an expression of a cat playing with a mouse, looking at Alicia greedily before saying with a smile, Be sensible. Leave the woman here, and we might let you go. The other youths all burst into mocking laughter. Anselm's face turned grim. Anyone who dared to eye his wife like that would not be forgiven. You laugh terribly, Anselm said coldly. Supporting Alicia with one hand, he flicked his other hand, causing the small pebbles on the ground to rise up into the air. Seeing this scene, the laughter from the hoodlums abruptly stopped. They stared with wide eyes, disbelief plastered on their faces. They thought they were hallucinating until they rubbed their eyes several times, only to find the pebbles still floating in the air. They suddenly realized that this youth was no ordinary person. Lonnie, we? The blonde-haired youth hurriedly started speaking, but before he could finish, Anselm sent him flying with a thrown pebble. Of course, Anselm held back. He only wanted to teach them a lesson, not hurt them fatally. The hoodlums lay on the ground, clutching their chests, groaning in pain. The way they looked at Anselm now had no trace of the earlier ridicule. Instead, it was filled with awe. As they saw Anselm approach, fear spread across their faces. Don't come any closer. We have someone backing us. The blonde-haired youth gritted his teeth. Really? Who is it? Anselm said with feigned interest, a mocking smile on his face. Thinking of the person behind him, the blonde-haired youth showed a hint of pride and said smugly, I'm backed by Hyatt, Lonnie Fay. Hyatt? Who's that? I've never heard of him. Anselm shook his head, feigning confusion. Lonnie Fay is best buddies with Anton, the master of the Lee family in Jinling City, and has the champion boxer Ewan backing him up. In Jinling's underworld, who doesn't know him? The blonde-haired youth boasted. But I'm not part of the underworld. Anselm smirked. Although he still didn't know who Hyatt was, the name Ewan rang a bell. This was the top martial artist he encountered at the school's Lake Island last time. Anselm's lips curled slightly. Truly fate can be surprising. To let me forgive you is simple. Call your Lonnie Fay and Lonnie Darien over to apologize to me and my wife. Anselm's smile was tinged with mockery. Since they had sought trouble, he certainly wouldn't let things slide easily. Even if he didn't kill them, he'd make sure they suffered enough to learn a lesson. But the blonde-haired youth hesitated. What? Can't call them? Then I'll just have to take your arms and legs. A fierce light flashed in Anselm's eyes, chilling these hoodlums to the bone. This youth's skill was too formidable, especially being able to levitate pebbles from a distance with a mere hand gesture. Such ability was unimaginable. If he had real intentions to kill, it wouldn't take much more than a finger snap, and his entire gang would be done for. I'll call him right away. The blonde-haired youth shivered at the thought. Without hesitation, he dialed his boss's number. Wait. Only 2 words came from the other end before the line went dead. The blonde-haired youth looked at Anselm fearfully, nervously saying, Our boss should arrive soon. Good. I'll wait here for him to come and apologize. Though Anselm appeared calm now while talking to them, showing no emotion, Hyatt was shrewd enough to detect the hidden displeasure in Anselm's icy tone. Lonnie, I'm sorry. They didn't recognize who they were dealing with and have offended you and sister-in-law. Here, I apologize on their behalf. Please be generous and forgive them this time. Hyatt put on an earnest expression, lowering himself significantly in front of Anselm. Anselm remained silent, his eyes fixed on Hyatt. His gaze felt like a bone-scraping knife, wherever it landed, making Hyatt feel pain. Forgive them? Anselm suddenly sneered, reprimanding, This time, they blocked my way, and I'm not afraid. But what if it was ordinary passers-by who were surrounded today? Would they realize their mistake? I doubt it. They've only met their end because they kicked against me. It's not because they realized their mistakes. Hearing Anselm's words, Hyatt couldn't help but give a bitter smile. Lonnie, I'm truly sorry. With so many subordinates, their qualities inevitably vary. I'll take them back and strictly discipline them, ensuring they never do such things again. Anselm remained noncommittal, coldly stating, To expand your power, you must first establish strict rules. Without rules, there can be no order. Arbitrary actions will only bring disaster. Lonnie Ye's lesson is well taken. I remember it. Hyatt nodded humbly, putting on a subservient act. Anselm sighed inwardly. Though Hyatt had some cunning, he lacked wisdom and insight into these words. He was destined not to achieve greatness. Letting Hyatt take his minions away, Anselm helped Alicia into a taxi. Chapter 81. Don't say you are a student. Back in the neighborhood, Anselm retrieved the security door key from Alicia. He opened the door and carried Alicia inside. Older wife's alcohol tolerance is really hard to describe. Anselm shook his head helplessly as he looked down at Alicia, who had already fallen into a deep sleep. He arranged for Alicia to be on her own bed, carefully removing her coat and covering her with a blanket. After everything was taken care of, Anselm stretched lazily, turned around, and returned directly to his own home. However, what Anselm didn't know was that the moment he left, Alicia opened her eyes in the room. Her face was flushed, her gaze unfocused, but she was quite Qingxing conscious. Clearly, she wasn't as drunk as Anselm thought. I can't figure you out. Alicia was naturally aware of everything Anselm did just now. She touched the small flower quilt Anselm covered her with, staring blankly at the ceiling, lost in thought. On the other side, Anselm returned to his home. As soon as he lay on the bed, he secretly regretted it. Why pretend to be a gentleman? Such an opportunity might never come again. Beating his head in frustration, Anselm couldn't help but recall the night with Alicia. He sighed inwardly, wondering when he would win the heart of his older wife completely. The night passed quietly. Each harboring their own thoughts, they fell asleep one after another. Early the next morning, Anselm was woken up by a phone call. Dazed, he grabbed his phone and answered it. Hello, who is this? Awakened from a sweet dream, Anselm felt a bit annoyed. It's me, came Pearl's apologetic voice from the other end of the line. Oh, it's Black Wife. Early in the morning calling me? Are you thinking of me? Anselm yawned and teased Pearl casually. TSK, who would think of you? Pearl spat lightly. I. Seeing her hesitation, Anselm became curious. What do you want to say? Anselm asked. This woman must have something to ask him. Otherwise, she wouldn't be acting like this. Anselm, can you do me a favor? Pearl asked through gritted teeth. Anselm smiled faintly and said boldly, Go ahead. As long as it's not illegal, I'll help you. After all, we've slept in the same bed. Hearing this, Pearl was torn between laughing and crying. But upon careful thought, Anselm wasn't wrong. She indeed spent the morning in his bed, which technically means they had slept in the same bed. Of course it's not illegal. I just want you to come over and meet my parents, Pearl said somewhat shyly. Meet your parents? When? Anselm's eyes lit up. Typical of black wife, decisive and proactive, directly inviting him to meet the parents. Sensing Anselm's excitement, Pearl couldn't help but laugh and cry. She cleared her throat and added, don't misunderstand. I just need you to pretend to be my boyfriend. My parents somehow arranged a blind date for me, but I don't like those young handsome types. Help me deal with them. What's in it for me? Anselm asked. Pearl was taken aback. What do you want? Anselm thought for a moment and then laughed mischievously. If you succeed, I want to be official. Official? Pearl was puzzled. Meaning I want to be your real boyfriend. Or should I say, husband? Anselm said proudly. That's impossible. I can't do anything to hurt Annabelle, Pearl said seriously. She had her principles and couldn't interfere in her best friend's relationship. Why not? Let's just date separately, Anselm shrugged indifferently. You. Pearl was speechless. Facing such a shameless man, she didn't know what to say. Where do you live? I'll come over immediately, Anselm grinned. Ignoring Pearl's exasperation, he understood that pursuing a woman required a thick skin. Otherwise, he'd only be a loser. Wait at home. I'll pick you up later. Sighing, Pearl relented. Solving the immediate problem was more important. Asking anyone else was clearly out of the question. Apart from Anselm, she couldn't think of anyone else suitable to handle the situation. Hanging up, Anselm got up, washed up briefly, and went downstairs for breakfast. Less than half an hour later, Pearl arrived in her car. Her vehicle was a brand new red Audi A6, very sleek and elegant. Anselm saw Pearl's arrival from the balcony and promptly turned to leave his apartment. Where are you going? As Anselm was locking his door, the opposite door suddenly opened. Alicia walked out holding 2 sandwiches and some sausages. Black wife asked me to go to her place, pretend to be her boyfriend, and scare off her blind date, Anselm said nonchalantly. Alicia paused for a moment, then glanced downstairs. Sure enough, she saw Pearl's car parked by the roadside, still running. I see, go ahead, Alicia nodded. Not looking at Anselm again, she turned back into her apartment, closing the door behind her. Anselm touched his nose and walked downstairs. He sat in the passenger seat of Pearl's car, and they left the neighborhood. Upstairs, Alicia watched them leave from the balcony. For some reason, she felt extremely irritable. Down, Pearl explained with a frown. Anselm nodded, indicating he understood. After some thought, he said, then how about I tell them I'm the head of the traditional Chinese medicine department at Jinling City Hospital? Do you think that's okay? The head of the TCM department at the city hospital? Pearl was taken aback for a moment. Right, I know the Bogdan well, and he has invited me many times before, but I never agreed. This time it's perfect for dealing with this situation. Anselm chuckled. Do you confirm Dean Sun would recognize this title? My father, he. Pearl looked somewhat worried. Her father and Martin Jovan had been friends for many years. It would only take a phone call for her father to verify whether Anselm's words were true or false. If Dean Jovan did not acknowledge Anselm's position as department head, wouldn't this just be boasting? Given her father's personality, he would definitely get very angry. He definitely will, and he dares not deny it, Anselm said confidently, radiating a strong sense of self-assurance. Influenced by him, Pearl smiled slightly. Then let's go with that. It just so happens that my parents have great respect for medical professionals. While chatting, the car sped along the road and soon arrived at the entrance of Chianda Mall. They parked in the lot and then entered the mall together. In the elevator, Pearl glanced at Anselm's attire and shook her head. He exuded a gentlemanly demeanor. To be honest, Anselm's current aura was no less impressive than that of a young master from a prominent family. Even Enos, the eldest son of the Albus family, would likely feel inferior if he saw Anselm. He's stunning, the store clerk swooned. Even Pearl couldn't suppress her feelings. She stared at Anselm, feeling her heart pound wildly. Anselm hadn't expected these clothes to suit him so well either. After rubbing his nose, thinking he might as well make the most of this shopping trip, he selected several more outfits. Seeing this, the female store clerk's eyes lit up. Their gazes sparkled as they admired Anselm. Not only was he handsome, but he also spent generously. Men like this, please send us more. Though lost in their own fantasies, Anselm remained oblivious. However, even if he knew, Anselm probably wouldn't bother with them. All the women he intended to marry were extraordinarily beautiful. Even Pearl, despite having slightly darker skin, could easily outshine these store clerks in terms of looks and figure. Hey, control yourself, don't end up unable to pay later, Pearl whispered to Anselm beside him. Just a few pieces of clothing, it's fine, Anselm replied with a laugh, showing no concern. Pearl fell silent, but retained a mischievous smile on her face. Clearly, she planned to watch Anselm's potential embarrassment later. Although the prices here were not particularly high, buying so many outfits would still amount to at least a 6-figure sum. After picking out the 10th outfit, Anselm finally decided to stop. He went to the counter to prepare for payment and leave. At this point, the store clerks had already idolized Anselm as their dream man. Seeing him come over to pay, many of them left their posts to follow him. It's a total of 128,000 yuan. The front desk airily looked at Anselm with starry eyes, hoping that he would give her a glance. How much? Anselm widened his eyes in surprise. 128,000 yuan. The front desk airily repeated it, delighted inside that her dream man was speaking to her again. A slight twitch appeared at the corner of Anselm's mouth. He thought there must be something wrong with his ears. Just a few pieces of clothing, yet they cost over 120,000. Anselm silently cursed and handed over the credit card he had swindled from Enos. His heart bled, but he pretended to be generous. Charge it. Beep, payment successful. With the cold machine voice, the store clerk's eyes lit up. They had indeed met a handsome and wealthy young master. Pearl also looked surprised. She hadn't expected Anselm to be able to pay such a large sum of money, but after a moment's thought, she felt reassured. As the disciple of an eccentric doctor, earning money would be easy for Anselm. To him, 120,000 might be no different from 1.2 yuan. Fortunately, Anselm didn't know what Pearl was thinking. Otherwise, he would have replied helplessly, "You're overthinking it. I don't have much money at all. If I hadn't scammed Enos yesterday morning, I'd probably be eating the wind last night. Let's go buy some gifts. What are your parents like?" Exiting the boutique, Anselm held the bags and asked Pearl. She tilted her head, thinking for a while before answering, "My father likes antique paintings and calligraphy, and my mother prefers jade with a soul." "Your parents' hobbies are quite expensive." Anselm rubbed his nose. "Yes, ordinary paintings don't even catch my father's eye. They need to be at least Master Mulingian's level. My mother is even more picky, both in people and jade. She wouldn't accept any poorly carved jade, no matter how good its quality," Pearl said helplessly. "Forget it. Let me buy it myself." In the end, Pearl didn't want Anselm to spend so much money. Even knowing that Anselm was wealthy made no difference. These items weren't easy to find, and could involve significant expenses once found. Since their relationship was just pretend, at least Pearl thought so. She certainly wouldn't spend Anselm's money. Paintings and calligraphy are hard to find. Jade is relatively easier. Anselm rubbed his chin. As if sensing Pearl's thoughts, Anselm smiled lightly and said, "I'll pay for it. If my future mother-in-law likes it, a little money means nothing." But Pearl hesitated. This amount wasn't small. Once Anselm paid for it, their relationship would become entangled. "I want this jade Buddha," Anselm stated firmly. Just as Pearl was hesitating whether to indulge herself and buy the jade Buddha, a frivolous voice suddenly came from behind them. A portly man in a suit and leather shoes approached them. The chubby man had a fleshy face with a gold necklace around his neck, and more extravagantly, he wore 3 jade bracelets on one wrist. Anselm was speechless. It seemed this fat man was afraid others wouldn't know he was a nouveau riche. The moment the fat man appeared, his eyes involuntarily fell on Pearl. His eyes sparkled with intense greed, like a starving wolf eyeing a meek lamb. Anselm furrowed his brows. This fat man had some guts, actually coming for Pearl. Unlike Zinnia, who was drunk last night, Anselm wasn't at all worried that Pearl would be taken advantage of by such a barrel-shaped man. Therefore, he stood aside with his hands clasped behind his back, remaining silent. Chapter 83. This fool. Pearl naturally noticed the fat man's gaze as well. Her brows furrowed, clearly displeased. "Let's go." Pearl pulled Anselm away from the jewelry store, obviously not wanting to tangle with this fat and their daughters, and some even started thinking about how to catch his attention themselves. Glancing at Ansel, Pearl shot a cold look and then ignored him completely, turning back to browsing the jade pieces on display. She detested men like him who thought money could buy anything, even respect. In her eyes, acknowledging him would only lower her own standards. "How embarrassing. Let me thank you on behalf of Xian. Pearl said nothing. But Anselm's eyes lit up as he swiftly snatched the jade Buddha from the fat man. "Give it here." Playing with the jade Buddha in his hand for a moment, Anselm suddenly grinned and said, "Mr. Liu is truly too kind, meeting us for the first time and presenting such a valuable gift. You are indeed the greatest philanthropist in Nanjing City." The corner of Ansel's eye twitched. What kindness? Would I like a fool? But in front of a beauty, he wouldn't show any displeasure. He maintained a calm demeanor and smiled faintly. "It's nothing, as long as the young lady likes it. May I ask for your name?" "Mike Lovor." Anselm glanced at Pearl and chuckled. "Mike Lovor? What an unconventional name, indeed befitting a lady of such beauty." Ansel smiled slightly and couldn't help but compliment her. Hearing his forced praise, Pearl was speechless and felt nauseated. However, after pondering the odd name, Pearl looked at Anselm with a strange expression. This guy really went all out, concocting such a veiled insult. "Miss Liang, may I inquire if you're available for lunch today? I boldly invite you for a meal," Ansel asked with a smile. "Sorry, I'm not free today," Pearl rejected him outright. "What about tonight?" Ansel persisted. "Tonight, tomorrow, and the day after tomorrow. I'm busy," Pearl replied coolly. A flicker of anger flashed across Ansel's mind, but his face remained unchanged. He forced a smile. "May I have your phone number, Miss Liang?" This time, Pearl did not refuse. After all, receiving an 880,000 yuan jade Buddha, ignoring him completely would be improper. Anyway, it was just a phone number. If necessary, she could change it afterward. To his pleasant surprise, Ansel had expected another refusal, but Pearl actually gave him her number. Without hesitation, he took out his iPhone and dialed it. When he heard Pearl's phone ring, he finally exhaled in relief. "I won't disturb you further. Goodbye, Miss Liang." Ansel wore a delighted expression, confident that with her contact information, this woman wouldn't escape his clutches. Thinking of this, he left the jewelry store triumphantly. Anselm looked at the jade Buddha in his hand and met Pearl's gaze. This fool. Both of them were speechless. This fat man was stupid enough. Wealth clearly not backward, Haroun suggested. "Liang Liwa, Wa Liu Yang, damn you. How dare you play me?" Ansel flew into a rage. Even if he were a pig, he would know he had been tricked by Anselm now. "Uncle 3, you have her phone number, call it quickly," Haroun advised his raging uncle. Although he said this, Haroun had a feeling that the number his uncle got was probably fake and wouldn't connect. Right. You're right." Ansel hurriedly took out his phone and dialed the number he had obtained. As expected, it was a disconnected number message. Damn it! Ansel, unable to contain his fury, smashed his iPhone on the ground, shaking with anger. Chapter 84. Rejuvenation Pill. "Third uncle, don't be angry. It's just a woman, right? After we finish the noon business, I'll take you to Adnan Tion Entertainment City for some fun," Xander comforted. In the entire family, perhaps only his third uncle had no interest in power and only cared about women. This was also the reason why he was happy to get close to his third uncle, as he didn't have any bad intentions. "That's different," Paolo said angrily, gritting his teeth. "I gave that stinking bitch an 80,000 yuan jade Buddha." "What?" Xander was shocked. His mouth opened, but nothing came out. 80,000 yuan, not just 800 yuan, such a large amount of money. And his third uncle actually gave it away to a woman he had never met. Xander finally understood the helplessness of his father. His third uncle must have lost his mind. Third uncle, give me that number. I'll find out which woman dared to deceive us from the Liu family. A cold light flashed in Xander's eyes. If it hadn't been for the 80,000 yuan, Xander would have ignored the matter. But now, he had to intervene. Because this kind of behavior by the other party was a huge provocation to their Liu family. If they let it slide, once the news spread, it wouldn't just damage Paolo's reputation. You were right, Xiao Alvisk. That stinking bitch really deserves a lesson. Once you find out her identity, remember to tell me. I'll make sure she regrets it. Paolo said through gritted teeth. He felt like all his sincere feelings were wasted, making him hate her madly, wishing he could press Pearl down and teach her a lesson immediately to vent his anger. Xander was speechless. His third uncle truly didn't learn his lesson. Even at this moment, he was still thinking about that woman. But he didn't bother exposing this. Instead, he chuckled, "Don't worry, third uncle, I understand." Seeing his nephew being so reasonable, Paolo's resentment gradually diminished. He smiled at Xander and then left directly. Watching his third uncle leave, Xander couldn't help but shake his head, secretly disdainful. No wonder his father always said that third uncle was beyond redemption. Now it seemed absolutely correct. Putting this aside, he turned into a jewelry store and personally selected an emerald bracelet, leaving only after purchasing it, satisfied. Anselm and Pearl left Chinda Square. Originally, Pearl planned to go home directly, but Anselm stopped her and asked her to first visit Aubrey. "Why are you going to the pharmacy?" Pearl asked, puzzled. "I have my reasons. You'll know when we get there." Anselm smiled mysteriously. Pearl glared at him and said irritably, "Pesky ghost, hurry up and talk. Don't keep me hanging." Seeing Pearl genuinely curious, Anselm thought for a while and explained, "The owner of Aubrey is an old acquaintance of mine. She should have some very nice calligraphy and paintings. Wooderover, I plan to refine a pill for my mother-in-law and need some herbs, which can also be obtained at Aubrey." "Female?" Pearl asked. "Simon?" Anselm was stunned for a moment. Pearl smirked. "Your old acquaintance is a woman, isn't she?" "Yes, but does it matter?" Anselm scratched his head, looking at Pearl oddly. "Not really." Pearl shook her head, but she had already understood. This female owner of Aubrey definitely had a deep connection with Anselm. Pearl started the car and drove Anselm to Aubrey. When they arrived, Anselm did not see Kathy. Asking a clerk at Aubrey, he learned that she had gone out to see patients again and would return in the afternoon. Rubbing his nose, Anselm walked into the inner room of Aubrey on his own. The clerks were startled and wanted to stop him, but Ryan stopped them. "Don't meddle in this. This is the fiancé of the young mistress. Do you want to offend him and lose your jobs?" Ryan kindly reminded. The clerks were taken aback, remembering an event from a few days ago. A Yonatan had treated patients at Aubrey, but instead of blaming him, the young mistress was excited and even went out to play with him for a long time before returning. Hearing Ryan's words, the clerks felt that this Yonatan was indeed the one in front of them. Walking around the inner room, Anselm found many paintings and calligraphies. He chuckled, knowing they were precious treasures long cherished by Kathy's father. Opening these pieces, he picked through them, choosing a Simondred Birds Adoring Phoenix painting by Chi Baiyu. Then, as if nothing had happened, he walked out. "Pack some herbs for me," Anselm said calmly, listing the names of over a dozen herbs. "Please wait a moment." Ryan didn't dare to be negligent. He took out a notebook, wrote down the herbs Anselm needed, and hurriedly went to the counter. After about 2 minutes, Ryan packed all the herbs and handed them over to Anselm. "Charge it. Pay what you need to," Anselm said with a smile, handing over his bank card. Ryan waved his hand and said solemnly, "Miss Chin instructed that whenever you come for medicine, it's always free." "All right, thanks to Shan then," Anselm shrugged and took back his bank card. Holding the package, he turned to walk towards the door but suddenly seemed to remember something. He turned back and told Ryan, "Remember to tell Shan that I also took one of her father's calligraphy works. Make sure she doesn't think it was stolen by some thief." Ryan nodded and gave an okay sign with his fingers. Anselm smiled faintly, and only then did he leave Aubrey assuredly. Back in the car, Pearl couldn't wait to ask, "How was it? Did you get everything you needed?" "Of course, North Jameson on the move, one is enough for two." Anselm looked quite proud. He shook the 2 packages he was holding in front of Pearl. Pearl grabbed the painting and looked at it briefly before exclaiming in surprise, "This is actually a masterpiece by Master Chi Baiyu." "Yes, the old man Chi's work should barely meet your father's high standards," Anselm smiled faintly. Pearl was delighted beyond expectation. This wasn't just meeting her father's standards, it would probably make him ecstatic. Others might not know, but as a daughter, how could Pearl not know that her father's idol was precisely this Mr. Chi Baiyu, known as the sage of painting in Solanjin provinces? "What about those herbs? What kind of pill are you going to refine?" Pearl's gaze shifted to the other package, to ask for the pills, not bothering to be polite at all. Obviously, she recalled Anselm's background. As the successor of Horus, capable of making such magical elixirs, it wasn't odd at all. "You drive. I'll refine the spring return pills on the way," Anselm suggested. Pearl nodded and started the car. Her face lit up with happiness as she saw how considerate Anselm was towards her parents, which naturally made her very pleased. After all, as a woman, who wouldn't be delighted by having a boyfriend who could stand tall and proud in front of her parents and earn their respect? Though Anselm, this boyfriend, was merely impersonating, it did nothing to diminish Pearl's joy. The car sped down the road while Anselm sat in the backseat and began working. He took out the herbs, which were ordinary medicinal plants. This was one of the characteristics of the spring return pills. The ingredients didn't need to be especially valuable. However, the reason why nobody else in China could refine these pills was due to an extremely strict condition during the refinement process. Solanjin Alvis True Chi. Among all supernatural factions, only the cult of Horus possessed the cultivation method for Solanjin Alvis True Chi. Therefore, even if outsiders knew the secret formula of spring return pills, it would be futile without Solanjin Alvis True Chi, thus they would never be able to refine the pill. Anselm held each herb in his hands and began refining. With the assistance of Solanjin Alva's true chi, the process of refining the spring return pills was not complicated. Before long, a completely green pill appeared in his palm. Anselm took out a porcelain bottle, put the spring return pill inside, stored it away, and continued repeating the process. There weren't enough remaining herbs to make another large spring return pill, but creating a slightly smaller one was still feasible. Soon, Anselm used up all the remaining herbs. Looking at the miniature spring return pill in his hand, Anselm gave a faint smile, putting it together with the earlier one. Really exhausting. Anselm exhaled deeply. No wonder the old man disliked refining pills. He finally understood now. The pure consumption of true chi was simply more strenuous than 10 consecutive fights. After secretly adjusting his breath for a while, Anselm opened his eyes. At this moment, Pearl had also stopped the car. "We're here," Pearl announced. Anselm nodded, and they both got out of the car. What came into view was a composite villa with an elegant classical style, instantly indicating that its occupants were not ordinary people. "This is your house?" Anselm was rather surprised. He hadn't realized that Pearl's family was quite wealthy. Pearl nodded slightly and led Anselm directly into the courtyard. They walked through the front yard's path and smoothly entered the villa. Once inside, they were greeted by a spacious living room. In the living room, 4 people were sitting: middle-aged couple, a youth around 25, and a fat man exuding the aura of a nouveau riche, chatting happily on the sofa. When they heard the sound from the doorway, the 4 simultaneously ceased talking and turned their gazes toward the entrance. "London, you're back?" Seeing her daughter return, Tamika, Pearl's mother, stood up excitedly from the sofa and went over to welcome her. Pearl smiled but paused when she noticed the fat man. Clearly, she didn't understand why Ansel, whom she encountered at the mall earlier, would suddenly appear in her home. Similarly, the youth seemed familiar. Pearl thought for a moment and recognized him immediately. "Good grief, what a small world," Anselm muttered beside her. Tamika grasped her daughter's hand warmly for a moment, then turned her gaze to Anselm, smilingly asking, "London, who is this?" "Hello, Auntie. I'm Anselm, London's boyfriend." Without waiting for Pearl to introduce him, Anselm chuckled and introduced himself very casually. Tamika was taken aback for a moment, but she soon smiled and led the two of them straight into the living room. "It's you." Ansel immediately recognized Anselm and Pearl, his eyes almost shooting flames. "Third uncle, what's wrong?" Haroun frowned, suddenly having an ominous feeling. Looking at his third uncle's expression, it couldn't be that the person who had tricked him out of 880,000 yuan was Pearl, today's blind date partner. "The ones who scammed me at Chianda Plaza were them," Ansel said through gritted teeth. Haroun was speechless. He really did guess right. "Third uncle, don't get angry just yet. Once I've dealt with this, I'll help you take revenge," Haroun said seriously. Taking a deep breath, Ansel forcibly suppressed his anger and nodded at his nephew, signaling that he wouldn't act rashly. Only then did Haroun relax, not wanting his third uncle's emotional outburst to ruin the blind date. "Uncle, what a coincidence meeting you again." On the other side, Anselm greeted Pearl's father with a smile. Even Anselm hadn't expected that Pearl's father would be Isaiah, the mayor of Jinling City. Due to the previous rat for duck incident, they had met once before, leaving deep impressions on each other. Meeting again, they immediately recognized each other. "It's you? Weren't you the of Miss Chin?" Isaiah was somewhat dazed. How could the childhood friend of Miss Chin suddenly become his daughter's boyfriend? That was too strange. "Pfft, that doesn't matter. I'm now London's boyfriend." Anselm smiled faintly and took out the painting from behind him. "London told me you like collecting paintings. I shamelessly asked a friend for this Simondred birds paying homage to the phoenix, hoping you would like it." Isaiah's mind was still foggy, but when he saw Anselm hand over a painting, he subconsciously reached out to take it. Just a glance, and Isaiah's eyes widened. His breathing quickened. "A work by Akil. Where did you get this?" Excitement aside, Isaiah didn't lose his head and seriously inquired about the painting's origin. Anselm smiled slightly, saying, "The owner of Jishir Hall gave it to me. You can rest assured and accept it." "Boss Chin gave it to you?" Isaiah was momentarily stunned but quickly relaxed. They were old family friends with a close relationship, so giving a painting as a gift wasn't an issue. But would his daughter find happiness with someone like this? Chapter 86, Double Standards. "These calligraphy and paintings are too valuable. I cannot accept them," Isaiah pondered for a long while before finally shaking his head. Although he truly wanted them, receiving something so valuable without earning it would be inappropriate. Achilles' artwork was priceless, potentially fetching over $1 billion at auction. As the mayor of Jinling City, known for his integrity, he naturally could not accept such a valuable gift. He returned the artworks, but they were snatched away by his daughter, Pearl, who glanced at her father with a faint smile. "You've already been given these gifts, why return them? Do you like this calligraphy and painting? Anselm isn't an outsider. You should just keep them, Dad." This statement was not only directed at Isaiah but also conveyed to Haroun that she had a boyfriend, and he shouldn't waste any more time on her. However, Haroun seemed indifferent and continued sitting on the sofa, sipping tea with his uncle. After some internal struggle, Isaiah finally nodded and accepted Anselm's kindness. After all, he genuinely loved the artworks. Missing out on them would likely cause him sleepless nights. "Thank you." Isaiah politely thanked Anselm. "You're welcome, uncle. It's just a small token of my appreciation, regardless of any reciprocation." Anselm smiled calmly, exuding maturity and poise that starkly contrasted with his usual carefree demeanor. Pearl couldn't help but marvel at how convincing Anselm's acting was. If she hadn't known him for a while, even she might have believed this was the real Anselm. "Now that we've settled Uncle's gift, what about Aunt's?" Tamika suddenly asked, glancing repeatedly behind Anselm. Pearl couldn't help but laugh. Her mother was indeed spontaneous, directly asking Anselm for a gift. "The gift is here." Anselm smiled faintly and handed over a gift box containing a jade Buddha statue. "So you really did bring one?" Tamika was surprised. She had only teased the younger generation, never expecting Anselm to actually prepare a gift for her. For a moment, Tamika's eyes softened toward Anselm. Irrespective of character, handling this situation flawlessly was commendable. Let me see what precious thing you've brought. If it's not as valuable as your uncle's artwork, I won't take it. Her lips curved slightly, a hint of cunning flickering in her eyes. Upon opening the gift box, a flawless jade Buddha statue came into view. This is the jade guanyin from Ed? 880,000. Heavens. I've wanted it for so long but never dared to buy it. Tamika's eyes widened in astonishment, impressed by Anselm's generosity. Fuming, Lu Renkue couldn't hold back his anger. His entire body trembled in rage, knowing that item should have been his. Haroun smiled gently and patted his uncle's shoulder to calm him down. Calm down, Haroun whispered to Lu Renkue. Only then did Lu Renkue harumph and look away. Thank you, Anselm. Your auntie loves this jade guanyin very much, Tamika said warmly, admiring the statue with affection. Great. Once I find other high-quality items, I'll send them to Annie too, Anselm replied with a gentle smile. Tamika was delighted, glancing at Anselm with approval. This Yonatan was indeed thoughtful and respectful towards elders. However, Haroun suddenly sneered. Buying? I doubt it. Was this jade Buddha really purchased by you? The room fell silent instantly. Both Isaiah and Tamika turned their gaze toward Anselm, their expressions wary. Clearly, Haroun's sudden remark wasn't baseless. Could this jade guanyin have been obtained by Anselm through dubious means? This didn't cost me a penny. Anselm glanced sideways at Lu Renkue and chuckled. Some fool bought this jade guanyin and gave it to my heirly friend. Why refuse such a freebie? What do you think, Mr. Lu? Haroun was speechless, unable to refute it. Indeed, it was foolish of his uncle to do this. In Anselm's position, he wouldn't have refused either. But not only did you accept his gift, you also changed your phone number and insulted my uncle. We need to settle this account, Haroun said coldly. You have the nerve to say that. Turns out that Fat Pumpkin is your third uncle. He's so old, yet he still dreams of marrying a alley like a toad craving for swan meat. Doesn't he fear his wife would punish him if she knew? Pearl said disdainfully. He thinks spending money will get him all the women in the world. Truly disgusting. If not to con him, then who else? So it's said people are judged by the company they keep. This Lu brother seems to be quite close with your third uncle, choosing to stand up for him at this time, Anselm sneered. Listening to their arguments, Isaiah furrowed his brows slightly. It seemed he began to understand the cause of the dispute. If what his daughter and Anselm said was true, then the character of the Lu family could be imagined. Don't talk nonsense. Of course, I'm not greedy and lustful like my third uncle, Haroun retorted angrily. He was the eldest grandson of the Lu family and didn't want to be labeled as a playboy. So you look down on your own elders? Anselm smirked devilishly. You. Haroun choked once again. However, this time, he did not argue further with Anselm. Instead, he turned his gaze toward Isaiah and his wife. With an angry expression, he said seriously, Uncle, Aunt, this guy speaks nonsense and doesn't seem like a good person. Please have someone kick him out. Such trash doesn't match with Pearl. You're the trash. Your whole family is trash. Initially, Anselm had been smiling, but upon hearing Haroun's words, he immediately felt upset and retorted harshly. Look at him, Uncle and Aunt. He uses foul language and low-level manners. Don't let Pearl learn such bad behavior from him, Haroun accused first. Isaiah frowned and remained silent, but Pearl couldn't hold back and said, You called my boyfriend trash first. Now you're accusing him of low-quality behavior? Your Lu family sure has double standards. Haroun's face darkened. Originally, he had come here to propose marriage to Isaiah. If he could marry Pearl, their Lu family and the Zhou family could join forces, potentially elevating both families to the level of the Albus family within 2 or 3 years. It now seemed that this plan might fall through. With Pearl protecting Anselm so much, he couldn't even use some dirty tactics. If he upset Isaiah, it would be counterproductive. Thinking about this, Haroun had no choice but to politely bid farewell to Isaiah and Tamika. Aunt and uncle, I have some family matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave, Haroun said respectfully. Without waiting for a response from Isaiah and Tamika, he directly pulled his uncle away. However, as soon as he stepped out the door, his face turned extremely cold. To lose face like this, the matter was far from over. Chapter 87. Astonishing changes. Knowing this would happen, I shouldn't have brought him along today. He's just made an enemy for you all out of nowhere, Isaiah sighed. He was not afraid himself but worried about Anselm and his daughter being targeted for retaliation. Despite that glance when the man turned to leave just now being fleeting, it did not escape Isaiah's keen eye. Isaiah knew well that the other party had lost a considerable amount of face and would definitely not let it go easily. These enemies aren't worth worrying about. They're merely two nouveau riches, Anselm said with a slight sneer. Upon hearing these words, Isaiah turned around to look at him and shook his head. Don't underestimate the Lu family. The father of the Haroun we just met is the top leader in Jiangnan City, whose authority even surpasses mine. His second uncle is a star entrepreneur in Jiangnan City, extremely wealthy. Although not as powerful as the Alvis family, they still command wealth on the order of tens of billions. Because of giving Chi Baiyu's painting as a gift, Isaiah felt particularly favorably towards Anselm and thus issued this warning. No problem, just a bunch of rabble. If they don't provoke me, it's okay. But if they do, I'll make sure the Lu family lives in chaos, Anselm replied lazily. Isaiah instantly showed a look of surprise. He deeply glanced at Anselm, finding him hard to understand. After all, that was the Lu family, an almost peerless clan comparable to the Alvis family, or even more formidable in certain aspects. Anselm, what work do you do? Why are you unafraid of the Lu family? Tamika suddenly asked, curious about what kind of person her daughter had brought home. Though he looked young, he spoke with quite a bit of confidence. I work at the Jinling City Hospital, as the head of the traditional Chinese medicine department, Anselm smiled. After these words were spoken, both Isaiah and Tamika's expressions turned peculiar. Does our city hospital have a traditional Chinese medicine department? Isaiah looked back at Tamika. Shouldn't be the case, right? Tamika responded. Both then turned their gazes to Anselm again, wanting to see how he would explain this. They didn't wish for their daughter to be involved with someone who only talked big and had no substance. Anselm gave a faint smile. He had anticipated this and explained, I know old President Yovan. Whether what I said is true or false, uncle, you will know once you ask him. London mentioned you, and old President's son are acquainted. Taking a deep breath, Isaiah nodded and got up to leave the living room. It was obvious that he went to call Yovan to verify the truth of Anselm's words. Oh yeah, Anselm, where's the restorative pill you concocted for my mother? Simon, re up and bring it out. Pearl suddenly remembered and hurriedly prompted Anselm to take out this miraculous pill. Anselm slapped his forehead. Fortunately, Pearl reminded him, otherwise, he might have forgotten about the whole restorative pill incident. He fished out the porcelain bottle from his pocket and said with a smile, Aunt, this is the restorative pill I personally prepared. Please accept it. Restorative pill? Tamika's expression was one of confusion, clearly unaware of what it was. Anselm smiled gently and explained, a year has 4 seasons. Spring marks the revival of all things, summer signifies the peak growth period, autumn indicates withering, and winter is the season of decline. A human life mirrors these 4 seasons. The restorative pill, as its name suggests, can restore people to their youthful prime. What does that mean? Tamika felt her headache grow after listening to Anselm's explanation. Woodham, Anselm means this pill can restore your appearance to what it was in your younger days, Pearl interjected, succinctly rephrasing Anselm's words. This time, Tamika understood. She looked incredulously at the small porcelain bottle handed to her by Anselm, feeling like she was witnessing something straight out of a fairy tale. At this moment, Isaiah came back from making the phone call. With an astonished expression, he looked at Anselm and asked, do you really understand traditional Chinese medicine? Anselm smiled slightly and replied, of course. Do you know little fairy Solanjangxian? Isaiah nodded. The Miss of Jishitang was known to everyone, especially those in high positions within Jinling City. 80% of her medical skills were taught by me, Anselm stated calmly. Isaiah's eyes widened in disbelief. In his view, Lily, the Miss of Jishitang, already possessed near-miraculous medical skills, curing even most terminal cancers. So just how skilled must Anselm be, as the teacher who instructed Lily? On the side, Tamika listened with wide eyes, never imagining that Anselm could be the master of the goddess doctor of Jishitang. Quickly, Tamika's eyes brightened as she thought of a significant point. If Anselm's medical skills were indeed so remarkable, then this restorative pill he prepared should also be genuine. After all, even his daughter trusted him so much. Anselm had no reason to deceive her. Thinking of this, Tamika opened the bottle stopper and poured out a restorative pill. The fragrance spread, and the pill shimmered with a greenish glow, immediately catching Isaiah's attention. What is this? Isaiah asked curiously. Tamika replied casually, this is the restorative pill Anselm made for me. It can restore my beauty to when I was 20. Isaiah was taken aback for a moment. Then he looked at Anselm suspiciously and asked, is this true? Try it and you'll know. Anselm smiled faintly, confident in his pill-making skills. Tamika was hesitant at first, but hearing Anselm's words, she clenched her teeth, closed her eyes, and swallowed the pill in one go. Isaiah's body tensed up, nearly jumping in shock. He never expected his wife to be so reckless, swallowing the pill without knowing its components. Of course, Isaiah did not doubt that Anselm would poison her, but pills like these could cause serious problems if consumed carelessly. Tastes pretty good, Tamika said with a chuckle, seeing the worry on her husband's face. Pearl was speechless. Her mom was quite a character, nothing like the person who was reluctant to let her go out yesterday. Do you feel anything? Anselm asked with a smile. Feeling carefully, Tamika said earnestly, I feel warm all over, especially on my face, which is quite itchy. As soon as she finished speaking, Isaiah's legs gave way, and he plopped down on the sofa. His expression was filled with shock, as if he had seen something otherworldly. Seeing Isaiah's reaction, Tamika felt a tremor in her heart and became anxious. She knew how steady her husband usually was. If even he reacted like this, something extraordinary must have happened to her. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so dramatic. At that moment, Pearl covered her mouth and spoke slowly. Oh my God, Woodham, your appearance. Even though she was prepared, Pearl was still stunned by the incredible sight. Now Tamika was even more panicked, instinctively turning her gaze to Anselm. Fortunately, Anselm didn't show any exaggerated reaction. He remained calm, which greatly relieved Tamika. Chapter 88. Ambushed. Without any hesitation, she hurried into the bathroom and came to a stop in front of the mirror. In the next moment, Tamika's mouth formed an O. What appeared in the mirror was unmistakably a flawless, youthful face. My goodness, is this really me? Tamika touched her cheeks absent-mindedly, entirely enveloped by intense shock. At this moment, she looked absolutely no more than 25 years old. Even the crow's feet at the corners of her eyes and the nasolabial folds beside her nose had all vanished without a trace. And her hair, originally nearly 20% gray, now shone with lustrous blackness and soft texture. Tamika finally understood why her husband and daughter had looked like they'd seen a ghost. It was as if she had been reborn from the underworld. Such astonishing changes were unbelievable. Even Tamika found it hard to trust her own eyes. Am I dreaming? She went back to the living room, feeling increasingly strange. Suddenly, she pinched the flesh on her thigh hard. Ah, hiss. Isaiah cried out in pain. He rubbed his thigh, finding it covered in bruises. You want to see if you're dreaming, so you pinch my flesh? What for? Isaiah gritted his teeth and glared at his wife, deeply dissatisfied. This uncontrolled pinch, it seemed Tamika wanted to murder her own husband. I forgot. I didn't mean to do that. Do you believe me? Tamika chuckled. Isaiah rolled his eyes and said helplessly, Can I say I don't believe you? Yes, but it doesn't matter. Tamika laughed and turned her gaze to Anselm. In the next second, Tamika rushed forward with excitement. My dear son-in-law, you are truly a remarkable person. I love you, mother-in-law. Anselm coughed dryly and quickly dodged, saying, Woo to their in-law, please calm down. These are just things that younger generations should do. Since Tamika had already called him son-in-law, Anselm naturally wouldn't miss this opportunity, directly addressing her as mother-in-law. Their new way of addressing each other left Isaiah and Pearl speechless. They hadn't even officially agreed on anything. Inevitable. I am absolutely loyal to your father, Tamika smiled. Sister? Father-in-law? Hearing Tamika's words, Anselm felt utterly confused. I understand. Anselm forced a smile. He had to pretend he understood, even if he didn't. Giving Anselm a displeased look, Tamika pursed her lips. Calling me mother-in-law isn't appropriate. It doesn't show my youthfulness. Call me sister. Waterfall? Anselm's eyes bulged. He almost spurted blood. Wouldn't this mess up their generational order completely? Wooed him, be normal, or I'll take Anselm and leave. Pearl slapped her head. Her mom was too bizarre, even able to say such nonsensical things. Be quiet, call me sister. Wooed him, am I that old? Tamika gave Pearl a sidelong glance. Hearing this, Pearl almost fell over. She tugged at Anselm, intending to leave. Staying any longer, she feared what shocking remarks her quirky mom might still utter. Wooed him, there's another Simeonican pill in this bottle that Anselm left for me. Don't you dare sneak one. Nodding, Anselm added, one Simeonican pill is enough. Overdosing might cause unpredictable side effects. Ah. Tamika was startled and quickly put the second pill back. Thank goodness you reminded me in time. Otherwise, I would have taken another one to revert to 15. Anselm and Pearl were speechless. Good thing they reminded her. We're leaving. After instructing her mother, Pearl decisively pulled Anselm away. They drove to the riverside. After getting out of the car, they strolled along the riverbank. Feeling the slight chill brought by the river breeze, Anselm stretched luxuriously. This pace of life was just perfect. Thank you. After walking for a while, Pearl suddenly stopped and thanked Anselm sincerely. Anselm smiled and waved his hand. We're old partners, no need to be so formal. Nodding, Pearl surprisingly didn't argue with Anselm. Normally, she would shout, who's an old partner with you? Pearl walked along the riverbank, leaving shallow footprints in the sand. Her eyes were somewhat dazed. It had been a long time since she had been so relaxed. Ever since joining Zhandao, her days were filled with busyness. She rarely even had time to go home, let alone stroll by the river like now. Honey, you look really beautiful, Anselm suddenly blurted out. Pearl was momentarily stunned, but soon smiled broadly. As a woman, nothing could surpass being praised for her beauty. Just as the atmosphere became a bit intimate, swoosh, a projectile cut through the sky, heading straight for them. Anselm's expression changed instantly. Without hesitation, he dove in front of Pearl. With a dull thud, Anselm staggered back 2 steps. A cold light flashed in his eyes as he pulled Pearl and rushed in a certain direction. Chapter 89, True Essence Protecting the Body. On the rooftop of a high-rise building by the riverside, a black-clothed, masked man was crouching at the edge of the terrace. He had an astonished look on his face. Through the sniper scope, he had clearly seen that this shot had hit the target. But why was the target unharmed? He adjusted the angle of the sniper scope and was greatly startled because he saw Anselm, carrying Pearl, rushing towards him at lightning speed. His position was exposed. The black-clothed man thought of this immediately. Just as he got up to prepare for a retreat, he suddenly heard a cold voice behind him. You shot me once. Why are you in such a hurry to leave? The black-clothed man turned back, looking with disbelief. Just seconds ago, the other party was still within the range of his sniper scope. In just the time it took for him to stand up, the other party had already caught up. What strange skill was this? It was too terrifying. Die. Anselm, full of anger, attacked him. If not for his quick reaction, Pearl would have been dead already. Even a martial artist at the peak of the supreme realm couldn't withstand a bullet from a sniper rifle unless they were immortal level. This fellow dared to try and kill his wife. He wouldn't rest until this black-clothed man was dead. However, this black-clothed man was indeed quite formidable. Seeing Anselm rush over, he didn't panic and did not turn and run. Instead, he pulled out a pistol from his pants. With a grim smile, without hesitation, he aimed at Anselm and pulled the trigger. 10 steps away, the gun was fast. Within 10 steps, the gun was both accurate and fast. The black-clothed man didn't think Anselm could dodge bullets at such close range. That kind of stuff only happened in movies. Be careful, Pearl shouted instinctively as her face changed. With a contemptuous smile on his lips, Anselm's extended hand retreated, but changed targets from the black-clothed man to the incoming bullet. At the moment Anselm caught the bullet between his fingers, the black-clothed man's mind froze. Catching a bullet barehanded, this guy couldn't be Fire Cloud Evil God. A bead of cold sweat trickled down his back. Clenching his teeth, he prepared to pull the trigger again. However, Anselm didn't hold back anymore. His eyes flashed with coldness, and his figure moved like lightning. In an instant, he appeared in front of the black-clothed man, delivering a punch. Spare my life. I can't tell you who the mastermind is. The black-clothed man, terrified, quickly begged for mercy. He cursed every generation of his client's ancestors for making him assassinate such a terrifying person, essentially sending him to his death. Not interested, Anselm said coldly, and broke the voice. As the head of the Alvis family, certainly couldn't let that happen, hence hiring assassins to silence Pearl, who knew everything. Thinking about this, Pearl's eyes flashed with determination. Truly, the Alvis family had lost their minds. At this moment, Anselm suddenly added, don't get involved with the Alvis family's matters. I will handle it. Do you know what the Alvis family has been up to? Pearl asked. Anselm nodded. Yes, when you asked me to follow the Japanese, I heard it. I haven't acted yet because I told Baird, asking him to gather people to deal with these on Myoji. Asking for help? Pearl was taken aback. Indeed, Baird alone can't handle the Alvis family and the Onmyoji. This was not due to Leo's lack of strength, but because the Alvis family and the Japanese were too cunning. He couldn't deal fatal blows to them all at once. I want to return to the team to help Baird. Pearl made her decision. Bullshit, with your 3-penny skills, you'll be taken out in one move. Anselm glared at Pearl, irritated. and then smacked her buttocks hard with a slap. Pearl yelped in pain, almost jumping up on the spot. This guy had no sense of how hard he hit. It felt like he wanted to make her but bloom into a flower. You didn't have to hit me, just say what you need to say. Pearl looked angrily at him, clutching her throbbing buttock where waves of pain came from. Who asked you to be so disobedient? I told you, this matter doesn't require your involvement. Did you think that after I took a bullet for you, you now want to give your life back? Anselm rolled his eyes. This woman, how could she be so clueless about her own capabilities? Only now did Pearl remember when Anselm used his back to shield her from a sniper shot by the riverside. How are you? Are you hurt anywhere? Pearl, looking worried, circled around to check Anselm's back. I'm fine. Anselm smiled faintly. A mere sniper bullet was nothing to him. Taking it head-on was a piece of cake. If a single sniper shot could take down the heavenly sword wraith doctor, his reputation wouldn't have spread throughout the entire supernatural world. Pearl stared at Anselm's back, her eyes wide with shock. There wasn't even a wrinkle on his clothes, let alone any wound. There was no trace that a sniper bullet had struck him. What's going on? Pearl was extremely surprised since she had seen the bullet hit Anselm with her own eyes. Heavy sniper rifles usually have large caliber bullets. Even accomplished martial artists dare not take them directly with their bodies. Yet, Anselm took that shot without even breaking the skin, which was astonishing. True essence protecting the body, Anselm explained casually. Chapter 90, Uninvited Guest. Upon hearing this, Pearl's face showed a look of astonishment. Of course she knew that true essence body protection was an ability possessed only by the most exceptional martial artists. In the path of martial arts, those who have not reached the pinnacle realm are merely subpar martial artists. Only when one becomes a top-tier martial artist and refines true chi can they be considered as having truly entered the circle of martial artists. The greatest martial artists possess robust true chi within their bodies, but it is clearly not yet able to form an effective external defense. Even their battle squadron leader, Leo, could only use true chi to enhance his physical abilities and increase his combat effectiveness. Anselm being able to achieve true essence body protection indicated that he was at least an exceptional martial artist, for only with sufficiently solidified true chi within the body could it be released and attached to the skin to form the toughest defense. This was also why martial artists below the supreme level found it extremely difficult to harm an exceptional martial artist. Their defenses were too astonishing, only forces of the same level could break through. Pearl looked at Anselm in shock. Although she had speculated before, confirming it now still left her amazed. An exceptional martial artist at the age of 20. It was simply astounding. No wonder Anselm had given her the credit for killing the Keegan earlier. Now she finally understood completely. If the Chinese authorities found out about this news, Anselm would absolutely no longer have a peaceful life. The authorities would certainly send people continuously to persuade him to join national organizations and serve the country. Similarly, other martial arts sects would not let go of such an extraordinary talent and would do everything possible to recruit him. You're too monstrous, Pearl sighed. She was already 23, yet she was still only a second-rate martial artist. Compared to Anselm, she felt like a weakling, as if her years were wasted on a dog. Slap. Another slap landed on Pearl's buttocks from Anselm. Can you talk properly? This is called my Salanjunction Divine Martial, Anselm said with a smirk. Divine Martial my ass, I'm going to get you. Pearl's expression was annoyed. This guy had really taken a liking to hitting her bottom. Get me? Can you even beat me? Anselm's eyes sparkled with mischief. Pearl felt depressed. Knowing Anselm's true strength, she couldn't think of a retort. Anselm smiled faintly, took out the corpse-dissolving liquid, dealt with the black-clothed man's body, then brought Pearl back to the riverside. However, after what happened, neither of them had the mood to continue walking. They drove away from there. At Alva's family villa in Jinling City, Fui's eyes burned with rage at that moment. The assassin he sent out had lost contact. Without needing to think much, he knew that the mission must have failed, and that assassin hadn't managed to kill Pearl. This made Fui's very frustrated. The failed assassination meant someone still knew about the Alvis family's activities. 80% chance it was that guy Anselm who interfered again. At this point, a voluptuous woman in the living room spoke up. She wore a kimono, her figure seductive, but when mentioning Anselm, a cold glint appeared deep in her eyes. Miss Kyohaba, what should we do next? Fuiz asked with a frown. He had initially thought Anselm was just some peculiar individual skilled in minor techniques, but now it seemed things were getting out of control. The opponent wasn't even afraid of firearms, which suggested terrifying strength. For now, hold your positions. Don't provoke Anselm to avoid implicating us. If a supreme martial artist is determined to kill, none of us can escape. Crystal's tone was chilling, her face full of impatience. We will deal with everything after this transaction is over. All right, I'll arrange it as soon as possible. Fuiz nodded, his gaze profound, staring at Crystal. Crystal smiled faintly, turned around, and left the Alvis family villa. Dad, that Japanese woman has ulterior motives. She wants to abandon us. It wasn't until Crystal's figure disappeared from view that Enos, who had been silent, finally spoke. Praising his son with a glance, Fuiz scoffed. Rest assured, since you could see it, I naturally saw it too. I was just playing along with that Japanese woman earlier. Saying this, Fuiz's expression turned somewhat angry. He gnashed his teeth and said, the Japanese aren't good people at all. We've cooperated for so many years, but now with a little mishap, they don't even think of helping us. Instead, they stab us in the back, showing their true colors. Such behavior is utterly despicable. Dad, what should we do next? Those Japanese aren't reliable, Enos asked. After some thought, Fuiz sighed and said, since things have escalated to this point, we might as well retire from this business. After completing this final task, we will sever ties with the Kumo family. That Pearl has a very strong background. She's not only the daughter of Isaiah, but also a member of the War Saber. We failed in assassinating her once, and now we're definitely under the surveillance of the War Saber. Continuing our relationship with the people from the East Sea would be disastrous. Hearing his father's decision, Enos seemed somewhat surprised and couldn't help but say, Dad, without this income source, we'll be at a great disadvantage in the future and could easily be overtaken by the other two families. Fouise was naturally aware of this, but he knew even more that everything must be done in moderation. Unrestrained greed would lead one into an endless abyss. Woody-ne or life, which do you choose? Fouise asked his son. Enos paused for a moment, then decisively said, life. Fouise nodded, smiling and said, our Alvis family, after these few years of accumulation, has already amassed substantial capital. Even without the income from working with the Japanese, we can still maintain our dominance in Jinling City. There's no need to take risks anymore. Woody-ne is never enough, but the lives of our family are more important. All present members of the Alvis family were moved by Fouise's words. Their patriarch truly was great. After leaving the riverside, Anselm parted ways with Pearl. He returned to his residential complex. As soon as he walked through the door, he sensed a strange aura faintly lingering. Anselm's eyes flashed with sharpness as he directly sent out a burst of true chi forward. Swoosh, about 2 meters in front of him, a tiny insect invisible to the naked eye was struck down. That little insect, although killed by Anselm's true chi, oddly continued to fly toward him. Anselm frowned, shaking his internal chi and crushing the insect's shell. These bone-attaching insects pose no threat to me. Is there anything more interesting? Anselm said lazily. As if on cue, a 3-inch-long centipede, brightly colored and clearly highly venomous, darted out from his room. Centipede charm, quite intriguing. Anselm smiled lightly. He flicked his finger, sending a silver needle flying straight towards the incoming centipede. Chapter 91, Innocent Maiden. A streak of silver flashed, and the venomous centipede was pinned dead on the wall by Anselm. Red and green splattered out, staining the white wall in a manner that appeared extremely eerie. Anselm felt a little heartache. The good wall had actually turned into this ghastly state. If you don't come out now, I'll take care of you, Anselm said coldly. Clearly, he was venting his anger on that person. However, just as his voice faded, a silvery voice rang out from within the room. Was it you who broke the love curse I cast on Enos? Anselm was slightly stunned, feeling incredulous. He didn't expect that the one who cast the curse on Enos would be a woman. He looked up and saw Airly with exquisite beauty walking gracefully towards him from the doorway of his bedroom. The Airly didn't seem to be very old, looking only around 16. Her hair was jet black and lustrous, her skin as delicate as if carved from white jade, and her face seemed like it belonged to an immortal from a painting. However, her demeanor made Anselm smile wryly. The Airly was glaring fiercely at Anselm with her big Cartier eyes. Anselm smiled faintly, staring at the Airly. To be honest, it was his first time seeing such an adorable Airly. Though the Airly's methods were astonishing, she was still young. After being stared at by Anselm for some time, her face turned red directly. You're a bad guy, the Airly gritted her teeth and said. She was making aggressive gestures, but her appearance was so cute that no matter how hard she tried to look fierce, she remained completely unthreatening to Anselm. Anselm chuckled inwardly. He intended to tease this innocent little Airly. I'm not a bad guy. Who could blame me for looking more than a few times at someone as beautiful as you? Anselm put on an innocent expression. Hearing Anselm compliment her beauty, the Airly's brows and eyes curved, nearly laughing into a crescent moon. But this joy didn't last long. Soon, the Airly pouted, angry and said, You really are a bad guy, just like Enos, always using sweet words to deceive Airlys. Anselm was bewildered. What logic was this? Little Airly, hasn't your elder told you that cursing people is impolite? Anselm said dissatisfied. The Airly wrinkled her cute little nose and asked in confusion, I didn't curse you. You did. Anselm maintained a look that said he clearly heard it. The Airly instantly felt wronged. Having not cursed anyone at all, this guy accusing her wrongly proved that he wasn't a good person. You said I'm like that, Enos. Isn't that cursing me? How can someone as handsome and suave as me possibly be like that scoundrel? Anselm explained seriously. The Airly was amused by Anselm's earnest narcissism, giggling uncontrollably. Do you also think that Enos is a bad guy? The Airly suddenly asked after laughing for a while. Anselm nodded. Sure, he's quite bad. Since you think he's a bad guy, why did you break my love curse on him? The Airly puffed her cheeks angrily, glaring at Anselm. Anselm shrugged and said matter-of-factly, I'm a doctor, called there to treat him. After receiving their money, naturally I have to cure him. In the eyes of a doctor, there's no such thing as good or bad people, only patients and healthy people. But wait, you're a doctor, then why do you have so much black hair? The Airly wore a doubtful face. Anselm was puzzled again. Why couldn't a doctor have a lot of black hair? Wasn't that strange? In our place, only old grandpas with white hair and beards can be doctors. Young people, even if they know medicine, won't have anyone seeking them for medical help, the Airly explained seriously to Anselm. After hearing her words, Anselm couldn't help but laugh. This Airly's thoughts were too naive. Did she really think only old men with gray hair and beard could be doctors? Trying to enlighten the Airly, Anselm wiped the fine sweat off his forehead. It wasn't easy to change her perception. Fortunately, Anselm managed to make the Airly believe in his identity as a doctor. Since you're not helping the evildoer, I'm not interested in sparring with you anymore. I'm going to continue finding trouble for that bad guy, the Airly harumphed, turning to leave. But at this moment, her stomach let out a loud rumble, making her blush furiously. Standing still for a moment, she turned back somewhat awkwardly, asking Anselm, well, do you have something yummy? I haven't eaten anything for a long time. The Airly bent over, clutching her little belly, as if that could alleviate some of the hunger. Seeing the Airly's pitiful appearance, Anselm couldn't help but smile. He nodded and said with a smile, wait for me here for a moment. With hopeful eyes, the Airly watched as Anselm walked up to the refrigerator and took out a large amount of food, yogurt, bread, fruits, and so on. He handed the food to the Airly, asking in confusion, how come you haven't eaten for such a long time? Because I don't have any money? The Airly murmured. Anselm opened his eyes wide. Without money, how have you managed to survive? You must have been in Jinling City for quite some time. The Airly nodded, somewhat embarrassed. I've indeed been in Jinling City for half a month. A few days ago, my provisions ran out, and I had nothing to eat anymore. Speaking of, besides you, Anselm said in exasperation. The Airly cried out in pain, hugging her head and glaring fiercely at Anselm. Give me your hand, Anselm said calmly. The Airly, with a pout, hesitated but finally extended her small white hand. Anselm smiled and firmly held her little hand. The Airly stiffened, her face flushing instantly. This was the first time someone of the opposite sex had touched her. Reflecting again on her innocence, Anselm became serious. He checked her pulse and after confirming her condition, he transferred a stream of energy into her body. Suddenly, the pain in the Airly's abdomen began to subside. In a blink, she was surprised to find that her stomach really stopped hurting. You're so amazing. No wonder you can break my love curse. The Airly looked at Anselm admiringly. Anselm chuckled proudly. Of course, if I'm not amazing, who is? You're boasting. The Airly rolled her eyes at Anselm and her gaze fell on the dishes on the table. Her eyes lit up in surprise. It smells delicious. Did you make this for me? Although she had drunk a lot of yogurt, it was liquid and couldn't satisfy her hunger. Real meals smelled far more appealing, and she could hardly resist drooling over the food on the table. Anselm smiled and handed her a pair of chopsticks, gently saying, dig in. Gratefully, the Airly looked at Anselm and sweetly said, thank you. My name is Iris. My name is Anselm. Anselm also introduced himself. Iris nodded obediently and sat down to start eating. Due to being hungry for 2 days, she ate very fast, not minding the lack of gracefulness, which left Anselm somewhat stunned. Eat slowly. No one is competing with you, Anselm said, a bit impatiently, pouring her a glass of water. Thank you. Iris received the glass gratefully. She drank a large gulp as she was thirsty. Anselm smiled faintly and continued watching her eat without a word. Though not elegant, her eating was quite pleasing to the eye. Iris continued devouring the food. First, she was truly hungry, and second, Anselm's cooking was genuinely delicious, making her unable to stop. Only when the plates were empty and even the soup finished, did Iris pat her small belly and lean against the chair, looking worriedly at Anselm. She pouted, glistening with oil, and gazed at Anselm with an aggrieved expression. What's wrong? Anselm was baffled. Iris said pitifully, I'm so full that I can't walk. A few black lines appeared above Anselm's head, and he said helplessly, it's clearly because you were greedy. How is this related to me? I cook for you, and yet I get blamed. Isn't this unfair? It has everything to do with you. Who made it so delicious? Iris's cheeks were flushed red, but her voice was still assertive. Anselm was utterly defeated. This Airly was even more unreasonable than himself. Alright, it's my fault. It's all because my cooking skills are too good. Anselm sighed deeply, looking like he had committed a sin, which made Iris chuckle. After tidying up the tableware, Anselm suddenly smiled brilliantly. Little sister Iris, there's something I want to discuss with you. Tilting her head, Iris glanced at Anselm curiously, asking, what is it? But soon, she became wary, crossing her arms over her chest and instinctively backing away to keep a considerable distance from Anselm. Chapter 92 Haven. No way, I just had a meal with you. Iris shook her little head quickly, looking at Anselm as if she were watching a big pervert. Anselm was sweating profusely. He clearly understood what this Airly was misconstruing. He said speechlessly, can you stop looking at me like I'm a thief? If I wanted to do anything to you, wouldn't it have been easier for me to put something in your food earlier? You drugged me? Iris's eyes widened. Anselm laughed helplessly and waved his hand hastily, saying, of course not. Am I that kind of person? Iris remained silent, still staring at Anselm. Her look was practically the same as nodding. Well, this conversation was going nowhere. Anselm couldn't help but roll his eyes. What do you want me to agree to anyway? Iris asked timidly and added, it's a no if it's unreasonable. Glancing down at the Airly's chest, Anselm pursed his lips and said earnestly, don't worry, I don't fancy princess typing. I just want you to leave Enos alone for now. Upon hearing Anselm's words, Iris's eyes opened wide. She blushed slightly and subconsciously straightened her small chest, angrily retorting, I'm not princess typing. Sure, only an airport. Anselm was expressionless. Puffing out her cheeks, Iris was somewhat driven mad, glaring at Anselm viciously. If she hadn't stuffed herself until she could barely move, she would have definitely rushed over to fight Anselm. You are so evil, just a big bad man. The Airly gritted her teeth. Having never interacted with modern internet, even her insults lacked any substantial impact. Is that all? What next? Anselm appeared unconcerned. This made Iris feel like hitting cotton candy. She coldly harumphed and turned away, refusing to talk to Anselm. Anselm found this somewhat amusing. In a flash, he appeared in front of the Airly. What are you doing? Iris said angrily. Anselm chuckled and said, Sis Iris, you haven't responded to what I said. What did you say? Iris looked puzzled. Obviously, her focus had been on the 4 words, princess typing. To the point where she completely missed what Anselm had said after. I said, leave Enos alone for now, Anselm repeated helplessly. Iris finally reacted. She tilted her head and thought seriously for a moment before shaking her head and saying, no can do. This guy deceived my sister's feelings and led her to commit suicide. I have to get revenge for her. I'm not stopping you from seeking revenge. I'm just asking you to wait a few days. Once the time comes, I'll take care of him myself, Anselm said firmly while staring intently at Iris. Why wait? Iris pouted, obviously displeased. Anselm's face darkened as he explained with an extremely serious tone. because the Alvis family has conspired with Japanese people, committing treason. In a few days, the government will send people to arrest them. Iris's expression changed, her face filled with solemnity. No matter how naive she might be, she knew the severity of being accused of betraying the country. No wonder this guy is so terrible. Turns out his whole family are scoundrels, Iris complained. Anselm smiled faintly. The early summary was pretty accurate. I promise you, I won't trouble that Enos for now. Iris nodded her little head. She suddenly blushed and said awkwardly, Can you take me in for some time? After finishing speaking, fearing Anselm would disagree, she continued, I can wash clothes and mop the floor. You just need to provide me with food and accommodation. Of course, Anselm didn't think twice about it, and agreed instantly. He wasn't stupid. How could he possibly reject such an offer? Really great. E won't starve anymore, Iris cheered, pure joy radiating off her face. E. Anselm was curious. Iris smiled sweetly. My nickname. The elders in the clan call me that. Then can I call you that too? Anselm grinned. No way, you're not one of my elders. Iris shook her head and refused decisively. Not necessarily elders. Husbands can call their wives that, Anselm whispered into Iris's ear. The warm breath from his nostrils hit Iris's earlobe, making her blush furiously. Bad man, I warn you, don't get any ideas. Iris glanced at Anselm and raised her tiny fist. This gesture naturally posed no threat and rather excited Anselm. Don't worry, I'm a gentleman. Anselm pounded his chest, assuring himself. Only then did Iris relax and turn to enter Anselm's room. Hey, what are you doing in my room? Anselm shouted loudly. Sleeping, I'm tired. Iris answered. Anselm sighed helplessly and said, Wait a minute, I'll tidy up a room for you. With that, Anselm started moving. After more than half an hour, he finally cleared out the adjacent room. He fetched a new set of bedding and spread it on the bed, then called Iris over. From today on, this is your room, Anselm said with a smile. Thank you, Lonnie Anselm. Iris smiled sweetly, and then leaped onto the bed, lying diagonally. Anselm chuckled helplessly, about to go over and adjust her legs when he suddenly noticed that Iris had already fallen asleep. Sighing, Anselm knew that the heirly had been roughing it for half a month, enduring significant hardship. Her body had long reached its limits. Now, having found a haven, her body reacted instinctively, slipping into deep sleep. Anselm showed a gratified smile as he settled Iris down, then turned to leave the room. Iris slept all the way until the next morning. The little heirly woke up early, wanting to take a shower in the bathroom, but she was frustrated because the faucet in the bathroom wouldn't release any hot water. What a lousy faucet. No hot water at all, Iris puffed angrily. Hearing her complaint, Anselm's voice came from outside, filled with exasperation. You didn't turn on the water heater. Iris blushed, somewhat embarrassed, saying, I don't know how to use that thing. Anselm paused, then walked over to adjust the water heater temperature for her. Thank you. Anselm waved his hand and went into the kitchen to prepare breakfast. Meanwhile, Iris hummed a tune while taking a bath in the bathroom. When Anselm finished preparing breakfast, Iris emerged from the bathroom. Her raven black hair was dripping wet, glistening with droplets. Come and eat. Turning towards Iris, Anselm's voice abruptly stopped. Due to lack of clothes, Iris had found one of Anselm's old outfits in the wardrobe. Worn by her now, it was overly large, almost hanging loosely around her body. This caused Anselm considerable discomfort. Such a sight made his blood boil, especially seeing the beautiful scene before him. Chapter 93, Distant Relatives. Wow, what a sumptuous breakfast. I'm hungry. The little heirly walked over and hooked her arm around Anselm's. Her big eyes sparkled as they gazed at the food on the table. She was completely unaware of how much of an impact her action had on Anselm. Though not overly endowed, the astounding elasticity and softness still made Anselm's heart wander. Anselm breathed heavily. This little heirly was simply a little demoness who tempted people. If it weren't for his strong willpower, he might have pounced on her like a ravenous wolf. Just as Anselm was reciting the purity chant in his mind to suppress his impure thoughts, there was a knock on the door. Anselm came back to his senses, went over, and opened the door. Big wife. Anselm was somewhat surprised. Who else could the woman standing outside the door holding a breakfast set be if not Zinnia? Just as Zinnia was about to hand the breakfast over to Anselm, her peripheral vision suddenly caught the scene inside the living room. Zinnia's face darkened immediately. She snorted coldly and turned to leave directly. Bang! With the heavy slam of the neighbor's door, Anselm felt helpless and miserable. He knew that Zinnia must have misunderstood. However, Anselm was not at all surprised by this. Putting herself in Zinnia's shoes, if she were to see another man at Zinnia's place, she'd probably lose control too. That big sister is so beautiful, and her clothes are gorgeous, just like a fairy. Iris's face was filled with envy, clearly showing that this innocent little heirly hadn't grasped the severity of the situation at all. Of course, Anselm didn't blame her, but merely smiled bitterly. This damn coincidence left him no time to prepare. Have your breakfast first, and I'll buy you clothes when I come back. Anselm pinched Iris's chubby little cheeks. Frowning, Iris hit Anselm's wandering hand unhappily and said, Stop pinching my face. Only my husband can do that. Anselm's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly pinched a few more times. Only when Iris really started getting angry did Anselm stop. He chuckled and walked out of the living room. Why did you come back so quickly? Pearl was somewhat amazed. She saw Zinnia return with a gloomy face in less than 2 minutes, and even brought back the breakfast she had prepared for Anselm. From Zinnia's various expressions, Pearl could determine that Anselm must have done something outrageous to upset Zinnia. This scoundrel is too wicked. I won't bother with him anymore. Sitting back on the sofa, Zinnia ground her teeth in anger. The scene earlier had infuriated her beyond words. She had seen many fickle people, but never someone as unfaithful as Anselm. In just a few hours, he had brought back another pretty heirly with delicate features like a porcelain doll. Wooderover, judging from the heirly's post-bath look, something untoward must have happened between them last night. Seething, Zinnia sat there, her facial expression fluctuating between anger and sadness. What exactly did Anselm do that made you so angry? Pearl asked curiously. Her impression of Anselm was still quite good now. She knew that although this guy liked women, he wasn't vulgar. To summarize, Anselm was tolerable. He has hidden beauties in the golden house, a little beauty in his room, Zinnia said through gritted teeth. Pearl was slightly taken aback. Now she understood. She knew her friend well. If it weren't for liking Anselm, why would Zinnia wake up early to make breakfast? She usually detested the kitchen the most. For her to make an exception for Anselm meant she had already fallen for him, though she refused to admit it verbally. However, discovering another woman in Anselm's room this morning was something she couldn't accept. Think about it positively. I think there's a twist here. It's likely a misunderstanding, Pearl comforted. Glancing at Pearl, Zinnia said indifferently, what twist? This guy is just a lecher, unfaithful and shameless. If it were someone else, I'd believe it's a misunderstanding. But Anselm? Ha, I wouldn't believe it even if you beat me to death. Pearl was speechless. Anselm's kind of honesty, she had also experienced firsthand. If it were someone else, hiding a beauty secretly would be done stealthily. But this was Anselm, a shameless womanizer with a face thicker than city walls. It was entirely possible for him to keep a beauty right under their noses. Never mention this person in front of me again. Just thinking about him annoys me. Let's eat, Zinnia said, turning her sorrow into hunger. Pearl sighed. How could she not understand Zinnia's feelings? Although she spoke decisively, deep down, she was very conflicted. They sat at the dining table, eating breakfast while watching the morning news. At this moment, the security door opened, and Anselm walked in. How did you get in? Get out. Seeing Anselm appear in her home, Zinnia's face, which had been smiling, turned dark again. Anselm chuckled awkwardly and began to explain. I think you must have misunderstood. The heirly you saw is actually the daughter of a distant relative. By seniority, she has to call me cousin. Due to some matters, she needs to stay in Jinling City for a while, so she came to find me. After hearing Anselm's explanation, Zinnia's face relaxed visibly. She and Pearl exchanged glances, both revealing surprised expressions. I don't believe it. I'm going to your place to ask that heirly, Zinnia huffed. Her beautiful eyes fixed on Anselm, as if challenging him not to lie. Anselm's heart sank, but he remained calm, fearing Zinnia might detect his anxiety. Well, now might not be convenient. Maybe wait until tonight? Anselm smiled sheepishly. Glancing at him, Zinnia said indifferently, why wait until tonight? To give you enough time to collude? Anselm broke into a cold sweat. This woman was too sharp for him. Not at all, not at all. We'll be going out soon and may only come back late at night, Anselm blurted out. Zinnia pressed on, asking, it's just dawn. What could take so long that it won't end until evening? Anselm almost cried from frustration, seeking help from Pearl with his eyes. A faint smile crept onto Pearl's lips, and she stepped in to help, saying, all right, Annabelle, Anselm might really have something important to do. If you're worried, why don't I go along and supervise them? What do you think? Taking a deep breath, Zinnia nodded, glaring at Anselm before turning away, acting like she didn't want to talk to him anymore. Let's go. Pearl half smiled, following Anselm out of Zinnia's home. Arriving at Anselm's place, Pearl finally saw the heirly Zinnia mentioned. Admittedly, the heirly was indeed very beautiful. No wonder Zinnia was so angry. Explain yourself. Who is this little heirly? Pearl asked with a faint smile. Don't try to fool me. I know about your background. Disciple of an evil physician, you have no distant relatives. Anselm touched his nose, knowing he couldn't hide anything from Pearl. Stealthily looking towards the door, Anselm put a finger to his lips, whispering, shoo, I'll tell you the truth, but keep your voice down. It's confidential. Hearing it was confidential, Pearl's smile faded, becoming serious. Go on, Pearl said gravely. Anselm chuckled, waving his hand. It's not that secret, just inconvenient for Annabelle to hear. All right. Pearl nodded, returning to her normal demeanor. Anselm laughed and asked, do you know about the necromancy arts from Southeast Asia? Yes. Pearl nodded. As a member of War Saber, she had dealt with those necromancers before, but most were frauds. Very few had real skills. This heirly is a necromancer from Maya, with exceptional necromancy skills, Anselm explained. Hearing Anselm praise her, Iris seemed a bit embarrassed. She chirped, I'm not that powerful. After 13 years of study, I only know 2 kinds of necromancy, poison and love spells. Pearl looked surprised. This heirly was actually a mysterious necromancer? Anselm smiled faintly, continuing, this heirly's sister was harmed by Enos, the beast. She came to Jinling City seeking revenge. By coincidence, her love spell was broken by me. So, she came to you? Pearl understood, having some knowledge of necromancer rules. Now hearing Anselm's account, she believed him wholeheartedly. Right. When I returned yesterday, I found this heirly hiding in my room. After an intense struggle, we became friends. Looking at Iris, Pearl was astonished. Despite her young age, she could fight Anselm, which was impressive. You know, the Alvis family betrayed the country. Enos can't just be killed casually. So, I made a deal with her, covering her expenses for a while, and she agreed not to trouble Enos temporarily. Anselm detailed the entire incident to Pearl. Pearl smiled knowingly, saying, so that's what happened. But I don't believe you're immune to such a pretty housemate. Ba, how can you speak like that? I am a proper person. How could I have any improper thoughts about my cousin? Anselm put his hands together in prayer, appearing to be a man of pure heart and few desires. Cousin? Iris stared with her big, round eyes, somewhat curious. Just a few minutes ago, she had somehow turned into Anselm's cousin. How did that happen without her knowing? Rolling her eyes, Pearl said slightly disdainfully, proper person, huh? As if I would believe that. Haha. Anselm laughed heartily, no longer caring what Pearl thought. He had explained the whole story clearly. It was up to her to decide how much to believe. As for now, he had more important matters to attend to. Chapter 94. Buying clothes. Anselm pulled Iris towards the door, and Pearl blinked her eyes and followed them. Why are you coming along? Anselm asked with a toothache. Besides buying clothes for Iris, he was planning to take advantage of this time to rehearse their story with the little Airly. If Pearl joined, wouldn't everything be exposed? I have volunteered myself to follow you and supervise your actions, ensuring you don't do anything bad to this young Airly, Pearl said righteously. Speechless, Anselm shrugged. Suit yourself then. We're heading to the mall anyway to get some suitable clothes for this Airly. Glancing at Iris's outfit, Pearl couldn't help but widen her eyes. Go out dressed like that? Aren't you afraid she might expose herself? It wasn't just idle talk from Pearl. The petite Airly looked awkward in Anselm's oversized clothing. Inside the house was one thing, but going outside like this would certainly not be appropriate. What can we do? I don't have any women's clothes here. Do you want me to leave her at home while I go out like Ulrich buying shoes? Anselm rubbed his nose. Pearl smiled faintly, glanced at Iris and stating, and eventually it could harm her health over time, Anselm said solemnly. Hearing him, Pearl driving ahead couldn't help but twitch her lips. Sure enough, Anselm's ability to speak nonsense convincingly remained as impressive as ever. Okay, the little Airly nodded half understandingly. The car soon stopped at Chienda Mall's entrance. Pearl parked and the three walked into the mall. Anselm grinned, remembering he had been here with Pearl yesterday. They headed straight to the 5th floor where clothes were sold. Where are we going? Iris blinked curiously. Standing on the escalator, her big eyes scanned the surroundings, filled with intense curiosity. Facing such a cute little Airly, Pearl was naturally very gentle. Pointing to the rows of clothing stores upstairs, she said with a smile, Look, all those shops sell clothes. We'll go up there, and you can choose whatever you like. Buy as much as you want. Your cousin has plenty of money. With that, Pearl chuckled and glanced at Anselm. Iris beamed with joy, asking sweetly, Really? What? Anselm was walking ahead when he heard them and turned back. Can I really buy whatever I want? Iris's eyes sparkled, nearly blinded by the beautiful clothes upstairs. Anselm smiled faintly, nodding. Of course you can. Anything you want. Yay. Iris jumped in joy. Having been in Jinling City for so many days, she adored the pretty clothes outside, but lacked the money. Now she could finally own them without reservation. Thinking of this, Iris surreptitiously glanced at Anselm. Himing his cousin didn't seem so bad after all. She had a spacious, bright room to live in, delicious food to eat, and now beautiful new clothes to wear. It was simply too comfortable. Black wife, if you see any new clothes you like, just pick them up. I'm treating today, Anselm said with a light smile, then turned to Pearl. Wow, a big spender. Then I'd better take you up on that. Pearl smiled, as she did indeed have a dress in mind that she hadn't purchased yet. The three of them rode the escalator in the mall, and soon arrived at the 5th floor. Little Iris gazed down through the transparent glass railing at the bustling crowd below and couldn't help but exclaim, There are so many people here. Is this what you call crowded? It's not even the weekend. On weekends, you might have trouble standing steady, Pearl said with a faint smile. This place isn't really that busy. If you get the chance later, I'll take you to places that are even more lively, Anselm smiled and said casually. The sorceress from Maya couldn't stay in the secular world for too long. In another 10 to 15 days, even if Iris didn't want to go back, her elders would not agree. Okay. Chapter 95, Differential Treatment. Anselm led Pearl and Iris into the store, and suddenly, all eyes were on them. One man and two women. The man was handsome and dashing, while the women were of exceptional beauty. It was indeed hard for them not to attract attention. Some men who were accompanying their Airly friends or wives shopping saw this scene and looked at Anselm with envious, jealous eyes, secretly sighing that this Yonatan truly had good fortune. Give me this dress. Pearl pointed at an orange-yellow dress. The sales assistant quickly walked over, took the dress down, and handed it to Pearl. On the other side, little Iris stood in the store, looking around, clearly at a loss. There were too many beautiful clothes here, dazzling her eyes, leaving her unsure which one to choose. Little sister Iris, if you don't mind, let me help you pick. Pearl came out of the fitting room wearing the orange-yellow dress, and her entire demeanor changed. Wow, big sister Pearl, you look so beautiful. The little Airly's eyes lit up, genuinely praising her. Pearl smiled, feeling pleased being praised by Iris in public. She reached out and held Iris's hand, and the two of them leisurely browsed around the boutique. As for Anselm, after watching for a while, he found it somewhat boring and walked out, sitting on the long bench outside the entrance provided for rest. However, before he could settle down, a loud commotion erupted from the floor below the mall. Curious, Anselm got up and walked to the railing, looking down in the direction of the noise. It was a large branch of the Bao Solanju store with its 4th sun sign, crowded with people at the entrance. Clearly, these people were not customers but drawn by the argument. Looking back into the store, Anselm noticed Pearl and Iris were still engrossed in selecting clothes, oblivious to what was happening outside. After a brief conversation with the staff at the entrance, Anselm strolled downstairs to see what was going on. At the entrance of the Bao Solanju store, a college student was arguing with the staff. You said there was no ice cream left? Then why does this foreigner have some? The Airly said angrily, her tone filled with indignation. As more onlookers gathered, her friend's face turned pale. Brianna, let's go. I'll buy you ice cream. Brianna's friend gently advised, obviously not wanting to make the situation worse. She knew that with today's online influence, continuing would likely land them in the news. And such a trivial matter wouldn't be worth it even if they won, potentially risking offending powerful interests. There was no need for this. It was better to take a step back and avoid conflict. No way. This isn't just about an ice cream. Everyone must judge this. Brianna said coldly. What's going on, buddy? Anselm asked a nearby youth watching the scene. The youth glanced at Anselm, then smirked and pointed at the Airly and the Bao Solanju staff, saying, These workers are unreasonable. They were giving away free ice cream but discriminated against us Chinese while favoring foreigners. This Airly waited in line for 2 hours only to be told the ice cream was gone, but they lied. It might be limited, Anselm said with a faint smile. The youth shook his head, scoffing, limited is understandable, but the most infuriating part is that when a blonde foreigner arrived, the staff instantly changed their attitude. They magically produced the sold-out ice cream, even opened the lid and inserted a stick for him. Not just that, the guy in white looks like he wants to feed the foreigner mouth to mouth. Disgusting. The dignity of our Chinese women is lost because of these scoundrels. A nearby airily interjected, her face full of disdain and anger. Nodding, Anselm finally understood the situation. It was another case of someone favoring foreigners over their own kind. He chuckled coldly, then turned and walked away without another word. He rushed into a nearby supermarket, buying over 100 ice creams to bring out. By now, the argument at the Bao Solange store was nearing its end. Since the airly refused to back down, the staff called their manager. A plump Adin arrived, immediately smiling awkwardly as he tried to smooth things over. I sincerely apologize. I think there might have been a misunderstanding. That foreigner is actually our colleague. Please don't maliciously speculate about our female employees, and show them eerily quiet. The Baonyo store manager's face darkened. It seemed they had stirred up public anger. The two female staff members clearly hadn't anticipated this turn of events. They stood like wooden posts, heads bowed low, ready for a reprimand. I've told you to be careful. What were you thinking? How dare you treat Chinese people like fools? The Baonyo store manager glared coldly at the two female staff members, his face livid with fury. After all, Chinese customers were the mainstay of Baonyo products, accounting for nearly 40% of the total market share. Their misbehavior might seem trivial, but if the incident escalated online and caught the attention of higher-ups, he would be in deep trouble. Not only would it affect one Baonyo store, but it could severely damage the entire Baonyo brand. Sure enough, within just a few hours, the Baonyo ice cream incident rocked the entire internet. Many Chinese netizens expressed their anger, flooding the official accounts of Baonyo headquarters with furious comments. Shaken by the news, Baonyo Group headquarters immediately issued a statement. The ice cream incident was an individual action unrelated to the brand, urging everyone to remain rational. However, netizens wouldn't buy it. This perfunctory response only further enraged them. In a single day, the market value of Baonyo Group plummeted by tens of billions. Of course, Anselm wasn't aware of all this. Having watched the drama unfold, he returned directly to the 5th floor of the mall. Chapter 96. Woodine can make the devil turn the mill. At this moment, Pearl and Iris had just finished picking out their clothes. Anselm? Pearl looked around for a while before realizing Anselm was not there. Seeing the situation, the shop assistant at the entrance was about to tell Pearl that Anselm had gone downstairs to see what was going on. I'm here. At this moment, Anselm's voice came from the escalator. When he saw Iris wearing a light blue long dress, Anselm couldn't help but feel impressed. Little sister Iris, you look even cuter, he chuckled, not sparing his compliments. Iris now looked like a porcelain doll, truly resembling a small fairy who had descended from heaven. Anyone who saw her could hardly take their eyes off her. As Anselm's gaze moved down, when it landed on the hands of Pearl and Iris, he was so shocked that his mouth hung open and his eyes bulged. These two women were really not being shy at all. Each bag they held was stuffed to the brim, probably containing 20 or 30 items. Let's go pay, Pearl said without hesitation, pointing towards the cashier. So many things, a bunch of squandering women, Anselm muttered. He had let them choose freely, originally thinking they would pick no more than 70 or 80 pieces at most. But what Anselm never expected was that after he went out for a stroll, these two actually chose dozens of items. Even with Anselm's keen eye, he couldn't instantly figure out how many items there were. Anselm sighed inwardly. Paying wasn't the issue, but he didn't want to carry the bags afterward. What did you say? Pearl frowned. Nothing, nothing. Anselm quickly shook his head. Suddenly, Iris pouted and said in a pitiful manner, Cousin, am I making you unhappy because I picked too many clothes? Anselm was taken aback for a moment, then his expression softened as he smiled. No, it's my honor to pay for little sister Iris. Thank you, cousin. The little Airly finally broke into a smile. Having calmed himself, Anselm walked up to the front desk. Since the exact amount had already been calculated, all he needed to do was pay with his bank card. With a cold beep from the machine, another 200,000 were charged from Anselm's account. Let's make one more trip to the 4th floor to buy a few pairs of shoes for little sister Iris, Pearl suggested. Anselm shrugged. He naturally had no objections. After spending hundreds of thousands already, a little bit more for shoes didn't matter. This time, Anselm stayed with him, browsing and selecting along the way. In the end, Pearl picked out 7 pairs of differently styled and colored sneakers for Iris, who was overjoyed and liked them immensely. It was nearly noon by the time the three of them reluctantly ended their shopping spree. Apart from spending hundreds of thousands, Anselm's biggest feeling now was exhaustion. Indeed, accompanying 2 women for a whole morning left even him, with his exceptional martial artist physique, somewhat worn out. Anselm sighed inwardly. No wonder it was rumored online that women shopping are the strongest creatures in terms of physical endurance. Now it seemed the rumor was indeed true. He looked utterly tired, but Pearl and Iris felt nothing after shopping for so long. Cousin, I'm hungry, Iris said shyly as her stomach rumbled. The little Airly understood the principle of dependence, but knew she had to rely on Anselm to solve her hunger problem now. I remember there are many places to eat on the 3rd floor. What do you want to eat? I'm fine with anything, Anselm thought for a moment and said. He willingly handed over the choice to the 2 women. As a man, all he needed was the willingness to pay. Big sister Pearl, do you know which place is good to eat? Iris turned to Pearl with a questioning gaze. Because Pearl had helped her choose clothes and shoes, Iris now considered her a close confidant. Pearl glanced at the restaurants on the 3rd floor, frowned, and shook her head. None of these are very good. It's clearly lunchtime, but none of these places in Chanda Plaza are full. Clearly, either the food is terrible, or the service is poor. Do you have a preferred restaurant in mind? Anselm smiled faintly. Pearl nodded, recalling a hot pot restaurant she and Lynette had visited not long ago. Follow me. Pearl led the way outside the mall. Outside Chanda Plaza, there was a hot pot restaurant of modest size but packed with customers, indicating brisk business. After calling for a number, they walked in just as a table became available. Luck. Pearl laughed, swiftly claiming the seat. Anselm smiled faintly and glanced at a nearby family of 3, who who were glaring at them angrily before sitting down. The little Airly rubbed her small head, puzzled as to why these strangers were staring at them with such hostility. However, seeing Anselm and Pearl sit down, she didn't think too much about it and took a seat next to Pearl. "Hey, how could you do this? We were clearly waiting here first," the woman in the family of 3 finally shouted, unable to hold back any longer when her husband remained silent. At this moment, the woman's husband also snapped out of his daze. He had been momentarily captivated by Pearl and Iris's beauty. Coming back to his senses, he spoke with displeasure. "Lonnie, we're reasonable people. First come, first served, right?" "So?" The man was about to ask Anselm to give up their spot when he saw Anselm pull out a thick wad of red bills from his pocket, which appeared to be around 20 or 30 notes at a glance. "I'll buy this spot," Anselm said, handing over the money. The woman froze, while the man turned to stone, both standing motionless. Seeing their stunned expressions, Anselm grew impatient and frowned. "Are you going to take it? If not, I'll take it back. Of course, I won't give up this spot either." The woman immediately snapped out of her stupor, snatched the money from Anselm's hand, and counted it carefully, wetting her fingers with saliva. Take it, this spot is yours," the woman grinned, happy that she wouldn't pass up such an opportunity. She had just counted it. There were 5,000 yuan in the stack, equivalent to her entire month's salary. Led by the woman, the family of 3 left without even reclaiming their number plate. After all, with 5,000 yuan, they could eat anywhere. It was just one hot pot meal, nothing significant. "Tsk. Money really can make the devil turn the mill," Pearl teased. Pouting slightly, Anselm replied with some reluctance. "Isn't it for you and the little Airly to have a quiet meal? I've read that woman's face. She's not a nice person. If not for this method, she would definitely argue with you for hours, seriously affecting our dining mood." Pearl's smile faded as she understood Anselm's consideration. She looked at Anselm seriously and said earnestly, "Thank you for your effort. I'll speak well of you to Flora tonight." Chapter 97, Classmate Haimeng Bullied. Anselm chuckled and made an okay gesture. "By the way, you also understand the art of face reading?" Pearl suddenly thought of something and asked in surprise. The world only knows that the Fernan lineage has unparalleled medical skills, but few people know that they are actually proficient in various secret arts, such as aura reading, face reading, and formation arts, all of which are top-notch in the field. "I know a little," Anselm said modestly. Pearl's eyes lit up. "Then help me take a look." With that, she looked at Anselm with great anticipation. "Sure." Anselm smiled slightly, staring at Pearl's face for quite a while before suddenly frowning. This made Pearl's heart skip a beat. Was her face indicating bad luck in the future? "What is it?" Pearl's voice trembled slightly. Anselm frowned seriously. "From your face, I can glimpse part of your future. Is it bad?" Pearl pressed, looking worried. Anselm's expression made it hard for her to think of anything good. "No." Anselm shook his head. "Well, what is it then? Just tell me already," Pearl exclaimed, frustrated. If not for her inability to match Anselm in strength, she would have pinned him down and beaten him up. His teasing left her with no appetite for food. Suddenly, Anselm chuckled. "When I examined your face, I found that you and I have a strong marriage fate. If I'm not mistaken, we have a predestined relationship." Upon hearing this, not only did Pearl roll her eyes, but even the diners at nearby tables couldn't help but laugh mockingly. They had thought Anselm was going to say something profound, but after waiting for so long, all they got was a flirtatious remark. Finding it uninteresting, they turned their attention back to their meals. "I'm serious, we have a predestined relationship," Anselm said unusually earnestly. Pearl shuddered inwardly, biting her lip hesitantly. "But you already have Flora." "So what? My master once said that a great man can have multiple wives, and that's very normal. One wife is a rule for the weak," Anselm explained matter-of-factly. Iris nodded in agreement. "Cousin is right. Powerful men always have many wives. My dad has several wives, and they all get along very well." Pearl was speechless, staring at Anselm and Iris, unsure of what to say. Growing up in the modern era, Pearl had been educated on monogamy. The concept Anselm proposed was not only immoral but also illegal. Polygamy would land one in jail. "You're quite a Airly, you know. You haven't let me down." Anselm chuckled, giving Iris a thumbs up. Without Iris's embellishments, Anselm was sure Pearl would have dismissed his words outright. Now, with both of them saying the same thing, Pearl couldn't help but begin questioning her worldview. Soon, the hot pot broth arrived, along with various vegetables and meats. Once the broth was boiling, Iris eagerly placed her favorite food into it. Anselm called out to Pearl, telling her not to overthink things and that they could talk after eating. As a member of the War Saber team, Pearl naturally had excellent emotional control. She quickly pushed aside her confusion and began chatting with Anselm and Iris while eating. They spent nearly 3 hours enjoying the meal. Only when the waiter came to prompt them did they finish their remaining food quickly. Anselm paid the bill conscientiously, and then they walked toward the parking lot together. After finishing their shopping trip, Anselm had spent close to 300,000 yuan, but he didn't mind at all. Seeing Iris's flushed and excited face, he felt it was worth every penny. At the parking lot, Anselm's gaze was drawn to a group of people nearby. "What's wrong?" Pearl asked, puzzled. She had already sat in the driver's seat, but, seeing Anselm staring in one direction, she got out of the car out of curiosity. "Those seem to be my classmates," Anselm frowned. Several faces among the arguing people were quite familiar to him. Clearly, they were college students and possibly Zinnia's students as well, though Anselm didn't know any of their names. That wasn't surprising. Anselm had attended only one class since school started over a week ago. It would have been stranger if he knew their names. Originally, Anselm didn't want to get involved in other people's affairs, but as his gaze landed on a female student being slapped by the other party, his expression darkened and he strode towards that direction. He couldn't care less about ordinary arguments, but once it escalated to physical violence, it became an entirely different matter. As Zinnia's students, Anselm naturally couldn't stand idly by and watch them being bullied. Layla and her friends felt extremely wronged. It was clear that the other party had reversed into them, yet they insisted Layla had parked improperly, encroaching on the solid line on the right side, which caused the collision of the vehicles. After numerous attempts at communication failed, Layla suggested calling the police to handle the situation. But unexpectedly, the other party's attitude was exceedingly arrogant. Upon hearing Layla wanted to call the police, the middle-aged woman in the passenger seat jumped out of the car without a word and slapped Layla. Layla held her face, tears welling up in her eyes. They were just ordinary bonitas, and encountering someone so unreasonable was like a scholar meeting a soldier. Righteousness could not be reasoned with. Why did you hit me? Clearly, your turning speed was too fast, causing excessive centrifugal force, which led to the inability to turn properly and crashing into our car. A Airlie beside Layla said indignantly. These Airlies were usually gentle and obedient. None of them would have expected the middle-aged woman to act like a shrew and attack first. Behind the middle-aged woman stood a burly bald man. This man wore a short-sleeved shirt, revealing against the weak. If you dare take another step forward, I'll break your leg. A cold voice rang out as Anselm approached, his expression stern as he stared at the bald man and the middle-aged woman beside him. Layla and the others had been feeling somewhat desperate, but when they saw the person who came, they immediately showed looks of wild joy. It's Anselm, wonderful. The Airlies were all very excited. They all knew that Anselm's skills were extremely formidable. Even the school bully Anton had suffered multiple times at his hands. Though this bald man looked ferocious, he obviously couldn't be a match for Anselm. Anselm smiled faintly and nodded at them. However, as for their individual names, Anselm didn't know them at all. Where did you come from, punk, daring to meddle in my sister Esme's affairs? A fierce light flashed in the bald man's eyes. He thought this might be someone powerful, but it was just this? A mere hot-headed youngster could be dealt with by one hand. Anselm glanced at him and suddenly slapped him. The bald man smirked disdainfully. Trying to hit him with such speed was like a daydream. He moved his steps, intending to dodge sideways, but ideals were one thing, reality quite another. The next moment, the bald man's face changed as he realized he couldn't move. His feet felt as if they were rooted to the ground. The bald man roared and struggled frantically, but to no avail, watching helplessly as Anselm's slap drew nearer. Smack! An explosive force sent the bald man flying. He fell heavily to the ground, spitting out 2 bloody teeth, mouth full of blood. When Layla and the other Airlies saw this scene, they were startled, but soon showed satisfied expressions. Good hit. One Airlie near Layla clenched her fists, looking excited. This guy is indeed a violent man, just like the rumors say. Haha. Another Airlie laughed. But for Anselm's violence, they didn't feel any repulsion. Instead, they admired him greatly. You dare to hit people! The middle-aged woman shouted angrily, pointing at Anselm in rage. Hitting people? Did I hit anyone? Anselm scoffed, turning to look at Layla and the others. Tell me, did I hit anyone? No. You hit an unreasonable animal. The Airlies were very cooperative. With Anselm present, they weren't afraid of anything. If the other party struck first, it would purely be inviting their own suffering. Enraged, the middle-aged woman lost her mind upon hearing the Airlies' taunts and grabbed a fruit knife from her car, charging at them while yelling. Layla and the others were shocked. No one expected her to be so arrogant, pulling out a knife in broad daylight. Anselm didn't make a move, but Pearl couldn't bear to watch. In one stride, she blocked the middle-aged woman's path and reached for the arm holding the knife. Be careful! Layla and the others shouted. Catching a blade barehanded was too shocking. What stunned the Airlies was that Pearl caught the woman's arm precisely at the moment they spoke. With a quick martial arts move, Pearl managed to pin both of the woman's hands behind her back. Anselm smiled faintly. That Pearl could do this didn't surprise him at all. Second-rate martial artists may not rank high in the supernatural world, but they are more than enough to handle ordinary people. Let go of me. The middle-aged woman growled angrily, cursing profusely. Pearl frowned upon hearing this, and she said coldly, You people are really too arrogant. Do you think no one can deal with you? Deal with us? We have Big Lonnie Kurt behind us. Who dares? At this moment, the bald man got up from the ground, sneering as he spoke. Even though he knew that he and Sister Esme were no match for these people, he wouldn't show weakness because he had the notorious Big Lonnie Kurt from Jinling City standing behind him. Anselm gave a faint smile and said, Big Lonnie Kurt? Interesting. Why don't you call him over for me to see? You. The bald man's face changed instantly. He hadn't expected Anselm to be so fearless, actually not giving any face to Big Lonnie Kurt. Simonry up, I'll give you 10 minutes. If your Big Lonnie Kurt doesn't come, you and your partner will probably be having tea at the police station today. Anselm said indifferently. Hymanzi, you're playing with fire. Cold light flashed in the bald man's eyes. After speaking, he didn't hesitate and dialed a number directly. Go back to school first. Leave it to us to handle. Anselm smiled slightly at Layla and the others. But the Airlies were somewhat embarrassed. Since the incident was caused by them, how could they just leave Anselm here alone? As if reading the Airlies' thoughts, Anselm chuckled and said, Don't worry, you should go ahead. This guy's backup is nothing much. Yes, leave first. There's Anselm and me here. Nothing will happen. Pearl also advised, taking out her police ID directly from her pocket. The Airlies were stunned for a moment, then delighted. No wonder this big sister's skills were so impressive. She turned out to be an admirable female police officer. Anselm and this big sister, thank you for your help today. A remorseful expression appeared on Layla's face. Anselm waved his hand and laughed. Go on. Layla nodded and did not delay further. She and the other few Airlies got into the car and drove away. Finally can stop holding back. It was exhausting to pretend to be polite in front of those female classmates. Anselm muttered. Pearl was speechless. Now she understood why Anselm was acting differently today. Just as she was about to tease Anselm a bit, a group of people appeared and walked towards them. Seeing these people, the bald man immediately showed a look of triumph and arrogance. Big Lonnie Kurt has arrived. You're done for. The middle-aged woman Esme Jess said coldly. Anselm and Pearl remained calm. Just a bunch of thugs. What storm could they possibly stir up? Wow, 1, 2, 3. 23 people altogether. Cousin, let me take care of them. Iris's eyes gleamed. Clearly, the little heirly was itching for action. All right, but don't use your voodoo. Killing here would be quite troublesome, Anselm reminded her. He glanced around and saw that due to the previous commotion, quite a few car owners were now paying attention to this spot. Don't worry, cousin. I'm not stupid. Iris giggled, then jumped out directly, blocking the path of the thugs. Chapter 99. A man knows how to be both persistent and flexible. Aren't you going over there to help? Pearl asked with a frown. She was worried that Iris would be at a disadvantage because of the sheer number of opponents. After all, how could this adorable little heirly possess any significant fighting skills? A spirit medium without using their craft is practically useless in combat. Anselm shook his head, smiling faintly. No need. Just watch. This heirly is tougher than you think. Only then did Pearl nod, her gaze shifting sharply toward Iris. The bald man and the middle-aged woman had embellished their account, causing Alberic's expression to grow increasingly cold. He led dozens of his men toward Anselm, completely ignoring Iris standing right in front of them. Hey, your opponent is me. Don't go after my cousin. Seeing that these hooligans ignored her, the little heirly was somewhat unhappy and shouted at them. Alberic paused for a moment, then felt utterly speechless. Shaking his head, he said, Little heirly, why don't you step aside? It would be unfortunate if you got hurt by a stray punch or kick. Clearly, Alberic didn't take Iris seriously, only seeing her as a cute but harmless young heirly. After saying this, Alberic led his men to surround Anselm. As for Iris, the hooligans ignored her and walked around her without receiving any order from Alberic. The bald man and the middle-aged woman were also among the crowd, sneering with cold smiles as they stared at Anselm and Pearl, giving off an aura that suggested their doom was imminent. Pouting, Iris felt a bit aggrieved. As a top-tier spirit medium, she was ignored by a few ordinary people, which left her quite depressed. Just as the little heirly was about to show them a thing or two, Alberic, who was leading the group, suddenly knelt down with a thud, his face filled with terror. What the hell? I didn't check the almanac before going out today, and ended up provoking this terrifying guy again. Alberic's face was filled with bitterness as he inwardly lamented. This Alberic was none other than Briar, the leader of the thugs who surrounded Anselm in the alley when he first met Kimberly. After the last incident, he had learned one important lesson. Martial artists are unbeatable, and no matter how many ordinary people you have, it's all for naught. Therefore, he had been very cautious lately, fearing he might accidentally provoke another such terrifying existence. However, what Briar never expected was that being careful himself wasn't enough. His subordinates seemed adept at courting disaster, managing to provoke Anselm, making him want to strangle the bald man. He couldn't determine others' capabilities, but he had seen Anselm's prowess firsthand. Back then, dozens of his men wielding large knives couldn't even scratch Anselm, let alone under these circumstances. With this realization, Briar decided to concede immediately. After all, losing face was not a big deal, but losing his life would be too tragic. Master Yi, I didn't know they offended you. I'm sorry, Briar, notorious on Jinling streets, was now bowing and apologizing to this Yonatan, leaving the bald man and the middle-aged woman feeling as if they were dreaming. Many of Briar's subordinates who had participated in the previous attack on Anselm quickly recognized him, turning pale and trembling uncontrollably. Clearly, they confirmed that Anselm was indeed the one who beat them so badly they cried for their mothers. Alberic, don't be fooled by this guy. He's just a college student. What can he do? The middle-aged woman said. Yeah, this guy is just stronger, but we're so many. Surely we can give him a good lesson, the bald man incited, glaring resentfully at Anselm. Angered by having 2 teeth knocked out by Anselm, he couldn't keep quiet. However, they failed to notice that after their words, the hooligans glared at them fiercely, as if they wanted to tear them limb from limb. Briar's face changed too. Glancing swiftly at Anselm, he decisively stood up and slapped the middle-aged woman hard across the face. Alberic, are you making a mistake? The bald man, terrified, tried to escape but was kicked hard in the forehead by Briar. The bald man's vision went black as he was knocked unconscious. The middle-aged woman was stunned by the slap, screaming as she fell to the ground. Master Yi, does this meet your satisfaction? Briar lowered his head with fear, afraid that Anselm might be unhappy because of what the 2 people had just said and take action against them, which would mean their collective doom. Beside him, Pearl glanced at Anselm, her face full of surprise. She hadn't expected that Anselm actually knew this notorious gang leader, and judging by the other party's attitude, they seemed to be somewhat familiar with each other. Wudier or less. But I don't seem very familiar with you, right? Calling me Yi, isn't it a bit inappropriate? Anselm smiled ambiguously. Hearing Anselm's words, Briar trembled all over. He couldn't help but let out a bitter smile, saying, Yi, please just tell me, what should we do to leave here unharmed? You can be taught. Anselm gave an appreciative look at Briar, then said boldly, your 2 subordinates crashed into my classmate's car and then started making trouble, even demanding 50,000 in compensation from my classmate. Here's the deal. Hand over the money for the 50,000 compensation, and I'll let you leave. After these words, Pearl was speechless. Anselm's audacity seemed boundless, openly extorting on broad daylight. But to her surprise, Briar and his henchmen breathed a sigh of relief instead. After all, if something could be solved with money, it wasn't really an issue. Immediately, they began to take out all the money they had on them. Those who were reluctant to contribute money changed their minds after one stern glance from Briar. In the criminal underworld, rules could be ignored, but the boss's word was absolute. With over 20 people, some poor, some wealthy, the total amount added up to just over 60,000 yuan. Discarding the small denomination bills like 10 yuan and 20 yuan notes, Anselm kept only the 100 yuan bills. He handed the money to Pearl for safekeeping, then turned around, patting Briar's cheek with a smile. Very good. It seems you understand the meaning of a wise man knows how to adapt to circumstances quite well. No wonder you became Alberic. The corner of Anselm's mouth curled up slightly. Upon hearing this, Briar felt depressed, sensing that Anselm was mocking him. Yet he couldn't say anything, only keeping his head low, looking terrified. One more question. Who asked you to find trouble with me earlier? Anselm suddenly asked. Without hesitation, Briar answered directly, the eldest son of the high family in Jianan province, Gerhard. Dead companions are better than live beggars. In front of Anselm, Briar felt it was best to be honest. So it was him. Anselm gave a cold laugh, then glanced at Briar, saying profoundly, get up. You're quite impressive. Being born humble is not shameful. Being flexible and resolute makes a true man. It's a pity if you don't end up unifying the underground circles of Jinling City. Chapter 100. To succeed, one must be crazy first. Briar's body shuddered violently upon hearing these words. With his intelligence, how could he not understand Anselm's implications? Anselm planned to bring him under control, and then use him to unify the underground circle in Jinling City. However, Briar was somewhat skeptical. The underground circle, although hidden from light, had its fair share of powerful figures. To subdue all those involved in such circles, brute force was the only way. Dawson, the former boss of Jinling City Xuanwu District, once had many followers and was seen as the most promising person to unify Jinling's underground scene. But due to the emergence of heavyweight boxer Iwan, Xuan not only lost his position as the boss but also faded out of the scene entirely. This shows that the harshness of the underground circle is far beyond the imagination of ordinary people. With Wesley's ability and strength, it has been extremely difficult to secure a foothold and achieve the current scale. But if he were to heed Anselm's advice and reach out to other territories, they might face an overwhelming disaster immediately. After all, even a third-rate martial artist could sweep over them without a doubt. Opportunities don't come twice. Once missed, there will be no room for regret, Anselm said casually. Having said that, he signaled Pearl and Iris, preparing to leave. Briar took a deep breath, quickly walked up to Anselm, and bowed respectfully. Lord Yi, I've decided. From now on, I'll follow you faithfully. Wherever you tell me to go, I'll go. Stop. No need for all this nonsense. And don't call me Lord Yi. I'm not your grandson. Anselm pursed his lips. Briar paused, then laughed bitterly, saying, then may I call you Lani Yi? My brothers and I sincerely wish to join you. Please accept us. Please accept us, Lani Yi. The hooligans shouted in unison. Anselm scanned them, his expression unreadable. His gaze finally settled on Briar, and he said indifferently, I can take you in, but you must strictly adhere to my rules. If I find any violations, I'll deal with you immediately. Understand? Upon hearing this, many hooligans' faces turned grim. They chose the underground life precisely because they didn't want to follow rules. Now, joining Anselm meant constraints, which they were quite unwilling about. Briar was slightly stunned but soon asked, Lani Yi, what are your rules? I'll make sure everyone adheres to them strictly without any violation. Anselm regarded Briar more favorably, and smiled faintly, saying, it's simple, just 3 rules. First, do not bully the weak. Second, do not harass women. Third, do not get involved in gambling or drugs. Just these 3? Briar was surprised. Frankly, he thought Anselm would impose some stringent rules to constrain them. Instead, they seemed rather common sense. No problem. Starting today, I'll ensure everyone remembers these rules. If anyone violates them, I'll handle them myself without needing your intervention, Briar said solemnly. Anselm nodded in satisfaction. At this moment, his look at Briar held more admiration. At least when it came to leadership, Briar showed a formidable charisma, far better than the previous Hyatt. By the way, Lani Yi, I have another piece of information for you, Briar suddenly said. Since he had committed to serving Anselm, he dedicated himself entirely to thinking for Anselm. Tell me. Anselm smiled. He found Briar increasingly impressive. Gordy, the current boss of Baihu District in Jinling City, is secretly investigating you. He's arranged many people, including some strong martial artists, aiming to eliminate you, Briar said seriously. Gordy? What a ridiculous name, Anselm muttered, shaking his head, but quickly frowned. This guy should be related to Gerhard, right? Indeed, Lani Yi, Gordy is Gerhard's third uncle, Briar confirmed. Anselm realized instantly, seeing through the opponent's intention clearly. Clearly, they wanted revenge for Gerhard. But Anselm was unconcerned. Confident in his own strength, he felt capable of overwhelming any enemy. I see. From now on, Gordy's life is ticking down. Anselm's voice was calm but sent a shock through Briar. He looked at Anselm in shock. Just what background did this young leader he had just acknowledged have, to speak so arrogantly, even disregarding the boss of Baihu District? Gordy? Want to know my background? Anselm smiled faintly. Briar nodded. He indeed wanted to know about Anselm's background. He couldn't possibly keep following a man with... A firm expression appeared on Briar's face. The blue-haired hooligan nodded, then suddenly pointed at the unconscious bald man and middle-aged woman on the ground. What about these 2 guys? Briar frowned, thought for a moment, and said, although these 2 are despicable, they inadvertently helped us. Still, send them to the hospital. But from now on, they are no longer members of our Filong gang. Chapter 101 Living on My Side. The blue-haired thug nodded, letting out a long sigh of relief. He then led a few people to send them to the hospital. After all, this middle-aged woman, Sister Esme, was also his distant cousin. For both sentiment and reason, he did not wish to see these 2 perish like this. Glancing at the remaining people, Wesley said coldly, all right, let's go back. Today's incident turned out to be nothing more than a false alarm. However, they had gained the biggest reward, becoming allies with the mysterious Anselm. In Wesley's eyes, this was definitely a surefire deal. With Anselm's strength and the confidence he displayed, he had a feeling that the other party truly possessed the capability to crush Gordy and his gang, not just blowing hot air. Thinking of this, Wesley left with his subordinates, full of pride and satisfaction. By allying with Anselm, their flying dragon gang was destined for glory. Knock, knock, knock. Anselm and the others had just sat down on the sofa when there was a knock at the door. Pearl went to open it, and upon seeing Lynette standing at the door, she couldn't help but widen her eyes. What are you standing there for? Let me in. Lynette shot her best friend an impatient glance, thinking it wasn't worth being so surprised after only half a day apart. How come you're not at work? Pearl asked curiously. She distinctly remembered that this morning, Lynette had complained about having classes all afternoon. I got the time wrong. I don't have class this afternoon, Lynette replied indifferently, her gaze involuntarily shifting toward Anselm inside. Naturally, she wouldn't tell Pearl that she had specially taken half a day off from the school office just to wait for Anselm's return. Pearl chuckled, instantly guessing Lynette's intentions as her thoughts raced. Throwing Anselm a look that silently wished him good luck, Pearl stepped aside and let Lynette walk in smoothly. Seeing Lynette appear at home, Anselm was momentarily stunned, but then a big smile appeared on his face. My dear wife, haven't seen you in a while. I miss you very much. You coming over? Do you miss me too? Anselm joked with a grin, but seeing Lynette's icy expression, ignoring him for quite some time, Anselm pursed his lips and had no choice but to turn to Iris, saying with a smile, Sister Iris, why don't you come say hello? Iris nodded, calling out sweetly to Lynette, Hello, sister-in-law. My name is Iris, your brother Anselm's distant cousin. Wait, what did you call me? Lynette, who had been maintaining a cold expression, couldn't help but lose her composure when she heard Iris's title. Sister-in-law, aren't you my cousin Anselm's wife? Iris asked curiously, her bright big eyes filled with innocence. This was clearly something Anselm had taught her, but hearing it from Iris's mouth made Lynette struggle to keep up. Anselm couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, giving the little heirly a big thumbs up in his heart. One couldn't deny that Iris had genuine talent for acting. That innocent look completely baffled Lynette. Sister Iris, I think you must have misunderstood. Your cousin and I are just in a romantic relationship, Lynette quickly explained, but her voice grew softer, making her explanation somewhat weak and ineffective. Anselm watched Lynette with a teasing smile on his face, causing her cheeks to flush slightly, and her eyes began avoiding Iris. A romantic relationship? The little heirly looked puzzled. Once already in a romantic relationship, how could it still be pure? Seeing Iris's confused expression, Lynette felt a shiver run through her. She realized she had misspoken. Her intention was to clarify that they were merely friends, but she ended up saying a romantic relationship instead. A difference of just 2 words held vastly different meanings. Pure friends. I made a mistake, Lynette corrected herself, countered thugs and lost all my luggage. I begged for 3 days straight before finally making it to Jinling City. The little heirly pouted, looking pitiful with tears welling up in her eyes, adding to the sad impression. To be able to live here comfortably without worrying about food and clothes, she was ready to go all out. So that's how it is. Perhaps moved by Iris's pitiful appearance, Lynette did not doubt her words at all and believed her right away. These bags. Lynette's gaze fell on the shopping bags on the sofa. Anselm bought these clothes for his cousin. I helped pick them, Pearl said with a smile. Lynette nodded and thought for a moment before saying, We still have an empty room at my place. Iris, why don't you stay there? Even though you're cousins, it's not appropriate for a man and woman to live together. With that, she picked up a few shopping bags from the sofa and headed toward her own home. London, help me. Lynette's voice came from outside the door. Since she was named, Pearl shrugged, glanced at Anselm, and then picked up a few more bags to follow Lynette next door. Anselm felt rather helpless. This woman was a typical fence sitter. After several trips, the little heirly's new clothes and shoes all ended up in Lynette's home. From now on, Iris will live with us. We'll take good care of her. You just need to remember to deliver meals on time every day. Lynette took Iris's hand, looking proud and decisive. It's not appropriate. Anselm was uneasy. After all, help but laugh again. They brought the young heirly Iris back to the house next door. Hearing the sound of cleaning coming from the house next door, Anselm was dazed. He sat on the sofa for a very long time, until it got dark and his stomach growled. Only then did Anselm get up from the sofa and turned into the kitchen. When he finished cooking and came out, not even half a minute had passed before someone knocked on his door. Without thinking, Anselm knew who was knocking. He went to open the door and let in Pearl, Kirsten, and Iris who were there for a free meal. Anselm congratulated himself silently that he was so wise to have prepared extra dishes knowing this would happen. Otherwise, with these women's appetites, he might end up eating plain white rice tonight. However, while Anselm considered the appetites of Kirsten and Pearl, he overlooked the young heirly Iris. This little heirly looked slender, but in fact, her appetite was no less than that of Pearl and Kirsten. The 2 extra dishes Anselm prepared weren't enough for the little heirly alone. Looking at the 3 women devouring their food fiercely, Anselm was speechless. He wanted to ask them where their ladylike manners were. But Anselm ultimately didn't speak up because clearly Kirsten and the others wouldn't respond to him. They were too busy eating. Soon, after finishing the meal, the 3 women rubbed their bellies and slumped into chairs. Clearly, they had overeaten again. Anselm wanted to cry but couldn't. It seemed washing the dishes was a job he couldn't escape. He quickly finished his meal and carried the dishes into the kitchen one by one. Seeing Anselm's initiative, Kirsten wore an approving expression. She grinned and beckoned Pearl and Iris. The 3 of them went back to the house opposite, fully satisfied. Big sister, leaving right after eating isn't very polite, is it? The young heirly, feeling guilty, hesitated. Do you want to help her wash dishes? Kirsten raised an eyebrow with a smile. Upon hearing this, the young heirly Iris shook her head vigorously like a rattled drum. She quickly responded, no way. Though she felt guilty, working was definitely not an option for her. In a flash, the last bit of guilt in the young heirly's heart disappeared. By the time Anselm finished cleaning everything up, it was already close to 8 o'clock. He sat on the sofa and watched TV for a while before returning to the bedroom to prepare for sleep. The cohabitation plan fell through, which made Anselm extremely unhappy. But due to his role as a cousin, he couldn't stop it and could only watch as Iris moved in with Kirsten. Well, at least we live close, separated only by a wall. Anselm comforted himself lying in bed. However, just as he was about to fall asleep, Anselm's ears twitched, and he suddenly opened his eyes. His face showed a cold expression as he stared out the window. Without hesitation, Anselm put on his clothes and climbed out of the bedroom window. With a few leaps, he arrived at the rooftop. "So it's you," Anselm sneered, recognizing the visitor. It was a woman with extremely voluptuous figure and features. Though she wasn't dressed in the traditional Japanese attire, Anselm was certain she was the female Amayoji who escaped from the abandoned factory the morning before yesterday. "Mr. Yi, we meet again," Quinny smiled. "If you have something to say, speak. Otherwise, leave. Don't waste my time," Anselm yawned, showing his impatience. Although anger flashed in Quinny's mind, she still maintained a gentle smile on her face, saying, "Mr. Yi indeed speaks bluntly. Then I won't hide anything either. I wonder if Mr. Yi has any interest in conducting a business deal with the Horikawa family. What can I gain?" Anselm asked directly without changing his expression. Quinny was taken aback. Was this guy so easy to buy off? She hadn't even explained what the business was about, yet he was already eagerly asking for benefits. "As long as you agree to cooperate with us, no matter what benefits you want, my Horikawa family will definitely get them for you." Quinny forced down her excitement. By recruiting such a powerful martial arts master, she would instantly gain much more influence within the family. "Really?" Anselm revealed a dubious expression. "Of course, the Horikawa family in Donghua basically has no unsolvable problems," Quinny said proudly. Anselm nodded slightly, scratching his head. After hesitating for a long time, he finally stuttered, "Actually, my benefit request is very simple. Just bring me Horikawa ad Namura's head to use as a knighthu, and I'll agree to do business with you." 8 dog teeth. You're courting death. Hearing this, Quinny flew into a rage, her face twisting. After all, Horikawa ad Namura was the current clan leader of the Horikawa family. To every member of the Horikawa family, he was an indisputable god. Now, Anselm was actually insulting their god, which was unbearable for Quinny. In a fit of fury, Quinny immediately attacked Anselm without hesitation. Her eyes were cold, her body exuding killing intent. The white pennant in her hand danced, transforming into waves of white light that became snowflakes in the sky, beautiful and stunning, attacking Anselm. This was the traditional Inalvis technique passed down by the Horikawa family, extremely powerful. Although it was beautiful to the extreme, it was full of hidden dangers. Anyone who got touched by these snowflakes would be frozen immediately, losing the ability to move. "Foolish tricks, and you dare to show off before Liu Ban?" Anselm sneered coldly. "I was just wondering how to find you, but didn't expect you to come knocking on my door. This is a perfect chance to eliminate you and vent some frustration for my black wife." Saying this, he stood still and casually slapped out a palm. The strong true chi surged, directly rushing towards the snowflakes. With a boom, under the shocked gaze of Quinny, the snowflakes she had conjured up were sent flying back at once. "Hold them back!" Quinny screamed, waving the flag in her hand, sending out a jet of dark light crashing against those snowflakes. Whoosh! A wave of energy spread in all directions. The snowflakes were eliminated, but Quinny also retreated several steps, coughing blood from the corner of her mouth, looking at Anselm in horror. Chapter 103 Teach Me Martial Arts. Caroline felt bitter inside, realizing she had underestimated her opponent. Her adversary possessed extraordinary strength, far surpassing that of an ordinary top-tier warrior. While she could match an ordinary peak martial artist, facing Anselm, there was no possibility of victory, because it was clear that Anselm's previous strike was merely casual, yet it left her somewhat drained. Realizing this, Caroline did not launch another attack on Anselm. She knew that any move would only humiliate herself and provoke him further, leading to her defeat. Standing still, Caroline slightly pulled down the collar of her blouse. Her eyes shimmered with allure as she stared at Anselm, cooing, "You're so powerful. I admire you so much. How about letting me off and making me your woman?" As she spoke, Caroline licked her red lips, twisting her seductive figure to show off her graceful curves. Anselm showed no expression, merely glancing at Caroline before delivering a devastating line. "Not interested. I don't like public transportation," Anselm said disdainfully, his gaze toward Caroline as if looking at someone utterly worthless. This nearly burst Caroline's lungs in anger. Public transportation. Was he talking about her? Caroline almost went mad. In the supernatural world of Japan, which man didn't treat her like a goddess, just to get a glance from her? But now, after offering herself willingly, she was scorned by Anselm, who even called her public transportation. This completely shattered her defenses. A woman who climbed to her current position in the Hema clan certainly wasn't innocent. But Caroline didn't care. An ambitious woman believed that any price was worth paying for higher status. However, pride was one thing, shame was another. Despite being alone on the rooftop, Anselm's public exposure of her past drove Caroline into a rage. "I'll kill you, tear you into pieces." Enraged, Caroline completely lost control, discarding her banner and lunging at Anselm with a short dagger aimed at his head. Anselm was speechless. Was this Japanese woman insane? A shaman who abandoned her art to use ninja techniques against him. Wasn't this simply asking for death? Scram. Anselm growled, delivering a kick. Thud. After a dull sound, Caroline was kicked flying away. Blood spurted from her mouth as her body involuntarily flew over the edge of the rooftop. With blood gushing from her mouth, Caroline burst into laughter despite her condition. Anselm froze, then roared furiously, "Damn it! How dare you trick me?" Rushing to the edge, it was already too late. Caroline had jumped off, her eyes filled with icy resentment. After one last look at Anselm, she plummeted rapidly. At the moment her body was about to hit the ground, a white light emerged, enveloping her form. When the light faded, Caroline had vanished. Anselm's roar echoed, killing intent surging, almost tangible. In a dark alleyway more than 100 meters away, a burst of white light suddenly appeared, and Caroline reappeared. She clutched her chest, pale-faced. Anselm's kick had broken at least 3 of her ribs. If not for her quick thinking, she might have truly fallen into Anselm's hands today. Despite her pain, A victorious smile graced Caroline's face. Few top-tier experts could escape a peak martial artist, but to do so twice was virtually unheard of. She, Caroline, had achieved this, enough to look down upon her peers. Clearly, Caroline failed to notice that the moment she disappeared, Anselm's fury dissipated, replaced by coldness. Why did you deliberately let her go? A puzzled voice sounded beside him. It was Pearl, curious and hurried to the scene. When she arrived, she saw Anselm kicking Caroline off the rooftop. Others might not see it, but Pearl knew that Caroline's escape was due to Anselm's intention, not her prowess. Otherwise, not even a top-tier martial artist could escape Anselm. It's not the right time yet, Anselm replied coolly. Killing Caroline is easy, but what about the Alvis family afterward? Should we leave them unchecked? They must be dealt with. The Alvis family has harmed countless civilians in Nanjing City. They deserve punishment. Pearl responded angrily. Exactly, so her Malchingia can't be killed for now. Killing her would eliminate evidence against the Alvis family, Anselm said with cold eyes. If there had been sufficient evidence to accuse the Alvis family, he would have kept Caroline then and there. But with insufficient evidence now, in order to dismantle the Alvis family entirely, he could only let Caroline go. You really think things through, Pearl remarked with a sigh. She understood Anselm's meaning. As one of the top prestigious families in Nanjing City, the Alvis family was deeply rooted. To thoroughly eradicate this cancer, mere empty words wouldn't suffice. They needed ample and complete evidence to bring the Alvis family to justice. Of course, don't you know who I am? Anselm replied smugly. Rolling her eyes at him, Pearl said sarcastically, now you're not only fat, but also short of breath? Anselm chuckled without responding. He yawned, turned around, and was about to head back home. At that moment, Pearl suddenly called out to stop him. Anselm immediately halted, turning his head with confusion as he looked at her. Anselm, I have a favor to ask, and I hope you will agree. Pearl leaned closer to Anselm as she spoke. She grabbed his arm, her eyes twinkling with uncontainable desire. Anselm's expression was peculiar. It was rare to see such feminine allure from Pearl. He teased her with a laugh. What's up? Did you finally decide to be my wife? Go to hell. Pearl shot Anselm an angry glance, her cheeks blushing. After some thought, she expressed her thoughts. With your strength, could you teach me some martial arts? My current second-rate level is indeed quite weak, often unable to even ensure my own safety, Pearl admitted with a hint of embarrassment. The crisis at the abandoned factory earlier made Pearl yearn for an increase in her own strength. But without a master, improving seemed like a pipe dream. Now that she had finally met Anselm, she certainly wanted to seize this opportunity. A descendant of the Fernan lineage, an unparalleled powerhouse. If he taught her even just a fragment, she would benefit immensely. Chapter 104. The God-slaying decision. Anselm was slightly disappointed. All this mystery, and it turned out Pearl just wanted to learn martial arts from him. Sure, I can teach you, Anselm agreed without hesitation. Really? Pearl was overjoyed. She hadn't expected Anselm to be so accommodating this time. This was far from what she had imagined. Based on Anselm's usual character, even if he did agree, he wouldn't do so without asking for some favor in return. The current situation truly caught her off guard. Anselm was momentarily puzzled. Pearl chuckled and asked again, are you serious? You're willing to teach me martial arts without any compensation? Of course I'm serious. Do you want to give me something anyway? Anselm smiled sardonically. No. Pearl quickly shook her head. She knew very well that the price Anselm would ask for wasn't as simple as money. At least a kiss was the minimum. If she offered compensation, wouldn't she be digging her own grave? Fortunately, Anselm didn't dwell on the matter. He glanced at Pearl with a slight smile and said, I'm serious. I'll teach you martial arts and try my best to help you break through to higher levels. This way, your safety, and that of your big wife, will be more assured. Have you sensed something? Pearl probed. She felt that there was more behind Anselm's words, especially since his eyes looked deep and distant when he spoke, clearly hiding something. There are many disturbances in the mundane world. In China's martial arts community, another storm is brewing, Anselm sighed. And the Alvis family's issues are merely the trigger. Hearing this, Pearl was startled. It made sense why Anselm had so readily agreed to teach her martial arts. Given the volatile environment, a second-rate martial artist certainly couldn't protect herself. Despite being stronger than ordinary people now, she was still at the bottom rung among martial artists, barely better than a third-rate novice. Against a true expert, she wouldn't stand a chance. As a member of the supernatural force organized by the Chinese government, it was only natural that she would be targeted by those with ill intentions. Therefore, Pearl needed to become stronger to ensure her safety and that of those around her. I will pass down this martial technique to you. If you have the chance to return to Warblade, you can teach it to the warriors there, including Leo. His current strength is relatively weak. Once these seasoned monsters emerge, Warblade might find it difficult to maintain control with its present capabilities, Anselm remarked casually. I understand. Pearl nodded, her gaze suddenly dreamy. Can you tell me who you really are? Just being the successor of the evil doctor couldn't possibly make you so familiar with our Warblade, you? Anselm said, exasperated. He knew Pearl had acted on instinct and didn't take it personally. Is your arm made of steel? Why is it so hard? Pearl's tears were almost falling. Nonsense, your puny strength wouldn't break my defenses. I might as well jump off a building if it did. Anselm rolled his eyes and said irritably. Pearl pouted, knowing what Anselm said was true but still finding it stinging to hear. Alright, let's not waste time. We should get started right here and now. I will impart a cultivation method to you. Anselm suddenly became serious. Seeing that Anselm was being serious, Pearl didn't dare to be negligent either. She nodded solemnly and stood there motionlessly, ready for Anselm to proceed. The cultivation method I'm going to impart to you is called the God-slaying decision. It is divided into 9 levels, each with a unique mark. By integrating these 9 marks, one can achieve perfection and become a Warblade immortal, rivaling gods and demons, Anselm explained while placing his 2 index fingers on Pearl's temples. Become an immortal instantly? Rival gods and demons? Pearl felt slightly dizzy. This seemed too exaggerated. But she also knew that since Anselm chose this god-slaying decision and was teaching it to so many people, it must be an exceptional technique. At least in the martial arts world, this cultivation method was undoubtedly powerful. I will only teach you once, so don't have any distractions. Focus on remembering my energy route, Anselm said indifferently. Pearl nodded, then closed her eyes, calmed her mind, and carefully recorded the energy flow path. A hum filled the air, causing a slight tremor. Above Pearl's head, a faint golden light began to gather. However, this golden light flickered for less than 2 seconds before disappearing completely. Anselm sighed. Indeed, Pearl was still too weak. Practicing the god-slaying decision, she couldn't even activate the first mark. The first cultivation mark of the god-slaying decision corresponded to the realm between third-rate and first-rate practitioners. Pearl belonged to the second-rate martial artist category, so theoretically, she should have been able to activate this mark already. But on her body, the mark merely flickered a few times without successfully solidifying. Anselm knew this was because Pearl's foundation was too weak. Though she had the status of a second-rate martial artist, she hadn't fully developed her second-rate level capabilities yet. As for the second mark of the god-slaying decision, it naturally corresponded to the peak realm. The subsequent third and fourth marks corresponded to the supreme and legendary realms, and so on. By cultivating up to the sixth mark, one could actually rival the mythical terrestrial immortals. Going further, merging all 9 marks could transform one into a warblade immortal. This was an exaggeration. Chapter 105, The Fatal Pulse Strikes. Pearl opened her eyes, a sharp golden light flashing in her gaze. Although she had failed to successfully activate the first seal, this technique still significantly increased her strength. At least now, within the second-rate realm, few could match her. Noticing Anselm watching her from the side, Pearl's expression flickered, and she threw a punch at him almost like an ambush. Delivering yourself to me? Anselm smirked mischievously, reaching out to catch her fist easily. Such a level of force was naturally insufficient to harm him in the slightest. Pearl looked dejected. Just as she was about to speak, she felt a tremendous force surge through her hand, making her involuntarily lunge towards Anselm. Don't! Pearl's body softened, falling directly into Anselm's embrace. Don't what? Don't let go? Anselm laughed, lowering his head to capture her sensuous red lips. Pearl gasped heavily, nearly losing herself in that kiss. She instinctively wrapped her arms around Anselm's back, responding passionately and intensely. This kiss lasted for a long time. It must be said, martial artists have truly excellent physical endurance. The last time Anselm kissed Zinnia, he barely lasted 5 minutes before she ran out of breath. But this time, they managed to kiss for over 10 minutes without any reaction. If Anselm hadn't released her on his own, it would have probably continued for another 10 minutes with no problem. Teaching you martial arts isn't such a complicated reward after all, Anselm chuckled. Before Pearl could react, he patted his behind and returned home from the rooftop. This bastard! Pearl snapped out of it, clenching her fists tightly. This guy took advantage of her and acted as if nothing happened. Does he really think I have a good temper? Pearl didn't realize that because of tonight's events, her feelings for Anselm were starting to change. Back home, young Iris approached her with curiosity. Sister Pearl, where did you just go? My cousin-in-law and I searched for you for a long time. Oh, you were bathing, so I went out for a walk, Pearl replied, her cheeks suddenly blushing slightly. At that moment, Zinnia came out of the bathroom, drying her raven black hair while looking at Pearl with surprise. When did you come back? Something's not right. Why is your face so red? Is it? Pearl froze, subconsciously touching her cheeks. Yes. Zinnia nodded firmly. Maybe it's too hot and stuffy outside, Pearl offered as an excuse. Iris interjected with a puzzled look. The temperature tonight is quite moderate, and Sister Pearl, being a martial artist, has far superior physical attributes than ordinary people. How could walking make you blush? The little Airlie's confusion made Pearl's heart skip a beat. She glanced at Zinnia somewhat guiltily. Zinnia, though puzzled, didn't pry further. Even the best friends have their private spaces and don't need to report everything to each other. It was perfectly normal for Pearl to have her secrets. Since you're back, let's get some rest early. With that, Zinnia yawned, clearly tired, and walked straight into her bedroom. Pearl and Iris exchanged glances, both feeling speechless. It wasn't even 9 o'clock yet. Even elderly people wouldn't sleep this early. Something seems off. Just then, Iris twitched her little nose and said gravely, "What's off?" Pearl asked. In fact, she also felt something was unusual about Zinnia but couldn't pinpoint exactly what. According to their usual schedule, although Zinnia slept early, it was usually around 10:30. Seeing her enter her room before 9 was a first for Pearl. Seems like Cousin Zhang's constitution has an issue, possibly some kind of fatal pulse. Furrowing her brows, the little Airlie solemnly revealed the truth. What's a fatal pulse? Pearl shivered inside, realizing from Iris's expression that it wasn't good. It's a rare constitution where, once it flares up, there's no cure. Cousin Zhang's condition seems to be the legendary Solengene in fatal pulse, and from the current situation, it looks like it has started to act up. Iris spoke seriously. Pearl scratched her head, perplexed. That's strange. If Alina really has that constitution, there's no way Anselm wouldn't notice. As an heir to the Fernan, he can't be that clueless. What? Sister Pearl, what did you say? Cousin, whose descendant is he? The little Airlie suddenly became agitated and grabbed Pearl's arm. Ouch! Pearl sucked in a cold breath, her face turning pale. She had never imagined that Iris, such a frail-looking Airlie, could have such strength. In the heat of emotions, she almost crushed Pearl's bones with her grip. Clearly, Iris was not just skilled in voodoo. Her martial arts prowess was at least in the first-rate realm, or else it would be impossible for her to possess such strength. I'm sorry, Sister Pearl, I didn't mean to. Iris quickly let go, looking apologetic. The little Airlie lowered her head, appearing ready for criticism as if she had made a mistake. Pearl knew the little Airlie did it unintentionally, so she wasn't going to blame her. Instead, she focused on the previous question. He's the successor of Homer, the foremost among the 4 great kings. Didn't you know? Pearl asked in surprise. I didn't know. Cousin never told me. The little Airly shook her head, looking enlightened. Originally, she was wondering when a school emerged in China's martial world that knew so much about their Maya voodoo techniques. It turned out the person was a descendant of Homer. No wonder he was so formidable. Voodoo might be mysterious, but to an evil doctor, it was mostly trivial. As the disciple of an evil doctor, Anselm could easily break her voodoo spells. If cousin is really the successor of the evil doctor, then he must know about cousin-in-law's constitution. Iris said confidently. Let's go next door to find Anselm. Pearl hurriedly said. Concerned about Zinnia's life, she dared not take it lightly. Taking Iris to the opposite door, Pearl knocked on Anselm's door directly. However, after waiting for several minutes, there was still no response. Damn, this guy also sleeps so early? Pearl muttered, suppressing the urge to kick the door open. Iris frowned and suddenly said, Cousin doesn't seem to be inside. There's no sound at all. Go through the balcony. Pearl decided. Both were no ordinary people. If they couldn't enter through the front door, they could climb into the balcony from outside. With their skills, this was easily achievable. As for kicking the door down, Pearl wouldn't do it even if she calmed down. After all, it was night, and making too much noise was undesirable. When they successfully entered Anselm's home, unsurprisingly, there was no sign of him anywhere. At this hour, where did this guy run off to again? Pearl gritted her teeth. If it were any other time, it wouldn't matter. But today she had something extremely urgent to ask him, yet he wasn't around, which drove her mad. Chapter 106, Prone to Evil Influence. Big Sister Pearl, there's a note here. At that moment, little Iris suddenly ran to the door and pointed at the shoe rack by the entrance. Pearl walked over and indeed saw the light yellow sticky note under her pair of purple Solangique shoes. On an outing seeking medicine, will return for Flora's birthday in 5 days. The note had no signature, but both Pearl and Iris knew who had written it. It's really the Solangique pulse. Little Iris took a deep breath, her expression serious. What do we do now? Flora should not be in mortal danger, right? Concern filled Pearl's face. The little Airly tilted her head in thought before saying, let's wait for cousin to come back. As a successor of the Fernan, he said he'd be back for cousin-in-law's birthday, which means she'll be safe during these 5 days. Besides, the lineage of the Fernan treats all diseases. This terminal pulse is ultimately a form of illness. The little Airly smiled, trying to reassure Pearl. Are you sure? Pearl furrowed her brow, finding it hard to believe. If he could treat diseases without exception, wouldn't he be like a god? Positive, Iris affirmed with certainty. At this point, the little Airly suddenly pointed at the note again. Big Sister Pearl, there seems to be writing on the back of this note. Startled, Pearl turned the note over and indeed found another sentence on the reverse side. On her birthday, make sure to send Flora back to our old house. This statement left not only Iris puzzled, but also left Pearl confused. However, since Anselm specifically instructed them, it must be significant and should not be taken lightly. Cousin-in-law, we need to go out and buy some things, Iris said seriously. Pearl tensed up and hurriedly asked, what things? Red string, rooster, glutinous rice, black dog, and blessed talismans. The little Airly counted off the items on her fingers. Pearl was momentarily stunned, then half laughed and half couldn't help herself, asking, why do we need to buy these things? Are you going ghost hunting or zombie hunting? Yes, from tonight on, we have to prepare these things every day. The little Airly nodded solemnly. Simon? Pearl's eyes widened. She admitted as a joke, not expecting Iris to nod so seriously. Iris, are you joking? Pearl laughed weakly, though her smile was strained. No, I'm serious. With cousin-in-law having the Solangique impulse constitution, it's easy to attract evil spirits. To ward them off, we must prepare these items, Iris said earnestly. Hearing this, Pearl felt a chill run down her spine. Even if Pearl was bold, she couldn't help but feel frightened at the prospect. Let's go together, Pearl looked at Iris. No, you have to go. I need to stay here to protect cousin-in-law. Bring everything back as soon as possible, preferably before midnight. Iris shook her head. Okay, I'll go now. Despite feeling somewhat uneasy, Pearl steeled her courage and set out. Don't worry too much, Big Sister Pearl. You're a former soldier with strong Sa-Chi, evil aura. Those spirits won't dare bother you, Iris said with a smile. Seeing Pearl's apprehension, Pearl managed a weak smile, turned around, and went out, heading straight for various shopping malls as instructed by Iris. Luckily, Jinling City, being a major metropolitan area, had many stores open 24/7. After visiting several places, Pearl finally bought everything Iris had asked for. Without stopping, she returned home immediately. When the two entered Kirsten's room with their purchases, Kirsten woke up abruptly. As soon as she opened her eyes, she saw the room scattered with glutinous rice, especially near the window where a line of rice was laid down along with a red string tied to dripping red liquid threads. A large black dog stood snarling at her menacingly, barking loudly. You, what are you guys doing? Kirsten frowned. For someone with obsessive-compulsive disorder, OCD, such a scene in her room was clearly unacceptable. Cousin-in-law, your Solangique impulse has flared up, causing negative energy to leak out of your body, attracting evil spirits. By placing these things in your room, it can significantly help keep away these spirits, Iris explained seriously. Solangique impulse flaring up? I'm just very tired and sleepy. Kirsten covered her forehead, feeling helpless. Iris shook her head and said seriously, no, cousin-in-law, listen to me. You have the Solangique impulse, an extremely rare constitution in the martial arts world. Now, it's just starting to act up. The symptoms are excessive sleepiness and easy fatigue. This is because the Yin energy inside you is leaking out, affecting the surrounding magnetic field. Gradually over the next few days, you will feel cold all over your body. At that time, cousin-in-law, your life might be... Iris didn't finish speaking, but Pearl understood her meaning. For a moment, Pearl looked at Kirsten with concern on her face. You mentioned this before? Anselm told me something like this? Kirsten's face showed a look of recollection. Cousin-in-law, if you don't believe it, you can check yourself in the mirror. Look and see if there's a streak of black energy hovering above your brow, Iris said earnestly. Without hesitation, Pearl took a palm-sized glass mirror from the bathroom. As she handed the mirror over, Pearl lowered her head, squinting, and glanced at Kirsten's forehead. Really? Pearl widened her eyes in shock, unable to contain a gasp. Kirsten's heart skipped a beat, and she hurriedly picked up the mirror to check herself. What she saw left her stunned. Above her brows was a faint, hazy cloud of black energy, barely visible. If Iris hadn't pointed it out, she might never have noticed this abnormality. With the Solengene impulse acting up, will I die? Kirsten slumped onto the bed, staring blankly at the ceiling, her eyes distant. She remembered what Anselm had told her before. He mentioned the Solengene impulse as extremely rare, and back then, she thought he was exaggerating and didn't take it seriously. But seeing the current situation, it seemed everything Anselm said was true. Cousin-in-law, don't worry. Cousin has already gone out to seek medicine. When he returns, he will surely be able to cure you. The little Airly walked over, holding Kirsten's hand, and gently consoled her. She didn't directly answer Kirsten's question because she had strong confidence in the abilities of the Fernan lineage. To outsiders, the Solengene impulse might seem incurable, but in the hands of Anselm from the Fernan lineage, this might not be an insurmountable problem. I hope I can hold on until he comes back. Kirsten sighed. Now, regarding the issue of this absolute pulse, she fully believed it. Chapter 107. Unexpected news. Simon dreads of miles away, deep within a dense primeval forest, Anselm appeared here. His expression was serious as he held a short knife in his hand, cautiously sneaking through the forest. Take it lightly. He quickly activated his profound technique, isolating this unpleasant sensation outside his body. He remained vigilant, constantly observing his surroundings both for alertness and in search of the herbs he needed. Indeed, although the death-defying ridge had a treacherous environment and was untouched by humans, it grew numerous exotic flowers and plants. After just half a mile, Anselm spotted nearly 10 types of spiritual extracts. Although these weren't the herbs he was looking for, Anselm still waved his hand to gather them. After all, outside, these would all be invaluable treasures. Deeper into the death-defying ridge, an even colder aura pressed down on him. Anselm shivered involuntarily. This was the true core area of the ridge, the most sinister part of the entire mountain range wherein energy gathered and sunlight never penetrated. Ordinary creatures could not linger here long. Even martial artists were no exception. But Anselm was unharmed. The Solengene Alvis true chi circulated within him, completely neutralizing the influence of this extreme environment. What he needed to do now was find the Alvis fruit quickly, so he could return and treat Zinnia. In fact, without the Alvis fruit, Anselm could still cure Zinnia, but it would require much more time and effort, and the results wouldn't be ideal. Only with the Alvis fruit could Anselm treat her effectively. His intention wasn't just to heal her congenital deficiency, but also to turn it into an opportunity to enhance her body and help her embark on the path to transcendence. Therefore, the Alvis fruit was indispensable. Anselm searched tirelessly for the Alvis fruit in the mountain range for 4 consecutive days without success. Of course, it wasn't that he hadn't found anything. The pack on his back was already full of various spiritual extracts, just not the crucial Alvis fruit. As the sun set low in the sky, another day passed, and Anselm lay on a large rock, gazing up at the stars. If he couldn't find the Alvis fruit by the last day, he would have to return and start treating Zinnia first. After resting on the rock for a while, Anselm set out again. Under the cover of night, the death-defying ridge was eerily quiet, devoid of even insect chirps or bird calls. Only the moon hung high in the sky, casting its silver light like a warm hand soothing Anselm's lonely heart. Anselm smiled faintly, moving silently through the darkness. But this night, he found nothing again. Dawn approached, revealing a small patch of fishbelly white in the eastern sky. Anselm felt somewhat depressed. Perhaps this was fate. Without the Alvis fruit, he would have to go back first. However, just as Anselm was about to leave, a huge commotion erupted from the distant mountains, instantly catching his attention, but mindful of Zinnia, he didn't bother getting involved. Boom! A powerful shockwave accompanied 2 figures rushing towards him. Anselm paused, almost disbelieving what he saw. In the core area of the death-defying ridge, besides him, there were others. It seemed the rumors from those prestigious families weren't reliable after all. Braxton, hand over the Alvis fruit, and I'll spare your life. One of the 2 men, who looked older, said. He had a proud look on his face, holding a long sword pointed directly at Braxton across from him. Impossible, Bert, you should give up on that. I would rather destroy the Alvis fruit right now than let such a treasure fall into your hands, Braxton sneered, holding his long sword in front of him, remaining vigilant at all times. Anselm had intended to leave, not wanting to get involved in their dispute. However, upon hearing the words Alvis fruit, his eyes instantly lit up, and he turned around. You have the Alvis fruit? Anselm looked at Braxton nearby with surprise and joy. Braxton was startled. His attention had been focused entirely on Bert across from him, only now noticing there was someone else here. Who are you? Bert demanded, his eyes cold and sharp. Anselm ignored him, smiling warmly with spiritual light. These are all spirit extracts? Braxton's face was full of shock. Greed shone fiercely in Bert's eyes as well. So many spirit extracts. If he took one daily for half a month, he would definitely reach the legendary realm. Hand over the spirit extracts, and I'll let you both leave, Bert said coldly, never taking his eyes off the extracts in Anselm's bag. Chapter 108. Acquiring the Alvis fruit. I can trade 10 spirit extracts for it, Anselm smiled slightly, once again ignoring Bert and inquiring of Braxton. Braxton pondered for a moment before nodding. It's possible, but... As he spoke, Braxton glanced at Bert, his meaning clear without words. With this man here, they wouldn't be able to complete the trade so easily. Never mind him. As long as you agree, these spirit extracts are yours. Anselm gave a faint smile, selecting 10 of the most potent spirit extracts. Braxton's eyes instantly lit up. Each of these spirit extracts was no less valuable than the Alvisk Adnanen fruit. Exchanging one fruit for 10 extracts, he was making an unbelievable profit. Without any hesitation, Braxton immediately took out his treasured Alvisk Adnanen fruit and handed it over to Anselm. But just as they were about to complete the transaction, Bert raised his knife and attacked again. Whether it was because Anselm's repeated disregard had thoroughly enraged him or due to his own greed, Bert's expression was cold as he lunged directly at Anselm. "Be careful." Braxton's face changed, shouting loudly. Just as he moved, he saw Anselm turn around and calmly extend 2 fingers to pinch the tip of Bert's blade. This scene left Braxton speechless. Unless someone's strength far surpassed Bert's, it would be impossible to do this. Bert's prowess was enough to challenge a newly ascended world-defying martial artist. Thinking of this, Braxton felt a tremor in his heart. He had already guessed Anselm's strength. He was definitely a powerful world-defying martial artist. A world-defying martial artist around 20 years old. This was astonishing. Braxton felt like he was living in a dream, witnessing a rare miracle. Bert's expression also changed drastically. He wasn't stupid. Seeing how easily Anselm deflected the blade, it was obvious that his strength far exceeded his own. Woodyrover, when he tried to pull back the knife, he found it completely immobile, confirming his suspicion. "Senior, please forgive my rudeness. I failed to recognize your greatness. Please pardon me." Bert promptly lowered his head. Knowing that this youth could cultivate such a young world-defying expert meant the forces behind him were not simple. Although arrogant and self-important, Bert now had to admit that neither he nor his sect could provoke Anselm. "You made 2 moves." However, the Dominic Min sect leader kept this incident confidential, and none of his subordinates knew about it. "Let me go, and I will act as if nothing happened and won't cause trouble for this fellow," Bert said coldly. He believed that by mentioning his sect, even if Anselm had strong backing, he would surely be cautious. After all, no one wanted to offend a top-tier major sect easily. What Bert didn't anticipate was that Anselm didn't play by the rules. Knowing his background only strengthened Anselm's resolve to take his life. "You reminded me. This guy kindly provided me with the Alvisk Adnanen fruit, and I can't just let him be endangered. So, you should die." A flash of cold light appeared in Anselm's eyes. With a single effort, he snapped the knife in Bert's hand. Bert retreated, staring at Anselm as if facing a formidable enemy. "Go," Anselm slowly said 2 words. Bending his finger, the broken blade flew like a missile toward Bert's head. Bert roared. As a martial artist half a step away from the world-defying realm, he naturally wouldn't sit idly waiting for death. But he had underestimated Anselm's power. That small flying blade pierced through his skull, exiting from the back of his head. Braxton was dumbfounded. A peak world-defying realm martial artist had been instantly killed by this Yonatan, without even a chance to retaliate. Bert didn't get to finish his sentence as his head split open. His eyes widened as his body fell to the ground, gradually losing its vitality. "You really killed him?" Braxton asked with concern. The people of Dominic Min were not like those from other righteous sects. They often bullied the weaker, and such incidents were common. If news of Bert's death spread and angered Dominic Min, it would be problematic. "Don't worry, actually there's nothing to fear about Dominic Min," Anselm said with a faint smile. Braxton gave a bitter laugh. "Nothing to fear about Dominic Min?" Probably only this Yonatan before him dared say that. Other martial artists all held Dominic Min in awe. "Leave here as soon as possible, it's not safe. With your strength, staying too long will surely invite disaster." Anselm glanced at Braxton, nodded at him, then turned and left. "Lonnie, wait for me, let's go together." Braxton caught up. Previously, when he fought Bert into this place, he didn't feel how terrifying it was since all his attention was on the opponent. But now, as he glanced around, he was suddenly filled with dread. To hell with it. Where did I end up? Godless Ridge. You, a peak martial artist, dared to enter here. Impressive bravery. Saying this, Anselm smiled slightly and gave a thumbs up. Since Braxton had given him the Alvisk Adnanen fruit, Anselm viewed him favorably and didn't mind taking him along. The two started walking down the mountain. However, at this moment, a loud roar echoed through the sky, sending waves of imposing momentum toward them. Anselm's face changed drastically as he pulled Braxton and rushed down the mountain at top speed. "To hell with it, we actually provoked that thing," Anselm yelled. But his speed didn't slow down at all. Braxton curiously glanced back and saw the massive black shadow blocking out the sun, pressing down toward them. "What is that thing?" Braxton exclaimed in shock. The scene before him exceeded his imagination. "I can't explain it to you, just run. Don't let this guy catch us." Without looking back, Anselm continued sprinting as fast as he could. Even someone as powerful as he would not fare well if caught by this creature. Chapter 109. Engagement Banquet. Braxton did not press further and followed Anselm as they hurried down the mountain. Fortunately, it turned out to be a close call. That ghostly figure only let out a roar before retreating and did not pursue them. They didn't stop until they were well out of desolate Spirit Ridge's range. Braxton heaved heavy breaths, unable to suppress his curiosity. What in the world was that just now? Why was it so terrifying? That single roar made me stiffen completely, unable to move. Although he hadn't seen exactly what the shadow was, the pressure it exerted on him was indescribable. Facing this thing, Braxton felt like even an unparalleled martial artist was insignificant compared to an ant. "Don't ask, knowing too much won't do you any good. Go now and never enter here again. That ghost has been roused. Unless someone is a terrestrial immortal, no one can come in anymore," Anselm said solemnly. Braxton nodded. Seeing Anselm unwilling to speak further, he stopped pressing. He gave Anselm a slight nod of acknowledgement and then turned to leave. With the Alvisk Adnanen fruit in hand, it's time to head back. A pleased and joyful smile appeared on Anselm's face. He moved swiftly towards the road, hailed a taxi, and headed towards Jinling City. It's been the 5th day. Where on earth has that guy Anselm gone? Alicia asked through gritted teeth, her complexion pale. She had been feeling unwell these days, and she was often startled by strange noises at night. If it weren't for the items Iris had prepared, she might have already fainted from exhaustion. Relax, Auntie. It'll be soon. Uncle wouldn't break his promise, the young heirly Iris said with a sweet smile, showing confidence in Anselm. But my father is urging me to return. The high family matter needs resolution, Alicia said anxiously. What truly worried her wasn't her Solengene in absolute meridian, but the engagement arranged between her father and the high family. Without Anselm's help, it would be challenging to resolve this matter peacefully. Pearl and Iris didn't understand the full situation, so the young heirly smiled and suggested, then go back? Your uncle left a note saying to return to the old house. Alicia shook her head and laughed bitterly. It's not at the old house. It's at Adnain Tower for a grand banquet. Why don't we leave a note for Anselm? He'll naturally follow once he sees it, Pearl suggested. All right, I guess we can only do that for now, Alicia sighed, looking somewhat dejected. Honestly, she was very concerned that her father would team up with the high family to pressure her into marrying Gerhard. How she would withstand that pressure was going to be far from easy. Don't worry too much. If things get messy, I'll take you away, Pearl smiled, giving her friend some courage. Auntie, rest assured, we're with you. The little heirly Iris raised her delicate fist, ready to support her. Giving her a light tap on the head, Pearl shot her a glance. You stay beside Flora, don't act rashly. Joking aside, if this young heirly, a voodoo master, used her skills carelessly, the entire banquet might turn chaotic. Clutching her head, Iris looked at Pearl in confusion, seemingly not understanding why her elder sister would suddenly tap her on the head. Hmph, Pearl's sister hit my head. The little heirly pouted, looking pitiful and complaining to Alicia. Speechless, Pearl thought this heirly could really turn on the tears at will. Fine, stop bullying Iris. Let's write the note and head out. The later we go, the more passive we'll be, Alicia said sternly. Pearl nodded and wrote 2 notes, leaving them on the coffee tables in Alicia's and Anselm's homes respectively. Then the 3 of them slowly descended the stairs. Pearl drove, taking Alicia and Iris to Adnain Tower. Not long after they left the complex, Anselm returned home with a backpack. The moment he stepped inside, he saw the note left by Pearl. Without changing out of his shoes, he dropped his bag and rushed out the door. On this day, Adnain Tower was unusually bustling. The Zhang family and the Hai family from Jinling City had booked the entire building. Rumors said the reason behind this was to finalize the marriage between Lynette and Gerhard, the eldest son of the Hai family, on Lynette's birthday. Despite repeated objections from Jeremy, it did no good. Hampton, his second brother, insisted on the union with the Hai family solely to obtain the rare treasure medicine. As the colorful lights lit up the evening, guests arrived as scheduled. The vast parking lot of the hotel was filled with all kinds of luxury cars. At a glance, the lowest-end vehicles were of the Ferrari F6 caliber. It was easy to imagine he had other ways. Otherwise, being turned away at the door would be a huge embarrassment. So, which floor is the Jiang family's banquet? Anselm asked. The receptionist pointed to a sign inside the lobby, saying, you can check it yourself? Anselm followed her finger and squinted. 12th floor, Anselm coldly replied and turned to leave. Not only did he see the floor where the banquet was held, but he also saw something that infuriated him. This birthday party was also an engagement banquet. Hi family, huh? You think you can covet my wife? How many of you are ready to die for this? Anselm's eyes flashed with cold light. He moved to the side of the hotel, looked around carefully, and once he was sure no one was nearby, Anselm leaped and started climbing up the wall. In no time, he flipped over the window of the 12th floor bathroom and entered. Chapter 110. Haiming targeted by a gay man. Walking into the banquet hall, Anselm first glanced at the distant stage and noticed that the engagement ceremony had not yet started. Stretching lazily, he found a spot beside a dining table and sat down. He began observing the stage while indulging himself in the feast. After nearly 5 days in absolution peak, surviving on wild fruits, he was craving these delicious dishes. When Anselm finished his 3rd roasted chicken, the guests sitting nearby began to show disdain, looking at him as if he were a reincarnated starving ghost. There was food at the dinner party, but how many of the guests present came for the food? With their status and wealth, would they really care about this meal? What they truly cared about was the expansion of social connections that this dinner could offer them. As for someone like Anselm, they had rarely seen anyone so peculiar. Anselm paid no attention to the looks from those around him. Respect and face were never gained by putting on airs. Only strength mattered in the end. A famous scholar once said, dignity lies only at the edge of the sword. This applied not just in military matters, but also in many aspects of life. Soon, all the dishes on the table were swept clean by Anselm. He burped and casually grabbed a glass of watermelon juice and drank it down. Diluted. It doesn't taste good, Anselm said with some displeasure after smacking his lips. The people around him were speechless, tasting bad and still eating so much. This guy seemed like General Tianpeng reincarnated. Suddenly, many people moved away from Anselm, as if staying near him would invite ridicule from others. Anselm shrugged, indifferent. He never liked these people chattering in his ears. Now it was finally quiet. Finally quiet. These guys were making so much noise. A complaining voice sounded beside Anselm's ear. Anselm looked over and was somewhat astonished. Before him stood a flawless, heart-stirring, beautiful face. However, unfortunately, Anselm, proficient in aura reading, saw through his essence at a glance. This man more beautiful than women was, damn it, actually a man. Anselm was speechless. It was such a waste. And being straight, knowing the other was a man immediately made Anselm lose interest. No matter how extraordinary the beauty, comparable to a celestial descending. Why are you staring at me like that? Anselm furrowed his brow, noticing something off about the way the other looked at him. From the other's gaze, he read a sense of genuine interest. Anselm shivered inwardly, wondering if this effeminate man might be gay. My lord, you are so handsome and talented. I couldn't help but look at you more closely. Please don't be angry. The beautiful man laughed and stared at Anselm, his eyes gleaming. Looked enough? Then please leave, Anselm said indifferently. Upon hearing this, the beautiful man's expression changed abruptly, revealing a look of grievance, almost like a deserted wife, helpless and pitiful. So soon you want to chase me away? I've barely found a handsome man I fancy. Why should I let go so easily? Anselm's face darkened. He thought this person was normal at first, but the next sentence revealed his true nature as a gay man. Off with you. Don't push your luck before I get angry. Anselm's eyes carried a warning as he glared at the beautiful man. Judging by appearance, this man was even more attractive than Kirsten. But the problem was, he was a man, which destined them to be on different paths. The beautiful man's eyes suddenly reddened, filled with grievances that left Anselm torn between laughing and crying, almost tempted to flee. Anselm was baffled. There were plenty of handsome men and beautiful women in the hall, so why did this gay man fixate on him? While he was puzzled, a Yonatan approached them. However, he wasn't heading for Anselm but rather the stunning man beside him. Well, isn't this Alvaro, the eldest son of the Duan family? Why do you have time to attend this banquet today? The youth smiled sardonically. Alvaro, the name fit his teacher well, Anselm thought with an inward chuckle, then turned his attention elsewhere. Why can't I come if you can? Is it because Cole has thicker skin than me? Alvaro sneered back at Cole. At that moment, he lost all the air of a gay man, appearing strikingly tall and upright. It's been a while, yet you're still as sharp-tongued as ever. Cole sneered coldly, not really angry. He turned his head to glance at Anselm, the corners of his mouth curling slightly. Is this your new lover? Alvaro remained silent, only staring coldly and fixedly at Cole. Don't look at me like that. Rest assured, I definitely won't lay a hand on your lover during the banquet. But after the dinner, who knows? Cole smiled in amusement, glaring at Anselm with some disdain. Alvaro, you've had enough. Our issues should be settled between us. Don't drag an innocent bystander into it. Alvaro gritted his teeth and said. Since the other party acted without any restrictions, his statement clearly meant he had set his sights on Anselm. Humph. Innocent bystander, let me tell you, Cole hadn't finished speaking when a snail shell suddenly flew out, blocking his mouth directly. Some guests were speechless. They saw who made the move. It was none other than the Yonatan who ate heartily beside Alvaro. Clearly, Anselm's sudden attack took everyone by surprise. Even Alvaro did not expect it. Cole, the eldest son of the Shui family in Devil Capital, hailed as the Devil Capital Prince, was among the top existences among the younger generation of China's wealthy families. Yet today, someone actually stuffed garbage into his mouth. For Cole or the Shui family, this was undoubtedly a huge provocation. Daring to strike against me, Botsi, you shall be punished. Cole raged furiously, seeing this as an insult that needed to be cleansed with blood. You're the pig, and your whole family are pigs. Anselm curled his lips, looking disdainfully. Everyone gasped, almost disbelieving their ears. To treat the Devil Capital's crown prince this way was practically courting death. Well, that was a good reaction, Anselm chuckled lightly. This Cole did have some substance. Despite his young age, his strength had already reached the peak of the pinnacle realm, and he could potentially enter the supreme realm at any time. No wonder he was called the Devil Capital's crown prince. He indeed had the ability. Of course, the so-called Devil Capital's crown prince couldn't be compared to Anselm. Among their peers, no one who could surpass Anselm had even been born yet. You're not Alvaro's mistress, so who exactly are you? Cole glared at Anselm like a venomous snake. Go to hell. You think I'm talking nonsense? Anselm's eyes turned cold, and he slapped again fiercely, daring to call him gay. Did he think Anselm had a good temper? Slap. This time, Cole didn't dodge, and Anselm hit him squarely on the face. Covering his cheek and retreating, Cole glared with a look of deep hatred. Anselm's slap not only stung his face, but also challenged the Shui family of the Devil Capital. Seeing this, the guests were all terrified and immediately moved far away, afraid to get involved. Alvaro, who hadn't left yet, looked at Anselm in shock, clearly not expecting the youth to be so daring. You know, even he wouldn't dare to slap Cole in public. Very well, I remember you. Do you dare to give me your name? Cole's gaze was chillingly cold, fixed on Anselm, but there was no visible anger on his face because he had suppressed it all. Glancing at him disdainfully, Anselm said calmly, I don't change my name when walking, nor alter my surname when sitting. Anselm, huh? The humiliation today, I will definitely repay you for it in the future. Cole gave a cold snort and turned to leave, disappearing into the crowd of guests. Anytime. Anselm laughed contemptuously. A mere Devil Capital's crown prince wasn't even worth his attention. Seeing Cole actually retreat, Alvaro's eyes widened in disbelief. Such a proud person was actually forced back by an unknown youth. Impulsiveness is the devil. This time, you might really be in danger. Alvaro warned Anselm, his expression serious. Anselm smiled slightly, showing no signs of panic, and asked curiously, why do you say that? Cole is known as the Devil Capital's crown prince. He is already a powerful martial artist, and with the backing of the Shui family, if he decides to retaliate against you, it would be very difficult for you to survive, Alvaro explained. He frowned, genuinely worried about Anselm's future, because being targeted by the Shui family was as good as being targeted by death itself. It's a small problem. Anselm waved his hand casually, remaining calm. Alvaro was taken aback. Did this guy seriously enter of the stage, speaking loudly, thank you all for sparing the time from your busy schedules to attend my daughter Alicia's birthday party. Today, I'm truly delighted because this party is not merely a birthday celebration, but also the joyous occasion of her engagement. Hearing these words, Anselm's eyes flickered, and his expression turned slightly displeased. Though Alvaro appeared to be idly playing with his hair, he had actually been keeping a close eye on Anselm. Noticing the change in Anselm's demeanor, he couldn't help but smacked his lips curiously and asked, You? Know the would-be bride on stage? She is my woman, Anselm replied seriously, yet his eyes remained fixed on the stage. TCH, what's so good about women? They only slow down your sword drawing speed. Men are much better. Interested in trying something new? What do you think of me? Alvaro flirted, flicking his hair suggestively. Anselm took a deep breath, then turned his head and growled low at Alvaro, "Shut up, or I'll make you shut up." Seeing the coldness in Anselm's eyes, Alvaro froze, not daring to say another word. He definitely didn't want to get beaten up by Anselm here, except maybe in certain specific places. On stage, Hampton spoke excitedly, babbling through his speech. By his side, Alicia frowned, her face filled with worry as she scanned the banquet hall continuously. Clearly, she was looking for Anselm's figure. If he didn't show up by now, she would have no choice but to break out with Pearl and the others. Finally, during her sixth scan of the banquet hall, Alicia spotted Anselm in a corner. A smile instantly spread across her face. Indeed, this man would never let her down. Chapter 112. Anselm steals the bride. Sir Gerhard is handsome and debonair, a distinguished gentleman. Standing beside Betsy, they truly make a match made in heaven. Cole chuckled. He was seated at the head table, raising a glass of red wine to toast toward Gerhard from afar. Gerhard did not dare to be negligent, knowing this was the young master of the Schwe family of Modu, Metropolis. In both power and status, the other party was on a higher level than he was. "Please don't be so formal, young Master Schwe. It's my utmost honor that you could grace us with your presence," Gerhard replied politely. "Oh, Sir High, do not say such things. Today is your grand day for your engagement. Just don't keep the fair maiden waiting." Cole laughed heartily, casting a glance at Alicia, then took out a pair of jade bracelets from his pocket and said to Gerhard, "I left hastily today without bringing anything better. I hope Sir High will not disdain them." Everyone was dumbfounded, all standing there speechless like fools. Those who were invited to attend this banquet were naturally either rich or powerful, with exceptionally discerning eyes. Therefore, they immediately recognized the value of the jade bracelet in Cole's hand, which was worth millions, an authentic imperial green glassy jade. Such a priceless treasure, but in Cole's words, it wasn't even considered good enough. The crowd couldn't help but gasp. Indeed, poverty had limited their imagination. "Thank you very much, young Master Schwe, for your gift. We, the High family, appreciate this favor deeply." Gerhard's father, Hyder, smiled. Cole gave a faint smile, bowed slightly, and then sat down again. Although the High family might not compare to their Schwe family, they were still one of the famous and influential clans in the 3 provinces of Jianghe. Forming goodwill with them would bring nothing but benefits. Perhaps encouraged by Cole, Gerhard turned around, looking at Alicia with deep emotion. "Annabelle, I am someone who hesitates in everything I do, but only in loving you. I am utterly resolute. Are you willing to become my wife?" Gerhard's gaze was ardent, his voice soft and magnetic, like a devoted prince declaring his love to his beloved princess. "Don't just stand there, quickly give your response." Seeing everyone's attention focusing on her, yet Alicia remained unmoved, Hampton frowned and urged impatiently. I. Alicia stammered, her gaze falling on Anselm, who stood in the corner. A smug smile spread across Gerhard's face. This woman would ultimately say, "Please respect yourself." Gerhard growled, his eyes blazing with anger, staring fiercely at Anselm. "Amadeo, you've gone too far. Are you challenging our High family?" Hyder thundered angrily, glancing at the two. Anselm suddenly slapped. "Challenging our High family?" Anselm sneered. "Have you looked in a mirror lately? Do you think you're worthy?" This statement sent ripples throughout the room. All the guests stared at Anselm in shock, as if seeing an extraterrestrial visitor. Even the High family wasn't worth his regard. Who was this Yonatan? Slap slap. 2 dull sounds. Anselm's 2 slaps missed Gerhard and his father because 2 elders appeared and blocked the strikes. Incredible martial artists. Interesting, Anselm chuckled coldly, instantly perceiving the cultivation levels of the 2 elders. "Young friend, it's wise to show mercy when you can. Snatching someone else's fiancée in public isn't the demeanor of a true strong man," one of the elders said, his expression unreadable. He was Gerhard's second great-grandfather, a genuine peak martial artist who usually kept a low profile and rarely went out. However, he showed up at Gerhard's engagement banquet today, demonstrating just how important this event was for the High family. "Annabelle is my woman. When did she become someone else's fiancée? You old coot, if you keep spouting nonsense, I'll smack your mouth with my shoe," Anselm sneered, showing no respect for Gerhard's second great-grandfather. The 2 elders were instantly enraged, their faces contorting. With their strength and status, when had they ever been publicly berated like this? Today was definitely the first time. At this moment, Cole stepped forward and coldly said, "Lonnie, aren't you overstepping? Today is the engagement party for Lord Gerhard and Betsy. Not only have you disrupted the ceremony, but you've also insulted 2 senior figures in front of everyone. Do you think we're all stone statues, incapable of anger?" He was smart enough not to confront Anselm alone, but tried to rally the crowd against Anselm by stirring their emotions. "Shut up, this isn't your business. If you say one more word, I won't hesitate to take care of you." The so-called Metropolis Prince. Anselm glanced at him indifferently. Though his tone was calm, it sent chills down Cole's spine. Recalling the earlier unpleasant incidents, Cole's face turned dark, but he dared not speak further. Because he had a premonition that with this man's character, if he continued talking, he would indeed dare to attack him in front of everyone. It wasn't just idle talk. "All the guest faces and won't take lives," Anselm said lazily, yet his words chilled everyone to the bone. Would this Yonatan dare to kill in front of everyone? The 2 elders' faces turned ashen, feeling utterly ignored, which infuriated them. "Third brother, you're being too polite. Capture him first. Capri's engagement party must continue." Brian roared angrily. "Agreed, let's move." They exchanged a glance, and then attacked from both sides. Although they were in their 80s or 90s, once they started fighting, they showed no sign of hesitation, moving at an incredibly fast speed. Seeing the High family elders charge at him, Anselm yawned, calmly took off one of his shoes, and held it as a weapon. All the guests watched in awe, and when they saw the 3 figures again, their jaws almost dropped open. It was evident that the High family elders were covered with shoe prints all over their faces and bodies, from head to toe, with not a single spot left unscathed. How is this possible? Hyder and Gerhard felt their hearts sink in fear. Anselm's strength far exceeded their imagination. Even the two strongest elders of the family were no match for him. Two old waste heaps like you actually dared to think you could capture me? Ridiculous. Anselm sneered. Even that good-for-nothing who spoke up for you means nothing to me, let alone you two. Everyone was stunned before realizing Anselm referred to none other than Cole, staring at Anselm with predatory eyes. At the same time, the High family elders roared loudly, glaring at Anselm with utmost anger. Hyming slapped repeatedly on the face was a profound humiliation for them. For people plus Cole, making 5 in total, all stared at Anselm with fierce intent, their battle spirit surging, creating an awe-inspiring atmosphere. 4 Supreme Realm experts combined with 1 Top Realm expert, a lineup that was incredibly formidable even by global standards. Even a newly ascended transcendent powerhouse would find facing such a combination troublesome. However, today's opponent was not ordinary. As the disciple of the Fernan, even if just at the transcendent level, he was far beyond any common foe. The tension between the two sides was palpable, and it seemed as though a fight could break out at any moment. Enough. Do you think this is an arena for dueling? An angry voice interrupted, making everyone pause in surprise. Hey, old man, you're here at this banquet too? Anselm turned his head and instantly showed a look of surprise. However, as soon as he spoke, Anselm felt a hostile gaze lock onto him from afar. Following the feeling, Anselm eventually found that the hostility came from the heirly next to the elder, with her hair tied in a ponytail. Anselm rubbed his hair, somewhat puzzled. Hey lady, I know I'm handsome, but you don't have to stare at me like— Chapter 114. I disagree. Hampton immediately winced and hugged his head, letting out a pained cry. Uncle Woody, why did you hit me? Hampton's face was full of grievance. Giving him a stern look, old Woody said in disappointment. How could someone as wise as that old fox Titus give birth to a little fool like you? After being hit by old Woody and called a fool, Hampton didn't dare to get angry. He just blushed purple with embarrassment. Haha. It was rare to see her father so discomfited, so Lynette couldn't help but laugh aloud. Hearing the laughter, Hampton lifted his head to glare at his daughter before saying furiously, You rebellious heirly, humph, wait until we get back, I'll settle accounts with you. Bang. Another hard nut knocked against Hampton's head, dazing him. You damned northerner, your temper is getting worse. Daring to be fierce with Annabelle even in front of me? Old Woody flared up, glaring angrily at Hampton. Hampton shrank his neck. He feared nothing in the world except this old man. But it wasn't because of the old man's strength. It was because the old man and his own father were sworn brothers who cherished each other deeply despite having no blood relation. The two brothers Hampton and Jeremy wouldn't have their current status without old Woody's support. Therefore, even if old Woody hit him 10 more times on the head, Hampton wouldn't dare show any dissatisfaction. Thanks, Jameson, for helping me vent. Lynette gave a sweet smile. What her father had done made her somewhat upset, but as a child, she naturally couldn't hit her father in retaliation. Luckily, old Woody hitting Hampton twice was good enough for venting her anger. Nothing much, old Woody chuckled, then shifted his gaze to Evander, sneering, You dared to provoke my precious granddaughter? Get lost. Old Woody was firm and rude. Clearly, he had heard some scandalous rumors about Evander and very much disliked him. He hadn't interfered initially because he wanted to see what the High family's real agenda was. Kareem's expression changed hurriedly. Ivar, you can't do this. I truly admire Annabelle, and Uncle Jong has already agreed to give Annabelle to me in marriage. Who said he agreed? Old Woody raised an eyebrow and turned to look at Hampton, asking, Did you agree? Though his tone was casual, Hampton saw a warning gleam in his eyes. Clearly, old Woody meant, dare to say yes? Glancing around at the guests, Hampton coughed dryly and said, Well, it wasn't really agreeing, just letting the kids get acquainted. They can break up if it doesn't work out. At this, everyone began mocking, looking at Evander as if he were a clown. The High father and son turned deathly pale. Autry said in a low voice, Lonnie Jiang, weren't we agreed on this? Why are you changing your mind now? Exactly. Only our High family has a way to cure Annabelle's illness. If you break your word, we will never hand over that treasure medicine. Evander said coldly, threateningly. Hearing these words from the High father and son, Hampton's face darkened. He arranged all this not for Lynette to marry into a rich family. It wasn't necessary. His true purpose was to obtain the High family's medicinal plant, critical for treating Lynette's condition. However, the other side refused to sell it and would only give it as a dowry. To save Lynette, he had to force a match and arrange this engagement ceremony today. Just when the plan was about to succeed, Anselm appeared, completely disrupting everything. If things progress this way, it might be hard to get that medicinal plant from the High family. Old Woody frowned, realizing that there must be something hidden behind this engagement. But now, he coldly questioned, Are you threatening us? I dare not. Evander quickly waved his hands. He didn't want to anger this old man, as even Cole didn't dare do so. Don't you dare? Old Woody roared, eyes bulging like copper bells. Evander trembled, his face flushed and then pale. Before he could say anything, Cole grabbed him. Cole slightly bowed to old Woody and said, Calm down, Ivar. Lonnie Kareem was just confused. Let me talk some sense into him. Then, he turned to look at the High father and son, his face icy cold, and said, Let's go. Today's engagement party can't proceed. But Evander was reluctant to let go. Today was supposed to be his grand day of engagement. If he left in disgrace in front of all the guests, how would he stand in Jinling City in the future? Even the entire High family would become a laughingstock and an object of ridicule. Since Ivar and Crown Prince have spoken, my High family doesn't dare to disobey. Let's call off the engagement banquet, said High Kurt, his face expressionless, before he turned and left without hesitation. The others from the High family exchanged glances, though they were displeased, but seeing their patriarch leave, they could only follow him out. Gerhard was the last to leave. Before going, he cast a hateful glance at old Woody and Anselm, his eyes gleaming coldly like ice knives. Let's go. Cole urged, patting Gerhard on the shoulder and leaving with him. They walked outside the restaurant before Gerhard couldn't help but ask coldly, "Young Master Schwe, what do you mean by this?" Cole's eyes were icy, and he remained silent. At this moment, High Kurt turned around and coldly said, "Fool, haven't you realized it yet? Hampton never had the intention to engage you and Lynette. That old Woody was called by him, just to get the dowry and then stop the engagement banquet." "How could that be?" Gerhard's eyes widened, filled with unwillingness. "There's nothing impossible. It wouldn't be hard for Hampton to investigate who you really are. Think from a father's perspective, would he push his daughter into a fire pit?" Cole sneered, his words unrelenting. Gerhard's face turned blue, wanting to refute, but looking at Cole's smirking face, he didn't dare utter a word. He had heard of this crown prince of Woodadu's tactics long ago. Woodarover, what the other party said was true. If he dared to show a sullen face in front of Cole, the outcome would be dire. "You disobedient child, I told you to behave, now look what you've done," High Kurt scolded angrily, then turned to Cole respectfully and asked, "Young Master Schwe, what do you think we should do next?" "Forget about allying with the Jiang family for now. First, investigate the identity of that youth who is close to Lynette." "I believe today's events are closely related to that Yonatan," Cole replied with a sneer. He got into an extended Lincoln and glanced at Gerhard through the window before driving away. "Father, I can't let this go." After Cole left, Gerhard roared in indignation. Slap. A slap hit Gerhard's face as High Kurt raged. "What good does it do? You're not worth it. We still have that thing in our hands to threaten them. I don't believe they can cure Lynette's illness without our medicine." Gerhard gritted his teeth. "And that little bastard, I'll make sure he dies." Clearly, Gerhard blamed everything that happened tonight on Anselm. In his heart, if not for Anselm's appearance, he wouldn't have been so humiliated today. As for whether old Woody opposed this marriage, it didn't matter because the High family had the leverage to control the Jiang family. High Kurt looked gloomy, his brow furrowed, and remained silent. The two elders of the High family saw this and chuckled, volunteering to speak. "Patriarch, no need to hesitate. Let us take action. Capri is right. This punk keeps insulting our High family. If we don't settle this score, how will people see our family?" Hearing the elders' words, Gerhard rejoiced and flattered. "Second grandfather and third grandfather are incredibly powerful. Such a junior won't be any match for you two." "No. Although I detest this northerner's arrogance, I must admit he's very strong. One-on-one, both me and old three probably aren't his match," the second elder of the High family said seriously. "Indeed, we are invincible below the ultimate realm when combined, but our chances of winning against this northerner are less than 20%. The third elder also nodded, sharing his thoughts. Gerhard shuddered, hardly believing his ears. Even the two elders together might not be a match for Anselm? His rival was that powerful? "How can I let you take such a risk?" High Kurt stared sharply at the two elders. Third elder smiled slightly and said, "Little Guangxi, rest assured. We know our limits and certainly won't foolishly fight head-on with him." High Kurt squinted his eyes, looking meaningfully at the two elders before finally nodding. "You must be careful," he earnestly instructed. "Patriarch, rest assured. We will surely bring justice for the High family and for Capri," they replied. The second elder of the High family smiled faintly, walking with a majestic gait, and together with the third elder, they vanished from everyone's sight in just a few steps. Inside Cole's extended Lincoln, the top martial artist who had stood up before, now serving as the driver, suddenly spoke. "Young Master Schwe, the High family will not let this rest easily, right?" "Imph, I want them not to rest. This is a good opportunity to use their hands to investigate that guy's background. I'm curious to see how much weight this madman, who doesn't put me, the Prince of Woodadu, in his eyes, really carries," Cole said casually, flicking his fingernail, his face cold. "That guy does have some abilities. His calmness and ease when facing our 5 people working together is not something ordinary people can possess," the driver commented seriously. He had been in the field for over a decade, and apart from young Master Cole, this was the first time he had encountered such an extraordinary man. "If this person isn't dealt with, he will surely be a formidable rival for you, Prince," another bodyguard added. "Do you need to remind your prince about such things?" "Drive well." Cole's lips curled slightly upwards, his gaze involuntarily shifting to the window, wondering if his lifelong enemy had finally appeared. Chapter 115 Silent Fatherly Love. At the Ziadnane building, Cole's and the High family's departure undoubtedly declared the end of this banquet. However, none of the guests in the hall got up to take their leave. Obviously, what just happened was too dreamlike, giving them all a sense that they were dreaming. But when they saw Anselm and Ivar talking happily, they suddenly realized that this wasn't a dream but something that actually occurred. In an instant, their gazes towards Anselm were filled with reverence. A Yonatan who could be treated so well by Ivar simply couldn't be someone without significant background. They wouldn't believe it otherwise even if beaten to death. Seeing that Anselm and Ivar were chatting merrily, Hampton could not interrupt. He could only have a gloomy face and let out a cold snort. Meanwhile, his eyes were staring at Anselm, with a hint of anger in his gaze. "Hey, you little punk, why are you looking at my savior like that?" Ivar, displeased, lifted his hand and made a motion as if he was about to knock on someone's head. This made Hampton shiver down his spine, nearly depressed enough to cry. He was close to retirement, yet he was still called a little punk by Ivar in public. Marie had a calm expression. She held onto Anselm's arm and smiled at her father. "I made such good arrangements, and this stinky fellow ruined everything. Tell me, how could I not be furious?" Hampton sighed. "Little Chungzi, I've been meaning to ask you, what do you mean by doing all this? Since you wanted me to ruin the engagement party, why didn't you ask me to stop it from the start? Why wait until it was almost over to reveal yourself? And also, what did the High family say about Flora's illness? Her health has always been fine, so what problem could there be to make you go through all this trouble?" asked Ivar, puzzled and confused as he stared at Hampton. Rubbing his smooth chin, the ponytailed heirly beside Ivar revealed a thoughtful expression. "My guess is that Uncle Cheng's goal is the betrothal gift from the High family." After pondering for a moment, the ponytailed heirly suddenly spoke up. Glancing at the heirly in surprise, admiration flashed across Hampton's eyes. He sighed and nodded. Well done, Brianna guessed right. What I want is the betrothal gift prepared by the High family. Hearing Hampton admit it, Ivar immediately became angry, saying extremely dissatisfied, what kind of betrothal gift requires you to sell your daughter to get? When did Jiang family children become so shameless? Hampton laughed bitterly and said, Uncle Woody, please listen to me first. Simon. Ivar snorted coldly, wanting to see what Hampton would come up with. Uncle Woody, now that things have reached this point, I won't hide anything from you anymore. Actually, Flora has been suffering from a severe illness since childhood. It just never flared up over these 20 years, so I never told you about it. Hampton's words felt like a heavy hammer hitting Ivar's heart. What did you say? Ivar's breathing quickened as he turned to look at Marie, uncertainty and alarm on his face. Flora has the rare ailment of solanginine pulse, which no medicine can cure. Once it flares up, even gods can't help, only one particular fruit might save her. Hampton continued, revealing the reason behind his arrangement. Upon hearing this, the ponytailed heirly's eyes instantly widened, and she looked at Marie with sympathy. She remembered this big sister well, often taking her out to play when she was little. She never imagined that this wonderful big sister had been seriously ill all along. The scene was tense around everyone except for the two protagonists, Marie and Anselm, who appeared calm as if what Hampton was saying had nothing to do with them. The High family has this peculiar fruit? Uncle Woody asked tentatively, sensing a possibility. Hampton sighed deeply, nodding his head, yes, after searching half of China. Only the High family has this peculiar fruit that can save Flora's life. But they refused to sell it, and only offered it as a dowry gift. Uncle Woody, tell me, what should I do? I'm also desperate. Ivar was speechless. In fact, if he were in Hampton's shoes, he would likely agree to an alliance with the High family too. Marrying off to a scoundrel was better than losing one's life. As long as one lived, everything had hope. I thought, and came up with this scheme to trick the rare fruit using the pretense of an engagement party. Even though it might tarnish our Jiang family's reputation, as long as Flora can live happily, everything is worth it. At this point, Hampton glared angrily at Anselm. Who would have thought that this guy would appear out of nowhere and ruin everything? Now that we've quarreled with the High family, it's highly unlikely they'll give us the fruit. Hearing these words, Marie was stunned. She stared at her father in a daze, her eyes misty and choked with sobs. So, her father had never intended for her to marry Gerhard, that scoundrel. Everything he did was just to obtain the life-saving fruit from the High family for her. How ridiculous it was that she had misunderstood her father and blamed him so much. Now, she felt it was completely unjustified. Marie's eyes were red, filled with shame as she looked at Hampton. What kind of rare fruit can cure Flora's illness? I will do everything in my power to get this fruit, Ivar said earnestly. Sighing softly, Hampton shook his head and said with a bitter smile, Uncle Woody, you can't possibly get it. To cure Flora's illness, the alvisk adnanin fruit must be consumed. This fruit only grows on the absolute deity ridge, which shows its immense value. Unless Flora marries into their family, they would never part with such a precious divine fruit for an outsider. Then, to ensure Ivar understood the value of the alvisk adnanin fruit, Hampton added, a single alvisk adnanin fruit has enough medicinal power to elevate a top martial artist to the peak realm. Ivar instantly fell silent. He had wanted to suggest going to ask for it himself, but hearing Hampton's explanation, he quickly gave up that idea. So what can we do? Without the alvisk adnanin fruit, are we going to watch Flora die? Ivar asked with a gloomy expression, unwilling to accept it. Hampton remained silent, standing there helplessly. The High family isn't foolish. After failing once, using the same method again would result in losing both the wife and the soldiers. Now there is only one way. Hampton suddenly said. What way? Ivar's eyes lit up. Make Flora really marry that Gerhard and become the High family's daughter-in-law. I don't believe they will stand by and watch her die. Hampton said solemnly. Given the situation, to save Marie's life, this might be the only solution. No, I'd rather die than marry that scoundrel. Hearing Hampton's suggestion, Marie firmly rejected it. But, little heirly, if you don't do this, your illness will eventually flare up. At this moment, even Ivar joined forces with Hampton, trying to persuade Marie. Clearly, obtaining the rare fruit was the most important thing in his mind right now. Cough, old man, Flora is my woman. Telling her to marry someone else is like repaying kindness with enmity. Anselm, who had been silent all along, suddenly spoke up, looking at Ivar with evident dissatisfaction. Chapter 116. An enormous price. This old rascal actually encouraged his senior wife to marry a scumbag. How outrageous. Ridiculous. How dare you disrespect Ivar? Hampton glared and couldn't help but rebuke. He truly had objections toward Anselm. At that moment, however, Ivar's eyes lit up. He suddenly remembered that Anselm's medical skills were heaven-defying. He could even save someone on the brink of death like himself back then. Healing Kirsten's illness shouldn't be too difficult, right? You're the one being impertinent. Why are you yelling at my savior so loudly? Ivar grunted heavily, then with a slap on Hampton's forehead, making him feel utterly helpless. Uncle Woody, so many people are watching. Please give me some face. Hampton looked gloomy. No matter what, he was still a big shot in Jinling City, yet he got hit multiple times at this banquet. If it wasn't for the fact that the one who did this was Uncle Woody whom he respected, Hampton would have exploded long ago. What? Feeling cocky now? Starting to have petty emotions? Ivar said coldly. Hampton froze, hurriedly shook his head to deny, but deep down, he felt quite wronged. The humiliation he had faced tonight was almost as much as an entire year's worth. Seeing Hampton silenced by his reprimand, Ivar smiled smugly. Then he turned to Anselm, his expression turning serious all of a sudden. Divine Dr. Hyman, can you cure Alina's terminal pulse? Nonsense. I pulled you back from the brink of death. A solanginine terminal pulse is nothing to me, Anselm replied confidently. Upon hearing this, before Ivar could respond, Hampton couldn't hold back his sneer. Solanginine terminal pulse is nothing? Hyman, there should be limits to your boasting. Without the alvis-adenine fruit, only the lineage of Fernandes can cure the solangenine terminal pulse. No other doctors, including the famous Aubrey in our city, have the ability. Why do you, a mere 20-something kid, say such things? Just because my medical skills can bring this old man back to life, Anselm said faintly, pointing at Ivar. In the next moment, Ivar snorted coldly and smacked Hampton's head again. But this time, Hampton was prepared. The moment Ivar, glancing at Hampton, Anselm smiled and shook his head. You cannot afford it. The price was simply too exorbitant. Not only could the Jiang family not bear it, but probably no one in the whole Jinling city could either. Though Anselm spoke the truth, Hampton nearly lost his temper, glaring, "Little punk Hyman, you underestimate the Jiang family? Listen, in Jinling city, there's no cost I can't bear. The life of a king-level warrior, are you sure you can afford it?" Anselm asked, half smiling. Hampton was momentarily speechless, as if someone had choked him. A king-level warrior was powerful enough to alter the entire landscape of Jinling city. Such a powerful person's life was indeed unaffordable for the Jiang family. To thoroughly resolve Alina's constitution issue, Aubrey doesn't necessarily need a king-level warrior. 10 world-class warriors should suffice, Anselm said indifferently. Hampton's face turned gloomy as he fell silent. To cure Kirsten's illness by incapacitating a king-level warrior or 10 world-class warriors was an immense cost, which explained why Aubrey refused to take action. After a moment of silence, Hampton suddenly lifted his head and stared at Anselm suspiciously. Since you know the treatment for Alina requires such a huge price, how could you dare to boast that her condition is no problem for you? For them, it's indeed tricky, but in my hands, it's just average. Anselm smiled faintly, with an air of arrogance. Bluffing. Don't tell me you are even more skilled than Erwin from Aubrey? Hampton said coldly. Anselm nodded slightly, admitting it straightforwardly. The medical skills of your Erwin were all taught by me, Anselm said calmly. Upon hearing this, Hampton's expression changed dramatically. He stared at Anselm for a while, then suddenly chuckled coldly. A toad yawning wide. What big talk. If anyone can guide Erwin's medical skills, it would likely be the lineage of Fernandes. As he spoke, Hampton felt a sudden tremor in his heart. Could it be that you are the successor of the Fernand lineage? Hampton widened his eyes, staring at Anselm in disbelief. Bingo, right on the money. Anselm snapped his fingers, looking unbearably smug. Kirsten smiled, glancing at Jeremy below the stage. She suddenly said, Dad, Uncle knew about this long ago, and it was he who arranged for Anselm to join my class back then. Damn, you all knew Anselm's true identity and kept it from me. Hampton almost spat out a mouthful of blood. His brother and daughter both knew where the successor of the Fernand lineage was but didn't tell him, causing him unnecessary worry over Kirsten's condition. With a fierce glare at Jeremy, Hampton calmed himself down. Then he stepped back to the center of the stage and announced loudly, Dear guests, the party today has come to an end. Thank you all for your attendance. Thanks. Having said that, Hampton attracting malevolent spirits. That's why Alina could hear what you couldn't. Anselm explained the reason for Ayala's suspicions. Then his hands moved swiftly, forming the lotus fist stance, and he suddenly bellowed, Wudio. The roar thundered like a clap of thunder, causing everyone present to shiver with their eardrums ringing. Old Woody rubbed his chest, almost breathless from Anselm's roar. Seeing Old Woody's discomfort, Hampton frowned unhappily and remarked, What on earth are you shouting about in the dead of night? Afraid the neighbors won't complain? The 6 great syllables mantra, the Buddha sound that expels evil. Anselm said casually. It really works, those voices are gone, Ayala exclaimed with delight. She looked at Anselm with adoration, her big eyes shining brightly as if she saw a god. Hearing his daughter say this, Hampton finally understood the effect of Anselm's roar. For a moment, the way he looked at Anselm became noticeably gentler, no longer cold and dissatisfied as before. If you need to shout again, remember to give us a heads up. We're all getting on in years and can't withstand too many surprises, Hampton said sternly. Giving an okay sign, Anselm turned around, took Ayala's small hand, and infused a powerful stream of innate essence into her body. She felt as if she were floating, utterly relaxed. This innate essence traveled within her body, and the chill in Ayala's body turned warm. How comfortable. Ayala couldn't help but moan softly. She gazed at Anselm with affectionate eyes, and was surprised to find a fine layer of sweat had appeared on his forehead. Do you want to rest for a bit? Ayala asked sweetly. Anselm shook his head and smiled. No problem, I can keep going. No matter what, I will solve your physical issues today. All right, don't exhaust yourself, Ayala said gently. She took a towel with her other hand, and carefully wiped the sweat off Anselm's forehead. Anselm froze for a moment, completely mesmerized by Ayala's charm at that moment. Enjoying the view enough? Ayala teased, feeling her cheeks flush warmly. Chucking lightly, Anselm collected himself and resumed channeling innate essence into Ayala. After infusing 9 streams of innate essence, Anselm finally released Ayala's hand. He looked pale, his breathing labored. Innate essence was not trivial. It was the most precious essence of the human body. Even for a supreme expert like Anselm, infusing 9 streams of innate essence consecutively into Ayala was quite taxing and required days of recovery. After practicing Qigong for a while, Anselm's complexion gradually returned to normal. At this moment, Hampton suddenly asked, Anselm, earlier you said alvis-adenine fruit wouldn't save Alina. What herbs do we need to assist in your treatment? While the alvis-adenine fruit can't cure Alina directly, it has its uses and can be considered an auxiliary medicinal herb, Anselm explained. Upon hearing this, Hampton's face froze. He chuckled bitterly and said, The alvis-adenine fruit is in the High family's possession. I can't get it. Aside from the alvis-adenine fruit, do you need any other herbs? No, only the alvis-adenine fruit, Anselm replied firmly, shaking his head. Hampton immediately looked dejected, realizing they were back at square one. Seeing Hampton's worried expression, Anselm smiled faintly and said, You don't need to ask the High family. I have it right here. Saying this, he turned around and pulled out a golden, palm-sized round fruit from his backpack. Alvisk adenine fruit. Hampton exclaimed. You left for so long just to find such a tiny golden fruit? Ayala couldn't help but ask curiously. Indeed, I spent all that time searching for this. Anselm nodded with a smile. At this moment, Jeremy's face changed, and he exclaimed in surprise. You wouldn't have gone to the Absolute Spirit Ridge, would you? The name Absolute Spirit Ridge made old Woody and the others shudder. Even Pearl and the little early Iris reacted similarly. They had all encountered some matters related to the supernatural world to varying degrees, and clearly knew that there were several acknowledged forbidden zones in today's Chinese martial arts circle. One of them was the Absolute Spirit Ridge, ranked as the third most dangerous place in China. I spent 4 days and 5 nights inside, almost turning the entire mountain upside down, without finding any trace of the Alvisk adenine fruit. It wasn't until I resigned myself to return that I met a brave man, who happened to have the Alvisk adenine fruit. I exchanged it for a few herbs, and also brought him out of the Absolute Spirit Ridge, Anselm said casually. What's the situation inside the Absolute Spirit Ridge? Old Woody asked curiously. His eyes gleamed with eagerness to know why the Absolute Spirit Ridge was considered a forbidden zone. However, Anselm looked deeply secretive. He shook his head and said solemnly, It cannot be spoken, but I must warn you. Unless you break through to become a king-level warrior, you must never enter the Absolute Spirit Ridge. Below the king level, there is no chance of survival. Even if you are at the king level, there's only a 20% chance of coming out alive. Hearing Anselm's words, everyone felt a chill down their spines. Are you a king-level expert then? The ponytailed Airly beside old Woody suddenly asked. As soon as she finished speaking, old Woody's face changed, and he couldn't help but scold her. Brianna, shut up. Asking about someone's strength is a big taboo. Don't you know that? Sticking out her tongue, the Airly quickly glanced at Anselm and put on an apologetic smile. Anselm smiled like accepted Anselm from the bottom of her heart. I'm a bit tired, Tess suddenly said. After midnight, her soul and genie meridians flared up completely. If it weren't for the 9 streams of innate essence that Anselm had infused into her earlier, she would have lost all signs of life by now, frozen solid by her own yin-chi. Let's go inside, Anselm said in a deep voice. He didn't dare to delay, carrying Tess straight into the bedroom. The innate essence could only alleviate some of her symptoms, reducing Tess's pain, but couldn't fundamentally solve her physical problem. To rid herself of the troubles brought by the soul and genie meridians, there were 2 methods. One was stripping the meridian, a process with extremely high risk. Any mishap could cost both Anselm and Tess their lives. The second method was using the Alvisk adenine fruit, guiding Tess's internal yin-chi, and assisting her with the Solengene Heavenly Needles technique passed down from his lineage of deviant healers, helping her break through and become a martial artist. Without the Alvisk adenine fruit, Anselm could only risk the first option, but now, even a fool knew which path to choose. Everyone followed Anselm into a bedroom. The bedroom was about 80 square meters. 8 people inside did not make it feel crowded at all. However, the moment Anselm laid Tess down, the lights in the room started to flicker with an eerie hum. A cold, icy air seeped in from the door and window gaps, making Hampton and the others shudder. Why did it suddenly get so cold? Jeremy asked, puzzled. The temperature dropped sharply, causing goosebumps on his skin. People didn't quite understand what was going on, but they seemed to hear waves of terrifying screams faintly. When these sounds finally faded away, they realized that the sinister and cold atmosphere had vanished, replaced by a peaceful silence. A drop of blood can drive away evil. Everyone, let's bleed. Hampton rushed out, bringing back a kitchen knife. Seeing Hampton ready to cut himself, Anselm panicked and immediately stopped him. Don't do that. Your blood won't work. Little Iris also chimed in seriously. Indeed, ordinary people's blood is nutritious for evil spirits. It won't expel them. Instead, it will make them stronger. Only the blood of powerful martial artists like my cousin, with abundant young energy, can restrain such beings. Hampton froze, dropping the knife with a clatter. Fortunately, he hadn't made a foolish mistake. I'm going to cure my first wife. I'll solve her physical issue once and for all, Anselm said. He swiped his hand over his palm, healing the wound instantly. You must keep quiet and not disturb me at all. Taking a deep breath, Anselm turned around to give one last instruction before suddenly cupping his hands, and a large handful of golden needles appeared in his grasp. Lonnie, shouldn't you rest a little? Little Iris blinked her eyes, showing concern on her face. While Hampton and the others didn't notice, she was knowledgeable about this field. She knew very well that Anselm's current physical condition wasn't suitable for acupuncture. No need. Let's start now to avoid any complications. Sister Iris, guard me while I perform this, Anselm said with determination. Seeing Anselm's unwavering resolve, the little Airly sighed helplessly, unable to say more. I entrust Flora to you. Don't let me down. Patted Anselm on the shoulder, Hampton then stepped back to the doorway, keeping his distance. Looking at Anselm's focused expression, he couldn't help but feel that his daughter had made an excellent choice. She found a man who was not only a successor of the most mysterious lineage of deviant healers in China, but also treated her with such seriousness and responsibility. Such genuine devotion was truly rare. Himing with such a man might not guarantee happiness, but it would certainly ensure no regret. Everyone withdrew from the room, waiting outside. Of course, they could still observe Anselm treating Tess through the door or windows without causing any disturbance. Anselm worked quietly, inserting the golden needles swiftly. Solengene golden needles were placed in key acupoints on Tess's body, forming a mystical array. Then, he took out several dozen silver needles, each positioned around the golden needles, resonating harmoniously. After completing this, Anselm swayed slightly, nearly losing his balance. But he managed to regain his composure and stood up straight again. Those outside watched in astonishment as they saw through the transparent glass window a misty white fog slowly rising from the golden and silver needles on Tess's body. Before anyone could react, Anselm once again cut open his palm. He held the Alvisk adenine fruit in his hand, dripping his blood and the juice of the fruit into Tess's mouth together. My goodness, Enalvis convergence. Is Lonnie really going to make his wife become a top martial artist? Little Iris exclaimed in awe. Chapter 119. Turning misfortune into fortune. Everyone looked at her, all wearing puzzled expressions. Especially people like Ivar and Pearl, who had a deep understanding of martial artists. They were even more perplexed. Could the strength of a martial artist be enhanced by means other than hard cultivation? The mixture of Cousin Anselm's blood and the juice from the Alvisk essence fruit, both being extremely young in nature, combined perfectly with the Yin energy within Cousin Kirsten due to the effect of the Solengene needles against heaven. With this balance of Yin and Yang, it's very likely that Cousin Kirsten could instantly become an unparalleled martial artist, Iris explained. This method was actually very dangerous, but the little Airly believed that as a successor of the Fernan lineage, Anselm wouldn't attempt it without a significant guarantee. Everyone's faces were filled with shock, their eyes fixed on Anselm and Kirsten inside the room. At this moment, Anselm had clearly stopped feeding blood and the juice from the Alvisk essence fruit. His entire body was emitting boundless treasure light. A faint five-colored glow enveloped him and Kirsten. As this light grew brighter and brighter, the whole room became as bright as if thousands of neon lights had suddenly been turned on, making it impossible to see anything. People involuntarily turned their heads away, not daring to force their eyes to look at the scene inside. Iris also let out a gasp and quickly turned her back. Although with her strength, she could easily pierce through the glow to see what was happening. Doing so would hurt her eyes, so there was no need for her to do it. Lorenzo's face was grim. He suddenly spoke up, somewhat worriedly saying, "We can't see what's happening inside now. Did Anselm do something wrong to Annabelle?" Everyone was speechless. Seeing Lorenzo's expression, they thought he was about to say something serious, but the result was really making them laugh and cry. It should be fine. Even if something happened, it doesn't matter. After all, they've already crossed the line. Jeremy smiled faintly and said, "What did you say?" Lorenzo's eyes bulged like copper bells. His voice suddenly rose 8 degrees. As someone who has experienced it himself, how could he not understand what Jeremy meant? He immediately got angry and roared, "That scoundrel, when he comes out, I won't forgive him." His appearance, about to lose control, made Jeremy give him a disapproving look. "I'm telling you, second brother, are you overstepping too much? Annabelle is already an adult. It's very normal for her to be intimate with her boyfriend. Do you think we're still in the old society where everything has to wait until the wedding night?" Jeremy sneered disdainfully. Lorenzo glared at him and gritted his teeth. "You're talking without thinking. She's my daughter." "So what if she's your daughter? Isn't she also my niece? Why are you so petty? Even I, a poor teacher, am more open-minded than you. You want grandchildren but don't allow the couple to be intimate. Aren't you just pulling our legs?" Jeremy curled his lips. Over 50 years old and unmarried, without any offspring, Jeremy treated Kirsten like his own daughter. Now that Kirsten and Anselm were together, he was happy rather than upset. He didn't mind becoming a grandfather either. Lorenzo remained silent with a darkened face. Everyone fell silent, waiting quietly outside the door. As time passed, it took at least 2 hours before the colorful light in the room gradually faded. When the light finally dispersed and everyone could clearly see inside the room again, they couldn't help but simultaneously draw in a sharp breath. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would have thought they were dreaming. The room had apparently transformed into an ice world. The walls, ceiling, bed, wardrobe, and everywhere else were covered with a layer of transparent frost, which made anyone feel cold just by looking at it. Anselm stood beside the bed, a proud smile on his face. After all the efforts, he finally managed to cure Kirsten's ultimate pulse ailment. Not only that, thanks to his meticulous work, Kirsten, turning misfortune into fortune, had evidently reached the pinnacle realm of martial artists. Of course, she now possessed only the pinnacle realm's energy without knowing any battle techniques. Just as everyone hesitated whether they should enter the room or not, Anselm, whose nerves had been taut, relaxed suddenly and almost toppled over. This time, everyone wasted no time in rushing inside. Iris entered the room first. Feeling the temperature, she immediately shivered. She estimated that the room's current temperature must be around -10 degrees Celsius at least. This was due to the Yin energy accidentally emitted by Kirsten when Anselm was harmonizing her Yin and Yang. The amount was not large, but it created a terrifying scene. From this, one could see how frightening the ultimate Yin pulse truly was. If not for Anselm's intervention, the area within 100 meters would likely have turned into an icy world. Ivar stepped into the room only to immediately retreat. The cold was too intense, and his frail body could not withstand it. As for Lorenzo, driven by concern for his daughter's safety, he gritted his teeth and walked in, determined to move forward despite his shivering body. "Lonnie-in-law, are you okay?" Iris went over and helped Anselm to his feet. At this moment, his face was slightly pale, but his breathing was relatively steady. Iris immediately felt relieved, knowing that this was due to excessive depletion of true essence from Anselm's body, and all he needed was some rest. "Prepare a room for me," Anselm said as he regained consciousness, sounding somewhat exhausted. To treat Kirsten's ultimate pulse ailment, he had mobilized a large amount of vital energy from his organs, causing serious damage to his true chi. Of course, it was precisely because he mobilized such a large amount of organ energy that his body emitted the colorful glow earlier. Lung energy belongs to metal and appears golden. Liver energy belongs to wood and appears green. Exhausted, Anselm was supported by Iris into a room. He yawned and fell asleep immediately, not even bothering to change out of his clothes. On the other side, Kirsten was carried bridal style by Pearl into her own room. Lorenzo followed closely behind Pearl, his face filled with excitement. As for Jeremy, he initially wanted to check on Anselm but was stopped by Ivar. "How is it?" Ivar asked anxiously. "Healed. Annabelle's complexion has returned to normal," Jeremy said with a full smile. Hearing this, Ivar's face lit up with joy, praising, "Indeed, the successor of the Fernan lineage is truly remarkable, truly an extraordinary person." "Yes, but it's also due to Annabelle's destiny. She was fated to meet Anselm and turn misfortune into fortune. Jeremy smiled. Turning his gaze towards the room where Anselm was, Ivar suddenly showed a look of regret, saying, "The matter is settled. I should return. There are many things waiting for me at home. Uncle Woody, it's so late. Why don't you stay here for the night? You can leave early tomorrow morning," Jeremy quickly suggested, trying to persuade Ivar. "It's already midnight, and it wouldn't hurt to stay a few more hours. Without protection, returning at night is too dangerous." "You're right, Jameson. Last time when you went out at midnight, you were attacked, weren't you? It's now past 2 in the morning. Stay here and rest for a few hours before going back tomorrow morning," the Airly beside Ivar also advised. Ivar thought for a moment, agreeing that they had a point, so he nodded and decided to stay. Chapter 120. Of course I want to eat you. The next day, when Anselm opened his eyes, it was already past noon. Feeling that his strength had recovered quite a bit, Anselm prepared to get up. However, as he stretched lazily, Anselm suddenly noticed something heavy pressing down on his right arm. Turning his head, he instantly showed a gentle smile. It turned out that Zinnia was dozing off in front of the bed with her head resting on his arm. Unwilling to disturb Zinnia's beautiful dream, Anselm carefully pulled his hand away and slipped the pillow under her head. Although his movements were light, they still startled Zinnia awake. Zinnia rubbed her eyes, half asleep, but upon seeing that Anselm was awake, she immediately showed an expression of immense joy. "Anselm, you're finally awake. I've been worried sick." Zinnia was instantly alert. She hugged Anselm tightly, her soft body rubbing against him. Those two big bunnies pressing closely against his arm with incredible elasticity, almost making him moan in comfort. "Really soft, really comfortable," Anselm chuckled, wearing an entranced look. Zinnia paused for a moment, then blushed. She bit her lip but didn't let go of Anselm. Instead, she shyly whispered in his ear, "There are even more comfortable things, do you want them?" Hearing Zinnia's words, Anselm's eyes bulged wide open in an instant. He nodded incessantly as if pumped up on adrenaline. With Zinnia being so proactive, he naturally wouldn't pretend to be a good guy. Opportunities like this don't come often, and he had to seize it when it came. Woodyrover, the two of them had been ambiguous for such a long time. It was about time to take it further. Biting her lips, Zinnia's cheeks flushed red. She took the blanket and covered her head, then lowered her head. "Whoa!" Anselm gasped sharply. The sensation was indescribable. As low, deep sucking sounds echoed, Anselm panted heavily, feeling as if he was ascending to a celestial realm. Just as Anselm was about to climax, there was suddenly an urgent knocking at the door. This sound made both of them jump. Zinnia abruptly stopped her actions, peeking out of the blanket with a guilty expression, looking panic-stricken towards outside. "Schwanya, how is Anselm? Has he woken up? If he has, come out and eat soon." Hampton's voice came from outside, accompanied by a light chuckle. Anselm looked gloomy, cursing inwardly. Was this old man coming at just the right moment necessary? Just a few minutes later would have made him content. "Only woke up a short while ago. We'll come over in a bit," Zinnia replied hurriedly, though her voice trembled slightly. Naturally, Hampton outside the door didn't notice anything unusual. Smiling, he said, "All right, hurry up. Old Adnan's tonic should be ready soon." "Got it, Dad. You go ahead first. We'll be there shortly," Zinnia shouted. "All right," Hampton smiled lightly and turned to leave. What Zinnia didn't know was that Hampton had deliberately come to wake them up. Ever since he learned from Jeremy yesterday that the two had consummated their relationship, he hadn't been able to sleep peacefully. Finally enduring until dawn, Hampton started worrying that the two might misbehave in the room. Without thinking, he went straight to their room. "Let's go out to eat," Zinnia said with a red face, not daring to meet Anselm's eyes directly. After all, what just happened was too embarrassing, making her feel humiliated to face others. "What's so good about eating?" Anselm pouted, somewhat dissatisfied. Zinnia froze for a moment and asked subconsciously, "If not food, what do you want to eat?" "Of course, I want to eat you." Anselm grinned mischievously, staring straight at Zinnia. As an adult, Zinnia understood very well what this eating meant. She rolled her eyes at Anselm and said somewhat speechlessly, "You scoundrel, why are your thoughts always so dirty?" "Dirty? How is it dirty? A gentleman desires a graceful lady. Isn't this very normal?" Anselm countered. Fine, you're right. But let's wait until you recover before doing that," Zinnia retorted sourly. Hearing this, Anselm's eyes lit up immediately. Based on his understanding of Zinnia, not firmly refusing meant agreeing. Thinking this, Anselm flexed his muscles dramatically and quickly said, "Don't worry, my body is perfectly healthy and will be completely recovered tomorrow." Seeing Anselm so eager, Zinnia's face flushed red again. She couldn't bear his burning gaze, as if it would devour her whole. "Stop talking nonsense and get up quickly to eat something." Suppressing the impulse to turn and leave, Zinnia steeled herself and said. Anselm chuckled and wanted to speak again, but at that moment, his stomach made a gurgling sound. Only then did Anselm remember that from the end of last night's banquet until now, he hadn't eaten for almost 12 hours. In normal times, 12 hours wouldn't make him particularly hungry, but now, having expended a huge amount of true chi, almost all the energy stored in his body was used up, making the hunger much more intense than usual. Anselm rubbed his stomach and followed Zinnia as they walked towards the dining room. When the two arrived there, it turned out that Hampton and the others had already finished eating. "Damn, you've all finished?" Looking at the empty bowls and plates in front of everyone, Anselm felt a bit awkward, wondering if he had arrived too late. "Serves you right. Who asked you to dawdle for so long?" Pearl sneered, grabbing a bowl and throwing it over. Anselm caught it with his hand and said angrily, "Where did I dawdle? Get your facts straight. I'm the patient here." "You're a patient, my foot. I have never seen such a normal patient in my life," Pearl said with a dismissive snort. Pearl's words earned nods of agreement from everyone present. Compared to when Anselm was just unconscious yesterday, his complexion had significantly improved. Apart from a slight pallor, there were no visible signs of anything wrong with him. "Old Adnan, you can serve the soup now," Hampton called out. "Sure thing," came the response from the kitchen. Chef Old Adnanen emerged from the kitchen carrying a pot of soup, placing it in front of Anselm. Anselm didn't hesitate, nodding to him before sitting down and starting to eat heartily. It was an ordinary pot of bone broth, but many herbs had been added, which surprised Anselm. For the Zhang family chef to have this level of skill was truly remarkable. As if sensing Anselm's surprise, Pearl said, "You should thank Iris." She suggested adding herbs to the soup. Chapter 121. A grown daughter can't be kept. Anselm suddenly realized that if there was anyone here who studied pharmacology, it had to be the young heirly Iris. The pot of bone soup was soon empty. Anselm smacked his lips and furrowed his brows slightly. What's wrong? Seeing Anselm's expression, everyone was a bit puzzled. The soup tastes mediocre, not very good, Anselm said with a pout. Chef Old Adnanen, who was serving Anselm with pastries, almost dropped the steamer on Anselm's head when he heard this. After all, he was the golden chef at the only 6-star hotel in Jiangnan province, with superb skills. He had even helped prepare dishes for state banquets. Yet, now Anselm was saying that his bone soup tasted ordinary and wasn't delicious. This almost made him see red. Nonsense, Old Adnanen is a renowned gold medal chef in East China. Lynette shot Anselm a glance and said helplessly. Seeing Chef Old Adnanen nearby, Anselm regretted his words a little. He laughed awkwardly and said, "Ah, ha ha ha, my body is weak, my sense of taste might not be good. You didn't hear anything just now, right?" Chef Old Adnanen did not respond, but snorted loudly. He walked over and slammed the steamer onto the table, then turned around and went back to the kitchen. Anselm touched his nose, looking somewhat embarrassed, and watched Old Adnanen's departing back with some concern. "Why are you looking at Old Adnanen like that, Anselm?" Jeremy asked curiously. Facing the Prince of Shanghai, Cole, he remained unperturbed. There was no reason for him to fear a chef. Glancing at Jeremy, Anselm sighed and said, "You mustn't offend the chef. I'm afraid he might get mad and put a packet of rat poison in my dish." "Get lost. Old Adnanen has a gentle temperament. He's not that kind of person," Hampton glared at Anselm. Lynette also smiled faintly and said, "Uncle Adnanen comes from a family of chefs. His ancestors were imperial chefs for the last emperor. Although most of the culinary techniques have been lost by his generation, he inherited the passion and treats the quality of each dish more important than his own life. Therefore, your worries are completely unfounded. Uncle Adnanen would never do such things." After listening to Lynette's explanation, Anselm finally breathed a sigh of relief, feeling a great burden lifted off his shoulders. This left everyone laughing or crying. They couldn't help but find him absolutely hilarious. Without further ado, Anselm started eating vigorously, needing large amounts of food to replenish his exhausted true qi. Following Iris's suggestion, these foods contained precious herbs he brought from the Godless Ridge, which were astonishingly effective. Eating them allowed countless spiritual essences to gather in his dantian, gradually restoring his depleted strength. As for Lynette, she ate only a little because her internal true qi was already saturated, and could not absorb any more of the spiritual essence from the food, making her feel very full. "All right, barely 7/10 full," Anselm burped and rubbed his belly, remarking thoughtfully. Everyone stared in disbelief at the mess on Anselm's table. Was this guy serious? He alone consumed the amount of 8 people, yet he claimed to be only 7/10 full? Who would believe it? Even if the heavenly General Tianpeng came down, he probably wouldn't eat as much. Never come here to eat again. Got it? Hampton scowled, genuinely frightened by Anselm's appetite. He couldn't understand how such a thin guy could have such an enormous appetite, more voracious than a champion eater. Grinning, Anselm wasn't upset. He looked at Lynette and smiled sweetly. "Let's go home, wife." Lynette nodded and bowed slightly to her father before leaving with Anselm. Pearl and the young heirly Iris exchanged looks, then also rose to take their leave from Hampton, following after Anselm and Lynette. A grown daughter can't be kept. Jeremy shook his head and sighed upon seeing this scene. But soon, he met Hampton's killing glare. "Why, can't I tell the truth?" Jeremy winked and grimaced at Hampton. Hampton sighed in exasperation, glaring fiercely. "This guy, what kind of spell has he cast on Xinya? She listens to him so obediently. They're newly in love, of course they listen to each other. What's so strange about that? Haven't you been out of the dating scene too long?" Jeremy teased. Glancing at his elder brother, Hampton snorted and said coldly, "You're lecturing me now? When are you finally going to go find her, old bachelor?" At the mention of this her, Jeremy's expression turned extremely unpleasant. He gave Hampton a cold stare and said, "This is none of your business, don't ever bring it up again." Seeing that his elder brother seemed genuinely upset, Hampton could not help but smile bitterly and dared not say more. After all, the eldest brother was like a father. Although he was the head of the Zhang family, when faced with an angry elder brother, he still felt a bit intimidated. Moreover, the intended match of his elder brother had such a mysterious background that even after these years of exhaustive efforts, he still could not find a single trace of her. Pearl fetched her car, and Lynette, Iris, and Anselm all got in. The car started, heading towards their residential area. "Be nice to my dad. After all, he is the elder," Lynette said to Anselm. Recalling the sharp exchange of words between him and her father earlier, Lynette could not help but feel a headache coming on. Thankfully, she did not live in the old house. Otherwise, her father and Anselm would eventually come to blows. "All right, for your sake, I'll concede a little. It's fine." Anselm pouted. Hearing Anselm's response, Lynette smiled broadly and rested her head on Anselm's shoulder, looking blissful. Driving up front, Pearl saw the couple's affectionate behavior through the rearview mirror and felt a pang of jealousy. This strange feeling made her heart race and her mind turn chaotic. Taking a deep breath, Pearl soon realized that she likely had fallen for Anselm. Otherwise, she wouldn't have such feelings. But the problem was, after today's events, almost everyone in the upper circles of Nanjing knew that Anselm was Lynette's fiancé, and yet she found herself falling for her best friend's man. What kind of situation was this? For a moment, Pearl was so lost in thought that she completely forgot she was driving. "Watch out!" A panicked voice suddenly snapped her back to reality. Startled by what she saw ahead, Pearl herself jumped in fright. Chapter 122. A man-made car accident. Less than 50 meters from her car, a large truck was speeding straight toward them without slowing down. Pearl was taken aback and hastily turned the steering wheel to avoid the collision. But the large truck seemed to be out of control. It swerved its hood and once again rammed toward them. At this moment, all three women were in panic, especially the young Early Iris. She wasn't weak in strength, and if she had been outside the car, dodging the impact would have been easy for her. However, now she was inside the vehicle, strapped in with a seatbelt. If the large truck collided with them, the car would become a ready-made coffin. A flash of coldness appeared in Anselm's eyes. Without hesitation, he thrust his hand against the roof of the car. With a loud bang, the roof was torn off. Then, he pulled the three women through the large hole opened in the sunroof and leaped out. Almost at the same time, Pearl's Audi crashed into the large truck, completely destroyed. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. When Anselm landed safely on the roadside with the three women, they still looked as if their souls had not returned to their bodies. Looking for death, Anselm roared with anger and charged forward, sending a punch directly at the front of the large truck. It was clear to him now that the other party was intentional, aiming to kill them. His fist unleashed a powerful force, shimmering with golden light, hitting the truck's front and immediately producing a huge clang. Immediately after, the truck's front crumpled like paper, filled with fine cracks, about to shatter at any second. The two elders inside were horrified. They glanced at each other and jumped out of the window immediately. With a boom, the next moment, the truck's front was compressed by a terrifying force into a ball, shrinking to at least half its size. At this point, the three women also regained their composure, looking angrily and shocked at the two elders who had jumped out of the truck. "It's you two, the High family elders," Lynette exclaimed, shock evident on her face. "You two old bastards." Pearl showed a furious expression, cursing the High family elders without any restraint. Obviously, the other side intended to eliminate them, hence using the large truck to cause a traffic accident. Pearl inwardly felt fortunate that Anselm reacted swiftly and was powerful enough to save them from this disaster. Otherwise, they might have ended up like the Audi, completely crushed to pieces. However, the High family elders ignored them completely, their gazes chilling and fixed firmly on Anselm. "Two old fools. Did Gerhard send you here to seek your own deaths?" Anselm said coldly, glancing at them. He was truly intent on killing them, knowing full well that if he hadn't reacted fast enough, Lynette and the others would have already met their end. In the collision of the large truck, even top martial artists wouldn't survive. "Simon, the one who will die is you." The third elder of the High family spoke coldly, with murderous intent radiating from him. The second elder of the High family also stepped forward, his expression ruthless, his body poised with true chi. "An ignorant person, you can't escape your fate," Anselm sneered, releasing an overwhelming aura that seemed to dominate the heavens. Feeling the power of this aura, the High family elders' faces changed dramatically. An immortal martial artist. Their expressions were grim, astonished to an extreme. This Yonatan who had clashed with them turned out to be a powerful immortal martial artist, making them feel chills down their spines. How laughable it was for them, who hadn't even reached the peak realm, to think they could take down an immortal martial artist. It was like ants trying to shake a tree, laughably overestimating themselves. "Quick, let's go." The two elders exchanged looks and made a decisive decision. Without further ado, they fled in two different directions at great speed. Facing an immortal martial artist, this was the most effective way to escape. Ultimately, there was only one of the enemy, and catching one meant the other could escape. However, the High family elders underestimated Anselm's speed and the abilities of these women. None of these three women were ordinary. Even Lynette possessed true chi strength comparable to the peak realm. "Wanna run? Is it that easy?" Anselm shouted. His figure moved like a dragon, almost becoming a blur, instantly catching up with one of them. It was the third elder of the High family, whose eyes flashed with despair when Anselm caught up with him. Soon after, however, he struck back at Anselm with determination. He knew being targeted by Anselm meant he faced more peril than safety. All he could do was buy time, giving his brother a chance to escape. However, things did not go as planned. Elder third of the High family had overestimated his own strength. With just one move, he was grabbed by the neck by Anselm, and all his abilities were suppressed. He could not summon a single bit of true chi. On the other side, Elder second of the High family fled rapidly, but before he could run far, he suddenly collapsed on the ground, foaming at the mouth, his face turning a bluish purple. It was obvious that he was poisoned, and the poison was extremely potent. Even a supreme martial artist couldn't withstand it. The young Early Iris stood to the side, looking smug. She had used her poisons to take down an expert 2 levels higher than herself, something she could be quite proud of. Anselm returned with Elder third of the High family, and when he saw Iris's handiwork, he reached out to pat the little Early's head, praising her with a smile. "Well done, your voodoo techniques are pretty good." Hee hee. Hearing Anselm's praise, the little Early chuckled, clearly very happy. Pearl frowned, looking at the captured Elder third of the High family, and couldn't help but ask, "What do you plan to do with him?" Anselm smiled faintly and twisted Elder third's neck in one swift motion. He said coolly, "Those who kill others will themselves be killed. I originally intended to let them both die, but since the little Early has already poisoned the other one, there's no need to keep this one alive." Pearl nodded and didn't say anything more. These two old men had nearly cost them their lives just now. She certainly felt no pity for them. The High family is truly deranged. If we encounter Gerhard again next time, you can just finish him off for me. Lynette looked at Anselm coldly. Anselm's lips curled up slightly as he decisively agreed to Lynette's request. He was not the kind to show mercy. If you don't uproot the grass thoroughly, the spring breeze will— "Ah, yes, indeed." Anselm nodded without much thought. The three women exchanged glances and burst into laughter simultaneously. Kirsten struck Anselm's head, intending to stop him from talking nonsense, but it was she who felt the pain instead. Massaging her fingers, Kirsten glared at him and said irritably, "Is there a metal bucket inside your head or something?" How can it be so hard? Only then did Anselm fully come to his senses. He touched his head, realizing he had said something wrong. Pouting, he said innocently, I don't know. Perhaps it's because my senior wife is too delicate. After saying this, he hailed a taxi and got in first. The distance to the residential area wasn't far, but walking would take at least 2 hours. To save time, taking a taxi was a better choice. Returning to the residential area, Anselm returned home alone, looking rather dejected. Originally, he intended to go to Kirsten's place to rest with his senior wife, but all 3 women disagreed and kicked him out collaboratively. Respecting women's wishes, Anselm helplessly accepted the reality. Glancing at the time, Anselm decided to take another nap. Although his body had mostly recovered, his strength still lagged somewhat behind his prime condition. A good nap could help him regain vitality quickly. In a luxurious private room in Jinling City, Cole had a grim look on his face. Before him stood the 2 supreme martial artists who served as his bodyguards, reporting to Cole with terrified expressions. Your Highness, old Holden has been killed, poisoned, one of them said, his eyes gleaming with coldness. Who did it? Was it Anselm? Cole narrowed his eyes, asking the 2 men. The other nodded seriously, saying, it's very likely. Woody Rover, the 2 elders of the High family are dead as well. We've already notified their people to handle the bodies. It seems this guy does have some skills. Cole's eyes flashed with intense light. Having such an opponent wouldn't make his future too boring. Inside the High family villa, an eerie silence reigned. The 2 elders of the High family were murdered, and their bodies lay in the living room. The person responsible was the Yonatan who had taken away Gerhard's wife. Anselm again? Inside the villa, besides High family members, there was also a Adden, the patriarch of the Alvis family, Foy's. Coldness spread across Hyder's face. Nodding, he said with malice, that's right. This guy, our High family will never let him off. Foy's, however, smiled faintly and shook his head. I suggest you not act rashly. Anselm's identity is very mysterious, and his power rivals the peak of the supreme realm. Even the Yin-Yang masters of the Hema family couldn't defeat him, proving how formidable he is. It's not something a couple of martial artists can handle. What do you suggest we do then? Hyder asked Foy's. Wait until I complete this transaction. Then our 2 families will join forces and eliminate this arrogant brat. Foy's said coldly. Let him live a few more days. Offending us and even the Shanghai prince, this guy will surely meet his end sooner or later. Hyder nodded, his face clouded with dark gloom. If it weren't for their insufficient strength, he would have wanted to tear Anselm apart immediately. Anselm slept straight through until 4 in the afternoon, awakened by a call from Kirsten. Senior wife, what's up? Haven't seen you for a few hours. Miss me already? Anselm joked. Miss my head. Get to the school now. I nearly attempted suicide by jumping into the lake, and the situation is very dangerous. Kirsten sounded extremely anxious, showing no intention of bantering with Anselm. Upon hearing Kirsten's words, Anselm's face turned grave. Exact location? Anselm asked. In the pavilion beside Jinghu Lake. The Airlie has already been rescued from the lake, but despite our prolonged CPR efforts, it hasn't worked. Simon re-up. She's about to die, Kirsten said rapidly. Wait for me. Make sure she isn't taken away by the ambulance under any circumstances, Anselm warned before hanging up the phone. With a life at stake, Anselm did not dare to delay. He quickly put on his clothes and rushed to Jinling University. By Jinghu Lake, a large crowd had gathered. An ambulance was already there, but despite the doctors' and nurses' best efforts, the Airlie's vital signs were rapidly deteriorating. There's no hope. The lead middle-aged doctor shook his head regretfully. Watching such a young life slip away right before his eyes, he felt extremely disheartened. But it couldn't be helped. Medicine wasn't magic. It couldn't save everyone. Just as the nurses were about to return to the vehicle to get a stretcher to carry her away, Kirsten stepped in to stop them. Don't take her away yet. Maybe someone can still save her, Kirsten said earnestly. The lead middle-aged doctor turned around and gave her a strange look. Who are you? I'm a teacher at this school. Please don't move this student for now, Kirsten said seriously. The crowd erupted in murmurs, all looking at Kirsten with astonishment. To intervene in such a situation was clearly asking for trouble. If anything went wrong, the Airlie's family could very well demand a hefty compensation. We need to take her back for emergency treatment. Every minute of delay decreases her chances of survival, the middle-aged doctor said gravely. Because Kirsten was a teacher, he explained patiently, but if it were a student, he wouldn't have been so polite. No moving her. I'll take responsibility if anything happens, Kirsten said expressionlessly. The middle-aged doctor narrowed his eyes, displeased. You taking responsibility? Can you really afford that responsibility? This is a human life. We can certainly take responsibility. Before Kirsten could respond, a lazy voice spoke up nearby, laced with amusement. Chapter 124, Disciple of the Saint. Hearing this voice, Kirsten was momentarily stunned, but then she became overjoyed, because she recognized the owner of the voice. It was none other than Anselm. The middle-aged doctor, upon realizing he was being addressed by a young boy, could not help but look down on him. He snorted coldly and said, Classmate, please stop joking around. You're delaying our efforts to save her life. The situation is extremely critical now. This drowning Airlie might die at any moment. So what will bringing her back accomplish? As everyone knows, the best time to save someone from drowning is within the first 15 minutes after they are pulled out of the water. You couldn't save her in those 15 minutes. Do you think taking her back to the hospital will bring her back to life? Anselm retorted, with a hint of disdain in his smile. The middle-aged doctor was slightly taken aback. He hadn't expected this youth who looked like a student to know so much. They indeed had little hope of saving this Airlie, but they still had to do their part. We will do our utmost to save her, the middle-aged doctor said firmly. Anselm shook his head and replied, Learn something new. Are you a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner? The middle-aged doctor asked in shock, for he saw Anselm take out a golden needle from his pocket, preparing to apply acupuncture to the Airlie. Anselm glanced at him without speaking, continuing his actions. However, When Anselm reached the abdomen area with the acupuncture, he suddenly paused, revealing a look of anger. Damn, this is truly wicked. Anselm growled angrily. What is it? Kirsten frowned, wondering if there was another reason behind the Airlie's drowning that could cause such anger in Anselm. Anselm pointed to the Airlie's belly and coldly said, she's pregnant, at least 1 month along. Hearing this, everyone in the room erupted in astonishment, finally understanding why Anselm said it was wicked. A month pregnant, yet she chose to drown herself. There must have been some hidden circumstances. Anselm inserted the golden needles all over the Airlie's body, then stood up and handed his bank card to Pearl. Black wife, please make a trip to the pharmacy at the school gate and buy 2 ginseng roots. The older the better, Anselm instructed. Pearl took the card, nodded, and left immediately. Anselm, why do you need Pearl to buy ginseng? Kirsten asked curiously. To sustain her life. This Airlie's condition is grim. I can save her, but I can't save the fetus in her womb. Anselm squatted down again, placing his hand on the Airlie's shoulder and channeling a stream of true chi into her. Do your best. If the fetus cannot be saved, perhaps it's for the best for her, Kirsten said gently after some thought. Anselm nodded without further words. No one dared to speak while he worked. The doctors and nurses stood there exchanging looks. With Director Sun's guarantee, they did not dare to interfere with Anselm's rescue attempt anymore. After all, hearing the ace's tone, this Yonatan must be an extraordinary person whom he held in high regard. Soon, Pearl returned with 2 ginseng roots. Anselm took them and, after a quick glance, showed surprise. Unexpectedly, these are 300-year-old ginseng roots. 1 is enough. Anselm put away the extra root and began refining elixirs. He placed the arm-length ginseng in his palm, and as he continuously kneaded it, the ginseng visibly shortened. White mist coiled around his palms, looking like some celestial magic, which left everyone present speechless. In less than half a minute, the ginseng had completely disappeared, replaced by a brown pill the size of a thumbnail in Anselm's hand. Anselm, without showing any emotion, slipped the pill into the Airlie's mouth, then pressed a point on her throat to ensure she could swallow it smoothly. Immediately after, Anselm's hands moved swiftly. He first pulled out all the golden needles from the Airlie's body, then reinserted 9 needles in an unusual arrangement. Solange needles against heaven? At that moment, a surprised voice came from the crowd. Anselm instinctively glanced back and was momentarily stunned. A purple-haired Airlie was looking at him with shock and uncertainty. Assassin Saint? Anselm's eyes bulged wide, seemingly unable to believe what he saw. The purple-haired Airlie pouted, appearing slightly glum. But she wasn't surprised that Anselm had seen through her disguise on first glance. After all, the successor of the Horus lineage couldn't be an ordinary person. Her disguise could fool others, but not Anselm. Kirsten blinked, finding nothing particularly shocking in Anselm's words. On the side, Pearl and Iris exchanged glances. They were utterly bewildered. In China, the one who could be called Assassin Saint was the second-ranked Earth assassin among the 4 heavenly kings. But the problem was, weren't all 4 kings supposed to be men? How could there be a purple-haired young Airlie? They looked confused but didn't dare ask, given the circumstances. The purple-haired Airlie pushed through the crowd and walked towards Anselm. Seeing the drowning Airlie's vital signs gradually stabilize, she let out a long breath of relief. Thanks for saving my roommate, the purple-haired Airlie said frankly to Anselm. Chapter 125 Just an ordinary person. Anselm touched his nose, looking somewhat awkward. The Airlie about his age actually called herself old lady when addressing him, which was bizarre to the extreme. However, well duh, I was trained by him. Would I be like you instead? Anselm curled his lips, looking unconcerned. Rosella was clearly taken aback. She gave Anselm an unfriendly glance and said coldly, forget it, I'll do it myself. If you do it, just remember to return the golden needles tomorrow. My address shouldn't be hard for someone like you to find out. Anselm watched Rosella with interest. He hadn't expected that the lineage of Death Saint would choose a Airlie as their successor. Stingy ghost, they're just a few golden needles, Rosella said through gritted teeth. I don't care. You just need to bring them to me. Anselm's mouth curled up slightly. With this matter settled, he planned to leave. Besides, with Rosella, a disciple of Death Saint here, he didn't need to worry about any dangers or difficulties. After all, being chosen by the old man Death Saint was enough to show Rosella's remarkable ability. The wives, let's go, Anselm said, looking at Zinnia, Pearl, and the little Airlie Iris. His simple statement left everyone present momentarily stunned. Many boys soon reacted, all giving Anselm unfriendly looks, wishing they could punch him dead. What kind of law is this? There are still many singles among us, yet Anselm has monopolized so many beautiful women. Not to mention Zinnia, the most famous goddess teacher in school, who was his fiancée. But what about the other 2 beauties? One had healthy skin tone and a full figure, exuding heroism, while the other was a cute, adorable little Airlie. Could these 2 beauties also be his mistresses? Almost 80% of the boys here were heartbroken, while the remaining 20% fell into deep self-doubt. When Iris heard Anselm's words, her face turned red, and she spat, cousin, don't call randomly. I'm not your wife. Oh, right, I forgot. Anselm smiled awkwardly, slapping his head. He nervously glanced at Zinnia, who ignored him completely, pretending not to see. Anselm breathed a long sigh of relief. He led the way, heading towards the cafeteria with the group. It was close to evening, and they naturally needed to find a place to fill their stomachs. At the top floor of Jinling University's cafeteria, Anselm and company occupied a private room, sitting there waiting for the dishes. During the wait, Pearl and Iris occasionally cast confused glances at Anselm. Of course, Anselm understood where their confusion stemmed from. He smiled and explained that Airlie wasn't the actual Death Saint, just his disciple. Oh, I thought she was Death Saint herself. Scared me half to death. The little Airlie stuck out her tongue, the puzzled look on her face disappearing instantly. Anselm laughed, shaking his head. Of course not. All 4 great heavenly kings are men, I'm sure of that. Saying this, Anselm's expression turned somewhat nostalgic as he remarked, The old guy Death Saint is incredibly full of himself, usually looking down on almost everyone. Now he actually takes it airly as his successor. If this gets out, all his old acquaintances would probably be shocked. It's just taking on a female disciple. What's so shocking about that? Zinnia was completely puzzled. Could it be that, in the martial world, taking on female disciples would invite ridicule? If it were anyone else taking on disciples, naturally gender wouldn't matter. As long as their talent is sufficient, they can join some strong figure schools. But the lineage of the 4 great heavenly kings is not ordinary. The requirements for taking on disciples are extremely strict, not just about having talent. Women have inherent limitations, and thus start at a disadvantage when cultivating martial arts compared to men. That's why I'm surprised. How could someone as proud and self-righteous as Death Saint take on a female disciple? Anselm scratched his head, clearly puzzled. At this moment, the private room's door opened, and the dishes Anselm and company had ordered were brought up one by one. Seeing the food, Anselm's appetite surged, instantly forgetting the previous issue as he started eating with chopsticks in hand. The disciple of Fernand and Rosella, whom we just met, is the successor of Killer Saint. 2 successors of the 4 great heavenly kings appeared in Jinling University at the same time. Do you think this is a coincidence? Pearl's expression was serious. She had felt something was wrong much earlier, but it wasn't until now that she realized exactly what was wrong. 2 successors of the great heavenly kings appearing together at Jinling University. If it were purely coincidental, that would be too improbable. Upon hearing Pearl's words, Anselm showed a thoughtful look. He hadn't considered this point. Perhaps it's not a coincidence. It seems peace is about to be disrupted again. Anselm couldn't help but give a bitter laugh. How so? Pearl and the little early Iris both became interested. Anselm rubbed his head and explained. The successors of the 4 great heavenly kings generally practice in seclusion deep in the mountains. They seldom come down for training unless something significant happens. For Killer Saint to let his disciple come down this time, he must have sensed something. A great upheaval is likely to sweep the world once again. What about the other 2 successors of the great heavenly kings? Pearl couldn't help but ask. I'm not sure, but they'd better stay out of sight, especially the lineage of Achilles. If his successor appears, it might shake the entire Chinese martial arts world. Anselm sighed. Iris nodded and said, "Step." A large bump rose instantly on her bright forehead, with blood gushing out. Pain brought tears to the Heirly's eyes, and she glared at the bald youth, muttering about bad luck. Damn, literal bloodshed. Anselm stared dumbfounded. The women nodded, equally shocked. They quickly concluded that this monk was undoubtedly a jinx plus a harbinger of bad luck. Namo Buddha, as the saying goes, he who does not listen to the elder will suffer soon. You wouldn't have fallen if you'd listened to me, right? The bald youth clasped his hands together, looking smug. Seeing this expression, the Heirly nearly spat blood. She got up, brushed the dust off her clothes, then gave the bald youth a fierce glare before quickly leaving. Tragically, the Heirly tripped over an iron plate again not far away. This time, she wasn't so lucky and fell directly backward, losing consciousness. Namo Buddha, watch your step, lady. The bald youth held his head, shaking it helplessly. Then, his gaze turned towards Anselm's direction. Seeing Anselm there, the bald youth's eyes lit up, and he decisively walked over. Anselm, let's go. This jinxed monk is coming our way. Having witnessed the power of the bald youth's words, Zinnia tensed up as soon as she saw him heading their way. Pearl's face turned pale. As the bald youth approached, she grabbed Iris and rapidly retreated. What should we do? Let's run first, but was already too late. Bang. He was sent flying by Anselm, landing on a nearby stone with his robe. The bald youth massaged where he had been kicked, wincing in pain. He stared at Anselm, his face full of grievances. Seeing this, Zinnia and the others couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. Did the successors of the 4 great heavenly kings always greet each other so violently? If you dare to talk nonsense, I'll finish you, Anselm said coldly, his eyes filled with warning. He wasn't afraid of the monk's bad mouth due to his strong destiny, but Zinnia and the others might not be so fortunate. If this guy mentioned some impending bloodshed, they would be terrified even if nothing happened. Chapter 127 The Flower Wooing. The bald Yonatan's eyes flickered, and he stood up, walking back to Anselm. He flashed a smile brighter than a sunflower, and chuckled. Namo Buddha, senior brother, I believe you must have misunderstood me. Anselm didn't respond but just stared at him with an unfriendly gaze. Seeing that Anselm wasn't responding, the bald youth let out a dry laugh and hurriedly said, Actually, what I meant was that the senior brother is handsome, dashing, elegant, distinguished, graceful and fresh. Truly, you are the most beautiful man who has shocked ancient and modern times alike. Your flattery is really crude, Anselm sneered. He glanced at the bald Yonatan, then solemnly instructed, Remember to add some other words next time. Don't keep focusing on praising my good looks. Namo Buddha, as you say, Senior Lonnie. Next time, I will enrich it, the bald youth said earnestly with clasped hands. Hearing their conversation, the 3 women were thoroughly exasperated. Are these 2 performing crosstalk? And they both have such thick skins. This is truly something. 3 sisters-in-law are indeed heavenly beauties. This humble monk Ian greets you. Ian sidestepped slightly, brushing off the shoe print left by Anselm, then modestly bowed to Alicia and the others. Alicia took it in stride and accepted the greeting gracefully, but Pearl and Iris looked uncomfortable. Pearl's face turned red. She suddenly felt somewhat guilty and glanced at Alicia, waving her hands hastily. You made a mistake. Anselm and I are just friends, not the kind of relationship you think. I'm also not. We're cousins, Iris said seriously. As the saying goes, cousin sisters can easily become close over time. Ian smiled, looking at Iris. He then turned his gaze to Pearl and said with a faint smile, You and my senior brother have karmic connections too. Denial won't change the outcome. As for her, she is absolutely the eldest sister-in-law, a position unshakable. Ian clasped his hands again and bowed deeply to Alicia, showing great respect. The three women were speechless, and Alicia shook her head helplessly. Your talk as a monk isn't reliable. We don't believe it. Ian's expression fell, but quickly returned to a dignified look. Namo Buddha, a monk does not lie. My sect can foresee certain fates. You three will all be my senior brother's wives in the future, Ian said with seriousness. What nonsense! The three women were dumbfounded. What did he mean that all three of them would be Anselm's wives in the future? Could it be that besides them, Anselm would have other women as well? At this thought, they all cast dangerous glares at Anselm. Anselm broke into a cold sweat. He hadn't said a word yet, but still ended up being scrutinized. It was truly an unforeseen disaster. He forced a smile, wanting to divert the topic away from this question quickly. He asked Ian, why did you come down the mountain, you doom and gloom monk? Has there been another major event? When chaos emerges, abnormal phenomena appear. This wasn't hearsay but a serious matter. Upon hearing Anselm's inquiry, Ian's expression changed, and he nodded gravely with a sorrowful look. Do you know what exactly is happening? Anselm probed further, furrowing his brow.